Welcome everybody to the final day of the DAF Esports World Championships. Earlier this week, we had 12 teams who took to the Patrick Space Force base to fight for the coveted title of the best team in DAF history. From 3 regions, they have been putting on quite the epic tournament, and I couldn't be more excited to crown a champion on this Saturday. Proper Infinity, it's a fun one. How you guys feeling, Proper?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. It feels good to be back here to be able to crown a champion, as you already said. We got a lot of good competition. The best team will be standing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can't wait for the rest of the day, mate. As we said, I mean, 5 days of competition. This is the final day. Everything we've seen leads up to this moment. There can only be one champion.
There can only be one champion, and I think each team has been fighting to make that true and to fight for that title very, very well. But yesterday, on day 4, we had quite an impactful day. I could say it was a long one, Andy, and I'd have to say they did not disappoint in terms of the quality of the competition.
Long is an understatement. We had players falling asleep at the venue. Shout out the venue cam. We got some really good moments out of all of that. But, I mean, Ramstein showed up in a massive way yesterday versus Cannon, pushing them to the absolute distance, showing that the #1 seed can definitely bleed.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we look over towards the games that we saw yesterday, right? Again, there were so many games that went to game number 5. Not as many as the previous day, we'll say that much, right? You had Cannon winning a game 5 over Ramstein. We had Langley taking it in 4 over Nellis. And unfortunately, we did also have a couple of 3-0s in there as well, namely Offit getting that 3-0 over Anderson and Peterson 3-0 over Misawa as well. So a couple of 3-0s, but we do at the end of yesterday, at the very least here, Seymour, have a lot of teams in the lower bracket and 2 teams currently awaiting that big boy matchup in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to be pushing into that early grand final spot. And for the lower bracket, we didn't get to see our last game of the day, Buckley Offit. Buckley did take down Offit 3-1 for all those who were wondering, and didn't get to see the bracket at the end of the day, but that's a team that I'm sure is going to be looking to make some swings going into this Saturday, as Buckley weren't supposed to be here. I think that's the one thing that always blows my mind, that they weren't supposed to be here, but here they are in place of some of our USAFE representation, and they are not letting go of this opportunity. But as we look towards this Saturday, there's one thing in the mind of these players, and that is to win. Andy, I know you're a big wrestling fan. I can't really say the same. I don't really watch wrestling, but when you look at this belt, do you rate this as one of the hardest trophies you've seen?
I always rate championship belts as some of the hardest trophies of all time. I mean, how cool is it just to be able to walk around like raise it above your head? It's just everybody stay safe if you think you're going to stand on top of chairs thinking that it's a turnbuckle, I suppose. But, yeah, the big shout out just for DAF in general. I mean, like, everybody being able to walk away with the medals and the overall memories just from the entire weekend has just been fantastic.
I'd say that's one of my favorite things about these tournaments. Whenever we see the regional tournaments, or the World Esports Championships, or when we've gone to ForceCon, is the prizes that you get, whether it's an Air Force Gaming flag, whether it's a challenge coin, or patches for you to represent. The memories that you take home are second to none whenever we see it. All the players love these events. All the players are happy to be here, and I'm always happy to see them grow from year to year. For this one in particular, it has been a lot of growth for a lot of these teams, Brody, and when we take a look at the bracket from what we've seen across the past couple of days, tell me about your favorite stories that you've seen so far from some of these teams.
Honestly, I'm going to pull for Ramstein here. I think that's my favorite story. I think, you and I, we got to watch a lot of, Konus and PACAF action, right? And I think we were looking to a lot of those teams. But USAFE kind of flew under the radar, right? And even coming into this event, right, there's that big storyline of, right, we were supposed to have 3 USAFE representatives, as you already said, right? We instead got an extra representative from Konus and PACAF. And the one remaining team from USAFE, nobody really knew how they would fit into the mix. And instead, we've come to the event and they've pushed a lot of teams to their limits. I think Ramstein probably have played the most game 5s of any team in this tournament so far. They seem to have played a lot of them in the group stage, where they managed to get through as one of the top 4 seeds. Then they played Buckley. They beat them in a game 5, which is an astonishing achievement just given how good of a roster Buckley are, and still surviving in the lower bracket, by the way. Unfortunately, they did fall to Cannon yesterday, but they gave us a hell of a matchup. And so, yeah, I mean, Ramstein, just one of my favorite teams. I'll be a biased caster here, and I'm going to go ahead and say I really do hope Ramstein pull through further into this bracket.
You know what? I'm right there with you. I think the story is very fun to watch, and I think for you, Safety, everybody's watching at home in their region, pulling for this team to really step up. You have a chance for that Ramstein-Buckley matchup again in that lower semifinals. Maybe a potential rematch between those two teams, but we got to get there to figure out who those two are going to be, and we can look towards the schedule to see what we're going to be watching first on stream. We're going to start with that Ramstein-Peterson matchup. We got Nellis Buckley up next, another elimination game as we push on forward. Later on, we get that Cannon versus Langley Eustace match. Two teams who have looked fantastic across this tournament. Both teams undefeated through this tournament as well. So that winner's final, it's going to be a banger. But for you two, it's going to be a fun first match. You got Ramstein versus Peterson. I'll let you guys take it away.
All right, thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, first match of the day. A reminder, folks, we are starting the day in the lower bracket. Only later on during the day do we return to that upper bracket final. And then, of course, that best of 5 grand finals with asterisk a potential reset. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for the end of the day for you guys at home watching all of this. It's going to be a ton of fun. Let's start talking about our first match of the day then. You saw it on the schedule. It is Ramstein versus Peterson, a matchup in the lower bracket for survival and for a spot in top 4. I'm a biased caster, of course, so I'm going to start this conversation with Ramstein. I talked about them at length already, proper. Every single time that we've seen them, they've either unfortunately lost at the final hurdle in the series, or they've taken a team to their limits and ended up winning in 3-2 fashion. These guys are clutch kings. I love watching them every single time, and I'm going to give a ton of love to 3am on the right side of your screens. That guy is an S&D demon.
He's a demon in all multiple game modes as well. I'd also give Omen a big shout out for Search and Destroy. Their rewind Search and Destroy progressively throughout the entire of the week has been absolutely electric. And just to kind of like exemplify just how much more work they put in behind the scenes, like it supersedes the game. I know I've been like kind of clinging on to this since 3am's original interview, but like these guys put in the work even behind the scenes to watch the VOD, to be prepared. These guys' stories are absolutely insane.
Yeah, they are. Look, we love Ramstein. We love watching them play. They are still going to go up against it, though. Their competition is not going to be easy to knock out of the tournament. Of course, they are playing Peterson on the other side. We were actually having a conversation about Peterson before the day started. We were like, all right, when was the last time we actually got to see Peterson on broadcast? And it turns out, I think they've only been on broadcast like once the entire event. I certainly haven't got to cast them. And it's a shame because I love watching Peterson play, of course. We got to see these guys during their regional event, and every single player on this team is just epic to watch. And, I remember I think it was a post-match interview we had with Kimura, who was talking about the composition of this team. And again, they just have a lot of trust in one another. They each know their role on the roster, and that always shows out on the map.
Yeah, it really does. Loyal was starting to pick things up throughout the best of 5 series versus Misawa last night to conclude the broadcast, Brody. I mean, the things that guy was getting away with on the map were absolutely generational. Kimura is a very good shout. That guy is an absolute gun. We have not seen this team in between the Peterson versus Misawa match last night and the original Peterson versus Misawa match. That started off the entirety of the week as well. But trust me, since these guys got into the lower bracket, they've been getting like what almost feels like a BO4 100 Thieves buff. They cannot lose.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot lose, right? I mean, well, maybe they can lose because they are up against a very difficult team on the other side of the bracket. I would argue there has not been a team that Peterson has faced until, I guess, their lower bracket knockdown, where upper match, I think it was Nellis that took them out in winners round 2, I want to say it was. Apart from that matchup, they have not faced a team more difficult than this. So it is very feasible to see them step out of the competition here. Let's talk about the map set then. For this best of 5, show you guys the battlegrounds that we will be seeing these guys face off against one another. We're going to be kicking this series off on a Vault hardpoint. We've got a Protocol Search and Destroy in there as well. Double Hacienda, but my God, I hope this goes to a Game 5 because we get the shiniest, the rarest of Pokemons for a map number 5. Dealership. It never shows up. We finally got one.
And it's got to be all the way in the back of the pack as well. That's how you know it's got to be good, man. That's fantastic. It's very possible that this could end up going the entire distance, right? I mean, the Hacienda Hardpoint map 4, I really like that for Peterson. What we got to see last night, I thought Kimura was putting on a masterclass. Loyal was also slaying his head off as well. It's really tough to be able to gauge where the strengths are going to be for Ramstein, because every single time that we see him on a different map mode combination, they do quite well on it. They got rid of the rewind hardpoint thanks to Peterson, so they don't have to really worry about that. The control is going to be probably the biggest decider of the series. I could see us being tied up one apiece going into that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, we go to Vault Control yesterday, right? And Ramstein were just about able to steal it away from Cannon, but that was after a real back-and-forth affair, and I guess the other part of that is that was against Cannon, who are equally a very good control team, right? So it's like, how is that going to play out on this one? Of course, the only returning map from that best of 5 would be the Protocol Search and Destroy, which they actually lost in said Game 5 to Cannon, despite the fact that 3AM is the demon that he is. So, an interesting map set for sure. I don't know whether I see this going to the Dealership Search and Destroy. Again, I really, really wanted to, but I wouldn't say so whatsoever. Anyway, we got a Vault Hardpoint coming up, guys. We know you want to know how to play Hardpoint, so let's tell you.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first Hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
Hard point, but I'm sure at this point, to be honest, if you got to the top 6 of the tournament, you probably know how to play Hardpoint.
I hope so.
Who's going to play this Hardpoint? Yeah, I would hope so. If you don't know how to play Hardpoint at this point, I mean, it's even more impressive, right? You've got to this point in the tournament without winning the Hardpoint. Crazy. Anyway, we know how they play Hardpoint, and we've made predictions based on how they play Hardpoint. Let's chat about them. We're always going with 3-0s, always going for it, because that's what we do here, and I feel like it would be remiss not to say 3-0 Ramstein at this point proper. You agree with me? We're both on the same page for once.
I do, yeah. Seeing the map 1 being the Vault Hardpoint, I do really like Ramstein's chances coming into this. Given how early the day actually is, they are going to probably catch some players by surprise. The same could be said on the opposite side. I'm just more or less looking at this Ramstein's VOD. Just being able to go back to be watching that map 4, 250 to 149 was the final scoreline of that map 4 Vault Hardpoint loss versus Cannon, like we were already talking about. But I do like their chances to start things off hot, to shut down 3AM going into that map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like the win condition for me, right?
Might as well be.
Yeah, it might as well be. If you're Peterson going into this best of 5, you have to shut down some of the superstars on Ramstein. I know we give a lot of love to 3AM, but I also want to give a lot of love to the other players on the roster when we were talking about that team, right? Like, you talked about Omen being a guy that, like, is constantly getting into really annoying positions, especially in Search and Destroy, and that's very true. I got a lot of love for Ice-T, man. I need a post-match interview with Ice-T. So this is actually for production. If Ramstein win the series, I want Ice-T in the post-match interview, and I solely want to ask him what his favorite flavor of iced tea is. And if it's not peach, why?
It might just be just like sweet tea. It's just like normal sweet tea. Like,
flavorless?
It could just be like normal sweet tea. I mean, what's wrong with that?
What is normal sweet tea? Is that like no flavor?
Yeah, it's just sweet tea.
Man, I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. I feel like we need some flavor there. Maybe it's just my tasteless British taste buds going off right now, but I feel like we need some flavor in the iced tea. Anyway, that's all I want to know. That's been my burning question all week long. Every single time we've seen Ramstein in the post-match interview, it's not been iced tea, and I need to know. All right, it's a burning question in my mind.
Like, anyway. You think like when they make an Arnold Palmer, like they just put like flavored iced tea in there, or is it just like iced tea and then the lemonade is where you make the lemonade? Like, I'm confused as how baffled you are over learning about normal sweet tea.
I'm not American, okay? That's like an American thing. What do you want from me?
I guess, man. I don't know.
Oh, man. Do you know what? It would be hilarious. I actually really want to know the answer now. It's going to be some wild thing. Like, I don't know. I don't even know what flavor of, like, sweet tea you could get. I have absolutely no idea. But it's going to be something crazy, like pistachio or something like that. I don't even know.
Pistachio
Anyway.
sweet tea would be insane. I got a 2-liter raspberry sweet tea, like, that I created, that I curated. Like, you can do a lot with sweet tea. Brody, you can make blueberry sweet tea. You can make, if you think of a fruit, you can definitely make it with sweet tea. But people aren't out here making like some heinous things.
Fruit?
Dragon fruit sweet tea is definitely a thing that you can do. Add a little bit of lime to that with some sweet tea. Now you're cooking with gas.
I don't know if you ever know this, guys, but Proper knows his stuff. He knows his stuff when it comes to drinks. This guy, he knows what to do. If I ever need a drink, I'm like, I want something sweet. Proper's like,
that's actually true.
I got the drink for you. All right, guys, a reminder of where we're at right now. Just waiting for the game to get underway from map number 1. This is losers round 3, I want to say, otherwise known as the losers semi-finals, or losers quarterfinals, excuse me. So the loser of this match is done in the tournament. If you lose this one, you're out, and any hopes of any medals or even that championship belt also out the window with it. So yeah, you really want to make sure you win this match for sure. So we have losers round 3 coming up. I keep forgetting what round it is. We're in losers bracket. We got losers round 3 coming up, guys. We're gonna go to a quick break. On the other side of this break, Peterson versus Ramstein. It's Fault Hardpoint. You don't want to miss it.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
ahead, Micah.
Let's see what we're cooking up. Is it like vertical?
Otherwise.
This way?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a score streak. It's one of the highest
It's a
ones. It's
Perkins
built like
zombies.
you.
A juggernaut.
Yeah.
When I'm not aiming in.
Hip fire.
Hip fire. Another. Point fire. What do you call with a sniper? No scope. Yep.
Upper hands.
Upper hands?
Yeah.
Dry.
Opposite.
opposite.
Wet.
Opposite. Get closer.
Moist?
Kids are
Other
really,
one.
These kids are really
Yeah.
Good.
No, but
brother.
Bad.
Brother.
you had to work. You had to work.
Sweat.
Yes, but
And then just other.
These kids are really sweat. It doesn't
Sweaty.
make sense.
yes.
What you don't do.
Yeah, you're not this. You're not him.
You're not that guy.
Shoot.
What am I on the team?
What is OC?
Cap.
Besides that. 1v4. What is that? Clutch. Cool.
It's a Kanye West song.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's spelling because planes taking off.
Oh,
Where the planes,
added
where
an
the
extra
planes take
letter.
off from?
An airport? Yeah, but what's the strip called?
Oh, a landing strip?
No.
Or like a runway?
There you go.
You do it all the time, and you're like, I need to stop
Yeah,
doing
you
this.
said I need to stop doing it.
You're like, dude,
That's crazy that
he's
you
like,
got
why do I
that.
keep doing this, man?
It was good in the OG.
You keep doing it in your gunfights.
Draft shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rapper.
Part of the Migos.
Take off.
In the Air Force, you have one of these with you at all times.
At BMT. What?
At BMT, you have one of these with you at all times.
341.
I guess.
Not too, but
But if you didn't
water?
have this with you, you would get pulled to 341.
It's a person.
A wingman?
Yep.
Is it a type of plane?
Yep.
Oh,
Can be.
yeah.
C-130?
No.
Drone.
It drops something.
Good job, Tom.
Boom!
That's what I'm trying to
I don't know.
It drops large things.
B-52.
It's a
What do they
squadron,
carry?
Payloads.
Yep. Yep, they do.
That's not
Nope,
it?
that's not
No,
right.
it's not it. Not a female.
Huh?
Bomb.
Bomber?
Yeah. Thank you. It's when
So
people,
you want like a gold account
yeah.
on the swerving
You
group.
reset your account, you start playing regular.
Yeah.
What do you call yourself?
A bot?
No.
No.
You're
blue.
They're blue?
Yeah.
Oh, plat?
No,
No,
like
the
the
physically
movie
blue.
character.
The physically blue.
They're short.
Smurf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Opposite of what he had for the when you scope in.
What is
Oh.
what is
360?
they don't aim
No, yeah.
No scope?
in. No, they don't
Not a
But
no-scope.
in between.
When you do it
It's
quick.
really fast. No, you say
I can't, bro. Take me out. Take me out. Take me out.
Well, we are.
What we warm up in.
Bot lobby?
Oh, gosh. Everybody hates him.
The best COD
The
player.
player here that everybody doesn't like.
Drazen?
It looks like
No,
T-Martin.
here that everybody doesn't
Yeah.
like.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, bet. He talks the most shit from the States.
he's a truck driver.
The one that wanted your jersey.
Hate
Yup.
COD, dude.
Yup, go ahead.
He's one of the special guys here.
Oh, hate.
Boom. We threw a few. And that's
Yeah,
team
we
off
threw
it
a
for you.
Yeah, that's W.
This is,
Were we
this
the
is something
fastest
else.
ones?
I made sure that was in there.
I was about to get this dude DQ from Air Force Junior.
What's that? A succulent hardpoint. Incredible. Can't wait. Ramstein, Peterson, let's get Championship Saturday underway.
Yep, should be a good time here to be able to see what these two teams are able to pack in. Shooting bots for the past handful of minutes. There's no reason why they shouldn't be warm. Peterson starting from the outside looking. Got 30 seconds off P1. They're right at the front door trying to break Ramstein off of P2's opening.
Good kills there coming through from Ramstein. They are going to hold those back spawns here for now. Ice-T to the double. Posthumous nade will make 3 and weak enough that he's going to have to back out of the play for a moment. But Ramstein just pushing players forward at the moment here proper. They are holding Peterson at bay. 35 seconds left. Finally, Loyal takes out Ice-T from the play, but Ramstein are right back in it. They're making sure that nobody from Peterson crosses that line. One player did get towards the hard point, but they're just chilling in the corner at the moment. Kimura's looking to try and take those last couple of players by surprise, and, well, he's going to do exactly that. Finds both kills. W play Kimura.
Yeah, able to break on in for a good bunch of this time as well, and that's going to be pretty damning for Ramstein. You really wanted a response back towards that 30 seconds. Soder's also finding one in rotation, and that should confirm just about everything. You got the spawns for New, and the rotation over towards New is already being held thanks to JR top art.
This is a key power position to hold. Peterson, strong position here in this game. Soda keeping an eye up top towards ammunition, just trying to dip and dive, keep that head down, keep his life intact. Switches over towards the double doors. 3 AM will beam him though, so Ramstein now in towards the time. Again, you don't have top power position here, so you just need to take as much time away as possible on this hard point or try to get players behind proper, and that doesn't really look like it's happening. Both of those players shut down. Slide out from Loyal as well. Surely not the second Loyal. That is disgusting. Peterson now in for the back 30.
Peterson really coming to play right now. Able to see the coming of the age story through the lower bracket. They lost 3-0 to Nellis in that winners quarterfinal, thanks to the first round bye that they were given from their better seeding from the group stage. And this is probably the best that they've looked. Loyal in particular, like you said, just on that spree, 13-6 now, really enacting all the damage possible. But their setup is weakened. Yeah, 3AM's going to be able to take down Chimera. That puts Art under threat. Ice-T, if you could have found that kill, would have been good, but 3AM finds the trade regardless. Here comes the pinch.
Omen should be able to get Loyal. Oh, actually, no, take some shots before he can get the clean kill, so never mind. Towards the hard point, though, Viz is still alive. He's being a nuisance. He actually finds a second kill. No way, third. No, Soda that weak off that gunfight, though. Has to hit the regen here. Towards the back of the hard point. There are more on the way. Loyal dealt with. Soda still not, though. They didn't clear up top. In the end, 3AM, he will win that gunfight, but you have nobody out the front of this hill. Finally, those players goes down, and you should get somebody out the front, but one player just spawned in the back line.
3AM? Oh, Soder won't be able to walk away with that kill. He's going to be pretty frustrated. That one, he head eyes 3AM to start that gunfight, but then 3AM played it wonderfully. His back to 16 seconds is just going to flip the lead ever so marginally as Peterson has anything to say about it.
Oh, Kimura. Alrighty. I don't hate this. You can really push Ramstein towards the back line. Unfortunately, using the gunfights, Kimura down to 39 HP, and he just can't survive a second. So fair play. Ramstein able to come back into this game after what was a somewhat solid hold on P4. They are now just behind Peterson in this game. Towards P1 we go. Sota trying to survive. Not going to happen. 3AM down by the double doors. And now Peterson dealing with the pressure from one side of the map. Kamura hits the reload, though. That's unfortunate. And I thought for a second there, maybe Ice-T was going to go for a flank. But instead, straight back towards the hard point they go. That team nade probably not going to help proceed.
No, it definitely isn't. I mean, you're definitely missing some kills with the Omen being at 311 going in towards the second set of rotations. But the kills aren't too far gone as far as the discrepancy is concerned. Neither is the lead. P1 is where Peterson got a good chunk of time. Ramstein already able to rectify that on the laundry list. The next is that they know that they're spawning too far out. Big one for Viz to take down Loyal over by the cuts. Has Soda to deal with for the scrap time. Should be traded. It takes a little bit more longer than anticipated. And by that time, they read that Loyal has spawned out. So now they're about to have numbers for this rotation. Give it 3AM. Just took down Chimera.
Now spawns just flips as well. Omen getting close spawns. So Peterson down men here. Sota, a lot to do. 1 versus 2 on the point. Good for the first. He's weak enough again that the trades are amazing from Ramstein. And they almost immediately flip the hill.
Yeah, that was a really good timing. They actually got one that spawned all the way in. 3AM took him down one more time. Viz warming up. Will get traded via the teammate. Look, you can't take down my teammate. I'll do it myself. Thank you, Omen, very much. Threat through the middle of the map is immediately being stuffed. Ice-T's watching this. Good pinch and good hold for the initial 30. Ramstein have flipped this lead emphatically.
That's just full control, isn't it? Back 20 seconds. Peterson, do you want to give this time up? That's the question you have to ask yourselves here. 5 will go for it. Last time it was Kimura. This time it's Loyal. And, well, both of those players actually end up going down in that ensemble of kills. So, Peterson, right now, down by 40 points or so. Ramstein now starting to move forward here. And they really want to try and flip out. Big gunfights here for Loyal to try and catch these guys off guard. 1 down, 2 more to go. He's weakened up by Omen. Now just trying to play survival and waste some time. But Viz takes off GIR from away. Loyal now trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. With that kill coming through from Omen, that is the flip that Ramstein wanted.
The power position's being looked at. It might be late for this rotation. Chimera not really aware of it, so he's going to give away his red dot in the 1v1 versus Fizz. Being looked at from Omen top art. Oh, it's absolutely sublime. Still 30 seconds left here at P3, and Peterson would do well to soak up the rest of it. 3M's timing's probably not the greatest. He does have a Hellstorm missile if they do need it on the rotation, of course, but a You can't ask for a better swing of P1 to the P2 break into P3 to what we're looking at right now for Ramstein. Peterson going in towards the second set. This is the most time that they've gained right now.
This is big time for Peterson. And they do have players towards New, but one player is in the back. They've cleaned it out. Yep, they definitely think that they've cleared out the back line here, so Ice-T could go huge around the back line. He just needs to activate at the same time as players hit in the front. Here we go. Tiny time to go for Ice-T. Good for the first. Shots towards the second. You don't need to finish that gunfight, but he does anyway. Beautiful play from Ice-T. Patience of a king.
Oh, tough 1v1 for Viz there. Good manipulation of the fixtures out of Soder. Is that the opening for Peterson to break on in? Because they could desperately use it. Chimera's pushed up all the way over towards the deep. They lost Viz towards the backside, and now it just comes out of the player's turtle inside the hill.
Peterson trying to hold this back 25 time. It will get them pretty close within touching distance of Ramstein. And they are at least considering hitting for this back 20 seconds. Players up top, though. Kimura is going to be a bit of a nuisance here. 3M, by the way, does have a Hellstorm missile from his earlier spree. Kimura on 5 of his own. You don't want to be feeding 3M. Just got in the back line, and Loyal completely checks it. Makes sure that nobody gets in the back line. And so that back 25 is secured. They are now within touching distance of Ramstein.
It's one of those, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, for that back 20 seconds, right? Because even though you're going in toward the third set, you still did the legwork throughout the majority of that second set of hills. But it's transitioned out of Ramstein. They were trailing by 20, now they lead by 20 going in towards the second set. A little bit of a scramble all the way across the map. Ramstein starting to manipulate the B Street, trying to get behind enemy lines. Ice-T on a 3.
He's going to get shut down offside spree. Peterson on the right side of the map here for the moment. There is one player behind enemy lines, though. Sota, big 1 versus 1 for the time. Oh, shot's not that great. Omen will pick up those gunfights, and Ice-T follows up with another one still. Spawn's not locked in just yet, and they do not know it. The way that they're looking across the map right now, Peterson about to surprise them. They're still winning the gunfights here, but they're so preoccupied with this back 15 seconds. Finally, JR reveals his position. He will get cut down. And now all of a sudden, isolated by New. Sota needs to go big. Has to win that second gunfight against the player inside the pool. It's a big one. Sota gonna win it, and it keeps them in the game.
And with a headshot, no less, on the pistol. Buys time there for the reload. Again, still has the Hellstorm missile. Does 3M should they need it. 202 to 162. Peterson looking to hold this from the front. Nobody's really looking around the back, and Viz just walks in for free for 3.
Absolutely insane. Finally goes down, though. So that's the break that Ramstein wanted. That might be the moment here in this game we look back to as the moment might win them said game. Peterson have to approach the front. Nobody's watching it, so they can just walk straight towards the hard point. Yeah, Soda can take down 3AM now. You're overwhelming the front of the hard point. You take a 2-for-1 trade. Loyal, one more.
Oh!
Loyal picking up the kill, and that's Peterson now back in. Huge 20 seconds for them.
Loyal has a Hellstorm missile as well. Whoever loses his rotation, expect one to be called in. JR takes their own life. Where does he spawn? Probably closer over towards the P2 side. The spawns might be all over the place. Watch Ramstein sprint all the way across the map, trying to set themselves up inside of gold. P2 spawns here for Peterson. Trying to play some exits. Loyal finds the first. Again, Hellstorm missile should be called in. It could flip out the map.
I feel like you kind of have to, right? This is the hill where it's probably most useful.
You just got to get top art.
Here, then, yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely get top art for sure. But if you're not going to use it here, then obviously use it to the rotation towards New. Either way, top art control right now is in control for Ramstein. Kimura, the only player at this point in time that has control of the hill. Or top side, excuse me. Omen looking for the kill. He gets shut down. 3 kills coming through for Peterson. Ice-T trying to hold on towards Art, but the spawns aren't going to be affected regardless. Ice-T needs to win more fights. And while all that's going on, a chunky bit of time is going Peterson's way towards the hardpoint. Soda finally taken off it. One more survivor will be JR. He should be dealt with pretty damn quickly. So that's time for Ramstein. But Ice-T continuing to be a nuisance over by Art.
Expect for that Hellstorm missile. Chimera still hanging out over by P4. That's a kill that they desperately need. The push through P3 starting to come all the way through. Omen turns around to deal with it. Now you know the push is coming through from Palm Tree.
Kimura down. Loyal tagged up, 13 HP. That stun's going to connect. Just needs to survive. Hits the regen here towards the hard point. Gets the kill against Fizz. Needs another one, though, and he didn't expect Loyal to hit that quickly. So Ramstein now looking pretty good here for the back few seconds. Peterson trying to cross no man's land. Every single second that goes by is a second more to doom. It's Ramstein that take map number 1.
The Hellstorm missile is just not being used. I guess we G8'd it at the beginning of the day, Brody. That's tough scenes, man. It's just like the one piece of utility you have to like curve it into to gold, and or even just pressure it around the back. It still gets the splash damage for the players trying to take refuge inside that building. Like, you could have flipped that immediately, getting top gold control with an AR. Oh, that could have been so easy, or at least get out 3AMs, who was still holding on to his, I think, in response. 4,000 damage out of Ice-T. 31 non-traded kills out of his 34. Excuse me.
Yeah, he was being a proper nuisance there, I think, especially towards the back half of that game, right? We were talking about him getting some crucial gunfights in the closing couple of hills. But yeah, I mean, what a back and forth game, I will say, just on the whole, right? Shout out to both teams, because they really were giving each other a crazy game. Off the start, I was kind of expecting Peterson to kind of roll through Ramstein, right? Certainly through the first 3 kills. It was only after Ramstein got control of P4 did we actually start to have a game on our hands. And from that point onwards proper, it was a back and forth affair with both teams trading hard points.
Yeah, just trading HPs. It cannot be the story today, both for our pick'em sake. Ramstein starting off real hot. They started off, at least coming back through that second set, I thought was like one of the craziest turning events throughout the entirety of this map, number 1, Brody. You go back to the end of the first set, down by 20, end of the second set, up by 20, and then it's just a giant old scramble. This P2 was just a highlight reel of an area. I'm not too sure how many different 2 pieces that we were able to get out of just that one specific spot, but Loyal bouncing back in to keep things interesting. It just was not enough. Again, I'm just going to be losing sleep. I know it's only 9 a.m. over here, but trust me, I'm going to be thinking about it on the drive that I have later today. And once I end up going to sleep tonight, man, that Hellstorm missile just needed to be called in just a few moments earlier.
Yeah, I don't really get it either, mate. I saw the other thing I will say as well. You were talking about P2 being like a constant 2-piece area, right? I'm kind of surprised that neither team adapted to it by sending somebody towards like Palms to watch the cross, because like neither team had front coverage whatsoever, and that was a problem for both sides there. So maybe something to look forward to, I think, as we go further into the series. Maybe the next time we see Vault Hardpoint from either of these teams, if they survive, because only one of them is going to survive this matchup. With that said, then, let's take a look at our map set to show you guys what that has done to the series. A 250-207 victory for Ramstein. Well, not a convincing one by any stretch of the imagination, but it will do. Next up on the docket, we have a protocol search and destroy. We mentioned this at the top of the show. Ramstein, this is a map they lost to Cannon yesterday. So, I mean, look, Cannon proved that Ramstein can be beating here. That's going to be a big boon of success for Peterson.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, even more so than that, it was against Cannon, and as we were talking about at the top of the show, Ramstein's ability throughout the week just to power up just mentally, just going back and studying VOD to be able to rectify their issues in a map mode combination is quite terrifying, just to be able to leave it open, right? You know, they get rid of the red card, both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. They wanted to keep things in close proximity, mostly for what their setups had to absolve of what Cannon were developing on the map yesterday, and that is a lot of 3AM's just nuttiness, right? He's gonna try to take those gut check chows down low. You know that Omen's gonna be playing for that delayed timing over by P2, over top zips, over trips, depending on what side of the bomb that they're on. This is all mutual information. Peterson should be aware of this as well, man. Coming in towards this, they do have that round 11 win versus Misawa. It was the same round 11 map that they ended up facing them on to start off the entire tournament as well. But even then, they were trying to claw their way back from a lot of deficits that they did not need to put themselves into, Brody. So the immediate turnover to 9 a.m. to play a Protocol Search and Destroy to tie up the series is, it feels rather demanding, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It is a big ask, I think, for sure. And you said it right. I think the biggest issue here is the fact that 3AM's on the map. That's going to be a problem. You guys might not know how to play Search and Destroy, though, so if you don't, we've just got the VT for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
All right, folks. Well, that is Search and Destroy in a nutshell. That is the next map up on the docket here between these two teams. Again, it is worth saying that even though they lost it yesterday to Cannon, Rammstein have proven to be a pretty darn good Search and Destroy team, just evidently not on Protocol. So maybe that's the way into this series. I don't know. Both Proper and I said this was going to be a 3-0. So I don't know, dude. I have no idea how this one's going to go. I would love to see Peterson tie up the series, though. I think, Peterson, just a couple of hard points they let slip in that last map, and things could have been totally different. I feel like they're going to have a better time here on S&D.
I think Rammstein have been able to showcase throughout this entire tournament. They're also a team that's willing to take advantage of when there are those forced errors across the entirety of the map. Like, this is what's been catching Peterson a lot by surprise throughout the entirety of this tournament. They keep on leaving a lot of meat on the bone, man. You got to be able to close out a lot of these different situations. You get an advantage. Whether they're aware of it or not, they've been progressing more and more and at least closing out certain situations, especially when we got down towards that Vault Control map number 3 versus Misawa to close out our day yesterday. Protocol Search and Destroy map number 2 is going to be an interesting, as we already pointed out. 3AM, he's alive until he isn't, so be on the lookout for that guy.
Yeah, 3AM is the guy. If you shut down 3AM, obviously he isn't the entirety of the Search and Destroy strategy. We also gave a lot to Omen, right? A lot of love to that guy for his Search and Destroy presence yesterday versus Cannon. But still, 3AM, it does feel like that's kind of half the battle, right? Just make sure he's off the map and you should be perfectly fine. We'll see whether or not that's the case, though. 3AM, he's taking one of his routes off the start here. And oh, God, 3AM, if you're going to put something beautiful like that on our screen, you got to follow through.
2 for 2 trades, though. He's loyal down low. Might be able to find the A's, honestly. Bomb's going to get collected for Rammstein. That's what could set it up.
Yeah, is that bomb side down inside sight? I believe that it is.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's,
it is.
Yeah, that's difficult for Rammstein. I will say the good news, I guess, for Rammstein is that Peterson don't actually know that that's the case here. At least certainly the way that they're playing. Maybe Loyal does, but I think he's just keeping an eye on the A site as opposed to the bomb itself. JR, on the other hand, is going for the world's longest flank onto himself. Rammstein now trying to activate, trying to get back into the site. Here we go. Entry. Viz has just seen one. Loyal also spotting out Viz. Omen now the wild card in the play. Both players spotted out. You take a trade now. I don't know if that nade connected. JR and Loyal, or Viz, excuse me, on Loyal, both on headies. Viz trying to back away. Hits the reload at the wrong time. Loyal will throw shoulders. It is Viz that needs to make the move forward here. He knows it as well. They've slid forward. Loyal slide out towards the site.
Dirty.
And it takes a jump shot to close it. Viz, surprised he even got a look at that gunfight.
Yeah, no, that was dirty. I mean, just trying to play for the timing, right? You heard it starting to tick down. Loyal will end up getting the entire ace there. That tracking onto the player that dropped down inside a spiral, disgusting. This challenge, egregious as it may have been, he very much so could have just reprised over by the big door, giving up the head glitch, and probably would have found better timing, given that Viz had to play for the bomb plant with the timing on the clock. Loyal said, nah, I'm good, bruv, and then he just took the chow anyway. Red screen, be damned. The entire ace is great. 4 kills in a single round. No trophy systems, probably on a handful of players. This fast offense over towards B is going to stick. That's a great nade on a Kamura's forehead.
Loyal going to go down, so any streak that he was possibly putting together will be shut out. Rammstein were defending the B site, or A site, excuse me. No one was over there, so now they're going to have to reposition here. Kimura might get some horrible timing. Oh, he converts that kill. No way. He's not going to get the second 3M for the trade, but the fact he gets the first, that's disgusting.
Yeah, it sure is. No helicopter being looked at either. Soder's just holding this angle. Is his nameplate? Yeah, should be revealed off the window peak, but you don't get all of the greatest aim assists in the world off of the initial peak there. All about the centering. Watch out for JR. He's trying to get activated. Yeah, inside of bottom trips. He finds the player that challenges him out from bottom lockers, but nobody's been watching out for Omen. Oh, he just got scouted.
Oh. Yep. Shot. Oh, what? My Amos doesn't do that. Soda down. JR now split between the two. Has to waste time taking Omen out of the play. I don't even think he's going to get that. Omen shots are on point. That was the tastiest little play from Omen.
Player that we were starting to highlight. You remember going back through P3 back in the Vault map 1, man? He was like 1-7 or something. He was having an absolute stinger. Like, he finishes that map 19-25, Brody. Like, he turned that around immensely. Hey, he's an absolute beamerson, and I think coming into the Search and Destroy, like I said, like, he's going to be that player, especially on defense. He was top zips. He drops down off the courtyard. That was the reaction off of the nade. He was the one that landed it right on a Kimura, and that slowed up his positioning to try to help out what was going to be Loyal's assault over towards the backside of bottom trips. Wonderful manipulation of the map early out of Ramstein.
It's the same play again from 3 a.m. They're wise to it. Wait, no. You nutter. Don't do that. Don't do that. Wait till you hit the regen. All right, cool. Now we can take the fight. Stun over the top. JR preoccupied with Viz. Oh, it's a beautiful team play. 3am looking for more to try and clear out the A site. That's the play call from Ramstein. Unfortunately, the bomb carrier goes down. So, despite a beautiful play from Viz and 3am, Ramstein's still at a disadvantage here.
3am starting to get activated, though. They're just going to play the corner inside of lockers. Players are starting to hunt out Viz. He's going to give up that angle. 3am starting to move now. There's a player laying on the AA gun. He's just not going to see it as Kimura. And this timing to drop down low just could be about everything. But they're so close to setting up a well-coordinated pinch. It just comes down to the timing. Player on the AA gun. Or the glass break and finds the chow. No trade from 3am. It's too late.
Yeah, he spotted the player, but he's gone. Smoke and mirrors. 3am. Have fun with this one, buddy. Kimura with the jump shot. That stun will connect. Doesn't even matter. Kimura with a nice tasty shot to take 3am down. And yeah, I mean, kind of right at the start of the round, right? Great play from Viz and 3am. But when your bomb carrier can't actually get in the site, you are going to lose the round.
Yeah. And it just comes down to the stellar defense that we've been seeing down low continuously. And, you know, if you go back to, like, Peterson versus Misawa, the one thing that Misawa was, like, continuously doing on the protocol search and destroy, and I'm sure that Peterson are very aware of this because we were talking to them about it in their post-match interview, was how many times that they were just dropping down that elevator shaft. They're very aware of those grenades to stop that dead in its tracks, and that's exactly where the bomb carrier was going, man. It doesn't matter the route that you're starting to take. It's 2 offenses in a row. We're going to have to see some better adaptations coming through. But Peterson going to try their odds at it. Nobody's here.
Yeah, this just looks so much better from Peterson right now. Ice-T has to get some value here. Slide out. You put some shots in towards one. Shots in towards both, but 3am on the flank down low. He's so damn fast. You just need somebody to dangle some keys in front of their faces, and 3am will sweep the leg. What about this play?
Now watch it. He hit the fastest route you could possibly imagine all the way up top. Dead silence, fully cleared. Ice-T went for the chow, and when it looks like if you're just watching from his POV, he totally scams. The fact that he stays alive gets all the information. 3am saw nobody top grandmas. Drops down the elevator shaft behind them to couple that along with Ice-T for the pinch. It was almost an ace, but that was all developed from Omen getting that slide and seeing 3.
All right, 2 versus 2. In terms of rounds, 4v4 in terms of lives. Straight towards the B-bomb site, Ramstein go. They will overwhelm Sota, and all those players that were inside Armory now have to pull all the way back. No one's watching the bomb carrier, it's worth saying. 3am still getting a position, but it doesn't matter because 3am has a snapper to work with. Second player on the board. Oh, 3am takes them down so easily. 5 in a row now for the man, and they know where the last player is.
Yeah, they sure do. Top trips. Good headshot there on Omen. Always taking the different angles and routes. You got Ice-T watching the drop out from the zip window, and that's exactly where they're going to try to take refuge. Ramstein, as clean as you could possibly imagine there, to add another one on towards the board. Their defensive nades are absolutely on point, man. It's just like or their offensive nades, excuse me, just to be able to depict a whole lot of information and make everybody feel trapped. It's either these trophy systems are going down late, or they're just being used in improper spaces to not be denying nades when you need them defensively to be able to take some space. Ramstein team is definitely prepared, and when 3am is feeling himself, we've seen all tournament long, he's doing stuff like this.
You just got to find a way to stop the aggression from Ramstein. Play to their place. Here we go again. Peterson in towards the site. Oh, 1-for-1 trade is fine. Loyal towards the backline. Finds 2. So now 2 versus 2 as Viz takes Kimura out of the play. You're fine with this, though, because you have bomb site control. Use that to your advantage.
You're good with this for now. Should have been. Give it up. Spidey senses. 3am's dead. What looker are you possibly worried about? Omen normally hits the route all the way through AA gun, but they're going to wrap this. And Viz's timing to stop this. What?
Oh, no. I really thought Viz had conned that. I really thought Viz knew. I guess it doesn't matter. They find JR anyway. And now I guess you just got to wait. Yeah, they've just spotted him. You're dead. Loyal, you got to play something super special here to stop this. Omen keeping an eye on the top. That stun not going to connect. You're now watching over the site, and Omen just needs to sit on the defuse. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're unfortunate you don't get it on the first time right proper, but you end up finding the kill anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be kicking yourself if you are Peterson, right? Because, like, you're probably going to go back, watch this VOD, and then you're going to, like, see, and it's like, I feel like one of them had to have calmed that just to plant the rock, right? Like, you almost feel like you got the trades, that you shouldn't have been worried for the timing of the flank. Just try to get yourself in, like, the most winningest position possible, but then the Ben Hill music continued as we got over towards Viz's perspective as completely underneath his nose of Cobblestone. Didn't check the bomb. But the retake came through nonetheless. I don't know. Very, very odd scenes. Very odd indeed. 2-round lead now for Ramstein. Omen's on 3. Offense was very fast over towards B. Peterson thinks it's over towards A this time, and there's resistance over here offensively.
Viz has already taken a couple of players out of the play as well. RC car! Oh god, I think that might actually be the first RC car kill we've seen all week. Normally they get blown up or someone gets out of them before they get a kill. Either way, we're just down to JR now, and it's not long. Your expiry date is in a second. Ramstein continue to roll through this search and destroy.
It's the same nade that is set offensively that always gets thrown by Ramstein. And I'm sure that a lot of people are probably taking this into their ranked games and have been as well. You've probably been affected by this as the defensive team that's trying to push over towards that bottom zip area to try to meet over by Big Door. You get hit with that nade, that's all the information that you need. Ramstein split the map 2-2, nobody topped Grandma's, and then once that nade connected, they just sprinted all the way through. Viz, I believe he was the one that threw it, but he was definitely the one that was able to reap the benefits from it. Now map point for Ramstein.
And it just feels like this early on in this S&D. Peterson haven't had anything to say. They are going to get aggro towards B. They realize that winning those opening gunfights on A hasn't really been a positive for them whatsoever. Omen tagged up top armory as well, so he's going to have to slow down. No more coverage over the middle of the map here for Ramstein. B-bomb site has been obtained. The problem is there's players close towards site. Ice-T is going to be a nuisance, yet he takes Lil down, and now you're in trouble.
It just gave up way too much space, right? You could just play the trades if you're Peterson, extend this just a little bit. Soder. Red dot chasing. Chill out a little bit here. Oh, bomb being looked at, though. Ice-T, what timing is that? He's going to get traded, but the bomb has been dropped. 1v2?
You know what the player is. Omen finds the kill. Does he get away? No way. No way. Immediate child coming through. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. Hits the regen. Just get away. Go get the bomb. What are you doing? Go. You can go grab the bomb and get it down. You know where Omen is.
Dude, Soder's gotten his 1 kill this round, and he is just thirsty for blood, dude. He's looking for it, man. He actually made the perfect wrap.
All right, never mind. Never mind. We went from like a 25 IQ play to 120 IQ play. This is incredible. Soda, get that bomb down. He's not going to be able to stop this, Omen. So it's all going to be about the post plant. He's planting it for zip side. Does Omen read it? On the hunt. They're about to chase. Soda looking in the direction. Omen will take full damage for this play. He's got to go for it. He's not going to use that stun, but it doesn't matter because Soda repositions himself. Unfortunate COD timing. He sat there and looked. He would have got that dub, but Omen clutches up Ramstein 6-2.
6-2 final score there, and honestly, I don't blame him for not throwing that stun. More often than not, when I throw that stun, it just kind of bounces straight back up in my schnoz, and then I just give away my position, and then I just kind of scam the round. But yeah, able to find the time to drop it down, and the reposition coming through from Soder. That was just a very interesting way for the last 2 rounds to develop. I will say that much out of Ramstein versus Peterson in a map number 2. But hey, shout out us, man. Predictions looking pretty good so far. Ramstein with a 2-0 lead.
Man, really weird search and destroy, I think, on the whole. I guess I could say that a lot about many of the search and destroys that we've seen this week. But Peterson, you know, look, they tried to get in the ace bomb site multiple times, right? And just every single time that they tried it, more or less, it didn't really work. Apart from a couple of rounds where, you know, maybe they get lucky, maybe Ramstein gives themselves a couple of, away just a little bit too much. But their offensive efforts, it never really felt like they could do anything with them. They were never winning those initial trades proper.
No, they weren't, and just giving their way to be too susceptible, I guess, to set nades over the top. And that's what I keep like talking about, like these trophy systems. Like, I don't know where they were, but they definitely weren't being used in situations to be able to forward progress them away from the spawns. Always felt like that when they were getting in their positions, they were forced to turtle up to wait for the regen because of the set nade damage, and it just allowed 3 a.m. late to reap the benefits from it. Started roaming the map. I see with the RCXD kill later on, and then it sets up for Omen to be able to get the last kill. End things on a 5 spree, get the post-plant 1v1 victory, and honestly sets up for what could be a very cataclysmic 3-0 end to Peterson's tournament.
Yeah, Peterson, I mean, they started that search and destroy well enough, right? They even had moments of greatness, but they were only moments, and they didn't last that long. Peterson, unfortunate in that search and destroy at multiple points. Shout out to pretty much everybody on Ramstein for being a massive part of the momentum shift in that search and destroy, especially those final 4 rounds. They're starting to roll through this series now, proper. The hard point was close. I wouldn't describe that search and destroy as close.
No, I wouldn't either, right? I mean, again, we talked about Omen, or at least I have. I've been keeping a very close eye on him, mostly because I shouted him out, and I don't like being wrong, Brody. Omen started off 1-7, like going back to that hard point. He comes into this search and destroy. He goes 8-2 with just under 1,000 damage, but like the legwork was shared throughout the entirety of Ramstein. Again, I'm going to continue to sing their praises until they're eliminated in the tournament, and then I can't do it no more. You can't stop me. Their teamwork is just absolutely ecstatic, bro. Like, it's very fantastic to be able to see this late stage of the game. Like, yeah, 3 AM is popping off, but I see with like his 5 assists going 7-5, again, just under 1,000 damage, was always putting in the legwork. Like, even if the stat line does not look the sexiest, trust me, these guys are humming together.
Yeah, well, look, I wouldn't want to stop you, mate, is the thing. So I would never stop you when you're happy about something. All right, look, 2-0 up in this series of Ramstein. Peterson going to need a mental regain, and they're going to have a couple of minutes to get that. We're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break could be the final map in the series. Don't go far.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We have Ramstein currently 2-0 up against Peterson. The loser of this series says sayonara, and the winner of this series moves on to the losers bracket quarterfinal. It is a very, very important matchup. Ramstein, I mean, they're 2-0 up, mate. They've looked so good in this series so far. We talked a little bit about that hard point being close, but that search and destroy that you and I just got to watch, oh boy, I'm fairly certain there's UK laws against that now.
Yeah, it was close until it wasn't. Like, by the time that it wasn't, it was after, like, what would you say, like round 3, round 4?
Yeah.
This just slowly developed into the Ramstein masterclass that was the search and destroy. And it was all by way of some really good utility usage. So that sets up for the Hacienda control going in towards what could very much so be the conclusion in this series. Peterson versus Masala, even on the vault control. Again, comparing apples to oranges. Where it's not enough to suggest that this could potentially go either way, but we have seen this story before, Brody. Is there another one on the docket potentially?
I don't know, dude. The control looks so good for Ramstein yesterday. And like you said, I know apples to oranges. I know it's a totally different thing, but like you go to that round number 5, they decimated Cannon. And I know we had that little bit of like a wait, right, between rounds 4 and 5, but it's so difficult for me to imagine this series going any other way now. But I love Peterson, excuse me. I want to see more of Peterson. I would love to see them get to map 5, not only because it would be fun, but also because there's a dealership awaiting us, and I really damn want to cast a dealership. I don't know if we're going to get there, though. Where we are going to go is to a control, and we know that some of you might not know how to play control, so here's how.
For control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the 2 objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Okay, so that is control. If you didn't know how to play it, well, now you do. And these teams better know how to play it. Peterson, I keep saying Anderson. Peterson know how to play it. They have to know how to play it, because if they don't, they're done.
Why'd you try to give like a nice little southern accent to that one? But yeah,
I don't know why I did that.
They sure would be over if they cannot win Hacienda control, so it'd be interesting coming on or over towards this one. So not too sure who's starting off on offense. That's what's going to be setting up the stages for what this control might be looking like. Because again, I'm gonna continue to talk about it. Utility got to be on point here, especially when you're gonna have 3 AM just like roaming throughout the entirety of the map. Omen has now warmed up. Biz with his AR is also making some really good decisions on the map. It's not gonna be easy, but Peterson, they definitely have the tools required to definitely get this job done. Can they do it in a full-on reverse sweep? I'm not too sure, but if they come out hot and ready, more hot and ready than a pizza, I suppose, they'll be prepared to do it.
I don't know where you were going with that.
I don't know, man. I wanted a little Caesar's reference, and it's too early for me to be trying to make little fun jokes.
Honestly, I thought you were going to go for like Hot Pockets or something like that, you know? Like, I don't know why.
First we feast, man.
Oh, brother. Oh, let's go. Oh, we're going to do some content with Hot Pockets. Anyway, let's talk about Ramstein versus Peterson. Big map for Peterson to try and take away if they possibly can. And already off the start here, they're looking towards trade. Soda trying to get top side control. He's going to get shut down enough to find initial. Ice-T, though, will lose his fight. So Peterson looking all right at the moment, but they got to start getting players up the map.
Yeah, sure do. And it almost could feel like a pin was going to drop there for like that next 10 seconds, just underneath a minute. Couple kills do come through on the map. Loyal up to 3-0. He's going to be the one that you're mostly going to be watching out for. Who's already through the awning. He's at bottom secret immediately. You heard footsteps. They're going to isolate Ice-T. 3 AM. Trying to find the route for that trade. Will do so. Hopping on the A zone, stalling out the clock.
Peterson trying to hold on. Biz runs out into the open, and he's going to get shut down. This is solid from Peterson. Every single point of coverage is being watched right now. Oh, God. Ice-T has just ruined JR's day. And how many more days can he ruin? Still alive, by the way. One player just got past, and, well, that is still Kimura, who still needs to be dealt with, technically. He's going to actually take 3 AM down, and, well, for that, Loyal also going to take Ice-T out of the play. You've now lost top secret control. You've got just over 15 seconds on the clock to make a move here. Everybody needs to go down through the fences side. Loyal really heating up now. JR also finds 2, and that really should be it. Omen has to be the playmaker. You've got 4 seconds. He, at the very least, is going to try and stop the clock here. But, I mean, you were all by your lonesome.
Yeah. I think that's what's like the most alarming part about it all is that you are all by your lonesome. So 0 segments. Peterson starting off the defensive side. This is what I was talking about, Brody. This is something you could build behind. Loyal starting to heat things up again off away from that map too. Not saying that he didn't have impact, but not as much as a pop-off performance as what we got from that Vault hardpoint. I'll tell you that much, but this is something that you're going to need a lot of. Just try to manipulate the map. Someone bait for Loyal and just set himself up for, like, easy 2 to 3 pieces. Because once this guy has space, he can start to produce some magic. That opening break-off brought to you by some very good utility. Allowed him to get inside of bottom secret post-opening kills. Allowed him to find 6 within that round. Going to come down to Ramstein and potentially offer up the same amount of goods. But as we're going in towards this round, trophy systems would be available.
And that is the difference, I guess. Starting things off on the defense, as you said, you do have those trophy systems, but unfortunately for Ramstein, they fully committed to a rock towards A push. That's not the play call whatsoever for Peterson. They might well get a tick of progression off the bat here. Ramstein are now going to full send it here on the defense. Omen over the top, trying to get some shots through. Finds the kill. That's a stun that bops your teammate's head. B goes down, finds the kill. Doesn't get all of the trades. Omen is the player to do that, but that is 1 tick gone based off the off-the-rip movement from Ramstein.
Oh, nice shots out of Kimura. He's going to cut down Omen on that cross. I see. Oh, he's going to try to delay pick it. Where these stuns are coming through the overtop of arches. Ice-T repeaks the opposite side, goes 1 for 1. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, here comes the push. The first segment's already locked over at B, but Peterson are relentless.
Peterson now starting to move forward as well. Ramstein trying to hold on through Tin. Nice slide out from Ice-T. Gets the double. That's the hold for the moment here. They are just a moment away, I should say, from losing control of the point. Viz and Omen, they might have just salvaged it from the back of the line. They will make sure that B doesn't go just yet. Peterson, they still want this.
Good prediction. Shots coming through there from Icy. Keeps at least one player weak. It was Loyal. No space could be found off of this. Peterson, again, just trying to force their way in towards the B zone to work that segment. Tough gunfight for Loyal. He's able to walk away with it. 2 for 2 trade. It's 3 AM for 2 on the opposite side. He's trying to find the opposite pinch to stop the A zone from being worked on. He's finding success in doing so. And then Loyal's going to get snucked out, trying to get a desperate push for that last segment. He just needed to wait for his team.
Yeah, I don't really get it either, to be honest. Either way, Peterson now starting to split the offensive line just a little bit here. Progress being made on A at this point in time. Ramstein, they will at the very least will clear it out. Couple of players now at the spawn, getting towards the point. Loyal survives the initial gunfight. Couple of players, Loyal turns around, picks up 3 AM as well. It took them an effort or two, but point B has finally been secured, and now Peterson just have 1 point to focus on.
Yeah, the relentless assault finally paying off. 3 AM's going to go on a very long route all the way through open stairs. By then, Peterson have already found 2 kills. Viz has found a trade on the opposite side, but look at the space being provided. JR's already through bottom office.
Starting to clear the space now. Peterson, second tick through. Soda recognizes 3 AM from down high. Now all the presence coming through Winery. They've just got to pick corners. JR goes for the slide child that isolates Soda towards the point. You've got 3 players to contend with. You can only take down 1. Posthumous Nade will take down the second. 7v6 now. Second tick through. 3 AM trying to hold on. You can feel the desperation in the way that Ramstein are playing around this point. Loyal now starting to puncture holes in the defense. 5 versus 4. Still. Time stopped. Still. Players on the point until 3 AM comes down. He finds 2. 3 versus 3 we go.
Gotta be playing the trades, but that last segment's already being worked on. The kill goes away from the zone. Now there's just a couple players that are missing. Kimura, JR have isolated themselves, but Kimura finds first. 2v2.
Diamond goes down. All down to Ice-T. Brings it down to a 1 versus 1. This is a big save of a round if Ice-T can manage it.
Hop on the zone.
JR, I mean, yeah, you just need to hop on the zone. But he's going to play the off angle. Ice-T. Cheers left. Sees him. Gets the kill. And he saves the round. Oh my goodness me. Ramstein thanking their lucky stars and really thanking Ice-T that he wins that 1 versus 1.
They had a 3-life lead the majority of that round, still lost the B zone. Peterson, square peg, round hold their way all the way to a B zone capture, and almost got away with a hamburgery at the end there for the final segment to be captured at A. Just relentless assaults, just over towards the B zone, just gets all over Ramstein, thinking that that's where the majority of the push is going to be coming from. No routes to be taken or given for 3 a.m. He actually had a really tough go of things in that defense. There's a reason why Peterson were able to bring it all the way back. Just really well done out of Loyal, building his team through that 16-8 now. But still that 5 segments, albeit a defense for a defense, is what you're going to have to meet if you're Ramstein.
Good first blood for Ice-T. Good second for Ice-T as well. Starting to move up the map a little bit. Ramstein need this round. Ice-T starting this round on a killing spree. 5 to his name. And now really starting to force the aggression even further. Ice-T trying to generate some space for his roster. Has to be careful with a Jackal player. I know that thing's deadly. You don't want to run out into open space and almost immediately die. Ramstein just on the whole here. Really focused on generating space. Somebody, please jump on the objective, because you're getting a lot of kills here. There we go. Finally, round on A. First hit going to be through from Ramstein, the double stack, but Loyal, you haven't accounted for him behind. Loyal clears out the point, and Peterson now just have to work those players getting those spawn kills.
Just needed a second player to hop on that A zone and would have been able to get that second segment. Loyal, I believe, was able to find, or I'm sorry, Ice-T on this 8 spree just needs a kill or an assist, and he'll find the kill. Hellstorm missile has been accrued. Third segment being worked on over by A, depleted now by JR. They're trying to turtle things up, but Ramstein are all over the place. Ice-T still alive on 11 in a row. Give him number 12. 13 is coming his way. He's prepared for it, but cannot walk away with it. The fact that we have not fully captured a zone off of all of that is insane to me still, but we're still slaying.
Ice-T with the 10 spree. I think it was 12 is what he finished on, right? That is insane. I was actually going to say as we jumped over to him, are nukes allowed? Are they a thing in competitive? I don't think they are, but if they were, Ice-T would probably have been on course for one there. Either way, you're
COD
right.
Mobile,
Yeah, 5 players down. COD Mobile they are. Yeah, we should be playing COD Mobile right now, because that would be real fun to see Ice-T get himself a nuke. Either way, yeah. Aggression, not that great right now. 18 versus 13. Ramstein need to start focusing on the objective. They need to get some power position control as well. Stuns and utility over the top. Ice-T going to lose control of one of those power positions. 3 a.m. towards the point. Good for one, but nobody's looking forward. Loyal able to use that to his advantage. He will get the players off the point.
Desperation setting in. Dude. 20 seconds remain. Their life lead dwindled down to 2. Ramstein have to hop a zone. And when you need him most, the guy that went on the 12 spree is playing the Merc corner, finds the first. He's still on the zone, stalling the clock, prepare for the second, he cannot.
At the very least, we'll turn the attention of Peterson towards that point. A is about to go. There we go. Extra 60 seconds, but that life advantage has disappeared in front of their very eyes. They only have a 2 life advantage now. And they're just trying to play trades at this point in time. Good read from Viz that Soda might be trying to attempt to flank, and that really should be it here in this round. One last wave of gunfights, and, well, it would be over. Omen able to take down one on the point. Gets the reload at the wrong time. Still alive somehow. Great coverage from the teammates. That's 4 dead. That's 4 down. Ramstein take the first offense in this control.
Yeah, they do it via the segments, too. I think, again, that is what's most important. Now they are just leading in that department by 1. Should they go for the full hold, it goes around 5. Ramstein will have that defense, but they got to do what is seemingly impossible as far as both sides of the control zones are possible, and that is just stabilize the ground. Ice-T's opening from the 3. The fact that he finds this third to start the go on the 5 spree, and then continue on to what we saw through bottom line, back up through top office, poking back over by the boathouse. It's just amazing how hard it was to be fought for a 6-segment capture offensive win. Like, I cannot stress that enough. I ain't never seen something like that before. Here we go. Peterson got to answer back with an offensive if they want to stay alive in this best of 5.
Yeah, they got really close last time. I think it was Ice-T that was in the 1 versus 1 at the end, right? If I remember that correctly as well.
That's right.
Yeah, Ice-T is real the man for Ramstein here in this game. God, I can't wait for a post-match interview with him if they do end up winning this one. Either way, Ramstein need to hold on for the moment, and they first time actually clear the B zone this time around. Peterson are actually dealing with players pushing up the map too. Viz trying to catch the guys off spawn, coming through. JR will get shut down. All of the players are losing their fights right now. All they're relying on one sneaky beaver who has gotten through.
3AM not going to be able to get that kill over by Wine. Instead, going to give his red dot up to Chimera, trying to find pressure all the way up top. He's the only one that's finding any sort of ground. So any kill that he can find is going to be space provided for his team. Finally getting past the arches, Brody.
Finally getting some control of the map here. Ramstein seems to be deadly focused on making sure they don't lose the B zone. There's actually a double stack going on at the A zone right now, so Ramstein want to be careful about this one. Ice-T through you is going to get shut down. 2 players here. 2 kills. Good for Peterson, I should say. Omen going to fire back with a couple of his own, and that means that no more players on the A zones. The timer will start clicking once again. Omen keeping an eye on the middle of the map. Viz now loses a gunfight towards top secret, so Peterson once again starting to make these move forward proper, but they don't really have much to work with.
Time dwindling down. Only 1 second to be captured. Ice-T finds kill number 30 in map number 3. You think he wants to continue on with the tournament? This kill feed is definitely suggesting so. 12 seconds remain. Loyal's not going to read the corner. It still didn't read it. Jumps right over his forehead. We're running out of time, but they're on the A zone. The 2-player stack is in.
Yeah, 3AM though. He's here. He's been a nightmare for Peterson. And he always comes at one time. It's 3 AM. Loyal will find one. Trying to get past. Again, you take the trades. If you're Ramstein, you're going to get on a point. 1 second. They're on it. 0.7 seconds on the clock. Kill for Soda. Double stack through. Second tick going to be in. Ramstein looking for control of the point. Ice-T with a slide out. Peterson might have just saved the round, and they do.
You gotta be careful off this transition now. Omen. Oh, he couldn't walk away with the first kill. Snaps back to find the exit. 2 for 1 goes the trade. Ice-T stuck in the 1v1 now. Over by the hedges that enabled his 12 spree. Over towards the B zone. First segment looking good to get capped.
No way. There's just no way. Ramstein, don't chuckle this. You got an 11 versus 8 player inside tin. Oh god, Loyal has just done it. Ice-T has full sent the Hellstorm missile. The reinforcements are gone. Peterson now just all on 1 player. Loyal gets stunned out of tin, so they know he's not there anymore. He's got the reinforcements. I'm shocked that nobody from Ramstein moved up the map after getting those kills from Ice-T. Nobody tried to get rid of Loyal either, so that's 2 problems they're going to have to live with. And now towards the point, they're losing the fight. Ice-T will double up. He goes down. 3AM to 17 HP. He gets shut out as well. Ramstein, you got to run towards the point. They're going to capture it if you don't get on it. Omen towards the point. He finally takes 1 player down. 2 on the other side. Peterson, 3 versus 4 here. Omen using the Mercury's corner, just trying to play the life. Hits the reloads, a nade for the kill. 2 versus 1 now. All down to Soda versus Fizz. 1 versus 1. Get on the point. You got to get on the point. Fizz does it. Contests it. Shot out from Soda. He wins it, and he salvages the control.
10 segments to the good, able to force out the round 5. And again, you called it. Hellstorm missile used. No space taken off the Hellstorm that found 2. I cannot believe it. And now, because of a round 5 force, Ramstein are going to have the offense off of what should have been a single segment hold in the defense. We should have been talking about their next series and how Buckley has a 1-0 lead off stage. But we're not. Instead, we're loading into a round 5 offense. Ice-T looking to drop 50 at this rate to potentially win and deny any reverse sweep potential.
Man, I don't even know what to say. We'll talk about it after the map. If Ramstein do end up losing this now, they have to win another offense, and it might be too much to ask for. Ice-T hasn't had the phenomenal start that he had previously. He's trying to be a nuisance up top. I think Peterson might well just ignore him and let the players come off the spawn. No, never mind. Loyal's actually coming back to try and take Ice-T out the play. On the other side, Soda is moving on the max to be an annoyance. And there we go. Ice-T's been found out. You ain't getting a 12 spree this time.
Nope. Nice shots coming through from Omen again. We'll find at least 1 trade, but he's the only one on the map that's finding said kills. Nobody's picking up the bottom U-turn push. Everybody was worried about top office. Everybody just died over by the A control zone, by the way. Ramstein, we gotta lock in.
Gotta have it. Big 1 versus 1 here for 3AM. Slides out. Loyal knows it. Dance around on the B point. 3AM doesn't know where Loyal is. Loyal could still give him the shock of his life, but no, gets the coverage over the top here. Omen from afar, good for it. 3AM can't follow up the kill of his own. It's a double from JR. Towards the point now, Viz trying to salvage it, and that's not going to happen. So the clearance of the point is good. Ramstein, you've got to focus on one of these points as a team right now.
Oh, man. They're so bewildered just off of just being here in this round 5. It should have been done in 4. 20 seconds remain. Viz finds 1 kill. Ice-T gives away his position inside a U-turn. The only player is going to be Viz. Easy turn there from Loyal. 35 and 20. 10 seconds remain.
Loyal's going to be a constant nuisance as well. Soda, good trigger discipline, ends up getting the kill regardless. Shutdown off the trade. It's going to be the A hit. It's again Loyal, though. You haven't cleared out behind. JR from up top as well. A combination of that. That should be it. One last little push from Ice-T. He has to go big as well, but he cannot be a superhero now. Oh, never mind. JR goes for the mantle. Ice-T survives. I don't think you can get another player on the point, though, and you cannot. Peterson ruining our predictions, ruining Ramstein's control. They will take it.
There's just no reason whatsoever that they should have been in that round 5 in the first place. They just completely fumbled it in that round 4 to allow all of that space to go over towards the A control zone and then just throwing away their lives, not taking away positioning over off of the Hellstorm missile. 39-30 is a crazy stat line whether you win or lose. 33-25, 36-21 on the opposite side from Loyal and Kimura. It's just equally as an insane stat line. And majority of those kills in those spring moments came out from the from Loyal at the beginning of the game, but Kimura stepped up in a massive way towards the tail end of this as well. Peterson really laid the fire as far as the opening offense is concerned. Ramstein fought back, and honestly, I thought I was prepared to put it to rest the way that they closed out that offense, man. But clearly, we were set up for a Hacienda hardpoint map 4 all along.
Yeah, it's just that round 4, right? I mean, look, you got to give them some love, right, Ramstein, for that round number 3. I think Ice-T in particular, even though they kind of almost chuckled it, given the fact they had, like, what, an 8 or 9 life advantage, I think it was, for what Ice-T was doing. It was something to that effect. Even still, just that round number 4 is so damning. It really is. You know, you can't afford to lose it. And it is wild that it kind of all falls apart, you know, as we've said already, off of one single play. Like, literally one single play would have seen Ramstein into round number 3, and it's just the fact that you get a couple of kills. You know where the last player is. Like, the thing is with the Hellstorm, right, is that you don't just get the kills. You also see with the little diamond shapes or whatever where the players are on the Hellstorm. So you get information as to where everybody is that's come up to spawn, and they just don't use it correctly. That's unfortunate there for Ramstein, and frankly, Peterson deserve to win that control, the clutch up that they had. So 2-1 in the series now means that Ramstein are still in the lead, but Peterson have had something to say. Let's show you guys now the series as it's gone down map by map. Because Hardpoint, map number 1, was actually pretty competitive for the most part, right? We were very back and forth. We talked about kind of one team being 20-point up after the first set, and then we got to the second, and then 20-point lead for the other team. I think Ramstein were the latter, who managed to kind of continue that 20-point lead to a dub in the end. Honestly, I'm not convinced that we're not going to see a dealership here.
I'm starting to believe a little bit more that we could end up seeing that map 5 dealership, just all depending on how deflated all of Ramstein are going in towards that Hacienda hardpoint. Because, yeah, I mean, you called it. That map number 1, it was very, very competitive, especially through the opening set. The second set bounced back a pretty big way from Ramstein, but that was all off of, like, their macro capability, and that was, like, the continuation going into the fall and protocol search and destroy soon after, which is why, like, I'm kind of, like, I'm still confused as to how they didn't shut down what was developing in that round number 4, but much like myself, they're going to have to regain and just prepare for the Hacienda hardpoint, which isn't a bad look for them. Like, you go over towards everywhere that they've been tested throughout all of their tournaments so far, and Hacienda should be fitting right into their wheelhouse, right? You got Viz, he's beaming with the AR, 3M can lurk with an SMG. It just makes sense, but so long as Peterson are playing with the white-hot fuego that we got to see, especially from Loyal, who knows how far they can go. Get yourself ready.
Oh, I'm muted. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Hi. You just didn't want to hear my voice. It's because I was typing away. I agree with you that it's like a good map for them, but it's just like at the same time, I'm not convinced they can't chuckle it, dude. If they can chuckle around 3 or round 4 control like that, like I'm not convinced that the same thing isn't gonna happen again here. So, yeah, I don't know, dude. I would love to see them win this. Honestly, I think, you know, again, it would be awesome, but at the same time, I kind of want to see the dealership at this point. I'm a biased caster. Hell, why not? If my prediction's in the bin anyway, I might as well just get the dealership in. It would be fun to cast one. But yeah, I mean, look, Peterson are active now. Peterson are awake. It feels like, hey, maybe that win is going to get them some wind in their sails, and maybe they can start put together, the reverse sweep. It's just, I don't know, dude. Ramstein are going to be difficult oppositions to do that.
Yeah, it surely will be, given, again, how how good they are in hardpoint when they're able to keep their feet beneath them. There hasn't been any sort of suggestion outside of some pretty big pop-off moments in that control coming through from Peterson that they're able to at least outpace all of Ramstein. It just comes down to them being able to hold up when they do have that space being provided for them. I think it's the one thing, it's like their Achilles heel at this point. Like, they can drop bombshell performances. Again, like, we saw 3AM even yesterday, map number 1, 33-25, and a 250 to 184 loss on a rewind hardpoint. It's just, like, insane that you're able to find that much impact as an individual with a submachine gun, and yet you don't have more space provided on the map. I think that was accumulated in that Hacienda control. So, like, you gotta start getting some of these cogwheels turning if you are Ramstein. They watch a lot of VOD, but you got to be able to see that translate in towards the game, because Peterson, as we continue to say, are progressively getting better as the series goes on. They're waking further up. It's about to be 10 a.m. now, Brody, and I'm sure that the coffee is still hot. They're prepared to force us to a dealership map number 5.
Actually, mate, I'll have you know that it's almost 3 p.m. in real world time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, in Brit time.
They're on the East Coast, Brody.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just saying, because the world rolls on me, obviously, and Britain. Anyway, joking, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think just generally speaking as well with Ramstein, if they do go past Peterson in this series, if you do make it to top 4, right, I think your efficiency around objective needs to be better, right? I think that is totally the case. Like, again, you talk about Ice-T with that 12 spree, and it's just like, I think that is emblematic of something that I think has kind of haunted Ramstein before in series, where sometimes they would get a lot of kills, and then they just wouldn't jump on the objective. So for me, I think for Ramstein, if you can kind of nail that down a little bit, you will have better luck against better teams. And to me, you do definitely need to nail that down. So we'll see whether or not that efficiency improves as we move further into this series or further into the tournament if Ramstein do end up going further. Right now, they end up with the first wave of gunfights, but it is not them on the point. Peterson get the first 10 seconds, and they finally get removed.
Shot for play number 6 is Ice-T coming off that hot hand, shut down immediately off that flank.
Oh!
Nice little knife kill coming through from JR. Secures top of that window. That just means that the rotation is still secured. We even saw this back in map number 1, Brody. Just do not give the opening team a 30-second advantage all off of map 1. Loyal remembers that, tries to deny it, but then gets traded immediately.
All right, Ramstein should be able to get the scrap time here. We move towards P2. Peterson, first team over. And they've got players in all the power positions here, making sure that everything is being watched. Soda, a lot to do on the... Oh, God. Oh, God. The coverage to the car gave Ice-T away towards the hard point. Fortunately, Loyal is good for the trade. So Peterson, first team to touch. And now you've started to move players away from the fences. They are stacking bodies on towards the point. They're batting down the hatches. Ice-T. Tip of the spear for Ramstein. Stun connects. Needs to try and play his life elsewhere. Kills being made for Ramstein, so they're starting to make their way up the driveway. Viz trying to play his life around the front. It's only down to 1 player on the point. Soda weakened up. He's dead. Ramstein break within the first 25.
Yeah, the long play to be able to get the back driveway spawns. 3AM's going to be good for a handful more, but you still got to be worried about Kimura. Finally traded. Loyal's still here to find that one as well. Still pushing through the main lobby of the mansion, by the way. 3AM more than aware that there's bodies around here, blood splattered against the wall, but he's not prepared for the gunfight. Peterson should be able to break back in here. They do have numbers. You're going to have an off-screen gunfight as well. JR is lurking inside a tin for the rotation over towards News. So double-ditch effort coming through here for Peterson, trying to turn scrap into initial.
Peterson, fortunate to break back in there, as you said, and also have control of the new hardpoint. Ramstein going to be a minute here before they actually transition in towards the back. Back spawn's now actually obtained. Omen and Viz through the front are going to be shut down. So now Peterson should be wise to this one. They're watching it. 3AM actually allowed a lot of space to push this hardpoint. How on earth does 3AM get away with that? Now using the wraparound towards the outside. That should shock the last player. No. Soda actually wise to it. Keeps an eye on it. And now Ramstein having to take that last player out. Soda might have just wasted enough time for the rest of the team to make their way over. JR trying to get control of the kill once again. Does exactly that for the first. He's opened the door for Peterson to get back in.
Shots out of Omen, sets up Viz for an easy cleanup there. Soder's still trying to fight for the back scrap time. Still 20 seconds left, but gotta start thinking about the rotation over towards New. That's where the rest of his teammates are starting to gung-ho their way forward. Nobody was angering towards the spawns. Soder spawns all the way out. Oh, Ice-T, what a read that is. He starts the gunfight immediately. Now they know that they have at least the coverage of the splits. Any isolated gunfight would be good, but Loyal, he finds that Ice-T got left behind. Viz took the gunfight over by Lambo, and Peterson break on in.
All right, Peterson, you've got the first wave of gunfights. Now all about the hold. Most of this pressure is coming from one side of the hard point. Ice-T can open things up with the first blood. Only 1 player isolated inside right now. Yeah, Ice-T doesn't even need any help. He just runs right in, gets another gunfight. Just Ice-T things starting to warm up in this game. 7 and 10. If he can get things going, it would be huge for Ramstein. But with Ramstein in towards the hard point now, all about winning the trades. And almost immediately, as I say it, JR picks up 2, and they've lost control.
Immediate spawns should be a very quick hit coming through for the back 20 seconds of the first set. Ramstein just setting up here through open staircase. Loyal is shrinking out. 13 and 8. Looking to extend it towards 3. He slides around, does Chimera, and he'll meet alongside of Loyal for another 2 spree. But Omen, Viz, they fight back in for a consolation of about 10 seconds. You could not ask for a closer development of this map number 4. Teams are just about neck and neck.
Yeah, that P4 especially was back and forth between both teams, right? I mean, Rock is supposed to be somewhat chaotic, but it was almost like there was some kind of order to said chaos with the way that the teams constantly traded control of that kill. And as we hit the second set here, same thing once again happening with both teams trying to vie for topside control. Nobody willing to jump in the hard point just yet. 3AM down. Viz looking to get topside control. He gets shut out with those kills. Maybe Peterson feel confident enough now to get into the hard point. Ice-T trying to transition for a second. That doesn't happen. Majority gunfights going Peterson's way. They're very happy to take control now.
They sure are. They lost the spawns back driveway last P2, Brody. Looking like they're setting up to try to deny this time around. Viz is going to take down one off of Old Soder. He's thinking that he could be there for the immediate trade, but it's all just a ruse. Play around the back. Ice-T takes down Chimera. They didn't clear all of JR. He thought he was anchoring the spawns. They don't have numbers this side.
Player in the back line. As you said, JR's not been cleared. Doesn't even matter. Not even relevant to the play. Peterson instead will just take Ice-T down. Now they have control. 2 players from Rockside. 2 players coming around the back as well. This pinch needs to be played perfectly, but you've already lost one of the players in the selection. Kimura Dingler. Both players are on the front, but both players on the back have actually found some value here. So this hit could still work out. Problem is, Ice-T goes a little bit earlier than Omen does, and so he gets shut down.
Yeah, it's still got these back driveway spawns, though. Player pushed up is 3AM. He's playing for the exits over by the Rock Hill. Player number 1, Loyal, inside the time, trying to hold that space so that way his teammates can join him a little bit further forward. 30 seconds left to fight over here. Ramstein are setting themselves up wonderfully to get all of it.
Trades once again. Loyal pushing through towards the hard point. One more player to deal with. 1 versus 1. 3AM going to win it. 4 spree now for 3AM. And that should be the back 15 locked here for Ramstein. So the back and forth continues through this hard point. These guys locked in an intense battle with neither looking like either is going to pull away. Ice-T, difference maker in the control, wants to be so once again. Will be allowed to hit the regen here. Peterson keeping a very close eye on said flank. I think they take their eye off it just for a moment, and he starts to push up towards the hard point now. Ramstein poking their head in towards the hill. They have control. Ice-T still a nuisance, by the way, on said flank.
Oh, man, with the pistol. Is it good enough? 2 kills in the trades? Answer's no. But still, that hard-fought battle on the backside of P2 keeps things interesting. It just means that Ramstein can continue on to be as scrappy as ever. Nades over the top, being met by trophy systems. Loyal, though, slaying out 19 and 15. 22 and 11 out of Chimera. And he'll get that last trade for the time. 20 seconds, and Ramstein got to start rotating over towards you now.
You would certainly think so. Peterson do get that scrap time, and Ramstein, and neither team were able to really hold it properly last time around. Both teams kind of lost it within 10 seconds of a hold. Ramstein won't have better fortune. Nobody watching that P2 side, though, and Loyal's able to run straight for the... Royal not traded for the second? Hello? Somebody please get a trade. Loyal just waltzes in, grabs 2. Now Peterson have control.
Chimera's on 6 in a row, 24 and 11. You can combine that for the 45 kills for Loyal and his efforts over towards the Rock Hill and for the break. Here comes 3AM. Triple body stacked around each one of the corners. He gets stunned up. It's a bruise. Ice-T for the pinch. 3AM stays alive. I don't think Chimera did enough to get that Hellstorm missile, but a break required for Ramstein, and they delivered.
Ah, they're doing it again. JR right back through. How is this hill played the exact same way as it was? Break after break after break. Constant momentum shift. Chimera now trying to hold on towards the hard point. Back on yet another spree. 26 and 12. He cannot survive the onslaught. So Ramstein will be back through for the back 15, and nobody from Peterson is touching that time. Instead, they are focusing on to this P1 control. Ramstein will therefore just about take the lead. They send 1 player. I'm not particularly sure exactly why, but still, Ramstein, small advantage as we go into the next set.
And Loyal just went like full zombie mode, just like searching out for blood over with hardpoint time for no reason. And leaves his time with 1 member down. Upper hallway control still being maintained. Just got to be playing the trains. Chimera able to find first, softens up the defense up top for Soda to find the next. So they drop down in towards the time. Again, just about a tie game going in towards a third set here on Hacienda.
Man, I don't even know what to say at this point, mate. It's just incredibly back and forth. This is one of the most intense hardpoints we've had just in terms of raw hardpoint control switching between the two teams. We've had this event. Ramstein now once again will take the advantage. One more player down low, and Kimura will actually get away. Also keep an eye on JR on the flank as well. Towards the hard point, Soda wants to try and take that control away from Ramstein. Would be nice, Ramstein, if you got that 10 seconds. That might well help you given how close this game is.
Gotta try to anchor on the spawns. JR was doing it the last time during P2. A lot of focus over towards the front. Just stray gunfights after stray gunfights. Loyals. Red Dot gives away. Still finds the two-piece inside a Zig. 27 and 20. Guy is absolutely teeing off here. Start off the third set of Hills. Peterson, they got the back spawns and they're in for the initial time.
Peterson in. Initial hold's good. Are you going to be checking the jump up, though? Oh, it doesn't matter. Kimura turns, finds the 2. And now Peterson look like they might have the first important hold of this game. Ramstein spawning up towards the middle of the map. They've got to fly. Ice-T, tip of the spear. You've got a player up top, the help as well. Both shut down. Viz actually picks up Soda, so he's the only player left of this ensemble. Not going to happen. Kimura on 5 will shut him out.
Ramstein still had back spawns. Peterson are aware of this. Ice-T for 2. That is what you needed. Now you can start pushing through this current time. Watch player number 8. 3 AM. He's going to have a big one. Soda, he should be aware of it. Kimura's also going to find an exit over by open stairs. The foot race over towards New is here. 3 AM takes down 1 plus the trophy. He's got assistance up top. Viz is there for a 2-piece top plat. Spawns have flipped.
Oh, God. Now everybody flying through fences. We know this hard spot's a mess. Nice shots from Sota to get towards the hard point. Ramstein trying to put players exactly where that player was to pick it up. Omen is that guy for 2. Kimura, potential flank, though. Oh, Kimura for 2. Not number 3, though. The pistol shots are not tasty. Ramstein, they back right back in.
Head glitch being played by Viz. Finds another Ice-T's here, causing the space and the ruckus. So many suns, no trophy systems to speak of. 220 to 225. The time on the game clock would suggest that we are going towards another hard point. Neither team can close it out here.
3 AM, knows every time's important though. 3 AM! Oh, it's always the third one. That's just a little bit too much to ask for. That 10 seconds could be pivotal. Peterson, they've broken this hard point before. This hill is always back and forth, and Ramstein just cannot afford to let that happen. Flanking play from Kimura is not shut down. Players on the point, all down to Ice-T. He's shut out. Peterson, it looks like they've done it. Nobody from Ramstein's getting to the kill. Let's send it to a dealership.
Might as well. Guaranteed dealership map 5. We see it. We want it. The guys deliver on it. 250 to 220. An absolute barn burner of a conclusion here in the map number 4. Started off competitive. Finished competitive. Things you cannot ask for even more to be delivered. Ramstein being tested. Absolute push to the limits. Can Peterson complete the reverse sweep now?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? It really is crazy that we're even in this position. But man, wacky hardpoint. 40 and 21 out of Kimura. 32 of those kills, by the way, non-traded with a minute 40 inside the hardpoint. Crazy stat lines. Kimura's kills weren't just wasted. They were absolutely pivotal to constant hardpoint control. But, I mean, proper, I kept on saying it in the middle of this game, right? It felt like no hill was safe. It felt like we didn't have a single money kill for either team in that game.
No, not at all, actually. I mean, maybe the P2, the first P2, like back in the first set where like Peterson, like they had the spawns. JR was anchoring in towards the back, shut down 2, and they walked away with like the majority of 40 seconds of time, and then they turned scrap into initial from a very unfortunate spawn out off of a delayed hit from Ramstein. But that was probably about it. I mean, that's exactly how you got this very close scoreline. Just every single time we were down to like 20 seconds, like every team was so close to just contest the hard point. Might as well send in a couple players to do so. Late for the rotation, which meant that they never really got sufficient amount of numbers, and it was just trade on trade on trade on trade on trade. Sometimes you would get a 2-piece, sometimes you'd see the fabled 3 coming through, yep. But yeah, no hill was safe, man. Just constant trades, and it delivers on an absolute barn burner.
I don't know, dude. What is going on? The fact that this is the butterfly effect, by the way, in full display. The fact that all of this comes down to Rammstein being unable to close out a round that they absolutely should have done on the control. And Peterson clutching up. We get a Hacienda hardpoint that is so 50-50, so back and forth. And in the end, it is just Peterson who are able to edge it out by 30 points or so. And it all comes down to one last map. It's going to be a dealership search and destroy up next, mate. I don't know who to call it for.
It's tough to gauge, man. Really tough to be able to call. Dealership Search and Destroy is the first time that we've seen it. I'm pretty sure on and off stream, to my understanding, Dealership Search and Destroy has been completely gone. It's been open through so many best of 5 series. Now we finally get to see what these two teams look like. Trophy systems, again, need to be on point. You better hope so, because there's a lot of cars you'd figure to be exploded upon when it comes down to a Dealership Search and Destroy.
Well, my understanding is that these guys aren't using the 2 trophy GA, right? So it feels like at least we're not going to see that many car explosions off the start of these rounds. Yeah, certainly not. I hope that you're using those trophies correctly if there's 4 of them on the map. Regardless, folks, we've got a dealership search and destroy up next to decide who is going to move on in the tournament. Can the reverse sweep be completed? Find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switch saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, people? Welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We have a Game 5 between Ramstein and Peterson to kick off the day. It's just part of the course, really. Although I would argue, and I think Ramstein will probably argue as well, this probably shouldn't have been a Game 5.
Yeah, oh, probably not. I mean, they probably should be sitting there considering that they would have the series won 4-0 at this point had they not fumbled a bag in a round 4 control and then fumbled what should have been a very easy swimming of a Hacienda map number 4. But hey, man, they find themselves here, and honestly speaking, wouldn't have had it out of the way because now we finally get a dealership.
Indeed we do. Let's show you guys what the map set has looked like so far. We just gave you basically a hint that obviously, again, Ramstein did start this series 2-0 up. Then, of course, we went into that control, and it all kind of went downhill from round 4 onwards because they managed to swing away that offensive round in round number 3. It looked like they were going to take it all home, and then they chuckled it. Then they allowed Peterson back into the series. Round 5 defense for Peterson was just as good. And of course, a back and forth Hacienda hardpoint went Peterson's way as well. So here we are. Dealership Search and Destroy. The last Search and Destroy in this series wasn't kind to Peterson whatsoever, though. And so it doesn't exactly bode well, even if Dealership is a totally different map.
Yeah, correct. It just mostly is going to come down to a whole bunch of timings and how unique a lot of that can be on Dealership Search and Destroy. There's also a certain opportunity that you can find through the middle of the map, and we've been seeing a lot of teams find a lot of virtue doing so in Protocol, and I imagine that we'll probably see the same thing here. Nades do need to be on point, of course, and with 4 trophy systems in play, you'd expect for them to be shut down, but has not been the case through a lot of these Search and Destroys.
Yeah, the trophy placement is really important. I'm actually kind of surprised in a way with 4 trophies on the map that trophies didn't play more of a pivotal role into the A site on like Protocol, right? Because generally speaking, if you're even on the offense, you need to slap some trophies down to prevent nades being thrown at you through zip side, right? I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see any there. And so my kind of imagination here is that those trophies aren't going to be that well placed as we get into this game number 5. Because if you're not placing them properly on a map like Protocol, where they are very important to get an A site control, and at least I recall any. At least not the number that you should have if you've got 4 per team around that A site. I can't imagine that they're going to be that great here on Dealership, especially when you're looking like nades over the top, right, towards that double A approach, right? You kind of, generally speaking, do see double nades to stop offensive teams getting to A off of the bat. Yeah, I got to imagine that the trophies aren't going to be that great. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're going to see some world-class trophies here towards this game number 5.
It's very possible. Again, it's very possible to see a lot of different things, like seeing the dealership splash screen for the first time as we're loading on into dealership. This entire tournament has been eluding this map mode combination. The newest addition as far as the S&D map pool is concerned. We'll have to see what Ramstein has to offer on offense.
Yeah, really smart by Ramstein actually hit B off the start. Again, I mentioned the fact that A, you can get double A right off the start, and with no trophies to work with in round number 1, well, you're going to have to get the easier bomb site. I will say at the same time, Peterson giving up this bomb site, basically not a single member of the defense over here. That stun might not connect. Actually, it goes past. So JR has surprised them. Nice team shots to take Viz out of the play. And, well, you've now got to go for the defuse here with 40 seconds left.
I got full mid-map coverage. The lurking member of Omen is dealt with. So now you could just focus up, looking forward. Player over into the corner would be 3EM. He's dealt with. He was just trying to focus over towards the gunfight that he did take down of JR. But by that point, mid-map was already completely covered, and that's why I started talking about it, man. Like, on offense and defense alike, the defense, of course, will make it to that mid-kitchen room first, but you still got to try to stop it as an offensive team. Any means necessary to deny that space, whether you're planting on A or B. It's such a crucial area of the map.
Post-plant setup, just not that great there from Ramstein, you have to feel, right, as well, right? I mean, just not really watching each other. Granted, Peterson, I think, messed up just a tad, not having anybody in the site in the first instance. Either way. Still, they managed to clutch up. Shout out to Loyal and Kimura there, finishing that round with 2 kills apiece. And now they have the onus of getting the bomb. Might not have trophies yet still. That round was pretty quick from both teams. Nades over the top. There's that 4-nade setup. Is Omen safe? Absolutely not, but Nade's back. And Viz, well, he's much better for it.
Yeah, I'm going to walk away with the 2-piece popcorn. That's a lot of space provided. Watch player number 2, Ice-T. He's going to get that info off the cross. He knows he's coming back towards over B bomb site. He's going to play his corners correctly. Has the engagement versus Loyal. Throws some shots, does not connect, but then just concedes the space, playing it wisely.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there if they were playing for the hit that Loyal actually even pushed out there, right? Because, you no reason to do that if you're trying to get players to kind of come into your abode. But alas, They make the move. Now they are the ones that have to make the move overall in this search and destroy round. Through the middle of the map. Nobody watching this one. Soda, eyes out towards the B-bomb site. Wanted to get away with that cleanly. That's information now gained for Ramstein. And if you're a Viz on the A site, you have to be ready for a potential push to come your way. That's the play call. Loyal on one side. You've got Soda on the other. Loyal didn't get away with that kill quickly, but he will turn away some of the attention of the players. Ice-T towards the middle of the map now. Loyal surely shouldn't survive this. He's just found the perfect path to do exactly that. He's even going to pick up Ice-T for the middle of the map. And this bomb is now going to go down at B.
It completely broken their ankles. It was all just a bait play. You don't have any stuns and nades. I'll do it for you. Loyal just running around, chicken head cut off type deal. But 3AM will find him on the exit. 1v2 in the post for Soder.
All right, through the middle of the map. Oh, 3AM on the wraparound. 3AM to finish the kill. Good effort from Sota there. That wrap called perfectly from Ramstein. They couldn't see him on the bomb. He's got to be wrapping through to the middle of the map, and they call him out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, Loyal was just burning trails all the way through the middle of the map. IC was chasing Ghost throughout all of it as well. That he just could not lock it down. Wherever Loyal went to is still just trying to be searched on at this very point in time, until 3AM finally took him out from the ticketed booth area. So just odd altogether was that round, but we will be traded up here. Good set nade over the top from Biz to be able to make that round for what it was. That Ramstein had those numbers. That Peterson were still able to get that bomb planted is egregious, if you ask me. Here comes some more nades over the top. It is rehearsed from both sides, and, well, Vis not aware of it on this side of the bomb, apparently.
Kind of surprised, actually. Viz cut down. I guess Ramstein didn't fully invest like they did previously. So just Viz taken out of the play. And now you see this kind of slow play once again, right? Proper again. Ramstein, they're looking for some kind of regression from Peterson. I don't know if they're going to get it. So they're going to have to adapt their play sooner rather than later.
The delayed hit over towards A at this point. Can't imagine there's any utility left over. Kimura does have an RCXC, and if he sees this coming his way, he might just back up and let it rip.
Here we go. First point of entry. Soda will open up the garage door here, try and provide some coverage. 3AM down. There goes Omen as well, and there is no escape for you, Ice-T. Your feet have been spotted out, and yeah, you get shut out of the round as well. Sometimes you just lose the first blood and you don't know where to go.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you end up finding the first blood the way that you did, all off the nades and the connections, whether you knew that it only was the tags onto Vis, if there was any sort of late tags afterwards, you'd be able to get that information if they were paying attention to it, but just at that point, you just immediately knew that they were going to have a very delayed hit, all off of the set nades that you saw come through over on the A-bomb itself. Once that first blood confirms it, just play reactionary. Very difficult to retake space late on dealership. Ramstein found that out the hard way.
Peterson. Going to be B. It worked for them previously actually getting on the site, it's worth saying. It's just post-plant that's been a bit finicky. Player crouched close. Ice-T. Oh, wasn't patient enough. Was looking for the kill. He's put shots into 3 different players, and none of them result in a frag.
Nope. Oh, they do not. Bomb side vacated now the hard way. B will be the bomb of choice. 3M's timing for the exit won't be as good as the last. Gotta be worried about what Viz is going to be able to produce. Got an SMG. This angle not going to reveal all too much.
Oh. You just don't know, do you? You should be able to check that close corner. Viz didn't technically clear it, but whether or not he's comm that is a different story. Soda will give himself away for free again. JR, still the most important player in this passage of play. They didn't know about him. Now they do. Omen takes him out of the play. Kimura back to music now. Loyal in arches. And players just jumping on the bomb here. Viz finally takes Kimura out of the play. Loyal slide out. You just got to stop the bomb from being defused. He goes for a preempt thinking a different player is on it, but in fact they're not. In fact, they've gone for the kills, and Loyal not able to hold out. Ramstein, they cut it close, but they do retake the site.
Yeah, cut it real close. Again, like you were saying, I mean, like, you get a player in the position inside of the break room, you get that little peek to be able to see the gun in that corner. Should be the first check every single time. You can see Omen playing in that exact corner. You're tucked so far further back, but most of the post plan was all set up inside of the arches. Like you were talking about there, JR was the one ace up their sleeve, I suppose. He was able to go 1-for-1 off the side, and from 3M to be a completely different story, but 3v4 retake comes through from Ramstein. Not that easy to do as main defense is being traded here. Gotta be prepared for these set nades. Any trophies? Nope. Just gonna eat some nades. Be careful. And the trophy wasn't far enough. Oh, God.
These trophies, man, I talked about it. World class is not the term I would use, but it does at least not kill Ramstein. Stun out. Late util from Ramstein. No response. JR only takes 2 damage off that and hits the reload. I don't even know how this is happening. Ramstein just going to back away. They are not comfortable with the damage that they did.
Going to leave Omen behind as a lurk. See if you can find any upon exit. Oh, 3M's thinking about it. Don't do it, man. Don't make me talk about double dipping again. Oh, they about to be double dipping, Brody. Here we go. JR is still playing all the way on the backside. His weapon is freshly reloaded. And Peterson are still in a position to stop this. RCXC.
Oh. JR, shut down. Omen will take that RC car out of play. So 3 versus 3. You've got side control. Ice-T, you are overheating here. Get that rock down. You do not need to be the tip of the spear. Just try and turn around in your favor. You don't need mid-map control. You just need somebody watching your shoulder. Soda not able to get that kill because of that. Now Loyal through the vent, but you take trades. 2 versus 2 now. And Ramstein still watching the same angles on the bomb.
Trying to isolate where these players are coming from. Out from the slide door. Omen knew where the second one was, but not prepared for the immediate trade afterwards. He got good damage on a Soda. Needed to complete towards the trade. Watched his teammate die for the cause. Peterson going to get a retake.
Good retake from Peterson. Again, Ramstein just weren't, I think, fully clued in on the coverage of the teammates. There's not really much Omen can do there in a 1 versus 2 where he's got to look in a multitude of directions. So, fair play for Peterson for being able to push through that. Ramstein, though, I think will be unhappy with the way that one played out, despite the fact that they did manage to grant site control to themselves. So Peterson off the back of that, Sota now on 3 in a row. Which bomb site do they choose? It is going to be an A. Trophy system needs to be fast. Nades over the top. Nobody there to actually meet it. Ramstein have played it pretty passively this time.
I sure have. Just waiting off of the reaction of what's going to be coming through the middle of the map. It's being watched like a hawk out of 3 a.m. Just trying to play for that timing. Early shots out of Fizz just to keep them warned. Ice-T's on a very fast route. Watch out for player number 2.
Can still blow this up. Are they watching it? Yeah, they are. They know. 3 a.m. though. He's not one to stop even if they know he's here. 3 a.m. The party has started. When's it gonna stop? For Peterson, pretty soon. Sota are down. Ramstein with the flanks. They trap Peterson in.
Finally able to convert off of some really patient play. It hasn't really been their MO, especially through this best of 5 series. You go all the way back to the protocol search and destroy. Ramstein like being the more aggressor, but the long con play seems to be if nothing is scouted out through the middle of the map, we don't see anything besides the set nades that have been ceremoniously thrown over the top over by the A bomb execute for both of our 2 teams. Get a player to get activated. So this time it was Ice-T over on the B lane side. Ramstein ever so closer to getting an offensive round. Yeah, that's how far forward that trophy system needs to be. Well played.
Bomb's going to go down. Trophy system W. Using the coverage. Peterson have played this passively again. There goes one of the cars blown up. Flanking play is being made by Peterson, just like it was Ramstein in the last round. The player that was watching the flank actually going to alleviate that pressure as well, but Omen turns back, takes Soda out of the play. The players towards the spawn side are also going down. It is perfect from Ramstein. Nobody goes down.
And not bad for their first offensive round win. Just make it completely flawless. Nades over the top. There was no nades that were met by Peterson that time. I think that they were assuming the same thing that I was. You know, going in towards this, Ramstein, surely they don't try another fast execute over towards A. It didn't work the past 2 times. But third time's the charm, quite literally, as Ramstein are able to work their way towards the bomb site. Get the post plant set up. Nobody from Peterson were there to delay hit. Normally it was JR. I don't know where his opening positioning was to stop that, but the retake over towards that bomb site when you're down in numbers, a very difficult one.
Beautiful nades off the start. It feels like Ramstein have got the better look of those nades off the start as well, just generally speaking in this search and destroy. Right from frame 1 with Viz, I think it was, that picked up that double. He's been phenomenal for the nades. 8 and 3. Peterson now once again feels stuck. They've got 0 map control. They're trying to bully their way into the middle of the map. It's just not happening.
Nope, it is not. Gonna have to brute force their way through something. Loyal's thinking might have to be B. Bomb in Kamura's hand, as well as JR thinking maybe it has to be A, but there's no nades over the top to unearth where Omen would be positioning. Viz is also playing for the cross there through the middle of the map. Rips Kamura to shreds. Loyal's covering space all the way through. The bomb site finds first. He can push through.
Gotta push through. Gotta do it. You're gonna get the bomb down. At the very least will be something. Right now, escape towards the break room. That nade actually creates a lot of space for the players. JR is in that exact same spot that he's played this one before. So Ramstein should check this on the entry. They do. W slide out. Now just one player towards Archers. Loyal versus the world. And I don't know that Loyal can do anything. He's going to hit the regen straight towards site. But again, he has to be the re-entry. It's not going to happen. Ramstein. Oh boy. One round away.
Fortnite emo dance on him too. It's crazy. Ramstein up towards series point. Omen up to 8-5 now, and just really dissecting where that post point was going to be coming from. That's exactly what you want to see when you do have numbers out of Ramstein. When that first kill on transition came through, like Loyal just made one player completely evaporate from the scene. They just played for the retake. You knew that JR was probably going to be playing in the corner. Somebody was going to find out where the last player was going to be located at, isolate him with numbers. To combine 10 spree between 3 of the players. Ice-T, of course, got blooded in that previous round, but Ramstein marching their way to victory.
And it even feels like they're playing around the nades better now, right? I mean, like, a couple of nades
They're
off
learning.
the top. That's yeah, they absolutely are learning. A couple of nades over the top, right? Peterson, they are expecting kills. Ramstein like, all right, cool, we're just going to play a little bit passively here. We've got at least 30 seconds to burn off this round. That's more utility, actually, I think, sent Ramstein's way as well. So now Peterson can start to make the move forward here. Couple of players on towards A. They've got to get through. Ramstein, they have to make a choice now. Here we go. Finally, Loyal. Just spotted out one. He's been spotted out as well. Ice-T, they do not know about him. And it's a beast of movement that Solid Snake would be proud of. Ice-T finally goes off, and he'll take Loyal out of the plate.
Yeah, able to get top office control now. Watch this push all the way through the break room. Zoder's going to hop up through the AC unit. That's such a brain-dead play, but it pays off. Almost walks away with a second. Now 30 seconds, 3v2.
Got side control. Peterson should not be able to stop you from getting this bomb down. Trophy should catch the nade. Doesn't. Goes past. 3am actually weak off the back of that, but Omen's good for the coverage. JR, you know where he is. He was the one who threw that nade. Oh, and doesn't even find the first kill. It takes them to 5, but Ramstein do close out this series reverse sweep. That's been denied.
6-3 in this search and destroy. 6-2 in the protocol map number 2 in its Viz. 11-3 in this map number 5. Leading the way. He was the one that called that RCXD that found all of the information, or I guess lack thereof, information over by this A bomb. So they were able to figure that out quite literally in the blink of an RCXD's explosion. Let's get some office control, get top kitchen. You saw the Solid Snake play turn out ever so wonderfully in their favor. Ramstein, damn did they get tested, but they won this map 5, and they'll send Peterson packing home.
I just love that there's so many different characters you can go for like a little sneaky crouch play. It does work out for Ice-T, even if there is a trade from Soda there. But yeah, again, a series that honestly Ramstein, and we'll talk about it in the post-match interview, should have closed out in map number 3. They know it as well. They definitely played better on that map number 1 hardpoint and search and destroy, the most indomitable map in the series for either teams, and it was Ramstein that ran through Peterson. They definitely look like the best search and destroy team on the whole. We get to this control, and while it was back and forth to begin with, round number 3, Ice-T was the star of the show. He came out with a 12 spree that, at that point, I mean, it should have been over. There should be no reason for them to lose that round. They do end up winning it, but in the end, they have to fight to the final. I think it's like a 1 versus 1 this round closes out on. And then we had another 1 versus 1 in round number 4 that Ramstein end up chuckling. So Peterson, round 5 dominance in that defense, and that sent us to the rest of the series proper.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic to be able to see all of the grit being showcased from a lot of these different individuals. Big commiserations, of course, to Peterson. Loyal coming in towards that control. The way that he did it was like somewhere near of like an 8-2 start was absolutely electric. I could say the same thing for Kamura. He was really playing his heart out and into the dealership and the protocol search and destroy. Try as they might, Ramstein's preparation going in towards this entire tournament, let alone both the search and destroys that we saw in this best of 5, their preparation had to have been at an all-time high.
Yeah, it did, absolutely. Man, Ramstein really had to work for that series, didn't they? It really does feels like they shouldn't have had to. But alas, we go to Game 5. We go to a dealership. And they do, in the end, get it done. So congratulations to Ramstein. They move forward. For Peterson, unfortunately, their tournament lives end here proper. It feels like we barely saw them.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it does feel that way for matches, unfortunately, not making it towards the broadcast. We saw them in that Map 5 versus Misawa, and then we saw them in the rematch in that versus that Misawa matchup last night. In that 3-0 was the best that we saw them all week long, but they really gave Ramstein a shake for their money.
Well, there you go. Peterson out in top 6. Ramstein, they go through to the next round of play. Let's go to our post-match interview. We've got Ice-T ready to go. Production, listen to me. I specifically requested that we get Ice-T for the post-match interview. First and foremost, congratulations, mate, on the dub. It was a hell of a match for Proper and I to sit here and cast through that series. I got to talk about you as an individual first, because you were beaming through that series, especially in that control. You guys playing so well at the start. I think you went on something like a 12 spree. I mean, talk me through where you guys are at after that 12 spree from you.
I think we got like, I don't really remember the round, kind of like blacked out when it was happening. But I know that we were trying to push up the map and like trying to get control. And like, I was trying to hype my teammates up as well, because we were kind of, we like trolled a little bit of our rounds, but I'm glad at the end that we eventually won the SD at the end. I got carried, so.
I mean, it's a little bit more than that, too, Ice-T. I think it's the overall teamwork. You go back to the protocol search and destroy, and, like, you go and you have the chance to, like, go back and, like, look at the scoreboard for that. It would also replicate just, like, y'all's teamwork. Like, you're going to have, like, these pop-off moments, like the 12 spree, like you said, blacked out. That flow state was absolutely insane. Your hardpoint map 1 performance, absolutely blackout insane as well. But, like, just overall as, like, the team cohesion, you know, we heard it from 3 a.m., y'all's preparation leading in towards this. I think that the protocol search and destroy was kind of like a gut check call, given that you lost it in a map 5 to Canon yesterday. Did y'all go back to study that VOD to practice for search and destroy today?
We didn't, but I think it's because we're all naturally talented and we know what we should be doing. We shouldn't have lost the Canon, but they got the better of us. We're excited to hopefully run through Buckley or whoever wins the next game, and then face Langley, and then face Cannon.
I believe that it is going to be Buckley. We haven't actually given that update to everyone right yet, but yeah, but it is going to be Buckley that you guys are facing next. And you said you shouldn't have lost to Cannon. Well, you might get a chance to face them again if you do get through Buckley, and then obviously Cannon end up losing that upper bracket final. They're playing a little bit. Again, I just want to say congratulations on the dub. Before we let you go, a couple of questions. I have one that is totally not important to the broadcast, but I've got to ask it anyway. You're named Ice-T. Do you like iced tea? And is there like a favorite flavor of iced tea that you love, or is it just like the basic one?
I love like Arizona iced tea, but I only named it because I chose like iced, and then like first name starts with T, so that's how I like came up with it. Yeah.
I love that.
I love that. I love that. Dude, honestly, it's just the food side of me. It's the fat side of me that loves food. Anyway, other than that, obviously, we've been doing this for everybody. Is there any shout-outs you want to give anyone back home or back at base?
Yes, I want to thank my beautiful wife for supporting me through all this and this gaming thing and my career. Without her, I wouldn't be able to do this. I like to shout out my squadron for letting me come out here, my commander and my team DOA, and then the boys for playing out of their minds today so we can win this Peterson match, move on in the tournament.
All right, man. Well, look, congratulations again on the dub. We'll see you again in literally like 15 minutes or so, because you got a next game to prepare for.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, cheers, Ice-T. Congratulations again to Ramstein. They move forward. Again, I kind of leaked it there in the middle of the interview, mate. Buckley, they're through their match as well.
Yeah, Buckley able to 3-1 their opponents. Turns out that they don't need to just reverse sweep their adversaries to be able to win series as well. So should be a very interesting one. I would think stylistically, Buckley versus Ramstein should be setting up things. I think even versus Nellis, it would have been interesting. Of course, commiserations to Nellis. Of course, they had a fantastic tournament run, walking away with wins with the way that they did, knocking Peterson down a level. I'm sure probably we'll be passing by each other and be like, oh, you got eliminated too? Oh, well, at least we're out here together.
Yeah, it seems like Buckley's losers bracket run is continuing. They do beat Nellis, and so they are the team that Ramstein will have to face to get a place in the top 3 and get their hands on some of those beautiful medals. We're going to have that match coming up next, but first of all, we're going to go to a bit of a longer break this time, folks. After that, we've got Buckley, we've got Ramstein. Only one team can survive.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Back everybody to the DAF Esports World Championships. Is my name is Seymour.
My brain.
And I'm jumping on with Brody, dude. My brain
that's
just
my fault, dude.
completely
No, that's on me.
chopped up for who's going to be taking this one. Should I give you the honors of kind of...
It should have been me. That is totally on me. I'm so sorry,
Let me
everybody.
give those honors right back to you.
My brain was just like, yeah, Seymour's just better at this than I am, so he should be doing this. I apologize, guys. Wow. Incredible. Really good. Anyway, let's talk about it. We got the losers bracket semi-final coming up. Oh my god, it is Ramstein versus Buckley. It's going to be a banger matchup. We just stared dead into the camera. Oh my god. Anyway, that's Seymour. I'm in Philly. Let's start talking about the match. It's going to be awesome. We just caught Ramstein managing to take it 3-2 in their last matchup, Seymour. But again, you know, as Properana was saying, it shouldn't have been a 3-2.
Dude, no, I mean, Ramstein, they had that one in the bag and the control. I was expecting them to take that one in a 3-0. I was thinking, you know what, Brody could use those pick'em points, and then they took it away. And I'm like, nah, no, let's be real with ourselves. Brody doesn't need those pick'em points whatsoever. So, shout out to Peterson for coming out here and putting on such a good performance. Honestly, I do love those guys because Loyal and Kimura, they were putting on such an important performance for their base. 69 and 46 in that Hacienda control combined together. That was an incredible performance out of those two carries.
Yeah, dude. I got to get a lot of love to Peterson for at least coming back into that series of forcing it. Although I'll stress, and I think they know it as well, that was only down to Ramstein kind of flubbing a little bit, right? Like, Ramstein shouldn't let that be any more than a 3-0. And, you know, I'm annoyed about it as well, because obviously, as you said, my prediction would have been correct, and it would have been nice to have a point, but I guess I'll just have to live about it. Anyway, let's talk about this series then. We have Ramstein in this series. We have Buckley on the other side that managed to take their series versus Nellis. I believe the final score of that one was 3-1. So this is going to be a rematch of a series that we saw previously. That was in, I believe, the winners bracket semi-finals, I want to say, or quarterfinals, something that's right. It was quarterfinals. I just looked at the bracket. Winners bracket quarterfinals, and that one went the way of Ramstein. But just about, we'll talk about that as we get to the map set in just a moment. First of all, let's introduce our teams. Let's start with a team you guys just saw. It's Ramstein. This team, again, they should have 3-0'd their last series, but they didn't, and they will know that.
And no matter what this team does, the world is behind them. At least Europe is behind them for you. Safety is the only representation from that region. Ice-T, Omen, Viz, 3AM. They've all shared their fair... They've all had their fair share of, I'd say, pop-off moments in terms of this tournament, especially when you look towards 3AM, who's just been a shining star for this team. But even looking back towards the series we just saw on stream, Omen and Viz in Search and Destroy, they're incredible. Especially Omen, where he's looking in that protocol Search and Destroy. He goes 8-2 for the squad, behind the rest of the team, getting 5 first bloods. And then you go to that dealership Search and Destroy, and he goes 9-5 across, sharing 4 first bloods alongside Viz. Those two were popping off in the S&Ds, and they're so fun to watch.
Yeah, I just Ramstein and Search and Destroy in just general is just a really strong roster. And that's why, spoiler alert, Ramstein were able to win the Search and Destroys in the last series versus Buckley. That might come into play for this series. Buckley, though, they are going to be out for revenge. Buckley have been on a lower bracket run. Let's bring them up. Let's show you guys what that roster looks like. Of course, the big storyline for Buckley coming into this event is that they had another one of their superstars back on the lineup. Revenge, who, of course, was part of the 2024 Conus Championship lineup, is back, and he has made a hell of an impact alongside Hale.
He has. It was a slow start for this squad. Honestly, I was a little bit afraid of what they were going to bring to this bracket play after seeing them, you know, lose to Cannon, go into the bracket play. They were played very close by Hickam. You go up against Ramstein, you lose in that Game 5 fashion. But ever since that, it's just been all eyes forward, locked in for the remainder of this tournament. You beat Offit, you beat Nellis, and now you have a chance to get that revenge against the team that took you the distance and took you down in a round 11 fashion, might I add. This Buckley team, they've had their eye out for every single series, wanting to go to a Game 5, whether or not it's going to be a reverse sweep or not a reverse sweep. It seems like it's up to how they want to show up to maps 1 and 2. But with this being their second series of the day, I imagine that they are going to be primed and ready for this matchup versus Ramstein, trying to get that upset and maybe even avoid a Game 5 along the way.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a little hint as to what the last map set looked like. Let's show you the current map set here in just a second. So, again, 3-2 victory last time around between these two teams, and it was an almost reverse sweep. You got to remember, folks, it was a 2-0 series advantage for Ramstein, and then Buckley just started to come back, right? And one of the things we noted, right, was that for Buckley, they seem to be very good at vault control and vault hardpoint. Well, if you were a fan of that last best of 5, Seymour, goodness, you're going to be a fan of this one as well, because it's more or less exactly the same with one exception.
The players are kind of listening to me every single time. I'm feeding into their ears in the general chat for the Discord. I'm saying, like, guys, keep on bringing dealership into this weekend. We haven't seen it all week long, but hey, on this Saturday, why not keep injecting dealerships to these series? Just throw some wrench in the play, have some fun. And yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of the last series, you're right, Brody. This is a complete replay of maps 1, 2, 3, and 4, then adding that dealership as a map 5 in place of the rewind where Ramstein won in that round 11 fashion. But in pure Buckley fashion, last time that these two played, it was a near reverse sweep. They lost the rewind hardpoint, they lost the Hacienda Search and Destroy, and they had to kickstart their series on that vault control, which, to be honest, Brody, is something that they've been doing all week long. When you get that enough vault control, it's almost a guarantee map for Buckley.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? But if I remember correctly, it wasn't a complete blowout in the control. I think it was a 3-0, but I think Buckley still had to fight for some of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it was some clutches, but like a 3-0 is a 3-0. Like...
Yeah, true, but sometimes the 3-0 doesn't show the way a map went. I'm just saying that Ramstein, you know, maybe they can learn from that, right? I don't think it's a guaranteed victory here, but I would agree with you that vault control being in the series probably is a big thing for Buckley to have, and also that vault hardpoint as well. I mean, the key thing for me is that for Revenge and Hail, these maps are just built. It's just built for those guys, right? They are just flanking Kings constantly, and I think we're going to see that as we get later into this series. Either way, it is the exact same map set, so naturally you would think it would go more or less the same way, but we don't think it's going to go the same way. Let's talk about our predictions for this best of 5. Mate, I feel like this is probably the one where the bit's going to take me away. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I kind of know doing it is wrong. I understand that this is not going to be a 3-0, but I have to keep on sticking with it, mate.
Let's be honest, Brody. In every single matchup that we see for Ramstein, you know, Buckley, it could be a 3-1, it could be a 3-0, it could be a 3-2. I mean, these games are so down to the wire every single time we get those top teams playing up against each other. It's really who's going to clutch up on those maps. And for a lot of the time, I mean, you go to those vault controls, you know, Ramstein's or Buckley's clutching up a lot of those rounds in the control for sure. But you look at the hard points in the past. I mean, 250 to 209 loss, you fix one rotation, you fix some setups on some hills on a rewind. That's a different outcome for Buckley. You go to the Search and Destroys, you start playing your life a little bit better, showing some adaptations, and this Buckley team also is going to be looking to upgrade in that scenario. I think for Buckley and Ramstein, you know, no matter what you have predictions going into this game to expect, it's really just focusing in on your style of play, making sure that you can nail it going into towards this Saturday and really bring your all into these matches, because we've seen games and series in the past throughout this week go game 5 and then a rematch happen and it's a 3-0 sweep. It's just the way that you look past, make those changes and play into your style that's going to really change the outcome of these series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, again, the fact that we're seeing pretty much the same map set, more or less, apart from one map, I think is going to be interesting, right? What changes do they make? And that goes for both teams as well. You know, for me, I think my initial reaction comes to, especially as, you know, we both have predicted this game, the series at least finishing by map number 4, whether it's map number 3 or map number 4. Neither of us expect this to go to a map number 5. You know, and my initial reaction immediately is just like, all right, cool, that vault control, when we get there, what adaptations are we going to see Ramstein make? You know, how do you play around Revenge and Hail? I think for this map, though, in particular, it's about those key power rotations, right? The key money rotations. It felt like Ramstein were just a little bit better about them last time around. Maybe Buckley can make those adaptations and take this map away.
Yeah, well, for Buckley, this is the first time they're going to be playing this map mode combo to open up a series today. They played Nellis on this map. They beat Nellis here. Oh, sorry. No, this is where Buckley actually lost to Nellis earlier on. I was reading that wrong. So, Brody, I was going to spin up this whole story of how Buckley's going to be confident, but maybe not so confident.
Yeah, Buckley getting shredded right off the rip here. There's still an opportunity here to get spawns from new. Yeah, Sour Patch Kid is going to be the guy who does exactly that. Of course, Sour Patch Kid has had a multitude of moments through this tournament where he has turned up to play. Unfortunately for him, he does get shut down by Omen, so back spawns should be locked for Ramstein. They still do have flanking players, though. Sour Patch Kid, he's not allergic to him by any stretch of the imagination. Almost immediately flies behind enemy lines, should be able to catch Omen off guard, and will be exactly doing that. So first kill on the rotation, good for Buckley. Still not locked in just yet, though. Viz, you're still going to deal with him. 3M going to pick up that gunfight. Viz will find another one, but Viz, his job is not over. One player has slipped the net.
Can I tell you how nice it is to have mini-maps back in hard points when we're watching
So
and
fun.
casting this? It is so great. And for Buckley, the start hasn't been the same. Three
Oh,
go
no.
down, though, for Ramstein as they're looking to break in for the scrap time. They do flip the spawns. With 35 seconds, Ramstein now, they're going to hit through P1, see if they can get through blue and re-break this.
Oh, nice nade over the top, though. No trophies to stop that one. We're not there yet in this game. Ramstein going to try and get towards the point. I was going to say, where's the cross coverage here? Ramstein have been allowed to walk straight towards the point. Ice-T's going to find that first kill, and now Buckley being pushed back here towards their spawn. It is a full white kill feed, finally. Sour Patch Kid will provide some kind of nuisance, but Viz waltzes straight into the hard point, deals a double down, and Ramstein pick up that scrap time. So for that early control, for the power position that Buckley had, they didn't actually hold it for as much time as I expected.
No, they didn't. And for Ramstein, that's a little bit of a double-edged sword, getting that late break back over towards P2, because you can see that they flipped out Buckley, who are going to have to set up towards those P4 spawns already. Ice-T is looking to rip that away. He's unsuccessful, and because of that, you look at the trickle-down effect. Back over to that P3. Buckley have the setup that they do want. If they can get this one fully solidified, find some kills, they can get a good chunk of time, but it's not going to stop Ramstein from fighting for it.
No, Buckley still going to be in, as you said. Ramstein at the very least will flip those spawns. Big kill from Ice-T to ensure that those spawns for new are going to be locked in. Somebody from Buckley needs to jump into the hard point here. Dante goes down, and now on the new spawners coming from Chicken will have to pick up where their teammates left off. 3 AM through the middle of the map. It's a big position to try and take a hold of if you can grab it. Instead now just going to back away here as Ramstein now looking to hold for what is probably the most important hard point in the game. Those back spawners going to be a nuisance for Buckley.
Yeah, it is. Buckley gonna have to get by this one. 3M trying to be annoying, but not able to take anyone down. Cars are intact. That grenade's gonna do a ton of damage, but so will the aims from Revenge. He ends up getting traded. The spawns in the back still there for Ramstein, so a lot of work to do while they grow their lead.
Still good here. I talked about why those spawns are so annoying to deal with. Ramstein will continue to get presence towards the backline here, pushing out through the front. For AM, shut out, trades, favoring Ramstein here. Now Omen hits the reload at the wrong time. You don't need to hit the reload after every single gunfight, and that right there is why, folks. Sour Patch Kid will at least make things a little bit easier here as Ramstein continue to spawn up towards the time. Hale, flanking play. Good for the first. Hale finds the second. It's the SMGs again. They get the back 20.
And I was just getting fooled all day, every day, looking back at that scoreline between Nellis and Buckley. It was Buckley for the 250 to 140 victory, and Hale 32 and 17 in that match with 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the hill. You look at him in this match versus Ramstein, they're trailing, and he's 10 and 13. Hardly any time, but he has the most time in his team. So if he can turn things around in that slaying category, expect Buckley to bring this back.
Buckley, 20 points down right now, trying to hold on towards this time. Just one more player. Nice trades if you're Ramstein. You win 3 of those gunfights. Ren from behind, though, able to double up. And now all of the Buckley presence coming from one side of the hard point. This is always super mixy. Sour Patch Kid able to double up. Nade out should be good for Hale to respond on, and it will be. Brilliant team play from Buckley. It is full blue in the feed. They should be able to take the lead off this.
Yeah, that's a chance for Buckley now to try to take some hold in this game. Viz, one last shot to see if he can rip this one away. A couple players around. Ramstein get the re-break towards the scrap time of P5. As everybody else is going to be looking to the rotations to 3. Omen is there. Opens up with a kill. Trying to find Elephant control. Too much to deal with, and Buckley get a 4 down. They have this up to new. Now let's see if they can flip this lead finally.
Yeah, they've got the flip of the spawns as well, so we'll start to send players forward here. We've got to be careful how far forward you go, actually, Hale, considering the anchoring on this can be a bit wonky. Going that far forward, yeah, it absolutely does. Hale pushing that far forward, you lose a couple of players in the rotation as well. It ensures basically that you anchor it for the wrong side of the map. And now towards the kill, you're starting to apply some pressure as well. You win the trades out. One more player to contend with. Dante is that guy. He will find one, but no more than that. That is an unfortunate turn of events. You cannot push that far out if you're Buckley.
Yeah, Mr. Do-It-All back in their first series of the day, kind of doing everything for the other team to have the better spawns for P2. 3M. See if you can do some damage on the rotation. Not going to happen. So pressure's on for Omen and Viz to put something together. And they're just going to line up. So Mr. Do-It-All rights his wrongs. That should force out some split spawns for Ramstein. All you need to do is remove 2 more players in the backside of this P2 setup. It's 3 a.m. and Ice-T trying to hold on.
All right, this is big. You're down right now. You gave a lot of time away on P1. You need to hold this. One nuisance player has been contended with. Now get an AR player towards that backline. Not too sure what that nade was doing, if I'm honest, from 3 a.m. But you know what? Whatever. Nobody's still in bins, by the way. So nobody in a power position for Ramstein here as they look to hold for this push. First feel good for Buckley. Towards the hard point they go. Shut out for the most part. Revenge on the slide. Not able to double up. Dante 1 versus 2 to try and take this time away. He's wasting time. Is it enough time for Buckley to get right back at it?
I don't know if it's just a Saturday thing. You get him here and he performs, but Biz is playing exceptional today. Still enough to hold a small lead over this Buckley team, but with the scrap time moment, trying to keep that one intact. Revenge going to remove him, cancel that a factor, and allow Buckley a way out. Spawns are going to flip, so you have a little bit of a disconnect here between 3 a.m. and Ice-T, who are looking for Dante in the backline. If Dante can do some damage, that's not going to be a good look. Fortunately enough, he cannot for Ramstein. Buckley are going to be at the initial time for P3, but they don't have the spawns they want, and Revenge wants to get it. He's going to take it.
Yeah, battle for the back spawns as well for both of these two teams right now. I don't think that's solidified, by the way, from Buckley just yet. Yeah, 3AM's now getting in the back line. Buckley have now finally realizing and sending another player to try and deal with any potential threat. So that's a big 1 versus 1 we'll try and keep to the back of our minds for the moment. Team nade from Hale, definitely not helping, but they do win the fight towards the back line. Revenge inside the hard point finds 3, and now all is well in the Buckley camp. They have an opportunity to really start to pull away.
23 seconds on this hill. Buckley completely shifting the momentum of this series, at least the opening of this series. And Ramstein, they know that they need a Hail Mary play, and it looks like Ice-T and 3AM once again going to try to make that happen over towards the new spawn. 3AM going to take down Hale. A 3 versus 2 on this rotation. Revenge has to make something happen on 7 in a row. He truly is taking over for this team. He's got the Hellstorm and the spawns. Buckley, they have everything they need to win this map.
Yeah, and if you're Ramstein now, you know, you don't have those back spawns, you're starting to panic. 3AM and Viz need to win every single gunfight. They're in a 2 versus 4. They are surrounded. There goes 3AM. There goes Viz. Buckley now back in for the time, and now they're watching the cross once again. Ramstein spawning in Narnia. 35 seconds left on the hard point. You're starting to chip away at the defensive line, but those back spawns, frustrating. They're constantly getting reinforcements.
Hill, nice shots to support Dante inside this hill. Buckley looking to amass the 200-point marker. Ice-T is going to find his way in, but he's surrounded and won't be able to stay alive for too long. 200 points and counting for the Buckley Space Force base. As everybody now moving over towards P5. 2 players here to try to defend. Trophies are down for Ramstein as they're in.
Couple of kills worth from Dante. That might well switch things. Dante just needs to play his life. Yeah, teammate, you can come and deal with that. Unfortunately, doesn't expect Fizz from behind. So this is a hard point where Ramstein can get time. Importantly, by the way, that Hailstorm missile might well take down some reinforcements. It isn't going to do anything as far as the players inside the hard point are concerned. So not that helpful here. Hale on a fight spree, cut down, but Buckley are in regardless.
Shots from Ice-T. If Ramstein trying to hold on, Buckley want to rewrite this script, but it is not that easy to pick up the pen and jot down these notes. Revenge, another 2-piece. He's still holding on to that Hellstorm, and let's think about this win condition now for Buckley, Brody. With 25 seconds on this hill, you push yourself to the max, you get that setup, you make that rotation to P2, and that Hellstorm can call game.
Hale now starting to heat up. If it's not Revenge, dude, it's always Hale. I think this is Hale's second consecutive 5 spree as well. I think he was on 5 in a row, died, spawns up, goes on another 5 spree. Buckley have taken over this game towards the back half here. Seymour, Revenge wants to try and close things out as well with Elephant control. Couple more players to contend with. Ice-T might have slipped through. Buckley just 15 seconds away, and they're winning all the fights. Flanking play coming through from 3AM. That might have blown things up. 3AM finds 3. Looking for number 4. Revenge has to go to the pistol. 3AM! He wipes everyone!
I mean, Ramstein, they need a miracle, and 3M's looking like the second coming of Jesus in this game. He is absolutely dancing around the opponents, and that's going to force out the Hellstorm from Buckley a little bit earlier than intended. So is this the miracle? It could very well be, but Sour Patch Kid going big at the 7th hour, and it is clutch time now for Ramstein.
Ah, you're in. Just gotta go play through. Dante clutching up. One last little attempt here. Viz goes, gets the kill.
Rotation.
2 seconds. Go. Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to stop this. If you're Ramstein, you got to push through towards a hard point. Buckley are keeping an eye on it, though. 3 a.m. He's just found the kill to try and puncture things. You've lost everybody, but one player, Ice-T, you just can't touch the hard point in time. Buckley, they hold the roto, and they will close out this map.
Oh, he steals it right out from under you. Buckley changing the script from what we saw back in the winter semifinals. Brody, was the rewind hard point that Ramstein took away. Buckley said, don't worry, we've made those changes. We've been growing on our own right. And with a takeover game between Revenge and Hale, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
All the 4 pieces you can ask for, take them. But if you're not winning those rotations, if you're not winning those fights inside the big hills, Buckley are going to move through you. 46 and 27 from Hale, 34 and 24 from Revenge. Both of those teams having players having a legacy game on this rewind, and Ramstein could not do anything to battle back.
I mean, look, it's worth saying again, you know, so often these hard points just come down to 1 or 2 moments that might kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit, right? And you know, Hale and Revenge, I would never undermine what they did. I think especially towards Electrical, right, where they're able to take away so much time from Ramstein. I think it was Hale again, I mentioned it at the time. He went on a 5 spree, died, immediately got right back into the hard point and went on another 5 spree. And those 10 kills in one single hard point, you know, you can't underestimate the importance of his presence in and around Electrical for that control. But for me, actually, again, and I'm just going to keep on saying it, I think it was Revenge that managed to get the 1 kill that probably won them the game, and it was the flip towards P4 on the final or the penultimate set of rotations. Revenge won a 1 versus 1, flip the spawns out in your favor, and we'll always say it's probably one of the most important rotations, one of the most important spawns that you can have a hold of in hardpoint in this game, because you reinforcements just keep on flipping up there. And the fact that Revenge was able to identify, hey, somebody is in and around our backline, even though they won the fights beforehand, I got to go deal with him. He wins that 1 versus 1, and they never lose the spawns for that hard point after that. They get basically 50, 60 seconds out of that hill. Got to give Revenge a little love for that.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, I mean, you get that play, you get that time in the hill. He also goes on a 7 spree, gets that Hellstorm. It bleeds into that P1 rotation in the 3rd set. He uses it, and then he jumps in for the last 2 seconds to close that game, not even giving the chance for Ramstein to steal away that rotation. Yeah, Revenge is making so many big plays. You always look towards those clutch moments, those big identifying moments to really change the outcome of these matches, and Buckley really show up in that game 1, Brody.
Yeah, they do. Shout out Buckley, because they made the adaptations. We talked about it last time. The reason that Ramstein were able to take it away in the way that they did was because they were the ones in control of those key rotations. Obviously, again, individual performances from Buckley. Shout out to Hale. Shout out to Revenge. I mean, shout out to the entire squad, really, because everybody had their moment. But still, I mean, if you get control of those key rotations, you're going to win the game. That's exactly what Buckley did. So they have changed the timeline somewhat, haven't they? Because last time around, it was Ramstein that took that map. This time, it is Buckley. Let's look at how that looks in our map set right now. Buckley, they take a map. Now we go into Hacienda Search and Destroy. Has it changed things here as well?
I mean, the only thing I can say is changing is I throw my hands up as I just realized Buckley don't have to reverse sweep a map. They don't have to reverse sweep the series for what feels like the first time on stream since we've seen them take the stage. And going into this Hacienda Search and Destroy, they should be feeling good because of that. However, Ramstein are a strong Search and Destroy team, and let me just kind of show the stats from the last series and kind of go over, you know, what people might have missed, especially when you look towards that game 5 that we did see in the dealership Search and Destroy. They had 6 first bloods across 9 rounds on that map. You go to the map 2 that was over towards that protocol, they had 5 of the first bloods across 8 rounds of Search and Destroy. So the stats that we saw from the last series on Ramstein and why they're so good is that the opening breakoffs for this team are something to worry about. And if you're not going to be prepared from that from Buckley, which, to be honest, you were playing a series at the exact same time. You didn't have time to watch Ramstein play up against Peterson just before this matchup. So you haven't really been able to see how they do handle these breakoffs and the player that you are going to be watching. But off of that Rewind hardpoint, Brody, you got the job done. You steal away that first respawn going into this Hacienda. If you steal it away, that's great. But if you don't, that might be what is expected for this series. So you're not going to be too worried.
Yeah, I'd be really happy if I'm Buckley right now. You know, just looking at the lay of the land, looking at where they've won maps previously, the fact you've got a double vault coming up. Revenge and Hale must be licking their lips at this point because they know they're confident for the remainder of the series. You take this Search and Destroy, man, I should have gone for a Buckley 3-0 at this point if they managed to grab that Search and Destroy.
Hindsight, man. It's crazy.
Hindsight is 2020, yeah, for sure, dude. Buckley looking pretty strong right now. I guess the one thing I would say as well that probably goes into their side, I know that obviously they lost this map last time versus Ramstein, so there is that to consider, but Ramstein only looked dominant in the last Search and Destroy, mainly because of the fact that, you know, I think Peterson, how many times they try to hit A, and that's a kind of a protocol exclusive gimmick. How many times they try to hit A and they could just never get it going. I don't think that was down to, you know, Ramstein. I think that was down to Peterson taking a minute to actually figure out how they wanted to hit the A site. So maybe something positive I would say for Buckley here is that Ramstein aren't Search and Destroy masterminds. They just, as you said, are so good at First Bloods. We'll see whether that changes.
We keep referencing back to that Search and Destroy in that series. That was 2 days ago. And I know it's not that long ago, but in the course of this tournament, it feels like eons. And each team's going to be leveling up from day to day. So let's see if Buckley can do it off the attacking round. A-bomb's there. Post-plant. Everybody's on site.
First blood for the re-entry is good for Ramstein. Buckley have one player out of position here. It's Revenge that they might not necessarily check for. Going a long flank, actually. Ice-T's going for it. Yeah, Revenge now reveals his position. You take those trades. 2 versus 2. You're not going to know where Ice-T is on this wrap through. That's going to be the real shocker. Viz able to team shot through. They're checking tin. They're checking tin. Ice-T, you have the biggest of brains. We lose the flank. And now Dante just next to needs to check the bomb on time. He's going to do that. Runs out of bullets. Has to go to the second weapon. Oh my god. Reload your weapon.
If the Ains wasn't reloaded, Brody, that might have been the most heartbreaking retake I've ever seen. All while Viz is just spinning in circles. The fact that that comes down to a 1v1 alone really worries me for Buckley in their post plans. I mean, Revenge, the only player there to really take a position off site, playing on the other side of arches. As soon as he goes down for Buckley, I needed to see Dante and Sour Patch Kid take a route. Somebody should have re-wrapped through patio all the way into dark, but neither one of those players do. Fortunately, they get the clutch from Dante, but that could have been so bad. Ramstein now in the attacking round. It's a slower break off, looking for those opening fights up top. Nothing's gonna bite. And it looks like you're gonna get a route underneath from Hale.
Ah, nice Hale. Hale doing what Hale does best. Finds the first blood. Now things will slow up. Ramstein don't have any map control whatsoever. The only information they have is where Hale got that kill. So they know he's going to be loitering around the middle of the map. He's already repositioned to watch the top of the stairs. That is a no-fly zone for Ramstein. They move through there, they're done.
Well, fortunately enough, they will have an opportunity to get this bomb planted. That stun checks, and it is going to give it away, and you can immediately see players 1 and 2. Hale and Sour Patch Kid setting up to hit this one through mid.
Omen caught on the exit as well. I don't know if Ice-T is long for this world. He should have hit the regen back up towards 100 HP now, but both players have been bullied out of the site. Sour Patch Kid is just waiting. Doesn't wait anymore for the follow-up kill, but all you need to do is watch the cross now while Dante is on the defuse, and, well, Ice-T will take his teammate out with a posthumous nade anyway. So, Disaster will strike for Ramstein, but make no mistake, folks, that was Buckley who had full control over that round at all times.
Absolutely despise the idea of Marty Dom coming back into a Call of Duty title. I absolutely despise that. This is probably the most gruesome execution. Like, I almost felt bad for Ice-T in that moment. You pop up like, all right, what can I see? And it's just a barrel of a gun staring you down. But for Buckley, that's back-to-back rounds where you open up with a very strong presence. I mean, a bomb site take on the first one. You get the 4v4 post-plant set up. In the second round, you draw that first blood, and you win your fights through the middle of the map to have that immediate collapse on that B site aggression. So this time around, round 3, Revenge on an island over towards the B site, and he might get all the timing behind this play.
I think he's going to. Oh, no. Here we go. Revenge still to make the play. Ramstein has to be fast about this. Ice-T. Oh, ready to go. Revenge still hasn't caught any of them here. Hale keeping an eye on it. There we go. Finally, Revenge will activate here, and it's going to turn the heads. It's going to slow things up. It's going to push them all out of position.
Revenge just trying to do what he can to stall his time, and he's doing enough. Late flank from Viz as he's trying to lurk this one, but he's finally getting involved. 20 seconds left to make this happen.
Now you've got top secret position as well, so nobody's defusing that bomb with 15 seconds left. Someone has to waste time off the clock to re-get that position, or at least make sure that nobody's there. And, well, Revenge will get peppered up. Sour Patch Kid is already in position, but there's no time to get the defuse through. Sour Patch Kid did his job perfectly. Ramstein might as well clear the site. It doesn't make a difference. And again, it's just the player on the wrap, right? You have a player that is keeping an eye on the players transitioning towards the bomb for the retake, and they just don't have any chance. I will say, after the first kill, kind of surprised they didn't immediately try to deal with him.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Ramstein, though, are just falling flat on their face across this map number 2. I mean, yeah, the hardpoint doesn't go your way, but you've been playing close hardpoints all week long, so that's really no surprise that some team just finally clutches up against you in those big moments. But for the search and destroy, I mean, the retakes have been a little flat. They haven't really been searching for that information, and Revenge is just picking you apart on these lurk plays, so they need a round now. Fortunately enough, they're gonna get the free plant at B of the 4-on-4. They just need to put this one away safely, and Buckley are going to give them a chance.
Now, this is probably the first round where I feel like Ramstein are actually in control of their own destiny. I felt like Buckley have had their number all game long. I was going to say something totally different there, but maybe not for this broadcast. Ramstein now hammered into the site. Buckley taking 2-2 approach here. A couple of players that are a bit late, actually, I would say, to the site, but they might be preoccupied. Here we go. Through the middle of the map, Sour Patch Kid and Dante. Do they play Savior? Revenge out of the play. Dante to the slide, takes one. 13 seconds, though. This is not that great for time. Player to the left. Ice-T will double up. There's no time for Sour Patch Kid to do anything. You might as well not feed. Oh, he's going straight to the site. Never mind. Take down Ice-T. Oh, no! Ice-T gets that? Are you kidding me?
Here, let me finish that sentence for you. You might as well not feed streaks to Ice-T. And that's exactly what you do at the end of it. 5 in a row off of this? He just puts you in a carton of milk. It says missing person report. Ice-T. Last seen on Hacienda Search and Destroy Map 2 in the loser semifinal for AFG World Championships. So hopefully somebody's going to be able to find him off of this one. Sour Patch Kid, yeah, I mean, you're just going to wipe that one from your mental for sure going into this next round. Down 2 for Ramstein. They finally get theirs on the board, and this is going to be a good raid over towards B in the bang out blitz.
Hale. Good follow-up on the nade as well. Gets 3AM out of position and almost immediately get that kill. Now all of your presence for Ramstein through the middle of the map. Viz finds one. All of a sudden, this becomes a 2 versus 2 as you lose Sour Patch Kid. Oh, Revenge on the wrap, though. Good for the kill. And now it's all down to Omen. They just don't know where he is, and now he's just been spotted.
Yeah, Revenge is going to know that, and that's just a sinking feeling in the back of Omen's mind. Almost gets the chance to bring it into a 1 versus 1, but this is a good read. This is a great read. If he reflanks all the way back over towards A, that's a good call. He is going to recheck this B bomb site, which I don't blame you at all, buddy. But 40 seconds on the clock to clear out A, get this bomb planted, and with it taking a little bit longer, that's going to give Omen a chance to catch a timing on this bomb planter. He didn't see him. He didn't see him.
Yeah, he just wasn't looking right. I mean, he looks at the bomb, but Dante is perfectly covered by it. And yep, now wraps away. So now has to waste 10 seconds to get back towards the site. The good news is that neither player at current are actually looking at him. The problem is he needs to clear out secret.
That's a big issue. First one, though, it's going to be a scam from Dante. Revenge tucked into a corner, 25 seconds. Do you
Wait.
clear it? He doesn't clear it. Gets the turn, but not able to get the shots off with the Jackal up close. Buckley put their 4th on the board here in the Hacienda. You got to give Omen some respect for bringing it into that 1v1, but for Revenge, he is transcending the planes of this series right now.
Brother. I really thought he was about the 1v2. The way he was pre-aiming, I was like, yeah, this is it. He's got it in the bag. No, 1 versus 2 denied. My gosh. That is crazy. Ramstein. Now, just 1 round to their names. They need to start changing things up here a little bit. Just some kind of Hail Mary to get some traction in this search and destroy, because it just doesn't feel like it's happening right now. Dante, at the very least, is going to be peppered up at the start of this round. That's brilliant, but 3AM, he is trying to do what 3AM does best, but, I mean, they perfectly predict it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Buckley are just in full takeover mode, and Ramstein, they're asleep at the wheel, especially 3AM. How is 3AM 0-6? Trigger to split for Owen. Could have come back to bite him. Hale's going to get the trade again. 2 versus 1. Ice-T has the bomb. He has been playing well. Your team just hasn't been able to clutch these moments.
All right, you get bombed down. Where do you go post-plant? Because you're about to run headfirst into the player. This big 1 versus 1. He tax sprinting into the fight. Revenge is going to win that all day long. What have we said about Revenge? When he's sliding, he ain't losing.
And he's been doing that all week. Really no surprise that
Every
he
gunfight.
is... yeah, quite literally every single gunfight he is sliding. So it's no surprise that he's going to continue to do that against this Ramstein team and win 5 rounds for Buckley. Ramstein silent throughout this map 2. And for the series, this is just completely off script from what we would expect from Ramstein, who said in their interview, we heard it from Ice-T, they want to get that rematch versus Cannon. Well, if you want to play Cannon, you got to play better than this.
And I just can't believe the adaptations that Buckley have made. You talk about First Blood. I don't think Ramstein have even really drawn it apart from a couple of times. Buckley have been phenomenal. 3AM looking for that First Blood. Peppers up 1 player. There is a second that will go to the slide. 3AM's not giving himself away, at the very least, right? He's garnering a lot of information. He's looking for the exit. But does he know it's more than 1? Would he know that? No, he wouldn't. Oh, he gets the kill anyway. Insane. The problem is, he doesn't know that it's another one. He would never know, but Dante gets peppered up anyway. 3AM might have just won this round for Ramstein.
3AM just so vigilant. Good shots from Revenge, but it's not enough to take down that first fight. They know exactly where this player is on the left side of the minimap, but Revenge, if there's anything that you've learned about him over the course of these 5 days of gameplay, is he doesn't sit still. So for all they know, he could be fully rotating on the flank towards P2 right now to get that bomb back, but he has stayed still. And he's going to re-hit this from the left side of B.
They've just seen him. Yep, you're dead. You're very dead. Shout out 3AM, man. I mean, he plays that so well. Yeah, to not have the knowledge as well about Dante, just as an aside, right, and still win that gunfight is insane. But also, I think just, you know, right, you throw the stun off the start, right? You pepper up 1 player, you throw the stun. The stun doesn't give you information on how many players they are. All it tells you is that there's still a player there. It connects with a trophy, so he doesn't actually tag that player. And from our perspective, at least, there's no reason for him to think there's more than 1 player there, right? And yet still, he sticks it, checks the angle, takes Sour Patch Kid out of the play, and then to get that kill on the follow-up on towards Dante. I mean, that really is the kicker, isn't it, to what was otherwise a perfect play from 3AM. What a time for him to pick up as well, because he was on a donut prior to that round.
Yeah, and, you know, to turn this one around is definitely going to be feeling good for sure. See if they can bring this one back fully, though, as it's going to be a full blitz over towards B. Bomb down, First Blood from 3AM, and he is starting to get the gears turning. 3 kills in a row.
Seeker.
That's
yeah,
brilliant.
Information gained. You also take Revenge out with that flanking play from Ice-T. Hale peppered up. Oh, walks away with a gunfight, but the trades are up there. Sour Patch Kid can't get it back into sight. And yeah, you take the RC car driver out. Not really much to work with. The RC car was all that Buckley had.
That's such a brilliant play from Ice-T. Tucking yourself in the corner to P2, spotting the RC car, take the long wrap through that doorway, and then slide shelling close to take him out. The RC car, A, didn't spot him, but B, even if it did, I don't think it would have hit the mark on that explosion. And the fact that you play the trigger discipline in that moment, that is ice cold from himself. 7-4. 3 a.m. Like I said, he was 0-6 at one point. Since then, 4 kills in a row. Let's see if they can get 2 more rounds to push around 11.
Oh, 3 a.m. Okay. You take a 1-for-1. That's good. Buckley limits the chaos that 3 a.m. could bring to the table. Using players, though, you've got to get this bomb down real quick because you've got no secret control. Do you get the F6? No, you don't. Now down to a 1 versus 2 for Omen on the defense to try and salvage this S&D.
I don't think they spotted him on the cross. And Omen's been playing good search and destroy, at least on the day. So, what's one more round? Top control. Sour Patch Kid not going to bring it towards that. Buckley put away the search and destroy. It gets a little bit tested towards the back end. You give up 3 rounds in a row to Ramstein, or at least 2 rounds in a row to Ramstein. But the results are the same. Absolute shockers on our face right now, Brody, in the way that Buckley are handling this series.
I mean, why would we ever expect them to change, right? Because you go back to the last series between these two teams, and it's not like Buckley were making any crazy errors in the first maps, right? Ramstein were just playing so damn well, and you hit the nail on the head before we got into that search and destroy. The reason that Ramstein is so good at search and destroy for the most part, obviously Protocol S&D, I think maybe there's kind of an extra added couple of layers there into that, was because they're so good at first bloods. They're always opening things up, and albeit Ramstein, I think they do that a fair bit there, actually. I think they probably do it in 3 or 4 rounds. They still don't convert them that well. Buckley are just clutch kings, man. They are just constantly getting that first blood, and if they don't, well, they're not letting Ramstein get any further off the back of one.
Oh, man, Brody. I definitely think that when you look towards those adaptations, for sure, the fact that Buckley just showed up so hot out of the gates. I mean, Revenge is running routes. He's playing the timing, too. You think back to round number 3 when he just solo plays over towards B, gets the timing on the flank, turns it into a kill, and then plays his life to burn that clock even more. And there's so much pressure just being put out there from Buckley that I'm just really impressed with the decision making that's coming out from players like Hale and Revenge, who in the past 4 days of play were players who were just absolutely cracked out of their mind, challenging everything. And don't get me wrong, they are challenging quite a bit, but you can start to see the process in the way that they're playing, and the actual decisions that they're making are smart. In that search and destroy, Revenge is playing great. Follow-up series from his fantastic map number 1 inside of that rewind hardpoint. And Buckley, they avoid the chances of having to reverse sweep another series, and this time they put that chance over towards their opponent.
I can't believe what we're looking at right now. Man, my 3-0s, man. I've been predicting 3-0s. Why don't you just say 3-0 Buckley? What am I on? What am I talking about? Ramstein 2-0 down in this series. Look, they almost got reverse swept in the last one. Now they are the ones who have to put a reverse sweep together. Ramstein, they are 2-0 down. Buckley have made all the adaptations in the world. And next up on the docket is a Vault Control that they have looked phenomenal at every single time we saw it. As a matter of fact, the last time these two teams played, they 3-0'd them on said Vault Control. So it's all looking like it's coming up Buckley. We got that map Nor coming up after a very short break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, people? Welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We are in an unprecedented situation, and by that I mean we didn't expect this whatsoever. We are down in the lower bracket right now, and we are about to eliminate another team, but it maybe isn't the one that neither you nor I were expecting, Seymour.
No, yeah, I would say, I mean, can we just like flash the talent predictions like one more time just to like show how different we thought this was going to go? Brody, I mean, I guess you should just label us Buckley haters at this point from from the way that they're putting and you know what, to be fair, I like, why, like, looking back at this, like the fact that we are putting this towards Ramstein, yes, of course Ramstein looked good, but like the whole time, like this whole series, like, or of events, this whole tournament, Buckley were right there with the top teams. I mean, you take Cannon to a game 5, you take Ramstein to a game 5. Why not Buckley to open up a series? And here they are 2-0 up. They've obviously been putting in the work as a team. They are strong. A little bit of a hiccup at the start of the tournament where they come up cold, but as they go through the day-to-day plays of Call of Duty, scrim a little bit more, figure some stuff out, talk amongst each other about the mistakes that you're making, here is the reward that they get to reap.
Yeah, it's just crazy. They have improved. I think just the craziest thing is that they weren't supposed to be here, right? I think it's just wild, right? The fact that the USAFE teams, obviously, you know, a couple of teams unfortunately couldn't attend, so you need an extra team from Konus and PACAF, and Buckley was one of those teams. And of course, they do make that change. Revenge joining the lap. I think that's changed things dramatically. We'll have that conversation though if they do end up 3-0 in this series. Speaking of, let's show you what the series looks like. Right now, we already told you that Buckley are 2-0 up in this best of 5, and it is a total flip of the script from what we had last time around. This is the same map set from the last one, with the exception of a dealership in map number 5. But last time, Seymour, it was a 2-0 start for Ramstein. The first couple of maps have been pretty convincing Buckley victories.
Yeah, I mean, like, Buckley's been going to this map mode combo all week long. The most we get to see taken against them is just one round on the other side. Other than that, it's been pretty flawless every single time they go here, and that's really due to their opening breakoffs on this vault control. When you see players like Revenge, like Hale, who are able to make those decisions, those fast plays to get into those close-up battles with the Jackal on the attacking side, it's hard to fight back from that, especially if you're not prepared. And if you've come into this, if you're Ramstein, expecting that you're just going to walk through this series, you're going to get a wake-up call like you did in the map 2, like you did in the map 1. So you have to make sure that you're watching for that break-off between Hale and Revenge every single time they go to this map mode combo, Brody. It is a fast 5 kills in a row to get one of those zones captured. So hopefully, for Ramstein's sake, they're going to be able to change that narrative.
Yeah, I think the one map in this best of 5, maybe 2 maps in this best of 5 if I'm being perfectly honest, but I think certainly this one that they expected to lose or expected to have the toughest time on would be the vault control, right? And I think that's probably why they're going to be in a frenzy right now, because the big part about this Buckley team that looks so cool and it always appears, it's so consistent, is that SMG duo of Hale and Revenge. They run up vault. This is their map without a shadow of a doubt. So for Buckley here, I mean, they must be feeling so damn confident, because on the flip side, this is the map that they expected to win. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, obviously, coming into the series, they'll be like, all right, cool, we're going to 3-0 this. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to execute on Rewind, Search and Destroy, or Rewind Hardpoint, excuse me, and Hacienda Search and Destroy. But this is the map where they're like, all right, no matter what we do, we're gonna run through Ramstein. So they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now. Expect Hale and Revenge to be running around the map, no holds barred.
All right, you look towards 3AM to be able to shut this one down, but he just hasn't been able to get it done. Revenge going to open things up with a 2-piece. Dante right there, starting to get that progress over towards A. Revenge, he's going to look to B to see if he can get double progress going.
And Omen already starting to have some pressure applied to him. Yep, most players out of the play. Ice-T gets shut down, and that should be the second tick through. If I'm being perfectly honest, you get a third player on this point, the entire point should go.
Yeah,
like, there's no reason for you not to just capture A right here, right now.
It should be gone regardless of that factor. You're just trying not to give up even more lives, and Revenge says, okay, you want to keep coming over towards A? Well, guess what? Domain expansion, you're all dead. 6 in a row, looking for that Hellstorm. Should be just about 2 kills away from grabbing it.
Good adaptation. Hail dead. At least Revenge, though, still hasn't died in this control. And they don't know that Revenge is here. Now they do. 8 kills in a row. Finally, Revenge gets shut down. But he will turn the attention of a couple of players in his direction. That gives a little bit of space for Dante to make his move up the map. Back in play isn't even necessary as Dante actually loses that fight, and actually so does Hale. So things stabilize somewhat here. Despite that eclectic start from Buckley, Ramstein now have map control. They're only 3 kills behind.
So right now, all you got to do if you're Buckley is just slow things down. Look to see if you can win these battles versus the overextending players that Ramstein have pushed up. You can see 2 players stacked inside of the vault. One's going to go down. 3M does get a trade, but that's 2 down in the feed for Ramstein. Another play towards the backline from Dante. And as there's pressure towards the front of the hill, that's going to take away from this. But everybody's going to spawn up towards Art. You know Dante is back here. 1 pump, 2 pump. He's going to back down. It is a saved day for Ramstein. Nobody's on B just yet, but you have to worry about Dante now behind you.
You have to take him out, all right? You simply have to, because every time you look over towards the balcony, Dante's going to put some pressure into you, especially if you're Viz, and Viz actually goes down. Oh my god, Dante gets to the drop shot for a kill. 3N though, wrapping behind, should be able to deal with some pressure, but Dante, he'll take that flip for a different position. Unfortunately for him, 3AM is good enough to take him out of the play, and Buckley haven't actually got that much more for said play. So Buckley still having to fight this from the front. You no longer have presence behind.
I really look towards 3AM and Omen to do some damage onto this approach. 3AM a little bit of damage, but as soon as Omen pops up, they're not going to be ready for that play from Palms. Now they know, and the issue is there's only 20 seconds for Buckley to win this offense. Ramstein has really set themselves up to steal this away.
All right, Buckley on the point. Ice-T. Can he be the savior? We'll go a little bit early. No trigger discipline. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, he just 1 bullet short. It's okay. 3M's there for the trade. Revenge on the point now, trying to keep this round alive. He gets shut down. 4 versus 4. Can anybody from Buckley reach the point in time? 1 coming from the vault. Dante, he gets shut down. And that will be it. The round is saved. Ramstein, by the skin of their teeth, will survive.
Typical performance from Ramstein to shut down that approach on B, not allow anybody in towards the back of R, deny the flanks, shut down the plays up front, and not just be stagnant in that play too. Everything about that win not just comes off of shutting down these plays that Revenge and Dante kept on trying to throw towards P4, but it also works towards looking at the positioning that Omen did have on those palms. Knowing that nobody was going down that B lane, he gets aggressive, he has the full flank, nobody's going to be ready for an AR there. And as soon as they go towards that B zone, you're fighting a battle on 3 different fronts. And for Owen, he just racks up the kills towards the end there, finishes out 7 and 6 with 3AM going on a 3 spree at the end as well. So Ramstein really saved themselves in a round, only giving up 4 ticks.
All right, well, in towards this one, Sour Patch Kid is starting to activate. Of course, he was 2 and 8 coming into the round. Now he'll go 4 and 8 after those kills. Now looking to try and defend the point. Nice posthumous nade from Sour Patch Kids. Will take another one out of the play. Buckley looking to get Ramstein away. Dante in the middle of the map will get traded by Hale. So Buckley pretty solid at the moment. Ramstein want to do something a little unique to try and split the defense somewhat. Ramstein able to double up, and now Revenge will clear the point. So all in all, not a horrendous start for Ramstein. Now they're starting to capture A.
Hale going to be on the flank again. Viz not going to be ready for it. See if he can get anything more in this play. Not going to be ready for Omen. Hiding away down to the side of Pillars. In for the contest is going to be Revenge this time. Tries to slide into the triple kill, but 3AM starting to come alive for Ramstein at the exact moment that they need him.
All right, 1-0 up are Ramstein. Now players on the point. Ice-T starting to make that progress. There's only a 3 versus 1 on the point. Finally, Ice-T does get shut down, so quiet here on the war front for a Buckley. Omen trying to get vault control. Was that a couple extra bullets in the body? I think maybe Omen's just making sure that player's dead. I don't know. Either way, it's a white kill feed. Everybody will decide 1 is down. Revenge, you got to take a route here. He goes to the drop shot for the 2nd kill. Jump Chow towards the point. Gets shut out. 3AM switches to a 2nd player. Will make Hale weak enough that the teammates can deal with it. But Buckley don't have anybody in art. They need to wrap around through mid.
And towards the B zone, 2 players on for the progress. Omen not too far away. It's going to be a triple stack actually for a second. That gets the second tick going pretty close to getting captured. A 1 versus 1 for the point, and Viz not going to be able to win it. So the second tick going to be shut down. Back to square one. So you do have player number 5, Ice-T, working down through the vault.
And Buckley, they're living life on the edge right now. First tick through. Trades once again. 1 player remaining on the point. Hale goes down. You can stack the point if you're Ramstein. Buckley, you gotta stop this. The only players that can do so, Sour Patch Kid and Revenge. Sour Patch Kid's played out of play. Revenge, did he get played on the flank? No, they don't know, but he doesn't finish the first fight. Switches where the second, then doesn't get the third kill. 3AM gonna get another kill now towards the point. Hale shut down. 3AM streaks, and that's 3 in a row. That's the capture. No way do Ramstein now take the control.
It's been a weird one for Ramstein, but this is exactly the way that you hope this series could go. Starting in map number 3, 3AM, continuing his BS that we've seen all week long. 18 and 10, just absolutely slaying out from every single angle. He got the 4 spree in the rewind, and I thought he was going to clutch up towards that 3rd rotation. It didn't happen. You have a terrible map number 2. You don't expect him to have a bad performance back to back, and he is really truly heating up in this map number 3 with Ramstein up 3-2-0. This should be a chance to at least put yourself on the board in the series.
And Buckley got close last time. They just couldn't follow up on the map control that they obtained. Oh, God. That is a terrifying start for Ramstein. I really love this from Buckley, right? They're not just settling for an immediate A capture. They're trying to get map control to put a bit of a battle on towards both of these control zones. Ramstein are going to have to prioritize the defense of B here. That's 2 players down. Now it's just 1 player on each control zone. And Buckley, well, look, sometimes you just throw players at both points, and sometimes that kind of play goes awry.
Another wave of kills for Ramstein on this defensive side. Hale looking for a way onto A. He's going to touch it for the moment. Slides into U. 3M not going to be ready. Revenge doubles down, and that's 3 down. Suddenly in the feed, Viz in the flank is going to give himself away. Still manages to find 1 kill before dropping, which is going to slow this progress over towards A. Ramstein a chance to fight out of their spawn. Nice car bomb from Sour Patch Kid. At least chipping away some of these players, getting this progress under your belt.
You've got a slight tentative life advantage. Revenge recognizes, I think a player was under. I don't actually
didn't
know if
see
he
him.
saw that player. Yeah, I did not see him whatsoever. So Omen might be able to stop this one. Revenge towards the point. Good for the first trade. No bullets into 3M. Oh no, Dante gets turned on. Now down to 1 versus 1. Sour Patch Kid throws a Semtex at the wrong time. Fortunately, his teammate is there. Hale still more to do, and he's not able to do it. So back we go again. 50 seconds. Still no capture through from Buckley.
Oh, we got to figure out a way to stop people turning on us in this tournament, Brody. It's just not good for our hearts to watch things like that. As it is going to be a touch over towards B. He's trying to split the attention of Ramstein successfully. Ice-T is going to nibble. He ends up going down, and that's going to split things up for a chance back over towards the A zone now. 3AM has to go big once again, not able to transition it into a double kill. Should amount to this A zone getting captured, which it will. Minute 34 in the clock. Buckley still have a chance in this control.
Well, you're starting to kill the transition in players, though. Wait. Ice-T didn't know about that second player. Oh, wait, why is Sour Patch Kid going on the transfer here? He's trying to stop the mid-map presence instead of actually pushing forward. I think that might have been preferable, but to the point, Revenge doesn't care. He's already doubled up. Viz is dealt with, and now you can start to move forward, and now we're getting Sour Patch Kid in those power positions.
5v11 could go to some TDM. 3AM can do the impossible yet again, only able to get the 2. Is it enough to figure something out if you're the side of Ramstein? Not just yet. Hale's gonna let them know that although it is pretty dark in the control, it is not fully out. Buckley get around inside the vault, and now they're looking to mount this comeback.
Just that play. I think it was Revenge that managed to get the double on the point. Of course, Hale also follows up with this. And again, would you believe that it's Hale and Revenge that are doing it? It's also worth saying as well, I think Sour Patch Kid was doing a good job at turning the attention of the Ramstein players coming off the spawn to try and take him down, of course. And that makes things easier. It leaves a lot of pressure on the point itself from Buckley. So, wow. I mean, Buckley 2-0 down in this control. They take the offense. The defense is all they need to do now. Ramstein, they were damn annoying in that prior offensive round. Nade over the top. That should stop things through the opening stretch here. Though it's not double nade. It's only Revenge that sent it. Fizz was tagged up and he runs right into you. Unfortunately, weak enough that Dante can take him down in a microsecond.
26 playing 30. Ramstein yet to find a kill on this offense. Finally, Viz is going to strike 3 AM looking for a way out. See if they can get their shovels and start digging. Over towards the A zone, Dante hiding in a corner, managing to keep them off of this time. Only 55 seconds left. Dante on 3 in a row. Buckley, they want to will themselves to this round 5, Brody. I am here for it.
Yeah, I don't know what the tick progression is between these two teams right now, Seymour, but I will say that if Buckley managed to get a fully clean defense here, it would go a long way to getting a round 5 defense. Revenge will double up in the middle of the map. They really want it. Wraps around behind B. Good call from Omen to stop that from happening. They should know Revenge at this point, like the back of their hand. Maybe they know Hale as well? Apparently not. Hale able to get one for free, but that's not going to stop Ramstein from continuing to apply pressure towards the B zone. Are they watching the close? Revenge just contesting for a moment. Slide out is taken down, and all of a sudden, Ramstein now have the triple down on the point.
Dante in the flank. Good shot. Second tick's going to be in. Viz still staying alive. Triple stack's going to go fast. Can Dante get there for the cast? He will, and he's got help. 3 down. They hold on to that second progression. And Brody, I don't know the exact number for this segment, but as long as you hold them to these 2 ticks, you should be feeling good about that defense.
I mean, maybe. On the flip side, though, those 2 ticks might have done everything for Ramstein. We don't know at this point. You're down by 6 lives, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Ramstein have seen a bit more success in hitting the B zone. They've got a couple of players to contend with. Sour Patch Kid not able to hit the regen, so all down to Dante on the point. He's going to get doubled up on. Ramstein might have found a way to extend the clock. No, never mind. It's Revenge and Hale. They're combined for 3. One more player towards A to contend with. It's Viz, who does get a double. Sour Patch Kid, though, should be able to take him down. No! Oh, God! 3AM takes him out of the play. That might be enough here to get a double stack through.
With only 1 segment over towards B, if they get this A zone and they snowball, that zone's going to go so fast. B's getting worked on. A's getting worked on. Buckley, they need to clutch this.
Only 1 tick on A. You only need 1 tick on A here in a 10 versus 4, though. They should be feeling confident now that they're at least able to extend this to a round 5. But Ramstein, you got to have 1 perfect hit. Sun will connect on towards Dante. That makes a couple of players weak, though. Viz should be dead, and he is. They're just relying on flanking plays. Hale gets caught out. That's good for Omen. Ice-T also finds one. And now it's pretty much all down to Revenge. You've got to get towards a point. You can't just sit here. They're pre-aiming you as well. He's weak from the initial. You've got to take the players off. Slide out is not good. The jump down from Dante is. He will force a round number 5. But my God. That was like a second away from the capture.
Half-mast, Brody. We got Buckley taking a round 5 against Ramstein, trying to force this into a 3-0 sweep. Ramstein want to stay alive in this tournament, want that map number 4, see if they can kickstart this reverse sweep. Oh my goodness, to do it in a feat like that would be crazy. 5 segments in that round is going to guarantee them the defense. So you go into this last one, Buckley, they need a miracle. If they want that 3-0, Ramstein, they just need the proper steps.
All right, Buckley, you've done it once. You can do it again for the 3-0. Double stack through off the rip here. Sour Patch Kid, not confident just yet. Has that Viz actually passed? Fortunately enough, Dante's there as the backstop, but not checking lights, so Omen will manage to slip through here. Buckley, they sometimes do get a bit preoccupied with their own flanks to recognize when they themselves are being flanked. Oh, Sour Patch Kid, you really need to finish that fight, and you don't. So, mid-map control, still pretty good here for Ramstein, and your flanking players on Buckley are getting shut out.
26 playing 23, 52 seconds. Omen gonna hop in towards A alongside your teammates, see if you can get behind any play that is forming. And Ice-T's gonna see it all. The shoulder is thrown. He's gonna communicate that. And look at Omen fly through. Hale's gonna get caught in the flank. Suddenly you're flipped out and you're worried about the presence behind you. So you have to make a play here if you're Revenge.
At this point, stop flanking. At this point, just stop flanking. Get towards the point, right? You just need to stack. You've got 29 seconds on the clock. It will freeze as Revenge jumps on. He's alone, though. Goes down, and the fact that Omen manages to give him the slip is crazy. Sour Patch Kid, at the very least, will now get towards the point. You got one player watching you, but they go down. There goes Hale, there goes Sour Patch Kid. It's all down to Revenge. Ice-T finds 3, 15 seconds. You gotta get to the point now.
Candle is burning down. 7 seconds. Dante's going to get a touch. Viz just around the corner is going to pop up. Overextension onto B now. And it's a race for Buckley to see if they can reinforce this one. Viz gets shot in the back. Revenge to the middle of the map. Not going to have the read towards Omen. Now trying to rush through. Still trades back and forth. You need to stay alive over towards this B zone. But no, you're down. It's Hale now. He has the read towards the player in Vault. He just needs to play his life.
Red on the flank as well. Has to catch at least 2 here. Omen catches him instead. Now all down to Dante. Sour Patch Kid also over by A, so it's a split effort here. Second tick now going to be through. You can't look in more than one place. Sour Patch Kid down. They are going to touch the point. 0.7 seconds. Revenge. Weak. Jump shot. Not good enough. Ramstein. They survive. We go to a map number 4.
You never thought that Ramstein would just roll over for free. And Buckley, when they've been near flawless all weekend long on a Vault control, the one time that they hiccup is the one time that they're looking to sweep one of the best teams that we have in this entire tournament. Ramstein, they prevail. And although it got really close in certain scenarios, Brody, I think no matter what the outcome is, you are happy, especially when you have Hale and Revenge dropping 87 kills on your forehead. The fact that you walk away with that game alongside that stat line is kind of absurd for a game mode like Control, but you get it done nonetheless. And you do it in a situation where you go up 2-0 inside of this map. You weather the storm to that, you go up with that first round. You go into that round 5 after getting 5 seconds, nearly putting away in those 4 rounds. You take Buckley the distance, and you just get it done in the marathon that is this Control map 3. So Ramstein looking for a little bit of momentum their way, and I'm not sure this is going to fully ignite it, but it is the first step of many.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'll be totally honest there. I think that is a solid adaptation from Ramstein onto what Buckley do best, right? And we discussed it. We talked about how Vault, it's a map that plays so well to Hale and Revenge's strengths, and that is just consistently flanking, consistently running routes behind your opposition. I think Ramstein did a phenomenal job adapting to that, right? They were constantly on the hunt for Hale or Revenge, and I think sometimes there were moments in that Control, and I think that's specifically relevant to maybe that round number 5, where maybe they could have done better by being a bit more focused on the point, as opposed to just trying to wrap behind constantly, right? And again, I think Ramstein, they adapted to that so damn well. They knew that's what they were doing pretty much constantly. And although they weren't always able to deal with it, I think they were able to win enough of those fights that, again, if they hadn't won those, it definitely would have been a 3-0 right now. So shout out to Ramstein. They definitely did the work, and we gave a lot of love to Buckley for putting the work in for the first couple of maps. It feels like Ramstein have also equally done exactly the same.
Well, Brody, I think I'm looking forward to this map number 4, because I don't know what between yesterday and today happened. Maybe they did some ritual that has completely swapped the spiritual essence of Buckley and given it over towards Ramstein. But as we go into the second Vault, it really truly seems like Ramstein are trying to pull a fast one here. You go towards this map mode combo, and let's talk about what needs to change from that map 1. The big thing was watching for somebody like Revenge playing for those rotations. He did such a good job of that rewind hardpoint, locking down those rotations from P3 to P4, holding on to those back P4 spawns. And you go towards this Vault hardpoint, obviously it's not going to be the craziest deal if you're not hitting the rotations to 1, 2, or 3. But if you miss that rotation to P4, Brody, that's going to be the biggest issue for this Ramstein team. They need to make sure that they're keeping those flanks under check. They're denying those routes to be run by Revenge and keeping that proactivity in your mind.
I mean, that's the thing, right, for me. If you've already adapted, and it seems quite clearly that they have adapted to what Revenge and Hell are bringing to the table, even if, again, Revenge and Hell, technically speaking, outside everybody in that lobby by a very large margin, you can still do that in the hardpoint as well. Like, that's not exclusive to the Control. You should be able to know exactly what Revenge and Hell are doing at all times. You're constantly going to be having eyes in the back of your head, making sure, hey, look, listen, on those key rotations, we know that someone's going to try and flank. We know that someone's going to try and beat us to the punch. So let's make sure we win those, and we can extend this series to a game number 5. I'll be honest, mate, I was convinced this was a 3-0. Like, totally. After the first couple of maps, I was like, yeah, it looks like Ramstein are getting outclassed here. Now, though, it feels like Ramstein have done their homework and are putting the adaptations through. And it is the same map. We are going to a Vault hard point here, just like we were in the Vault control. So like I said, you know what Revenge and Hale are going to do. You just need to play to that.
Yeah, I guess, you know, the only thing I can say to that, Brody, is the only way you would think that this was going to be a 3-0 series is if you were still doing a bit from day one. And, you know, for you, yeah, I understand that. But for everybody at home, they're not a part of that bit. I think everybody would have expected this series to go further than a 3-0 sweep. So far, it is. Maybe not in the, I'd say, right order that we're thinking. But I don't think Ramstein is a team that is just going to roll over and die. The map number 3, it's evident to the fact that they are still alive in this series. They're not going to give this one up for free. So going to this Vault hardpoint, you expect them to keep that momentum going.
All right. At this point, we might as well shoot for a mountain before I right see more. Ramstein certainly going to look for it as they start things off here, looking for control over map number 1. It doesn't happen, at least initially here. Buckley are going to be the ones in control, but they have one player behind that could blow this up. It's Ice-T. He is here, evidently not named after the beverage, but he certainly is putting some beverage down on the map right now.
Yeah, he is drinking it up right now in terms of that hill time. Ramstein, they're trailing for now, but you're looking at those blue arrows, trying to search forward to see if you can take care of Dante in that back, watching for this P2 spawns. Nobody has actually taken into account that Dante is back there, and now with Hale going in, that's going to let Dante get a little bit loose in this setup, try to push forward and fully solidify it for Buckley. Only what you got to worry about now is going to be Ice-T, and
wait,
has nobody read him?
Okay, they found him. I was going to say, like, Ice-T was just like, he must have played like an angle that was just below the stairs or something like that, for them not to see him on the initial. But either way, towards the hard point now, we're starting to see a couple of trades in the kill feed. Hale will be on 5 in a row now. A bit too aggressive there. Viz will shut him out of the play. Doesn't matter as you buy a little bit of space for your team. Ice-T, please don't do this. The Sour Patch Kid, he's got family. He will end up going down anyway. Towards the point, Dante, Omen out of the play. Ramstein starting to move forward, but it's Hale who doubles up again. Hale doing what he did back in that rewind hardpoint, right? He went on a 5 spree. He died. He's now on 2 in a row. I don't think Hale's stopping anytime soon.
I don't think Hale's going to slow down at all. 9-2 is impeccable. As you look towards the rotations already, Ramstein, they're going to chalk it up. Spawn out for Viz, so a chance to maybe punish a couple of these rotations. He's still keeping his eyes out for a late roto out of that P2, and it looks like he's going to lurk for the time being through the middle of the map for a safe transition, while Omen, he is locking down this top art position.
All right, Ramstein, you think you've got it locked down. You don't. Buckley constantly keeping an eye on you, and you're behind. 3M, though, he's flanking the flank man. Goes for the kill and towards the hard point. 3M now looking to clear out Vault. Does exactly that. Everything's working out right now for Ramstein, but there's one player who's trying to be a sneaky beaver around the backline, and those spawns are now completely flipped out. Omen, you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. You've got so much to do, and he just gets overwhelmed by it. So Buckley right now in a solid position. They've got a 20-point advantage. They might not get the old control time, but they do have control of the rotation until maybe Ice-T can ruin it. Nope, he gets shut down.
Yeah, he gets shut down, and Ramstein, these last 16 seconds, it is going to at least bring you back into this game, but you need to do a little bit more from this one, and it's read the flank from Hale, which how do you read that? And then look towards this rotation, which you're losing your gunfights on. You're losing everything right now, Brody, is what I'm trying to get to, and that is a little grim in terms of this scoreline. So you need a miracle for this breakover towards P4, and I like the setup from Buckley, especially considering you had Revenge pushed up. He's gonna drop back. That's gonna burn some time for the retake and force them to deal with it.
They have to check it. Yep, they have to check it. Yeah, well played. At the very least, you got rid of Dante. Now you can move towards the point. Have to approach this at all angles, and you have to time it well too. Ice-T opens things up with that first blood. Hale now forced back into the side, and oh god, doesn't check the front. 3AM takes that all day long. Fortunately, though, for Hale, his teammates are there to pick up where he left off, so the status quo remains unchanged. Buckley have control of the site. They've got players towards the back.
It's hero plays from Ramstein again and again. 3AM just trying to carry the team, and although he is finding the kills, he's mostly doing it in one 1v3 scenarios, and finally they get an attempt to do it as a full 3 squad on the break. 3am walks away with the last kill, not able to read the player off the respawn. A little bit of scrap time, but a long way to go as you're trailing by 40 heading into the second set of rotations. And we're looking at Buckley. The one thing they've been doing good is playing for these new hills. Dante, he tried to flip those spawns. It doesn't work, but it opens up the front line for Buckley.
Gonna open things up. That first player trade's pretty good here for Ramstein. Currently bleeding a little bit of time to Buckley. No choice but to slide out in towards the site there, despite the fact that you were weak. So Ramstein now going to have to regain control. I love the little reach out as well from Buckley, right? You don't really need to prioritize P1 time as Viz just casually whips up a couple of players and actually gets the third. Nice team shots. I was going to say, I love the play from Buckley. They don't prioritize P1 time. They try to flip the map, but Viz has just blown that entire play up.
He really has. And now look at Omen to see if he can win some fights out towards the pool. The rest of your team's looking through the middle of the map. Viz shuts down Sour Patch Kid. And the rest of the plays through the middle of the map, it is all blue in that kill feed. Spawn up with the team. 3am's going to be able to reinforce this one. Everybody from Buckley going to fight through Catwalk.
All right, Buckley trying to push through. Trying to flip the map. Not happy with a trade just yet. Dante able to double up, though. So now that will open up the backline here. And the Ramstein players should just spawn up right in the cupboard as the back of the hard point. Hale, nobody's watching the cross. Able to fly straight in. Nice shots. Can't get the second kill. Omen surely not long for this world, though. He's fully reliant on the crossfire that his teammates are giving him. And Omen finally shut down from the front. But nobody from Buckley can break just yet. They have to fly back towards the hard point. Viz now weakened up, and never mind. Sour Patch Kid just runs right into the hard point. Now Hale on the wraparound. Sour Patch Kid will double up there. Hale finds a double of his own, and it only takes a little bit for Buckley. They will get the back 15 seconds, and they have control of New.
And, I mean, that is going to be evident to the fact that if you could get one solid rotation and actually hold that time, you are half of a hill away from flipping this lead back into your favor. Ramstein should know that, and they should latch onto that with all their might. Playing towards the top of art, still Dante. He's going to try to be a nuisance here. He's watching for the player in behind, hiding away, reads it. Not going to be likely from the same side of Ice-T. He turns to 3am as well. Why are you facing the art player? You're giving yourself up for free.
Oh, man, that's so difficult.
Dante.
Now Dante, yeah, goes crazy. Finds that kill on towards Viz. That's 3 for Dante, and that's still control from the spawns for Buckley as well. Now they can start to obtain some of that time. Dante, like fish in a barrel, looking down range. He will find yet another one. How many more can Dante get? He's on 5 in a row. Ramstein, if they could pick up the last 15, that would be nice. But the way that Buckley have pushed forward is just crazy.
And you don't even really get the scrap time. Sour Patch Kid gonna steal a nice crisp 5er off you. And Dante has completely flipped this upside down. Ice-T has found a route into the bottom of this hill. Hale's going to be lesser for it. A route opened up. Spawns flipped. You have to work fast for Ramstein to flip out this hill. And they're going to be in for the setup. But how long can they hold?
20 seconds ahead. Buckley starting to apply the pressure. I don't know if Revenge took any shots there. I don't know if they know about him. Revenge flies to the site. Wolf +1. Hello. How has Revenge got that kill on towards the Omen? One play towards the backline. How has Viz not found any value? Finally finds 2, but Dante will have the final say. And the fact that Viz lets a player pass, that is instrumental to Buckley breaking. But Ramstein, they're not giving up. No one's watching the cross just yet, so a couple of players have broken through.
It's one of those moments that all the Ramstein fans, they throw their hands up and they just ask, how is that possible? Revenge still lurking around this hill. See if he can take a couple more seconds away for this team. Drops down in the contest. He's going to win the fight inside the time for the last 8 seconds. Buckley continuing to just annoy Ramstein non-stop. Hale now for the 1v1 win. Players spawning up over to this hill have to fight through it to go to nil. It's a 30-second lead for Buckley still. Heading into now the third set of rotations. 165 to 136. Ramstein just so many chances that they keep on chuckling, Brody. And when we look back to how this game ends up, no matter what, we're going to be calling back to the play that Dante made in art.
Yeah, Dante might have just salvaged the game for Buckley. I say salvaged, have improved their chances of winning, I should say, at this point. But right now, that deficit, once again, being brought down to a minute one. Dante comes through and get another double, and he's just doing that over and over this game. Sour Patch Kid might well find the third, and Revenge will find the fourth. But it is Dante who opened up that ensemble kills, and now you're starting to panic if you're Ramstein, right? Yeah, you're down by 20 points, but that could only get worse if you do not make this hit towards the backline work.
It's big-time panic for Ramstein as everybody's going to be looking towards these players. Ice-T in the back, taking down Hale, looking for a couple more in that P2 side. The Fountain, no, Dante is there again. Big player, big plays. Talk about 3 a.m. Can he count down? No. Viz, a double, and he is holding on. The back spawns in, and a big play from Viz might just breathe some life into the team.
You just have to stay down in the hard point. You don't need somebody pushed up as well. You just need somebody watching the cross. 3 a.m. thinks otherwise, and him pushing out of the hard point has just flipped to spawn out. Yeah, you didn't really want to do that if you're 3 a.m. because now you've lost control of the kill. It's just the way spawns work in this game sometimes. Buckley now, though, might have to deal with the threat around the back line.
It's only a 16-second lead. If you can break this one more time, you still have a chance to fully tie this up going into the Hill 3 and Hill 4, Brody. I mean, like, you look at the time bank, a minute 39 in this vault hardpoint in general. I don't think I've ever seen a vault hardpoint go this close in the time bank. We might actually look to that last second hit.
Man, I just don't know what to say. Dante, he's done this before. He's played the superhero. Has to do it again. Shots taken out. It's 1 by 1. It doesn't matter because Ice-T is going to finish it on the first one. This time, Dante can't salvage the spawns, so they should flip. But Buckley, right back at it again. They get the kills. Hale doubles up. And, well, if Dante can't do it, Hale can. Buckley in a favorable position once more. And now if you're Ramstein, if I'm being perfectly honest, Seymour, I would just throw yourself at the hard point. Don't let Buckley get this time.
Yeah, I mean, you want to steal this time away. You want to make sure that you are keeping this as close as possible after all the work you've done just to tie it up. So, down by 7 seconds. He's starting to flip these spawns. Do you read the pinch that Buckley's going to have back over towards this old hill? Well, Dante's going to give it away. Sour Patch Kid doubles down. 4 down for Ramstein. They're spawning all the way back to P2. So much ground to cover just to get to this P4 hill.
Well, you are going to get this time if you're Ramstein. As you said, you've got to now full sprint across the map. Hale should be watching the cross like a hawk, but Ice still gets there. At the very least, you have the information. That's a Hellstorm down, I believe, that doesn't tag any of them. A couple of players still managed to get across. Revenge will shut one of them down. He is still weak on towards the fight. Viz able to hit at least one of them, but that one player that did get behind was immediately shut down. So Ramstein now need to hit this again. But that first kill from Ice-T is going to make this plausible.
It gives him a chance, but only 23 seconds left for Buckley to win this map number 4 and put this series away in 4-3 down again. Only player is going to be Omen here. Has to play his life, has to wait for the rest of the team, but he's going to get dropped, Brody, and this might be it.
Got to get across. Buckley find 2 kills. Viz checks the wrong corner. Dead to right. Sour Patch Kid takes him down. 5 more seconds. Desperation setting in for Ramstein. Can they touch in time? No. Buckley take it home. No, map 5. We are denied.
And the Cinderella story continues for Buckley Space Force Base. A map 4 victory versus a team that we had going the distance in this tournament. And might I add, they did push far. But this is the end of the road for Ramstein, our only USAFE team to show up to the Air Force Gaming World Championships. Buckley gave them a run for their money. All respect to both teams. What a banger of a series.
Oh, man. Just an insatiable series, isn't it, really? And it is wild. I mean, we kind of talked about it in map number 1 as well, but it is kind of crazy that 1 or 2 rotations, you know, just control of those power positions can change the tide of a map. And that was the case, of course, back in map number 1 as well, right? I think it was Revenge, I want to say, that made one of the biggest plays of the entire series, really. It gave Buckley effectively the win on this map towards the back half of it, Seymour. He managed to get control of the back spawns, of course, for this P4 right here. And then, of course, as we got to the 5th and final kill, Buckley, they managed to get the vast majority of the control over that as well. I'll be honest, though, I think the Search and Destroy was probably the most surprising element of it all, because 3 a.m. was completely neutered in this map.
If you asked me yesterday that Ramstein would be trailing 1-5 in a Hacienda Search and Destroy, I would have called you crazy. I would have said there's bugs in your skin, honestly. But instead, for Buckley, they have made every single adaptation going into this series, and they have been completely sidelining so many big plays that we expect from Ice-T, from 3 AM, and maybe even sometimes from Viz across these days that we're so used to. And that alone just shows that they have really been stepping up as individuals to make these plays. Hale gets the double kills. You know, sometimes we'll see Revenge just get to play his life, wait for somebody to overshadow him, and then maybe find a third one. If not, you burn some time for the rest of your team to adapt and change. A little bit of a teabag for Sour Patch Kid, and honestly, that's kind of how this sums things up.
Just crazy. Wild Series Championship Saturday here for the DAF Esports World Championships just continues to be crazy. Every single result, every single elimination is heartbreaking, but also it's exhilarating, right? Because we just get phenomenal maps just like the ones that you guys just saw. Buckley, they move on. They have a top 3 guaranteed now. So we have our final 3 teams. We know which 3 teams will at the very least be walking away with a set of beautiful medals at the end of the tournament. Commiserations to Ramstein. Honestly, you said it right. Our USAFE representatives, the only team from that region in this competition, are down and out. They've been phenomenal. It's been a beautiful storyline to watch.
Is that the... Did USAFE beat PACAF at the tournament?
Yeah, that's a good point. I was just thinking that.
USAFE beat PACAF with 1 team. That is crazy to think about. That is insane.
That's tough. Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was just thinking, like, is there any PACAF teams left? But no, I guess PACAF also crashed out of top 6. So that's what... Did they actually crash out before that? Did we have any PACAF teams in the top 6?
I don't think so.
Wow, that's crazy. PACAF L, am I right? I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I love PACAF to my heart. And unfortunately, they just did not make it through. So shout out to you, Safety, though. Shout out to Ramstein. They're a beautiful team to watch, and they will finish in 4th place, just outside of the top 3 that get those medals. But they do lose to Buckley, and we got somebody on the line from Buckley. Let's talk to Revenge. She has rejoined the roster for the DAF Esports World Championships, of course, part of that 2024 CONUS lineup that ended up winning the entire thing. Congratulations on the dub, my man. You look phenomenal, yourself and Hale, through that series, just constantly flanking. Whenever I saw you in the map, I knew you were hitting a route of some kind. Talk to me a little bit about the map selection for this best of 5 before we kind of get into anything else, because, you know, we looked at it and we're like, hold on. This is pretty much the same maps from the last best of 5 that you played with Ramstein, minus, of course, the map number 5. And you ended up taking the first 2 away. So was it like an attitude of just like, look, we know where we went wrong the last time we played these guys on these maps. Let's just correct those errors and go in and get those dubs?
Realistically, the mindset, and I'm not trying to talk down on my teammates, the only reason we lost, we had 2 people double neg. They know that, they accept that, and they came out shooting today. They really did. I love Dante, I love Sour, and when they're shooting, we're really unstoppable. We're going to win the whole thing if they keep doing what they're doing. No issues, I promise you.
It's my favorite thing. I don't want to talk down on my teammates that bam just hits them with the truth bomb right
they
there.
They know that was their worst map. They know.
Hey, you know, sometimes that just happens as well. It's like the first time that you guys lose a vault control, so we can look past that as well. But, you know, for situations like that, when you do have your teammates maybe underperforming in a situation like that, what do you guys do in the game to kind of lift those spirits back up?
Realistically, we've been in that situation so many times before. We know what we can do. We know we're the better team. And the only time we've ever lost a map, we beat ourselves, and we know that. So if we can just hype each other back up in the comms, kind of calm it down. Dante has been taking IGL lead a lot these past 2 days, and it's been working. It really has been. Me and Hill knew what we needed to do. They know what they need to do all the time now, and it's going great.
Sorry, one more thing, Brody. One more thing. You guys got Langley and Cannon left. What do you gotta say to them? Because you're just waiting in the depths right now.
We play Cannon again. I'm excited to play y'all if we do. That vault was a fluke. It really was. 3 of us were having tech issues. Should have won that 3-1. Langley, excited to play all if we do as well. We're gonna play both of them eventually. I mean, we're winning next series, so it's all good. We're shooting. I'm excited to play both of them. I really am.
All right. Well, you think you're going to play both of them. Which one do you think you're going to play first? Who do you think is winning that upper bracket final? Is it going to be Cannon or is it going to be Langley?
I don't know. Langley is really a fundamentally strong team, but I think they got outdiffed by the gun skill on Cannon, unfortunately. So it's just going to come down to if Cannon can play fundamentally well or if Langley can start shooting their guns. They shoot their guns. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to say that, right? Hold on. Wait, I see you. I see you somewhere. If they could up the level, they're shooting their guns. I love those guys. I did not. I came out wrong.
We're using that. You're using that, mate. Don't you worry about it. Again, congratulations on the dub. We can't wait to see you again. We'll see you again later on in the day. Before we let you go, we've done it all, every single interview. Any shout outs you want to make, either back home or back at base?
Yeah, shout out my mom and my family back home. These tournaments start at the crack of dawn for them, 6 a.m. They're always watching. Shout out my girlfriend who's here, actually picked me up tonight. We haven't seen each other in forever, and I know she's watching as well. And just shout out my teammates, man. Like, shout out my teammates. Shout out all the haters in Guam 8's Discord server that's hating on Dante. He's coming out to show y'all why y'all need to respectfully just shut your mouth. So.
That's probably the nicest way I think I've ever heard. Anyway, so shut your mouth. And shout
I had
out
to think
Dante.
about it.
We've loved watching him. Yeah, thank you for that. Again, thank you so much for the interview, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, see y'all soon. Appreciate it.
Alrighty, Revenge, man. Look, I love that every single time we get these guys on, it doesn't matter what team it is, and obviously they're going to be. No team is going to come out and say, you know what, I think we're probably going to lose this series. But, like, no matter how humble they are, every single team is so confident,
Look,
and that makes this Final 3 so interesting.
They find the nicest way to hate. They literally find the nicest way to hate in any way possible, and I respect that, honestly. Like, it's really nice to see just how competitive it is within these friendships that are building. But at the same time, you hear it from Revenge. He's gonna say, he's like, if you want to play us, we're gonna smoke you. And at the same time, it's like, if you're gonna win, you gotta shoot your gun. That is the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, it's just like, look, man, these guys, they talk a lot of trash. You can see it in the little player cam that we have sometimes. They're shouting after rounds. Look, Buckley, they've been getting loud, man, and for good reason. They're really hyped right now. They are confident that they can beat Cannon and Langley to make it to the championship matchup and take it all home. But only one team can become champion. We are down to our final 3, folks. And next up, we have that upper bracket final. It's Cannon versus Langley. It's going to be a banger of a match. And trust me, you guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a moment. We're going to take a quick break for that upper bracket final.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
I think it'd be easiest if we start at the number 1. Or just start with like the teams we really know, which is Japan, right? So like let's put like a first, second, third for the Japan teams.
Okay.
Tanner, wipe off your forehead, bro.
Sweating.
We are all sweating so badly.
All right. We're doing Cannon and Masawa 1 and 2 because they're rivals, as we know. Who do we think is better though, Hickam or Kadena?
Hickam.
Hickam?
Really?
No.
You think Kadena's better?
I think Kadena. I think
Kadena's
at this point, Kadena might be better than Hickam.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, let's go 3-0.
That was better than Offit?
Yes.
I think so.
With the team they have right now, I think so.
Okay.
This is a lot of mathematics.
Bro, yeah, this is a lot, bro.
Out of a 3-hour game.
And then one more, right? Yeah, one more.
Yeah. Ramstein.
I forgot about the... Sorry guys, we just don't know anything about y'all.
Okay, who's worse than Cannon?
I think Ramstein.
Anderson.
I definitely think
Anderson and who else?
I think Ramstein.
No one else is
You
worse?
think Ramstein 11
and Cannon 10.
and Cannon 10?
I think, bro, the thing about EU is I heard they did not have much competition.
No, they didn't.
We think we have Langley over us, or?
We beat Langley last time we played. I think we got Langley.
Okay.
We're 1-1.
Hickam beats Offit.
Nellis. I'm putting down
Peterson?
Yeah. Peterson beats Buckley.
Offit, Buckley, Cannon, Hickam.
Yeah, it's a hell bracket.
So Masawa Anderson, we're slamming Anderson.
Yeah,
come on,
for sure.
We're slamming them at the Tims.
We love the people at Anderson. We play with them every day. They're just a new team. They have 2 subs.
They're getting slammed
They
by
got
the
2
Tims.
substitutions, so they're pretty new team. You think Anderson gets 3rd or 4th in our pool?
4th. 3rd. Over who?
I think they
beat
Ramstein.
Yeah, they're not bad.
3rd.
They were just
Anderson,
having issues.
Look at this. Look what we got right here. Look at what we're cooking. Ooh. Wait, who goes? Oh, Hickam. I think Cannon beats Hickam.
Yeah, let's do that.
So Nellis and Kadena. I still think Kadena go on the Mickey Mouse run.
I really do hope they do.
I want them to. Bang is my boy.
I
love
don't think
Bang.
Kadena goes on a Mickey Mouse run.
I think Kadena goes on a Mickey Mouse for sure.
We have to figure out Langley or Buckley. Who's winning? Buckley, Langley, Buckley.
Right?
Buck.
I'd say
Ooh.
Buckley. Langley was spitting on them though. In scrims. That's what they said. Both teams
That's
said.
what we said too, but that was obviously a lie.
Okay, bro, Buckley, I guess. We're putting Buckley there.
Buckle my shoe.
Bro, I mean, we got to give it up. At some point, we got to give it up.
Dude, yeah.
I love OC though.
Bro, we have to put respect on Cannon. Man.
I think
We have to.
Give it up.
I don't want to. I don't want to give it up.
Bro, I think if
Fine,
anybody's
throw it up
taking
there.
Cannon down, it's us.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Never mind. Throw him up there. I kind of like that.
It makes our next.
Look who they're playing next.
I mean, do we say we just go with our egos and we just say, hey, world champs Eglin?
I think we have to. But
Yeah, bro.
I think
Put it up there.
I think
Come
it's
on.
wrong if we don't. But
Yeah,
realistically,
exactly.
bro.
So, Nellis versus Buckley. Langley is up world champion.
What do you think wins?
Peterson's
Nellis.
world champion.
Nellis or Buckley?
Nellis or Buckley.
So this is us right here.
Bro, that's a lot of COD. Oh my god. That is so much COD. All right, guys. Kadena and like we're good friends, but like when we play, like it's not gonna be like last regionals. Like it's we scrim them. Yeah, we beat them in scrims. Yeah.
Let's do this game first.
Well, we're
Let's do this
beating
game
off
first.
it.
Okay.
We're winning this whole thing. We're beating off it.
I like our chances.
We're beating England.
Yeah,
Then we have
And then
more.
throw us up at Worlds too. Yeah.
have to.
Yeah, throw us up at World Champions. Yeah.
I think we do it either way.
Eglin wins. Wait, nobody has unwrapped this. That means nobody had us going far.
Hey.
100%.
Hey. No one does, bro.
We do.
We don't have any of them going far either.
We are top. Smack it up there.
Just like when we were Eastern champs, camera.
Yeah, and then we lost.
Just like that.
We lost the next
chill,
2
but
days.
If we get to there, then we won't have
Yeah,
to play
if we
any more
just don't
games.
play how we did today, we're good.
There we go. Well, there's our bracket. GG's.
Welcome back here right to the AFG World Championships. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Proper as we head into the top 3 now of the competition. Andy, we've been knocking out so many teams. We've been cutting out the competition for the past couple of days. Now we get to go into a situation where somebody does have a double chance. Still alive in the winners bracket are going to be Cannon and Langley. Winners goes to the grand final. Loser goes to the lower final where they're going to have to face off of a Buckley team who are vying for revenge.
Yeah, the only two teams that are still remaining with that extra mushroom, that the last one up, if you will. So it's going to be interesting to be able to see how these two teams do stack up against each other. This is a matchup that we have not seen ever since, what, like about like June 13th or something like that? Way back in Kona's final. So I'm strapped in, man. I'm ready for this one.
This is a rematch where it was Cannon who won 4-2 in that grand final. So hopefully Langley have done their homework, and with the performances that they've been putting on, I think that they're looking for a little bit of an upset here. I always count on you to make a Mario reference at some point. I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to be there, but let's take a look at our first team and introduce them. We're going to be looking at our Konus champions. Oh no, we're going to be looking at our Konus runners-up in joint base, Langley, Eustace, Wolf, not Woof, Reaper, Tantalize, and Da Vinci, and we got to see them yesterday. I mean, of course, we could talk about Wolf. He is just so good on this team, but when we see Tantalize and Da Vinci take over, that's when they become the Kingslayers.
I was more woofing at just it's like the equivalent of like Lillian Garcia. I know you out yourself as like not a wrestling fan. It's like Triple H, the former WWE champion. Just like it's gotta hurt so much, man. Just like these guys almost had it until they didn't. And like they did beat, to be fair, like they did beat Cannon to knock them down to the lower bracket back in Kona's finals. But then they only took 2 maps off of them going back towards that best of 7. So tough scenes for them, but like you were saying, Tantalize, Da Vinci, Reaper, Wolf, all 4 of these players for Joint Base, Langley, Eustace, very much so equipped to be able to get the job done when it comes down to it. They have been damn near undeniable for their playoff run.
Yeah, they truly have been, but they still just have one more task before they become the true undeniable team that we know that they can become, because across the stage from them is somebody who just constantly have their number. All the way back in Conus, you go to that grand final, Cannon makes the lower round 1 run all the way to that grand final, might I add. And of course, it wasn't with Yodak. This team still gets it done in a 4-2 fashion. Hate has his ego boosted to the roof in terms of the competition going into this tournament. And then you swap out Crusade for Yodak, and obviously we didn't know what to expect, but he has been so fantastic to watch.
Yeah, Yodak even came out and for the interview last night and alluded to us that the sub-duo in between for all of Canon are just absolutely gross. Nobody's shutting them down except where some people almost did. That map 5 versus Ramstein got incredibly close, right? And even close for Offit for their opening playoff match. And, I definitely respect the Gusto, Hate, Artie, Argo, Yodak. They are all very decorative players within their own right. But you even heard Revenge at the tail end of that Buckley interview y'all just had alongside of him from his 4-map win versus Ramstein, is that if these guys shooting straight, that ain't the issue. It's their fundamentals that continuously elude them and why they keep finding themselves a few steps behind. I can say that their gunning can definitely carry them pretty far. They are some straight shooters, and they make some really good decisions on the map. But being overwhelmed with numbers, that's what needs to be stepped up to the task when they're going up against the second best team by seed that we have in the tournament, and in their eyes as well, given the Conus champion.
Oh yeah, and you know what, that task, it's going to be tough, but it is not impossible from what you are alluding to. Let's take a look at the series for this best of 5, see what we're looking at in terms of the map set. Andy, Hacienda map 1, a red card map number 2, we get that vault control and vault hardpoint for the 3 and 4, as we've been seeing a lot this weekend, but that rewind, search and destroy map 5 does make the appearance as well. And this is a pretty decent map set that honestly we've been seeing all week long.
Now, correct me if I'm mistaken, this could be completely just forgotten for within all the screenshots and everything, but I don't think Red Card Search and Destroy has been played by either of these two teams this entire tournament so far. It's been completely avoided, but that's where we left ourselves off with the map vetoes. More or less, like, these teams really haven't seen, like, maps 4 and 5s, I guess more for Joint Base Langley Eustace, rather than their adversaries of Canon, more than recency going in towards the playoffs. So regardless of the matter, going in towards this one, this best of 5 map set, at least 1 in 3, so favorable for Langley Eustace. If you're thinking about Canon lost Hacienda to Offfoot yesterday, 166 to 250. They got a completely outpaced. Rewind, Search, and Destroy, that map 5, if we do end up getting there, went round 11, map 5, in the winner's quarterfinal matchup versus Offfoot, and it was just by a slight bit heroic there at the very end. So this is a very alarming map set. Not saying that it's unwinnable for Canada, but it's going to be tough.
Whew. Oh, mama. That is bringing the Johnny Bravo out of me. So we get the map 3 to kind of look forward to in that whole setting. And yeah, you're right. I think the only team that has really been opting into that red card search and destroy has been the Buckley squad. That's waiting for them in the lower finals right now, who have gone to it, I think, maybe a total of twice, Andy. But for these two teams, it's going to be a big change up for what we are used to. I think I'm excited for this one for Langley. Like you said, they have really set themselves up for victory to get that revenge against this team. And realistically, with the way that Cannon has been playing, even looking back to that game versus Offit, it hasn't been clean. Back-to-back game 5s for this Cannon team. They have shown blood both times. Now, they haven't fully bled out, but you think versus this Langley team, it is a step up in skill, in knowledge, in experience. And for Cannon, if they haven't really truly buttoned up that mistake that they've been making over and over again against teams like Offit and against teams like Ramstein, this Langley team isn't somebody who's going to let you get away with those mistakes. So I'm hoping to see if this Cannon team can look back to those matches, see what wasn't going right, and fix them going in towards Langley, because if not, this might be over a little bit earlier than a game 5. And you and I, we both think that could be the case when we look towards our talent predictions, it's going to reflect that. We both think...
Mark out of everything. I of course, been sitting here just getting really studied up as far as the specified map set is concerned, decisions being decided behind the scenes, obviously, for this map number 1. It's still going to be in the mix. It's going to be a square up for Canada to be able to see if they can do so, but my odds are for joint base Langley uses. I don't know if you can tell by the camera of my voice going through that best of 5, but there's no other way to be able to stretch it. I mean, if there's one team, as far as the top 2 seeds are concerned, number 1, number 2, out of Conus, that definitely stretch above the rest, it is the joint base Langley uses squadron. And the reason for saying that is because every single time they've gone up against another playoff team, they've actually desecrated them. They've only lost that map number 1 to Nellis, but as far as their playoff run is concerned, otherwise they've barely even been tested. When they win huge, and that's mostly due to their search and destroy and their control.
For sure. And for Canon fans at home, obviously, you are not alone in this endeavor. Evan, who is on base with you guys,
Shout out Evan, man.
does think that this one is going to be a 3-0 for Canon. I think I just had to, let that in. He's not in the running for the talent predictions, but he is here in spirit in terms of the desk. In fact, he's there.
I love
in
how
person.
he even got like the little check mark too. Like his prediction is in there. Like he's a part of this too. Like
they have
I don't know
noted
if we can fit it into the graphics package. Like give Evan just like a smug like little face. We'll have him walk up to a player camera and just put him in the scoreboard for 1 if he's correct.
I think I screen capped a picture of Evan earlier on and I put it into our chat for the broadcast. So hopefully they can put that one in there for him. I've already taken care of that detail proper. We can bring him into this endeavor for us, into this journey that has been trying to predict perfect scores for these games. But we got Hacienda Hardpoint. Let's bring things back into this best of 5 for joint base Langley Uses, who obviously want to start this game off on the right foot, like we saw Buckley do against Ramstein earlier on. What are you looking at them to bring to this map mode combo?
I'm going to bring it back out of the best of 5 real quick. I'm just going to say that if Canon do 3-0 this series, I'm going to need a follow-up interview with whomever we talk with out of Canon with Evan, because that's just...
Yeah, bring Evan back on.
Wild, so yeah, we were out here just making, like, gambling memes inside the live chat is concerned. But, I mean, what you got to get done is exactly what Revenge said, man. Like, the slays aren't the problem, it's the fundies that'll get you the W's.
Exactly. You get those rotations, you get the dub at the end of the day. So Yodak, he's going to get some early time. He's going to try to extend into dark. Has been noted by Reaper. So you look to the rest of joint base Langley Eustace to see if they can lock down that kill. As Reaper is giving you so many opportunities, he kicks off this hard point 4-0. And in fact, he's going to have to try to do it again.
Yep, we're all going to have to try to do it again. Have a little bit of audio issues. I mean, the tension is just so high, just like for the framework as it is, all intents and purposes. This has the remaking of a grand final within a nutshell.
Evan's been added to the talent predictions. And it actually says that he's still in the running here. So welcome to the desk, Evan. You've been promoted after all the hard work. After all the hard work that he's doing inside of the venue as well. Big shout out to Evan, because he's handling a lot of the I think he's handling the side stream that's going on there too for our secondary matches that are happening off stream whenever they were. We're not getting off stream matches, so he has time to goof around with us now while we're watching this ante. And truly I hope that this works out in his favor. I'd like to see him be a part of this.
That'd be actually hilarious. It's just like, that's like what the willpower behind everything. Forget what we know. All the notes and everything that I've just been taking down in this journal, just all for nothing. It's just like Evan just comes in out of nowhere. He's just like, yeah, bam, 3-0, and he's just slamming everybody tower predictions. Like, he somehow predicts like grand finals, right? He beats like all 3 of us somehow, even though there's only 3 matches left. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have 3 points.
Yeah.
How many points do you guys have? 2?
I have 2. Yeah.
2? If he comes out here and sweeps this one and ties us, or ties the top seed, that would be truly tippable. But to get there, let's see a look back at this bracket proper, where we have a little bit of time to stall out across this day. It's been a lot of Call of Duty across
really has been
5 days of action. I can't remember who said it inside of the VOs that we do have for some of the content that the players have put through, but they're like, whoa, that's a lot of Call of Duty. And even just looking at this bracket itself, it doesn't even add into what is the group stages that we saw in days 1 and 2 that led to this scenario. And when we're talking about, I think in a whole, what the biggest surprise is, well, maybe not so much a surprise, but the biggest story is the fact that only one team from USAFE got here. It's Ramstein. They beat every single PACAF team that showed up to Worlds. They made it to top 6. They made it to top 4 to play this Buckley team, and they lose to a team that wasn't even supposed to be here. In fact, took your fellow European squad out of this competition.
Hashtag whatever it takes. You know, sometimes you got to go through the TK just to get what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to do it. Did they face any PACAF teams, like, period? Going back to, like, look at it, and as far as their groups are concerned, no, they didn't even face any PACAF teams at all.
So they didn't even get, like, the drive-by look at. They didn't even say, you
yeah,
know,
dude, like, yeah, there was no sign-off moment. There was just like, hey, we're better than you, and we didn't even have to face you to do it. At the scale of the competition. I call for a show match. Got a secondary stream, just lock it in. Best of 7, winner gets a high five from Evan.
Yeah, even in the bracket stage, they didn't even play a single
Yeah, no, none of them. That's what I was like when you started saying it, was like, wow, they beat the brakes off of PACAF, outplacing them. It was just like, yeah, I mean, technically, but like, they didn't beat them. They didn't even play them. But shout out you, Safety, man.
Wait, no.
Did they?
Yeah, they had to play Anderson in the group stages.
Oh, they did. I completely overlooked that.
And they beat them.
In all my rage. And they did beat them. Okay, all right. Hey, yeah, they're better than Anderson. Let's get like an actual like show match. Just like the best of like PACAF that we have there, just like versus all of you, Safety, which is obviously just Ramstein.
I mean, we're just
hey groups.
Look at the groups. We go back into this one. Yeah, there's Anderson in the same group as Ramstein. A really tough showcasing from a couple of the teams that did come out to this tournament. But for the others and the big surprises, I think one of the biggest fun surprises that we did see, just kind of looking back to the memories that we're getting from this World Esports Championship, is Aglin and the pop-off that they had versus Peterson, and then Nellis as well through the group stages, upsetting the top seed from PACAF.
Yeah, it almost feels like a whole like moon cycle ago. This is crazy how quick the groups did come and go. All of like 12 teams still existing as far as the playoff bracket is concerned, but I mean, like, Nellis getting the better of Misawa and Kadena, I agree. I don't think that people had really that on their bingo card. And then Nellis getting their get back versus Peterson in that winners quarterfinal match was also pretty massive. But I mean, the group stage outside of that Group A, which was just like the Wild Wild West, and Buckley not unable to complete a reverse sweep until the playoffs, was pretty much par for the course.
It pretty much was par for the course, is where you're getting these players back into the lobby, it seems, for this map number 1, Hacienda, folks. Again, I mean, as we've been saying, there's a lot of Call of Duty, but we do appreciate everybody's patience back at home, waiting to get back into these lobbies whenever we do get these breaks. It's been a grueler, and we appreciate everybody who comes out to support, to watch. Of course, not only does this mean a lot to the players, but it does mean a lot to the staff here that do put it on, that you guys do come out and cheer everybody on. It's always amazing to me to see the support that happens, whether it's going to be the families, whether it's going to be the partners, or just the base members that come out as well, not rooting for their team and against other bases where that rivalries start to breed inside of the DAF Gaming League. And I think that it's always fun to see that bloom into an international stage like this, which, to be honest, we've never seen before, Eddie. This is the first time that we've had an international stage like this for the DAF Gaming League.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's massive. And a shout out to everybody in the Twitch chat as well, keeping that thing bumping as per usual. We see all the interactions coming through, everybody getting hyped for the interviews at the same time when they're getting shouted out. People absolutely love it. Support all the way across the whole world. Actually, again, as we were saying, we got bases that are all the way from Japan as much as they're all the way from Germany. Shout out Ramstein, of course. So I mean, like, it's pretty cool to be able to see it all come in culmination for such a beautiful event that whittled itself all the way down to top 3 again. Top 12 just started way back on Tuesday here in Florida, and now we found ourselves in top 3.
Top 3, and I guess we can see what they're going to be playing for as well with the pricing. Okay, no, we're not going to go towards the pricing to see what I'm just trying to fill right now, Andy. I was looking at what to go to next. No, it looks like we're having some tech issues over inside the venue, so we're going to try to get these solved as quick as possible for you guys. We'll see you soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Let's see what we're cooking up. Is it like vertical?
Otherwise.
This way?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a score streak. It's one of the highest
It's a
ones. It's
Perkins
built
zombies.
like you.
A juggernaut.
Yeah.
When I'm not aiming in.
Hip fire.
Hip fire.
Another.
Oh, point fire?
What do you call with a sniper?
No scope.
Yep.
Upper hands.
Upper hands?
Yeah.
Dry.
Opposite.
The opposite.
Wet.
Opposite. Get closer.
Moist?
Kids are
Other one.
These kids are really
Yeah.
Good.
No, but
Bad.
brother.
you had the word. You had the word.
Sweat.
Yes, but
And then just other.
These kids are really sweat. It doesn't
Sweaty.
make sense.
yes.
Yeah. What you don't do.
Yeah, you're not this. You're not him.
You're not that guy.
Shoot.
What am I on the team?
What is OC?
What size is that? 1v4. What is that?
Clutch?
Cool.
Wow.
It's a Kanye West song.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's spelling just. Planes taking off.
Oh,
Where the planes?
added
Where
an
the planes
extra
take
letter.
off from?
An airport?
Yeah, but what's the strip called?
Oh, a landing strip?
No.
Or like a runway?
There you go.
You do it all the time, and you're like, I need to stop.
Yeah,
doing
you
this.
said I need to stop doing it.
You're like, dude,
That's crazy that
he's
you
like,
got
why do I
that.
keep doing this, man?
It was good in the OG.
You keep doing it in your gunfights.
Drop shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rapper.
Part of the Migos.
Take off.
In the Air Force, you have one of these with you at all
Everywhere you
times.
go at BMT.
What?
At BMT, you have one of these with you at all times.
341.
I guess.
Not too, but
But if you didn't
water?
have this with you, you would get pulled to 341.
It's a person.
A wingman?
Yep.
Is it a type of plane?
Yep.
Oh,
Can be.
yeah.
C-130?
No.
Drone.
It dropped something.
Good job, Tom.
Boom. That's what I'm trying to
I don't know.
It dropped some large things.
B-52.
What do they carry?
Payloads.
Yep. Yep, they do.
That's not
Nope,
it?
that's not
No,
right.
it's not it. Not a female.
Huh?
Bomb.
Bomber?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's when
So
people-
you want like a gold account
Yeah.
on the swerving
You
Drew
reset your account and you start playing rank.
Yeah.
What do you call yourself?
A bot?
No.
No.
You're
blue.
They're blue?
Yeah.
Oh, plat?
No,
No,
like
the
the
physically
movie
blue.
character.
The physically blue.
they're short.
Smurf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Opposite of what he had for the when you scope in.
What is
Oh.
what is
360?
they don't aim
No, yeah.
No scope?
in. No, they don't
Not a
But in
no-scope.
between.
When you do it
It's
quick.
really fast. No, you say
I can't, bro. Take me out. Take me out. Take me out.
Well, we are.
What we what we warm up in.
Bot lobby?
Oh, gosh. Everybody hates him.
The best COD
The
player.
player here that everybody doesn't like.
Drazen?
It looks like
No,
T-Martin.
here that everybody doesn't
Yeah.
like.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He talks the most shit from the States.
he's a truck driver.
The one that wanted your jersey.
Hate
Yup.
COD, dude.
He's one of the special guys here.
Oh, hate.
Boom. We threw a few. And that's
Yeah,
Team
we
Off
threw a
for you.
Yeah. That's W.
This is,
Were we
this
the
is something
fastest
else.
ones?
I made sure that was in there.
I was about to get this dude DQ from Air Force Junior.
Yeah, I think which one's that?
Uh-oh, my senior's calling me.
Uh-oh. Wait.
Can I take this
Can we don't turn it off. We should just let him answer the call.
Langley beats Hickam.
Answer it. Yeah, that's fine.
Answer it right here.
It's probably answer
Hello?
right here.
We're getting staff results.
Hey, what's up?
None. Just, doing
So
some
y'all
media.
win first match?
Yeah, we won our first match, and then we play, I guess, 2 more tomorrow.
I think Rob, Burst is going to call you in a second, okay?
Copy that.
Alright.
I appreciate it. Bye. He said, on. Sergeant Burst will call you in a second, so my other senior, NCO.
What? No, we play off.
Uh-oh.
Okay, another phone call.
Yo.
Hello?
What is happening?
He had to get another call.
Hello?
Wait. Stop putting him on the board.
Hi.
Hey, this is Chief Dudley. Can you accept the video?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, shit. Sorry. Excuse my language. My bad. I'm sorry. Awesome. I appreciate y'all so much. Sweet.
Congratulations on your selection for that team. That's pretty awesome.
Yes,
Thanks for
ma'am.
representing us down there.
Of course. Appreciate you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Appreciate y'all. All right, thank you. Bye.
I mean, this one's obvious. This beginning is obvious. Can I continue, sir?
All right, let's see. McDonald's filet of fish.
Oh, that's
10.
Immediately.
Disgusting.
Filet-O-fish.
I'm good on the 9.
Yeah.
9? I don't know. Sometimes it smacks.
Filet-O-fish.
That's
10.
disgusting.
That's a
10. Put that. You got. Ew. What the hell?
There's probably worse.
Let's go 9. You don't think there's gonna be anything worse?
Worse than fake fish?
Fake fish.
All right,
All right. My wife's gonna hate me.
Domino's Oreo pizza.
Never had that. So
10. Yep. We're gonna go.
Sure.
There's probably worse stuff though.
I don't know.
I've never had that before.
It's gas. It's
I'd
pretty
say
good.
it's a solid
Really?
I'd say a solid 3.
If we're doing
Fair
food,
with 3.
you want to do 3?
I'm good
I was
with
thinking
3.
5.
If it's like icing as the sauce,
That
or if
might
there's
not
no
be-
sauce in general, that would be banger.
I do love my snacks and my sweets. What can I say? All right, someone said, hey, you want to eat a Blizzard or a Domino's Oreo pizza?
I'm going Blizzard.
I'll go Blizzard over it.
KFC's Double Down.
Never had this.
Never had that before.
I don't even know.
No bread, no need. Give me all
No,
the
it's just
protein.
2, what, chicken thighs?
3 layers of meat, man.
Chicken patties.
With bacon and cheese in the middle of it. I'm gonna be honest, that actually tastes that sounds pretty good.
Is that chicken as the bun?
It looks fire.
That looks amazing.
Like I'm about
With
to have
bacon?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bathroom trip for sure. But
That's at least a heart attack.
KFC's Double Down. I've never had that.
Let's go 9.
I've never had that, so I don't know.
Is that KFC Double Down?
Double Down?
Bro,
looks like
some
just
European
chicken, bacon, cheese.
9.
Looks good, but yeah, no.
KFC's Double Down. That I would probably put 2.
Never had that in my life.
It's so good because I'm a big bag
Never
of
had it?
chicken.
There's no way that's number
That's
2.
10,
There's
right?
no way. Yeah, that's no
10,
way.
right?
It's better
Bro,
than
it's
all
literally
the
diabetes in your hand.
I wish we put Baja Blast at 2 now. I ain't gonna lie.
I think that's 10.
I think it'd be easiest if we start the number 1, or just start with like the teams we really know, which is Japan, right? So like let's put like a first, second, third for the Japan teams.
Okay. Tanner, wipe off your forehead, bro.
Sweating.
We are all sweating so badly.
All right. We're doing Cannon and Masawa 1 and 2 because they're rivals, as we know.
Who do we think is better though, Hickam or Kadena?
Hickam.
Hickam?
Really?
No. You think Kadena's better?
I think Kadena. I think
Kadena's
at this point, Kadena might be better than Hickam.
I think that's fair.
Now let's go 3-0.
That was better than Offit?
Yes. I think so.
With the team they have right now, I think so.
Okay. This is a lot
This is a lot, bro.
Out of a 3-hour game.
And then one more, right? Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
Ramstein. I forgot about the... Sorry, guys, we just don't know anything about y'all.
Okay, who's worse than Cannon?
I think
Anderson.
I definitely.
Okay, Anderson and who else?
I think Ramstein.
No one else is
You
worse.
think Ramstein 11
and Cannon 10.
and Cannon 10?
I think, bro, the thing about EU is I heard they did not have much competition.
No, they didn't.
We think we have Langley over us, or?
We beat Langley last time we played. I think we got Langley.
Okay.
We're 1-1.
Hickam beats Offit.
Nellis. I'm putting down
Peterson.
Yeah.
Peterson beats Buckley.
Offit, Buckley, Cannon, Hickam.
Yeah, it's a hell bracket.
So Masawa Anderson, we're slamming Anderson.
Yeah,
after
come on,
Tim's.
for sure.
We're slamming them after Tim's.
We love the people at Anderson. We play with them every day. They're just a new team. They have 2 subs.
They're getting slammed
Or they
after
got 2
Tim's.
substitutions, so they're pretty new team. You think Anderson gets 3rd or 4th in our pool? 4th.
3rd. Over who?
I think they
They
could
beat.
be.
I think they beat Ramstein. Yeah, they're not bad. They were just
Anderson.
having issues.
Look at this. Look what we got right here. Look at what we're cooking. Ooh. Wait, who goes? Oh, Hickam. I think Cannon beats Hickam. Yeah, let's do that.
So Nellis and Kadena. I still think Kadena go on the Mickey Mouse run.
I really do hope they do.
I want them to. Bang is my boy.
I
I
don't
love
think
Bang.
Kadena goes on a Mickey Mouse run.
I think Kadena goes on a Mickey Mouse for sure.
We have to figure out Langley or Buckley. Who's winning?
Buckley, Langley, Buckley. Right?
Buck.
I'd say Buckley. Langley was spitting on them though. In scrims. That's what they said. Both
Bro,
teams
that's
said.
what we said too, but that was obviously a lie.
Okay, bro, Buckley. I guess we're putting Buckley there.
Buckle my shoe.
Bro, I mean, we got to give it up. At some point, we got to give it up, dude. Yeah.
I love OC though.
Bro, we have to put respect on Cannon.
I think
We have to.
Give it up.
no, I don't want to. I don't want to give it up.
Bro, I think if
Fine,
anybody's
throw it up
taking
there.
Cannon down, it's us.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Never mind. Throw him up there. I kind of like that.
It makes our next.
Look who they're playing next.
I mean, I
Do we
root for
say
our
we
team.
just go with our egos and we just say, hey, World champs Eglin?
I think we have to. But
Yeah, bro.
I think
Put it up there.
I think
Come
it's
on.
wrong if we don't. But
Yeah,
realistically,
exactly.
bro.
So Nellis versus
guarantee
Buckley.
you, Langley is up world champion.
What do you think wins?
Peterson's world
Nellis.
champion.
Nellis or Buckley?
Nellis or Buckley.
So this is us right here.
Bro, that's a lot of COD. Oh my god. That is so much COD. All right, guys. Kadena and like we're good friends, but like when we play, like it's not gonna be like last regionals. Like it's. So we scrimmed them. Yeah, we beat them in scrims. Yeah.
Let's do this game first.
Well,
Let's
we're
do this
beating
game
off
first.
it.
Okay.
We're winning this whole thing. We're beating off it.
I like our chances.
We're beating England.
Yeah. Then we have
And then
more.
throw us up at Worlds too. Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah, throw us up at World Champions. Yeah.
I think we do it either way.
Eglin wins? Wait, nobody has unwrapped this? That means nobody had us going far?
Hey.
100%.
Hey.
No one does, bro.
We do.
We don't have any of them going far either.
We are top. Smack it up there.
Just like when we were Eastern champs, camera.
Yeah, and then we lost.
Just like that.
We lost the next
chill,
2
but
days.
if we get to there, then we won't have
Yeah,
to play
if we
any more
just don't
games.
play how we did today, we're good.
There we go.
Well, there's our bracket. GG's.
And what do you know? It takes us a little bit, but we do eventually get back to the Hacienda hardpoint with Langley Eustace versus Cannon Air Force Base. Just as a refresher for all those who may have missed or may have forgotten, this is going to be a rematch from the CONUS Championship Finals where Cannon took down Langley Eustace in a 4-2 standing. And now Langley Eustace have their chance to get revenge to punch their ticket to the Grand Finals here at Worlds first.
Coming out of the gates, you gotta be starting off with a hot hand. Both fully aware of that. That has been the pop-off player more consistently for joint base Langley Eustace versus Cannon. Mostly looking at Artie, Yodak. That SMG duo is absolutely cracked out of their minds, as we heard from Yodak in the interview yesterday. They've yet to score a single second of point, have Cannon. You would think otherwise.
Well, so far so good. It's been perfect. Reaper's on the slide off. He started 4-0 before the reset. Well, he hasn't skipped a beat as we come back to this. 6-3 for Wolf as well. He's having a great start for the rest of the team for Langley Eustace. They're just trying to fight off of these respawns. Tantalize is going to get in. 27 seconds. Hate is here. So it looks like you're going to take one more swing at this if you're Cannon right through the front door as well. Reaper trying to shut you down. This back and forth. It's been all Langley Eustace.
That sure has, man. Giving up 5 seconds, though. 5 seconds lasts perfect. Argo, though, challenge. Hadn't early enough damage there on a Da Vinci there for the trade. Tantalize still close spawns for JB Langley Eustace, so they'll get the majority there of time of P2. Well, they only lost about 6 seconds, let's be candid, because that's the only time that Cannon have for crying out loud. So over towards P3. Cannon will be the first ones here. They are playing containment, making sure that nobody gets into the winery nor top office.
This is the lead that for Cannon Air Force Base. You want to cut early or else it's going to keep going and going. And we have rarely seen teams bring things back here across the worlds. 4 days in a row where these leads normally turn into wins. And we see Yodak trying to do his best to bring it back. The new kid on the block not able to get it done. As the close spawns now for Cannon are going to give them another shot at this one right away. 25 seconds that surely you'd like to get. Artie's going to jump down. In for the contest is Da Vinci. Numbers for Cannon, but will they get the kills? Tantalize is going to rip it away from you.
Turning around was Wolf there, though the assistance was all round. It was a good 20 seconds that came through from Cannon. It's just the returning gunfights just were not there. Look at the teamwork coming through from JB, Langley, Eustace. Everybody showing up the kill feed until Yodak rips 2 off the feed.
going over towards P4. This is where Cannon need to make a stamp in this first set of hard points.
Yes, it is. Wolf double kill again through mid. 10 and 7 starts of this game as he is frying. Reaper's going to slide in, and it's a break immediately for Langley Eustace. Cannon just haven't been able to find any ground to stand on.
Now they have the read on the spawns too. Reaper's going to turn this thing right back around. Yodak again finds another two-piece. Where's the follow-up coming from? Reaper now. Next line of defense. And it allows Da Vinci to even play for the regen. He doesn't even need it. Delayed hit out from the open area as well will finally be a break for Cannon, but it might be too late to make a stamp as far as this first set is concerned. Joint base Langley Eustace still hanging around to fight over the last 15.
Oh, this is a big worry. Da Vinci has a Hellstorm as well going into the second set of rotation, and here is something good to talk about for Cannon. Some scrap time, some good time to get off of the last bit of P4. So bringing things in and around 40-second difference going into the second set of rotations. That's just a one hill difference. So Cannon, if they can turn things around going to the second set early, we still have a good chance to get a competitive Hossie.
Vinci has a Hellstorm missile to play with. That one sneaky underneath the radar. A lot of time, though. 47 seconds of objective time and nearly uncontested as far as that P2 is concerned. I'm not necessarily surprised. Reaper takes down Yodak and the aforementioned Da Vinci, who has full streaks to play with. But again, we only play with one here in Call of Duty. Check W. Argo off the trade back down towards P1. And again, Cannon just need to get their feeding underneath them. Joint base Langley Eustace are quite content in playing the trades.
Good route from Artie. He's being so fast in this rotation. Still somehow alive. It's a team nade that takes him out. Argo's double kill is going to give a little bit of a chance for that scrap time, but Langley Eustace is going to hold this lead going in towards noon. We look towards this rotation. Hate had a chance to at least force some split spawns, but as he goes down, this joint base Langley Eustace team are going to be feeling good on the rotation, and they have to worry about now Artie in this water route all the way through. He's going to jump up. Can he do enough damage for the front door? Da Vinci almost getting 2, but 3 go down. Close spawns for Langley.
Yep, all the way in towards the back. We saw how much time they were able to get from those spawns, but Cannon fighting right back in towards that P1. That's a lot of time to speak of, Colin. And realistically, they can hold this from the front if they can finally turn the kill feed around. Yodak's been the brightest member so far. Finds the second, has the protection there for the 4 feed, but can't lock things down. The back spawn's still in effect.
Yeah, it's fantastic showing from Yodak, and you really have to hit this one again. While the rest of Langley Eustace are trying to flip this map, you're going to try to steal away this scrap time. Opening up is going to be Yodak 2 for 2. Da Vinci finds his way around. He is just lighting up that kill feed, and because of this, you lose the scrap time, and you lose the spawns.
The spawns in towards the back are perfectly fine if you're looking at it from joint pace. Langley Eustace's favor. Cannon on the other side, not so luckily. They do have Yodak though. He was on alert. Tantalize will pick him up. Spawns now for Yodak should be inside of the main foyer. 10 rotation is upon us, and Langley Eustace are here first.
Hate over the top. Can you put a dent in towards the setup? You need to. Already right beside you. Hate just gets fried. Da Vinci, he is on a different level right now. And right beside him, his Wolf. Ripping through Cannon. Another shot through the front. 3 players looking to set up, but it's disconnected. Argo going to be the first in and the first down. Reaper up top. He has all the information, and he is just feeding it to the rest of his team.
It sure is. Look at the spawns now for Cannon in towards the back. Gonna be getting this read, though. Reaper's not gonna be getting chowed over by the foyer. That should be calm. Da Vinci spawns over by the well side. Yeah, turn around, boys, but it's just a little bit too late. And they're gonna get those 10 seconds. Reaper is here for the initial challenge. Not expecting to get chowed from the open door. So the setup is here from Cannon off a delayed realization of where the spawns are. But that P3 rotation was a good one. Double the score over Cannon's head.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Langley if they want to open up the series. No better way to do it. Da Vinci's got a Hellstorm. Wolf has a Hellstorm. And this hard point, it is wide open. Do you use it? And it looks like we will. Da Vinci going to be calling in the hammer from up top. Contest in for Tantalize. Yodak going to be there. Lee shuts down 1. Now you have to worry about the streak. 3 go down, including Reaper. But that should be enough for Wolf to set up.
Should be. Just Tantalize. It's off on the pinch. Might be trying to put himself in a situation just to play off of the angle. It almost feels like an S&D round. Nobody's turning around and deal with Tantalize. He finds 2 completely unnoticed. That 20 seconds is looking pretty secured.
Well, I mean, already has left the building, at least in terms of what is plausible for foot movement. He's running into a wall. This is not looking good for Cannon. Maybe a little bit of difficulties here for the team, and it is showing in the scoreline. 100-point difference and moving are those goalposts on where Cannon has to go. Tantalize on 4 in a row. He's going to let Hayden know just what they're dealing with. And yeah, there goes a couple of the members from Cannon. It's going to be a 3 versus 4. The back end of this hard point just continues to drain away towards Langley's side of the map. Tantalize just cannot stop reading the fights. 5 in a row, looking for more. Finally going down. This is just an insurmountable lead, and Cannon, everything is against them.
That was insurmountable about halfway towards that P2, right? I mean, going in towards that P3, just about a full 60 for joint base. Langley Eustace. Scoreline just a little bit too far gone. The point accumulation well too far past 250, albeit a 100-point club can get past that. Wolf for the 1v2 to deny it. No, Yodak will be there to rip it away. Just 13 points required here, Colin, for a Game 1 win.
With now only 10 already in towards this hard point, it's going to have to be a quick dash and a miracle for Cannon to win this one. Da Vinci through the lobby. He's going to put the final dagger in. Only down to Artie, it seems. Try as hard as you might. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen at all. Langley Eustace, they put their foot down to start the series.
Yeah, 100-point club, albeit just by a single point, and albeit just in a 4v3, seemingly from the tail end of that P3 going in towards the rest of the game. But nonetheless, I mean, this was 100% Cannon's map to lose. Off the opening ripoff, whatever tech issues are presumably having over there just was never going to set them up for any bit of success. These setups were sublime. Their executions were even that much better. Their recognition of the game state to realize when they need to be rotating and playing off of those trades and containment was absolutely fantastic. Da Vinci had himself a great first game. 30-14 was the scoreboard, sure, but getting that early Hellstorm missile was even better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Da Vinci, he's starting off exactly where you would want if you're a Langley Eustace fan. Wolf there as well. Open up the series if you're Reaper with the quick 4 spree back before the reset. It didn't skip a beat as we started post-reset as well. A little frustrating for Cannon, surely, after that map 1 is done, but you're still not out of the series. It's still just the beginning for both of these two teams. And for a Hacienda, we said, you know, for this Langley Eustace team, obviously the Search and Destroy is going to be a difficult matter considering Cannon have been all over the place for those map 2s and map 5s. So to start things off, taking away a respawn, that's best case scenario.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, especially for Langley Eustace going in towards this one, you're going to want to have the hot hand. You've been chasing the salty run back ever since the second week of June. So, like, yeah, I think that they've been wanting this one for a while, Colin. So they were going to come in here as prepared as all get out. Whatever the warm-up may have looked like clearly was good because there was one team that definitely, well, for all puns, I did not mean to intend, spawned in for the map number 1 comparatively to the other one. That was some white fiery heat that we got out of Langley Eustace in that map number 1.
Yeah, what was it that Revenge said? He's like, as long as they shoot their guns, like, they're going to be A-okay. And, well, here they are. They're shooting their guns all right.
Bundy's on point, man.
Yeah.
Bundy's were on point, too. Gotta be said.
They were. They truly, truly were. I was really impressed with what Langley Eustace brought to that map number 1. We can look towards the next step for this series, Andy. Look towards the Search and Destroy, as Cannon are definitely going to be looking to reset. And it's going to be a red card Search and Destroy, which are going to something that is very new in terms of this matchup between both of these two teams. But at the same time, for Cannon, that just might be what the doctor ordered.
Maybe it is. To be able to slow up the pace, I think that would be putting themselves in a really good spot because like, you're thinking about like Cannon's perspective. Although Yodak had like really good things to say about like both him and his SMG duo of Artie, last second pickups mean that Search and Destroy becomes like one of the last things to be figured out. But he did call out that they're S&D heads, and I think that was showcased a lot through their flexibility and interpretations of their adversaries throughout the entirety of the week. But even for red card going that much further, the ARs are no slouches on the other side. The triple AR setup we've already seen out of Langley Eustace a handful of times, although not on red card. They were pulling it out on a rewind, Search and Destroy. And I gotta even put it that much further. Outside of Control in that one hardpoint loss to Nellis, I've never really seen these guys too tested out of Search and Destroy. They rarely even get close to around 11, Colin.
Well, I mean, they have been pushed a couple of times, but yeah, I mean, Cannon get the job done in the Search and Destroy. That's the big thing for this team. Now, if we go into this map 2 and they lose that Search and Destroy, suddenly you're going to be just raising some alarms and the red lights are going to be going off it's going to be a scary point for this Cannon team. So it kind of feels like you do need to bounce back right away here in this map number 2, or we might be seeing Langley Eustace get that revenge. And all the meanwhile, Buckley's sitting in the lower bracket. They're looking at these issues for Cannon. They're licking their lips.
Oh, absolutely. They got to be, right? I mean, like, they're seeing these issues for Cannon. They wanted that run back, right? You even heard it out of Revenge in his former interview, but he said he's already satisfied enough. He knows it's going to be one of these two teams he's going to be facing sometime soon. It doesn't matter which one's first, because he's going to be the second one as well. And yeah, for Langley Eustace going in towards this one, I guess you're feeling very, very confident that their Slayers just were not there. You got to somehow wipe the sweat off your brow, because although Red Card is a pretty big map, I guess by design, the way that those routes can be taken for SMGs. Let's not forget about the bang out that you can have over by the bleacher side, right? Like, that's very, very possible that we rarely even see anything happen over towards stage. But I will say this much. I think the 3 red cards in total that we've had on broadcast all week long, the bomb doesn't get planted and the executes rarely happen until sub 30 seconds. I think we might catch a lot of teams by surprise if utility is utilized correctly between these two top teams on a map that we have not seen them play. Who knows how fast blitzing we might get in towards that press box.
The 2 times that we did see it, Andy, was a 1-5 comeback and then near full sail. All the way to around 11.
Absolutely silly.
So, yeah. Take that as you might. Do we expect it to happen here? No, nope. But, you know.
Maybe.
Stranger things have happened. So we go to this map number 2. Yeah, you're going to be looking for those SMGs. What can they get through Ticket? What can they get through Hedges? Well, for Langley Eustace in their first attack, their first attack, it's, they're doing the worm.
It's the human canopede. They did it. They're all the way across in towards the box. Da Vinci was playing the crevasse inside the door, so he's aware. No trophy.
Yeah, nobody's home. No trophies. That nade does not hit its mark, but it's still going to... Yeah, I don't know where it went, but still Wolf's going to find that first blood. Bomb goes down, and you're turtled. If you're 2 and 4, number 3, Argo, he's going to hit the full around the world all the way through the middle of the map, and it is going to be watched by player number 7, Da Vinci. He pops down. Trey just there for Reaper. And there we get a 2 versus 2, so a chance still for Langley Eustace to edge this one out. Just have to play their lives for a few more seconds as it's down to 19. Reaper gonna strike. He's able to take down Hate. And the full wrap around now for the last remaining player. Wolf gonna take him down, get the defuse, and kick things off for Langley Eustace off the retake.
Yeah, off the retake, indeed, right? I'm still, like, trying, like, I went back just, like, to watch the stream, just, like, to clip it, just so I can, like, go back and, like, re-highlight it. Like, I still don't know where that nade went.
Dude, that nade just disappeared.
Yeah, it honestly did. I think what ended up happening, like, he undercooked it, and, like, it bounced against the wall. It didn't go through the glass, but, like, it bounced against the wall, and then, like, it leaned up against the rock, and, like, that stops the ordnance splash damage if you're on top of it. It's really weird. Those that are aware of how normal grenades work, that's not how that typically goes, but this do be a video huevo, as the kids do call it. So, wonderful retake coming through for joint base Langley Eustace to strike first. Sharing the legwork was Wolf and Reaper in that retake. We'll have to see what their offense has to offer, and they want to go straight over towards A. At least throw some util. Cannon are going to get affected by this.
But by how much?
Vice versa.
Oh, Artie's been spotted. Suddenly you're worried of those early tags. Can he live? No. Da Vinci's going to draw that first blood. Langley Eustace now looking to snowball this over towards A with the bomb quickly making its way across the stage. Argo is here. And he is going to have some assistance from Hate up top, but is Hate going to be able to land those shots? That's the big question. Yes, he will. Reaper goes down. It's still going to be back and forth trades as Tantalize has made his way into the 1 versus 2.
It sure has. It's versus Hate, though. He's still playing all the way up top. Wolf is acting like he knows that Hate's up here. That timing.
Well, he does.
That timing wasn't great, though. On both 2 sides. Oh, with the read! Oh, my! He almost slammed Wolf. Like, he double head-eyes him. If he didn't get the first bullet, Wolf, he loses his gunfight. Watch this.
Oh, oh my goodness. I mean, 4-0 start
He would have been swimming
Wolf.
with the fishes if he didn't hit that first bullet.
Look, I would have been sitting here like that SpongeBob meme where he's transcending, listening to whatever he's got on the iPod. But 4-0 start from Wolf.
What's an iPod?
Sorry, a Walkman for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're transcending for Wolf. He's 4-0 to start off this search and destroy. 2-0 start for Langley Eustace off of a 100-point club in the hard points. So Cannon desperately needs something. And you know what? Round 2.
Oh, here we go.
The human canopy. The second coming. Langley uses are prepared for this again. Tantalize has the door all the way open. The stun nade. I think that second one connected, but they were trying to get Wolf the spree.
On flank, Reaper lurking is Arco, and he's going to be caught in that position. Again, numbers for Langley uses for the retake, and it's not going to stop there. Reaper finds a second one on that flank, and I mean, Artie, he just left again. Geodeck now, he's surrounded by Langley Eustace players. It is a truly unfortunate thing to have happen there for Artie yet again, as he is struggling right now in this match.
Well, it was Argo that had the issue back in game number 1. He's the one that got booted, I'm pretty sure.
It was Artie that happened to Artie though in game 1 as well.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. He was moonwalking into a wall. I saw a couple times.
Pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. So you know what? If I had to be a guessing man, in maybe give or take 15 seconds, we're gonna be coming back to the cameras of you and I, Andy. So yeah, look at that. Look at that. I kind of have the read on what was happening for this situation, and to be honest, we're all for competitive integrity here. I don't want these players to be struggling in the match that they're playing. So with that, we're going to let them try to get back. We're going to throw it to a technical break now as they try to get things sorted inside the venue. We'll be back with the red card when it's ready.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Well, we truly do apologize for the delays, but we are back into the red card, search and destroy. It is going to be a continued 3-0 lead for Langley Eustace heading into the red card once again. Cannon, though, in this first one, and it looks like they're good to at least put one on the board.
Yeah, looking good for it, too. Wolf last alive, 1v4. He's going to get scouted out immediately. Hopping into this one late, of course, did not see the beginning. Just want to make sure that everything was square. But still, getting themselves finally on the board after all of the delays. Yodak with the last kill. He had himself a very good map one, all things considered. If you're just now joining us, Langley Eustace, of course, this will now be 3-1 as far as the scoreboard is concerned. And Langley Eustace very much so 1-0 up in the series.
So it'd just be easier if you're looking at this one to just put a +3 beside Langley Eustace the entire time. Cannon, it's one way to bring things back. I think for Artie, it's happy to see that he was the one who dropped out early in that last round, and he starts off the reset with a 2 kills in a row.
No kills in that last round out of Langley Eustace. They're taking really good posture over towards Globe. This is a hard read. Bomb carrier first, and first to fall, too.
Ooh, that's a tough one there, but Argo's going to trade it. Somebody's going to have to go on some reconnaissance to get this back, and Tantalize is going to give his position up. He is compromised, still gets the kill. Must have had some help from the player in the window. That's Wolf watching over him, and a life for Langley Eustace.
Bomb still drop. That's got to be step one of Hayden Yodak. How do you recover this one? Hoping for an overextension maybe, but Wolf tantalized eventually. They're not going to give up a single bit of that. Flank being watched. Hate actually goes up for a bit of information. Wolf has been watching it. Not a tradable position. Time now just sub 30.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to take yourself out if you're the new kid on the block, Yodak. 1v3, and Tantalize going to get those initial tags in. Yodak, he is weak. You'd expect for Da Vinci to make a play, but he doesn't have to. Langley Eustace, they lose the initial off the reset, but still holding on to a 3-round lead. 4-1 they go.
Yep. Just being able to get the hard read over by Globe. Being able to play the trades soon after, and then making sure that the last two alive. Of course, AR's in their hand. Not really in a tradable position now, were they? So, say things are all tied up, but that's just how the scoreboard would suggest. It's a 4-1 lead for Langley Eustace, and what we've been kind of asking for when it comes down to Cannon, we need some people to step up to showcase some of their superstar plays likes that we've been able to see from the entirety of the playoffs thus far out of Cannon. Maybe it's this round. Head bash the ticket.
And it's the blitz for Cannon. First blood. Artie cooks the nade. It's going to hit. It will do damage, but nobody's there to follow up. 3 versus 3. Argo seeming like he wants to start a flank of his own. It is going to be facing a lurking presence of Tantalize. And now that your teammate goes down, suddenly this flank becomes really, really important from Argo. But Yodak's going to be a good place to at least find one. Good shots on the second one. Argo should get there in time. Bomb is down for the 1v1.
Yep, sure is. I'm not aware of that situation, though. Maybe Argo is. He's not playing like he is. Reaper, though, he's the one that kind of has to make a go of the play here. He's on offense. There's so many different nooks and crannies he has to clear first. They're going to run into each other. Oh, the slide forward. Repostures. He's got to take the gunfight. The sun's out.
Sun's out. Dance around. Reaper doesn't give up. Langley Eustace's lead just continues to grow. Look at them get up. They are shouting across the stage, letting Cannon know exactly how things are. It's Langley Eustace on top.
There is. Reaper. Can't believe he still had a stun grenade left. Yeah, the utility being active this late in a search and destroy round is just blasphemy. But still, having it gave him the opportunity to play that tucked corner over by Ticket Dumpster, and he was able to get that stun, get the full-on regen, take the chow on his call. You know how the Jackal feels versus names up close. We've been there all too much before. So this is now map point coming through for Langley Eustace. 5-1. Cannon looking for the big bounce back.
Here we go. Da Vinci over the top. Can he open up this one with another first blood? Argo, what a shot. Rips him off the head glitch. And it looks like they're going to have a chance over towards this A site. Tantalizes here. He gets his. He gets out. And you might get a little bit more trouble coming up from the late rotation back from player number 2, Wolf, trying to get back towards this top window. Tantalize going to be in a little bit of trouble. Good chase from Yodak, but the bomb carrier Nardi not going to lay the rock.
Gives them an opportunity to work their way back. Wolf able to find himself another second in the round. Yodak, he's going to have to lay the bomb and play this 1v2 perfectly.
Stay alive in the series. It's not going to happen whatsoever. Cannon go down in the search and destroy, and Langley Eustace taking map number 2, going up 2-0 in the series. Best of 5. Cannon facing some troubles, and now facing a knockout from the winner's bracket.
Yeah, 6-1 final score there with the 3 rounds that we're adding in. Of course, that is some quick mats, and no, I kept my socks on. Thank you very much. Stuff coming through for Langley Eustace through and through. I think you're just constantly having like a really good impact. Came out of Da Vinci. This guy has constantly always been like a real big thorn in the side for any team that they've been going off against, but Da Vinci just living for it right now. Big match feel as far as he is concerned throughout a lot of these highlights in the early stages of the game. Just watch where a lot of the cover fire is coming from. We spent a lot of the time throughout the group stage and early stages of the playoff bracket talking a lot about Wolf. Easy to do when he's dropping consistent 40 bombs.
Yeah.
Da Vinci's position is constantly pulling arrows away and is setting up Wolf for success.
Really constantly just being the guy to open up these rounds for Langley Eustace, whether or not it's just the distraction or the kills. He is doing so much for this team. And, you know, Cannon, of course, I mean, you open up this search and destroy, some issues still to deal with, but coming back from it, we saw for a moment that you were getting some good plays from Artie. He gets the double kill off the reset back into this map. Argo, that first blood, it was really nice shots, but it's still, you're looking at this one as it needs to be a reverse sweep for Cannon. And this is a situation that's kind of new for the team because they've always been good for at least trading those search and destroys, Andy, but now we're going in towards the back half. We look at the map set, it's going to be a vault control up next. And the ball's in the court for Cannon. How do they pull themselves back from this really bad scoreline?
It's going to be really tough because the way that like the control vetoes did play, pan out, you know, when you're looking at it from Cannon's perspective, they don't want to play the Hacienda control. They ended up playing that really, really close versus every single team that they've been going up against throughout all the playoffs. And if you're joint base Langley Eustace, you're quite thankful for that. That's the only control map outside of the protocol that you've lost. So like the pick of the litter was there, right? The protocol control, Hacienda control. Both of those are gone. It only leaves Vault control, and now does the control map that has been really, really good for Langley Eustace all tournament long. Mostly because they haven't faced Buckley is probably why their stat line on this map mode combination looks as good as it does, but I digress. I think that this is going to be one of those moments that Langley Eustace are just well too far in, well in between, in control of this best of 5.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be where you might be meeting your maker if you're Canada, especially if you can't turn it around in terms of the slaying that has been so far dominated by joint base Langley Eustace across every single game mode. Even in the map 1, Andy, I mean, it's 99 points in that hard point. It doesn't come without multiple different troubles, the slang being one of them, rotations, the fundamentals another. And the one thing for Vault that's just been so apparent, especially when we look towards this Buckley team and why they're so good at playing it, is how good those subs are at just running routes, finding flanks, finding openings. And when you talked about the search and destroy, when you just talked about the search and destroy, that's all that Reaper and Da Vinci have been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Reaper, Da Vinci throughout respawns have constantly been an issue. You know, where you're going to get the consistency out of Wolf. That guy's as steady as a shot as we could possibly ask for here for the DAF World Championship at the very least. Just to kind of extend the point a little bit further, you know, last time that we had Cannon in a situation where they were playing the ball control, it was actually against Ramstein. And in that moment, we were talking like, oh, now we get the consideration of Ramstein, Cannon. They both face Buckley on ball control, and then we finally get our answer. Like, it's not just Buckley. Like, Cannon have some real distinct issues when it comes down to Vault. And especially on control, and that mostly comes through on their offense incursions, just trying to get players, into that top gold position. That exact right there,
yeah.
right where we are looking right here. That's the position that you want to try to be getting when it comes down to assaulting that B control zone. If you struggle to get a player into that exact position, not this one over by the helicopter, of course, now, but then you are kind of playing on a limb.
Yeah.
And you don't really want that. It becomes a little bit more of an issue. The opening break-off, as dependent as it is, again, I have no idea who's on each one of the sides, but you just cannot come out flat if you want to fight for the series. And now is the time.
Gotta show up. Gotta show out first blood for Reaper to open things up. Already quick for the trade. Argo, he's gonna hop over towards the zone. Double stack on A. 3 players are gonna get here, but there's a late flank from Tantalize in behind it. Reaper's gonna open things up. Tantalize should be able to put it away. He will. 2 kills for Tantalize. He turns around.
Sure does. Gonna start turning around, looking for a little bit more spawn kills as well. Does well to at least find one. Sets up the information. 2 went right. That's exactly where the setup is located at. Already holding over by Palm Tree. First segment was locked at A. Already has found a space to go a little bit further forward. He finds 2, and never mind.
Yeah, that is that's gonna be another reset, it seems like, for these players. And we did see Argo stay still for a few seconds, so it seems like we're still getting some issues going on. So I know it's gonna be pretty unfortunate going back towards a tech break, but when they're ready, we will get this vault control going.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody. After the break, we have the vault control ready to go between Cannon and Langley, as it is going to be Cannon yet again trying to get over towards the A zone off the breakoff. It was good, Andy, for 2 segments, but that's where it's going to stop as Yodak tries to make the OE over towards B.
Yep, able to almost get that 1 segment locked over at B, so it's still being pushed upon. First segment now locked at B, and it seemed that there was some miscommunication on where some of these players are going to be located at. So Artie's going to have to give up the rest of this for now. The rest of his team spotting parallel over by the bathhouse.
The stack's going to be in for the moment. Lots of players from Langley surrounding this area. Reaper, he's going to give himself away. Seal walks away with the kill, trying to read for the shots over towards Hay, but instead it's going to force them into the overextension to try to flip things out on the B side of the map. Wolf going to die to Da Vinci, who blows up Reaper with the grenade and the car. Fortunately enough, he's going to get Argo, but because of that, A zone has fallen.
Yep, and now progress is only required to get 2 segments. This is where Cannon need to be decisive. They're looking for these neck wave of gunfights here, Colin, and maybe they might be able to get themselves over towards top R. Or maybe they might just be able to hop over towards B zone. Nobody for JB Langley Eustace even put themselves in a position to try to defend this part.
Absolutely 0 people gonna get it done there for Joint Base Langley Eustace. They have to find a recovery, and this might be it. A couple players go down. For this one, pushed up is Yodak, who has been patient on the flanking play, waiting to see if his teammates can get into an area to provide some support, and he doesn't need it. He's going to find a double kill. Now it's all down to Wolf to make some sort of a heroic play. He's going to get 2. Can he get all 3? Already hits the deck for the collection. He's on it. The third segment getting worked on. Already swings around for a kill. Trades coming through. 9 versus 8. Lots of time for Canada to slow this down, but they're full steam ahead.
Yep, full steam ahead indeed. 1 segment is all that's required. Lives just about even, though there's an opportunity for Joint Base Langley Eustace to fight back. Reaper, he's going to be the first one to strike. He still has 100 HP. He can stay alive. He gets the read that there's a player coming through water, but his teammates also show up for the assistance, just barely hanging on. A respawn apiece.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get this one done, but it is so damn hard. 4 players off the respawn, 4 Cannon. Trying to flip the map yet again. Look how deep Wolf is. All the way back goal. Da Vinci hops up. Good read onto Argo. It's going to shut down the flanking play before it's able to turn anything around for Cannon. They have to worry about these fights. They have to worry about the positioning of Langley. And they're still trying to sneak their way through. Da Vinci on the chase is going to bring it into a 4 versus 3.
4v3, no respawns remaining. Now down to 2, Yodak and Hate. And they try to find an opportunity. They don't necessarily need to solve this clock. Yodak just needs to buy time for Hate to be able to complete this flank. He gets scouted out. 1v3 now. They know exactly where Yodak is, and it's going to be a pistol headshot to call the game. That got incredibly close. Way too close, but 5 segments to the good. You're feeling good about that one.
Way too close. I mean, he was in the Bermuda Triangle of Langley Eustace, but good recovery from Langley. It could have been disastrous after Da Vinci hit the team nade onto 2 players at that B zone, gives away A, it gives Cannon that chance to flip, and you had Yodak making a flank for a double kill at B. I mean, that could have been way worse. Wolf makes the hero play. Everybody off the respawn turns up. Langley Eustace, I mean, they've been so good throughout this series. I don't think anybody should doubt them to fall apart now.
Opening break-off, very important here for Joint Base Langley Eustace to be able to match the presence that was just met out of Cannon from reaping the benefits, pun intended, to the 2K team kill that came through. And, well, say his name, and he does appear inside the kill feed. Reaper on 5 in a row to start off this opening salvo. The break-off is just so focused inside of the A control zone. They're all turtled up, and it might as well just be fish in a barrel. Cannon waltz their way back in. Artie will find the back 2, and they'll stop that second segment dead in its tracks.
Welcome back to Call of Duty, Artie. I've been waiting to see if we can get the party going. And we got Cannon on a very forward defensive setup. Artie's going to be on the flank yet again. It looks like Tantalize will have the read. Gonna lose the fight, though, as Artie's just disaster on the map for Cannon. Hate up top, looking for some of these players over towards A. Is 48 seconds is where the clock is going to be ticking down from. Langley Eustace trying to find some kills before hopping on towards these objectives, but they have to figure it out soon because there's not a lot of time.
Not a lot of time at all. Down to 40 seconds. Second segment's going to get locked, so here's your opportunity. Stack is in. Someone from Cannon needs to contest, but they need to make it timely so that way they can all get there in time, and by the time they even thought about it, it was too much hesitation. Yodak will find 2 up top, top cat, but That's about all she wrote for Constellation exits.
On Cannon now, it's their turn. Shoes on the other foot to see how they can provide the defensive clutch over towards this B zone. 2 go down, though, and that's going to give a chance for Reaper to touch this one. He wants to get in towards Artie. He's on the chase for this player towards bottom. He's going to get Argo, a team nade onto Yodak. Artie pushing forward. He gets 2. Nice turn on, but Da Vinci is still through, still trying to pull players away.
And Reaper didn't have enough bullets. He had to reload everything. Otherwise, he would have been able to take down Artie, who just kind of yeeted himself out of top gold, but not to beat. Player number 7, Tantalize, is waiting for what's going to be found by Da Vinci, who's still unnoticed, by the way. He finally ends up reprising his role of the flank lurker inside of top gold. Hate strikes from bottom water, stops Tantalize from stalling out the clock. Wolf off the respawn block is just trying to find an opening. But throughout all of this, Artie has crossed back through the middle of the map. He's found himself 2 respawn kills. And joint base Langley users are struggling just to get out of their spawn. This has been a massive 1-minute swing out of Cannon to realistically make Da Vinci's position a non-benefactor.
Well, now with 2 down, maybe Da Vinci can turn this into something as those spawns are going to be forced all the way back P4. Yodak off the respawn, catches Reaper looking the wrong way. And that might be your ticket back in to this round. 25 seconds. This one's going to the wire, and Langley just haven't been good at playing off this objective, ping-ponging that time. Somebody's got to make a play.
Now somebody does have to make a route happen, and it looks like it's going to be Wolf. That's the player you want in that position to do so. Zone's already captured, boys. We got to get ourselves over towards B. 2 dead. Here comes Wolf around the flank. Last alive would be Yodak. He's down low inside of water. Da Vinci's playing for it. He sees him cross. He's just baiting out the challenge. Didn't see him slide back. He's right in front of you. There comes the kill. 4 seconds remain. Here comes the slide for the zone. Finds the second.
2v5. 4.2 seconds. Somebody from Cannon has to reach. The issue is, though, is the crossfire that Wolf is going to provide. Nobody's going to be stacking this, so it goes slow, and you have found your way through. But Yodak, 1 versus 4. He finds his way to the zone, snaps over. Oh, he gets the second. But there's just too much to deal with in Langley Eustace. After all of the tests that was given from Cannon on the defense, they still walk away with the offense.
But only 4 segments strong comparatively to the 5 that was set by Cannon. So, I mean, like, I know that it's just a game of inches and it's one of a single segment, but it could be the difference if we continue to trade rounds like this. It goes to a round 5, comes down to segments being captured, and Langley Eustace, again, just have an opportunity to get 2 players on the zone, put yourself in a winning position, force them to come your way, but be surprised how fast that segment capture goes when you get more than 1 player on it. Cannon are aware of it. That's exactly what they did through their opening break-off last go of things for their offense, Colin. See if they can do it again.
It's going to have to be a reverse sweep in the control, reverse sweep in the series. If Cannon want to see that grand final early, joint base Langley Eustace, they got them where they want them. The trap card is set and sprung. Cannon off the gates. It's going to be a break-off attempt over towards B from Yodak. He has to worry about the respawner. Tantalize has an angle. Reaper through the middle of the map, just continuing to chop them up.
Player going rogue here, Artie. Hello? Oh my gosh. Almost got turned off. Going to be able to turn that into a couple. Hate takes down a teammate, though. That TK is not going to help out your Virtues, Cannon. Start the reverse sweep in the control. Start the reverse sweep in the series. Joint base Langley uses. They're just having way too much fun. Too much lay to land. 2 players right in front of him. Reaper knocks them both down for kill number 20. Oh boy, do they ever smell blood in the water. They're running straight to their spawn.
Oh man. Look at that line in the sand that's drawn. Reaper hiding away between the burning car. Only able to get the 1. Good damage onto Artie. Is there follow-up? There is. Da Vinci's going to put 3 down on the feed and back off the respawn. It's Wolf's turn and now. Posted up to P2. He finds his. He gets away. That's going to slow things down. Surely over towards B we go. Reaper, he's back off the respawn. He's back into the pockets of Cannon. Argo's still going to be here. Double stack alongside Hate. Can they hold on? They desperately need to.
This is how they lost the zone last time, was the last desperation push, but it's all going to get collapsed upon. Da Vinci, he's going to find 2 upon the exit. Hold your irons here, boys, but you got to be aware that the parallel spawns will put them closer over towards A. Yodak's still alive. It's all just a bait, a ruse, if you will. 3 players over towards the A zone. Tantalize is behind everything. He's good enough for the first, cannot find anything more, but still players afoot.
Reaper's going to go up. 8 seconds left. They're on. And you need to hold. Da Vinci's going to dive right on through. Wolf to tag team. The good shots are in. 7.1. Argo, he's shut down, canceled, and sent packing in the feed. Cannon, it's all down to hate. 1.5 seconds. He needs his teammates to get there. And even if you do capture, there's only 3 of you left. And Langley Eustace, it doesn't matter what you think that they will bring. They're going to bring the heat. And they did it here in the winners final.
3-0 in the winners finals. Is that going to be what history is doomed to repeat itself? Beat Cannon in the upper bracket, see them again in the grand finals? I don't know, but Cannon got a lot to figure out. 100-point club, map 1, a single round of the search and destroy, and no rounds scored in the Vault Control. A shutout, if you've ever built one, for Langley Eustace, the superior team in this winners finals.
This map set, when we do go to it, I mean, we might want to skip it to kind of at least soften the blow a little bit, because this was dominant across all 3 maps. Langley Eustace, they came to play in the winners final. And yes, this team has history. Yes, back in the CONUS championships, Cannon were able to get it done. But lots of people have said over the course of history is that nobody remembers you for the regional champs. They're going to remember you for the world championships. And Langley Eustace, they're here to take it all.
Yeah, they sure are, man. Again, coming through as the number 2 CONUS team, coming through as the number 2 seed from groups. You know that this joint base Langley Eustace team were definitely upset with how the matchup did go down in that best of 7, and they will have the upper hand if it is another date in grand finals versus Cannon. No best of 7, just a best of 5 bracket reset if it comes down to it. This control had just about everything. I mean, Cannon very much so could have closed out that opening offense. Langley Eustace were kind of giving it to him on a silver spoon platter, but like it's one of those things, man, that when you look at it from Langley Eustace's perspective, we even heard it from Revenge, bringing it back from that Buckley interview that we had, man. Look, these guys are definitely going to shoot, but when their fundies are on point, undeniable. Yeah. Such a difficult team to shut down. We got that in the rotation from Hasi and the manipulation of the spawns in the money hills between 2 and 3. Saw that in the replays. The red card happening a multitude of different times. Executes, being able to adapt, being able to understand where the point of pressure was coming from. Out of Cannon, through and through, was ridiculous. And then I think it all got summarized wonderfully in those last few rounds of that Vault Control. When this team gets a slightest bit of an inch, they turn it into a Call of Duty size Walmart.
That's a big Walmart. Maybe Superstore, if you might say so. It is definitely a tough one for Cannon when they're looking at it. You got the Mako Sharks of Buckley waiting for that chance. They are happy to face Cannon earlier than expected, and I'm excited to see what Cannon can do to bounce back from this one. But for a matchup for Langley Eustace, I mean, you come into a series like this, Andy, and you think about, you know, what is the best case scenario for a team going into the last day? Well, it's to fight your fights and fight them well and maybe make them a little bit convincing. And this right here is as convincing as it gets for joint base Langley Eustace. Going into that grand final, yes, they're going to be waiting a little bit until that 3rd match is done, but once they get there, they look like they are hungry to take this championship. And we do have Da Vinci to talk to in their interview booth, so we can bring him in here to pick his brain on everything. Man, I mean, 3-0 sweep. You guys look so good.
Thank you.
Da Vinci, just real quick, just like hopping off of that dub. I mean, I got to follow up with you yesterday, man. That was a fat nap you hit on that ground yesterday, man. You got the setup with the backpack, like the sweater and everything, man. You were head up all cozy, and it set you up wonderfully too, man. You came into this map 1 just from Langley Eustace's perspective, like y'all knew that you were the number 2 team, whatever that may be. I'm sure you were mentally thinking something different after what happened back in June versus this exact team, dude. You spawned into that map number 1 and just no holds bar. 30 and 14 is ridiculous. What were the comms like for you guys going in towards the series?
Going into it, we were just prioritizing counting kills, you know. We don't want to get shot in our back. We don't want to lose rotation. We don't even want to lose spawns. So that was like the biggest thing that we had in our comms. And when we get a 3-piece and we're missing that 4th one, you know, either me or Reaper the subs, we're going to go look for them.
And now you've knocked down the team that was looked at to be the number 1. You guys have taken their place to get towards that grand finals. I know it was a 3-0 sweep and it was pretty convincing, but do you guys think that there's some more work to be done, at least to make you undisputed in that grand finals? What are you guys looking to change up?
I mean, I feel like there's always work to be done, you know. Nobody's perfect, you know. No team's perfect here, so there's always something to be worked on. So I think after this, we're actually gonna go work on some stuff because day's not over yet. We haven't got the belt.
Job's not done. A humble king. Now, I'm done with the humbleness. Who do you want to play, Buckley or Cannon?
At this point, I would say Buckley just because we haven't played them yet, you know. But I would love to see Cannon again. You know, I love the team. Like, it's just cool playing people here, you know. So I don't really care who we play.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you for coming into this one, Da Vinci. It's always a pleasure to have you on the desk for the interview. Is there anybody back home that you'd like to thank for tuning in?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, of course. Thank my squadron. Thanks the people that let me come here. Thank my dog sitter again. And I want to give a shout out to Tommy Tantalize, you know, my teammate, because without him, I wouldn't be here. You know, I didn't know anything about this. It's my first year competing, so I'm very grateful for that.
You're a stud. Honestly, it's incredible to see how you've grown from Conus all the way into the World Championships. You look amazing, my friend. And go enjoy that win. I'm ready to see you in the Grand Finals.
Thank you, guys.
Andy, shout out the dog sitter. I mean, like, there's levels to sometimes the lore that we get to the players. We don't always get full lore of players, but all love to the dog sitter.
Absolutely, man. Dog sitter's the real one out there. Just sending all the proof of life updates. Gotta love that as well. I do the same thing every single time I watch after some of my friends' dogs, and just setting themselves up for success. Just to know that that your fur babies are being taken care of, so you can go out and compete. Like you said, I mean, his first year competing, Tantalize brought him into the entire situation, and better for it. That kid is absolutely gross.
Oh, he is. He is. It's great to see that Langley Eustace have rewrote the script of what to expect here in the DAF Esports World Championships. They're going to be the first team to make it to the Grand Finals. We're still into the top 3 of these teams. There's still an elimination game to go through. It's the lower finals between Buckley and Cannon coming up after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We just have 2 more matches remaining before we crown a champion. Boy, wait, it's been 5 days of action here. I can't believe that we are once again down to our final 3 teams. And it is time, since we're in the lower bracket final, to eliminate 1 more. My name's Infinity. Joining me on the desk is going to be Proper for his final match. God, I'm so sad that you're going to go soon, mate. We do have an awesome match on our hands, though, because you just got to witness Cannon lose 3-0 to Langley, which is a result that I would have predicted, because obviously I've predicted 3-0 for everything, but I still wouldn't have expected.
I don't know if you would have predicted it if the going joint base Langley uses his way, not 3-0, not as desecrating as it was, right? I mean, like, Cannon coming into that matchup flat, albeit some tech issues. That control that we got to end up seeing, just way too much spaghetti spilled across the floor of Vault. So, big bounce back opportunity coming through from here. But Buckley, we heard from Revenge in his farewell interview at the end of the lower semifinal match. It don't matter to him. He's going to be facing, he said he's going to be both of the 2 teams that are remaining from the upper bracket side.
But they do want to play Buckley, right? Because they haven't played him before, right? So that was the thing in that post-match interview. Didn't matter, but they kind of want to play Buckley just because they hadn't played him so far. Of course, the implication there being these 2 teams have played each other before. We'll get into that in just a second. Of course, if you've just joined us here, this lower bracket final is going to be Buckley versus Cannon. Let's start talking a little bit about the standings, I guess, in its current form. Well, the teams. Let's talk about the teams as it currently is. I kind of talk a little bit about the team coming in from the lower bracket side in Buckley, right? Because this team obviously has made a hell of a run so far through the bracket itself. I mean, looking over towards this bracket run, I mean, what, from lower round 1 all the way to now is an insane run for a team like this to make.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Again, this Buckley team, they ended up facing up against Hickam, and then they that was their first series win that we actually saw from Hickam. That I think it was like the complete of like the reverse sweep, finally able to put it through. Hale, Sour Patch Kid, Dante, Revenge, all as confident as ever since that lower bracket round 1 like you were talking about. Beat Kadena, not a problem whatsoever. Went up against Offfoot, disposed of, and then Nellis, and then the surprise of the Ramstein 3-1 win, only dropping the vault control of all maps, which has been their strongest mode all week long, was a surprise nonetheless.
Yeah, Buckley have looked better and better every single time that we've seen them, and I think that last series was a good exemplification of just how good Buckley can be. They made adaptations versus Ramstein and the first 2 maps that we definitely didn't expect. But there is an element where maybe they're overheating just a little bit. We talked about that with Revenge and Hale. Sometimes you just gotta let them fly, but maybe they are flying a little too high. That's maybe something that Cannon on the other side can exploit. Proper, I already mentioned it there. Cannon on the other side have been a phenomenal force, but finally someone has put a stop to their nastiness. Langley 3-0'd them, and you said it. I mean, it looks like there might be some flaws in the gameplay.
Yeah, there might be some plot holes coming through from this one if you were looking in from Ken. You know, every single team that we've been talking about since arriving here for the DAF World Championship has constantly been leveling up. I'm not saying that Cannon have been decrescendoing by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely feels like that they've been the flattest team to show up on this championship Saturday so far. Yodak, Argo, Hate, and Artie all really need to piece it together after being 0-3 milliwap by Langley Eustace.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, you know, it happens. That Hacienda hard point, obviously, I think there was a disconnect involved in that, right? So that is kind of difficult to take too much away from. But I think you're certainly right that letting that control slip in a 3-0 fashion is definitely going to haunt them, especially given what map it is. Now, I actually don't know what the map set is for this best of 5 yet, so while we wait for that thing to load in, we can chat about the last 2 teams that these 2 teams faced off against one another, all the way back in day number 1. I just checked, as like, have these guys played each other in the bracket play yet? Who did Buckley lose to go down to the lower bracket? Yeah, not in the bracket stage, but all the way back in day number 1 of group play, and it was Cannon who managed to take Buckley in a game 5 to take that series. Now, obviously, spoilers for the predictions. I'm still going to talk about it being a 3-0. But still, it's difficult to imagine this going any other way than a Game 5. And here are our maps for the series then. Hacienda Hardpoint, Rewind, Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Vault Hardpoint, and a Hacienda Search and Destroy. I got to be honest with you, Proper. I am shocked that Vault Control has got through.
I am, but I'm also not all at the same time, right? I mean, the Vault Control can probably want to make it realize to themselves that it's like, hey, that wasn't our best versus Langley Eustace. Knowing that it'll be in the best of 7, are going to feel pretty darn comfortable with it here. Where the reverse sweep started for Buckley
was at the Hacienda control. And to be fair, that map 2 was a 3-round swing in a row for Cannon. That's the Hacienda Search and Destroy, the map 5. There's, for all intents and purposes, to make the argument back in that Group B matchup between Buckley and Cannon, that Buckley should have been able to shut down that series just in about 4. The Vault Hardpoint was uncharacteristic of what we've seen them produce throughout this playoff bracket. The Rewind Search and Destroy was the map 5. Now is the map 2. Cannon took that 6-3 at that moment in time. But realistically speaking, when you're looking at this as a whole, look at the vetoes. Cannon want nothing to do with that red card Search and Destroy going forward. And I mean nothing after only taking a single round after Langley Eustace.
Yeah, I don't blame them whatsoever. Red card Search and Destroy can
get
be
it
a
out of here.
mean mistress sometimes. Yeah, get that thing out of here. It's not something you want to see. However, you are giving a very strong ending to the series for Buckley if they want it. And that's the thing I think I look at this best of 5 overall and I think maybe recency bias come into effect a little bit, but I do think it somewhat favors Buckley. And I'll be honest, I didn't even look at the veto process before making my prediction, of course, because you know what my prediction is going to be every single time. It was just a matter of figuring out who it was going to be for. Let's start chatting about our predictions then. I have gone for a 3-0 proper, and I have gone the way of Buckley. I think that Buckley is... I did not say Cannon. Did I say Cannon? I did say Cannon. Oh my god, I meant Cannon.
Yep.
I did say Cannon. I'll be honest, when I said Cannon, I didn't mean Cannon. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to try and roll with it. Yeah, Cannon, 3-0. I think they're going to bounce back. Totally what I meant to say. Totally what I meant to say. I definitely didn't mean to say Buckley. I did mean to say Buckley.
This guy anywhere. Can't take him seriously. Anyway, those
Can I
guys
change
that
that?
actually had a mathematical thought behind the Buckley 3-1 prediction.
Thank you.
It's pretty easy for me, right? I mean, like, revenge off that interview, that's some different type of aura to be able to say no matter who it is, we're going to end up taking them down. You can't give him that change. We were going against Colin back on day 1 saying that he couldn't find a change. No, don't
look, mine was a fluff up, okay? I legitimately do think Buckley 3-0. But listen, all right? I like your thought process. I like it. My whole thing here, I just think Buckley have just been running through the lower bracket, mate. I just think they've been going crazy right now. Dude, the way that they run through Ramstein in the first couple of maps, you got a vault control as well. I know that they could be adapted to by Cannon, but like, dude... It just feels like Buckley are flying high right now. Honestly, this is an early call. Maybe a bit too early. Maybe they end up losing this series. Would not surprise me if they run through this series and they get to the grand final and they run through that as well. Buckley are a totally different gravy right now.
I just don't know if it's going to be a 3-0. I mean, I'm definitely here for the Buck train, man. I can definitely foresee Buckley doing it. And there's another thing I was writing on about this as well. History trying to be denied. As I was talking about in the earlier matchup between Cannon and Langley Eustace, Langley Eustace did knock down Cannon to the CONUS playoff lower bracket, where they faced off in that opening round after being knocked down in the lower bracket. It was Buckley. Cannon beat Buckley 3-1 to start off the rampage to take down Eglin 3-0, then Peterson 3-0, then Nelson in lower finals 3-1 to then beat Langley Eustace in grand finals 4-2. They're looking to do that again, but Buckley hadn't forgot about what happened over in June. We're all trying to right our wrongs that Cannon had disastrously brought upon us back in June for that CONUS championship.
All right, well, Buckley are after revenge. Look, Cannon have already been on the receiving end of revenge once in the last hour or so proper. Maybe it can happen again, folks. It's time. Cannon versus Buckley. We're about to eliminate yet another team here in the DAF Esports World Championships. And honestly, we have zero idea who it's going to be. What we do know, of course, is that Cannon just played this map and it didn't go so well.
There's also something to be said, too, that, like, Ramstein, as far as they made it for USAFE, losing to Buckley in that lower semifinals, like, go get our trade. Like, they're the ones that were saying the entire time they wanted to run back versus, like, Lisa. I don't know. Let's get this one underway. It's a foot race right now for the anchoring of the spawns north to south on the P3 side. That was a little bit of a weird opening break, but Buckley's soaking up some time.
Yeah, WCOM from Yodak to try and actually make sure that they do get control of the rotation. They don't have a clue that Yodak is here, by the way. Not the way that the Sour Catch Pit is playing. Now they most certainly will do, as Dante isn't getting involved in that engagement, but he gets shut down. So all of a sudden, the Buckley boys will start to hit the rotation. WCOM from Hale. Unfortunately, Sour Patch Kid doesn't receive it properly. Hate also doubles up onto Revenge. And, well, now all that's left to Buckley to try and break this will be Hale. He's got so many different directions to look at, and that is overwhelming, overstimulated. He gets shut down. Buckley always have one more player left in the ensemble, but still, it is Cannon holding for the moment.
Watch the rotation, though. Dante is very, very quickly all the way through Zig. Yodak wants to look forward, and, well, it's over towards the opposite side that he gets crossed up for that timing. Revenge is looking for a timing of his own. The pop-up over by Rock. You've still got these back spawns anchored out by Cannon, but a wonderful route being run by Dante. He's up to 3 in a row. Buckley still humming off of their lower semifinal win.
Now you're looking towards the back line if you're Buckley. looking towards the back line. Good shots on towards one. You know, one is to the right as well. Artie dead to rights. Nice shots from Hale. 4 in a row for the man. And that means Buckley now will grab that last 10 seconds of time. Cannon, not even going to bother looking at that one. There's no real reason to. They're just going to hit that rotation proper.
Yep, absolutely. Revenge is already over there for the rotation. They're trying to meet it out for Buckley. And yeah, Cannon, they're got players anchoring all the way in towards the back. That's Argo doing the dirty work. Buckley, more than aware of it from that route that was played earlier. This is to utter perfection. Next and last inside of the shed. Hale's going to get traded out over by bottom line, but still a great transition out of Buckley.
You've got to help, though. Dante keeping an eye on the up top. Now players coming off the spawn here, getting peppered up. At least Revenge will take one with him. Not going to hit the second one, so now Dante needs to get involved. The map will split once again. Cannon now spawning towards that well side of the hard point. Nobody blocking them out, so get a little bit close towards the hard point, but it's 3 in the feed. Yodak, the last one left alive. Catches the second off by guard. Nice kills. Yodak shots in. Yodak finds 5, and that's Cannon now in towards the scrap time. Look, in a game of the smallest of measurements between these two teams, proper that 15 seconds might well come in handy towards the end of the game.
We'll have to remember that 15 seconds, see what the difference in the scoreline is on the exit of it. Revenge, speaking of exits, he was looking for one. He's actually going to get killed off by Yodak, who's now up to 6 in a row. Late over towards this rotation, but a massive Herculean moment. Traded out. Don't think he got the Hellstorm missile. Was soaking up a good chunk of time. That 15 seconds is a decent amount of score. We'll check it with them later on. Buckley, though, hot off the break. They got those back to P2 spawns, and they're able to set themselves up wonderfully so far, but it's going to be flipped, and they realize it as well off of Dante's previous position.
Buckley in for the moment. All of this pressure coming from one side of the hard point. Cannon, Yodak just waiting patiently. Gets one for free, but he is peppered up here. That's a follow-up from Sour Patch Kid and Revenge, and now those two players are stuck in checkers. Dante there for the kill, and Buckley now good for the back 15 seconds. This is the best either of the two teams have looked at in any hard point so far.
Couldn't agree anymore, Brody. Could not agree anymore. 40 point, though, is the lead for Buckley. Look at the transition going back over towards the center of the map. This is a good lead. 15-point difference. We're taking the pin out of that conversation because it is the 50 now for Buckley going in towards the second set. They're already finding kills on rotation, so much so that Yodak goes completely unnoticed to bottom line. And why would you ever read that when you got Buckley members playing the 4-corner challenge in the upper halls?
Yeah, Buckley just looks so much more well put together at the moment, but a 50-point difference. It might well seem a lot like now, but it is just one good hard point hold. That's the way Cannon will think about this at the point in time. Yodak chilling. Ended up a villain in the hard point right now, soaking up some time. Oh my god, gets that kill on towards Sour Patch Kid as well. That's disgusting. Has the coverage up top too. This is a perfect setup for Cannon. This is such an uncharacteristic P1 play from any team, and Cannon looks so good with it.
That doesn't look bad at all, does it? Sets themselves up wonderfully for an easy P2 rotation. You're able to soak up that time. That 50-point lead just gets completely slashed all the way down, but you got to keep your eyes focused over atop of the Lambo hard point. Argo's all the way back. He is the anchor for this team, Brody. He's been able to anchor out the spawns continuously, but still got members inside of Lambo. That's going to force the spawn out to occur. All of Buckley not fully aware of it. Last alive would be Dante, scouted out inside a Zig, and that could have gotten away from Cannon, but they dealt with it wonderfully.
Man, Cannon have all of a sudden burst back into this game.
Sure have.
Now you got players watching every point of entry. Hate will go down inside lobby, so now Buckley going to start to knock at the door. There is one player who's looking to play an off timing. That's Revenge, but he gets cut down by Yodak on the other side. Everyone else goes down. Sour Patch Kid does actually play the hero. Takes a couple of players out of the kill. Not going to be number 3, though. That might well have opened the door for Buckley. One player slides right past, but Revenge and Hale, there's the kills. And Sour Patch Kid's double. That makes that possible.
Got on to that 20 seconds, so if you are Cannon, that could have been the lead swap. Already trying to make an argument for it, but no. Buckley should be able to secure the rest of it. Tough gunfight there for Yodak. Revenge with the pistol will stick it straight down his throat. And that means that the rotation over towards New is actually going to be secured. Back 10 seconds now for Buckley. Need to give up the end of that time and just start rotating all the way over towards New. Hale's playing an exit over by Arches. That means that nobody's going to be watching Top Secret. Yodak's gotten through.
Spawns. That's the spawn flip. Yep, spawn flip coming through. So now Buckley have a lot more to worry about than just a couple of players. You've got players on both sides of the hard point, and it's a full white feed. Cannon have broken through, and now the deficit can continue to shrink. Buckley have to approach this hard point from multiple angles. Revenge is going to try so alongside Dante. Do they know? They're not looking in this direction. Yeah, Dante's able to walk straight through. Revenge also has got through, but wasn't expecting Hate to be on the outer fences. Just one more player to deal with, and that's a full wipe from Cannon. They're going to take the lead.
Yeah, the opening 2-for-2 trades, nobody had any Scooby where anybody was until now. Buckley spawning in towards the P3 side. They're just trying to get a foothold in towards rotation through the upper halls. And as you call it, Brody, there is that lead swap. 10 seconds left to soak here on P3. Buckley, they got one member on rotation. It's been Dante. He's the only one that has the highest amount of impact on his team. Needs to hold the line, and he's not going to win the initial first. Does set up Sour Patch Kid for the trade, but he'd have to double down. Delivers on the goods.
Now you have to hold this early on. Only one player towards the hub, and what a nade over the top from Artie. Goodness gracious, the arm on Matman, it does some seriously inhuman things. Revenge and Hale trying to get back towards the hard point right now. Nobody's going to stop him through grass. It's all about the players on the entry. Hate, cut down, Artie, back and forth we go. Inside the hard point, it's a 1 versus 2 for the moment. And Argo is going to find one. Not able to get the reset though. So now it's going to be Buckley back in for the back 30 seconds. One player towards Checkers, removed from the kill. Buckley trying to watch all points of angles. Sour Patch Kid and Hale will win their gunnies. Now just one more. Argo slides out to the wrong side of the site. Hate, though, not going to do it. And ultimately, as Sour Patch Kid hits a double here, Buckley now going to take the lead once again.
So neck and neck are these teams. That 15-point lead, took the pin out of that. 50-point lead, duke it. Doesn't even matter. Buckley still lead going in towards the third set. But that lead from 50 has now been clawed all the way down to about 16. In towards the Zig stairs. Revenge. He doesn't even care. He's going to keep running for his life. If you walked away with that kill, that would have been just some ludicrous nonsense. But it doesn't end up being the case. 25 and 21 out of Artie. He's definitely heated things up since that Winners Finals, Brady.
Yeah, he does. Artie is looking much, much better. Although I will still say on the whole, you're missing a couple of players that are normally part of the narrative for Cannon. Hate at 13 and 24. Argo also kind of lagging behind at 16 and 20. We need the superstars of Cannon to really step it up a notch. Buckley have almost everybody firing on all cylinders at this point in time. And they are currently in P1 as well. They're looking for the back 20 seconds. You've got one player on the rotation. Dante's just spawned out in Narnia. And maybe he can actually help towards P1 time because you've lost Sour Patch Kid. He's going to jump back in for the contest. Take a little bit of time away from Cannon. They're going to get another player in towards that. Big 1 versus 1 towards the back of the map. Hale will win it. His job not done. Needs to win these. Not going to get shut down by Argo. Next one good. Trophy system down. Hits the regen here. Blue players. RT down. Surely not Hate as well. The Semtex towards the back line. That should blow Hate up. At the very least, it pushes Hate out position. Hate will win the 1 versus 1. Dante goes down inside the hard point and Cannon flipped it.
Not expecting him to push forward in that 1v1. The Semtex did flush him out, but the battle over towards the backside of the spawns is going to favor that for Buckley now. 30 seconds left to fight over on P2. Yodak already able to double down. They need to press forward. Yodak is setting up a little bit of a pinch for these last remaining members out of Buckley. The last would end up being Hale, and he dies. Player number 5 still spawns in somehow, some way. Not fully anchored out. Split spawns do occur, but this is a good turn of events out of Cannon.
Buckley now going to be in for the back 10 seconds. Again, that is valuable time at this point. That's why they're going to go for it. People one trade, and they still can't win it. Hale is going to come out on top in that scrap time. So a tentative, and I mean tentative advantage as we go towards the next hard point. Hate will get the exit frag. One player slipped through, though. Do they know about Dante? Oh, beautiful nade again. Yodak is hitting every single nade he's throwing at the moment.
For real. Talk about good utility usage and how impactful it can be towards any decision for any sort of map. Well, how about this one right now? We had a 50-point lead. That then gets flipped. Cannon now leading by 5. Firm control of P3 so far, Brody. Buckley, they're having to hit routes through the middle of the map. Yodak just cleared all of the backside of the Winers, and now they know that the play is on.
Oh, no, Revenge. No, get your gun out. What are you doing? Try to get a stylish kill. Ends up getting punished for it. 2 for 2 trade. Hale finds the double, and that might be the back 17 for Buckley. Cannon, just rotate. They're going to send one player in towards scrap time. A reminder that this 10 seconds is big, and Hate's going to win it. That's 10 for Cannon. They will cross the 230-point mark if they get the time. Never mind, they're going to jump out of the hard point. So 225, 208 as we get new. Cannon looking for the first wave. Argo doubles up, and that could be it.
Very much so could be. 231. Plenty of time to fight over here. Buckley, they gotta get their trainers on. The stun out of Hale. The hip fire's not good enough. It does stun both. There's the reinforcements here out of Buckley. The break comes through.
All right. Have to hold. You know where the threat's going to be coming from. Beautiful kill from Hate. Absolutely rips Sour Patch Kid off the heady. Dante has a lot to do. Oh, he gets burned through. The wave of Cannon players in towards the hard point. Revenge to the drop shot. You've got to go big. Revenge can't produce a second. Cannon back in towards the time.
Dante's next. Trying to contest. There's no trophy. Semtex slides in dead.
Hell through. Buckley, Hale for the double. It's going to be revenge as well. Buckley refusing to give the last 8 up towards Cannon. They're going to hold on towards this time. We're going to see a P1.
Got to rotate new. They already found one on rotation. Argo was the last player to spawn into the backside of Boathouse. Still, Cannon setting numbers over towards Old. Not the smarter of the 2 plays. You got 2 members for Buckley. One playing the cutout, one playing on time.
Topside control, locked down by Cannon. Dante, Semtex out. Gonna have to deal with the trades here for the moment. Nobody in the hard point. It's gonna be relocated. Yodak cut down on the cross. Revenge for the double across the way. You've got a player in towards the time. Somebody has to deal with Artie, and they do. Buckley, more kills coming your way.
Lead swap's about to be coming through. Hale's getting space. The 1v1. He loses it, but the players are still stacked inside the time. Nobody from Cannon. They gotta get inside the time. The contest comes through.
Double comes through, and that could be it. Buckley, take it away. Cannon, they go for a last-minute wrap through, and Buckley will take that all day long. There's not much that you can do when you spawn P2, and Buckley walk away with a map number 1 victory.
Yeah, no, it's a big victory coming through for Buckley, given how close it was. You didn't want to be giving up that 50-point lead. You were like, no, let's come back to the 15-point lead. I'm like, no, how about the 50-point lead, man? And then it's an 8-point difference. Absolute insanity coming through here towards the 3rd set of hard points. When you start talking about a 4th P1, you know you're in for a good time when it comes down to Hacienda, not to mention how it looks like it's just paradise altogether, but not when these 2 teams show up. Golly, 34 and 26 out of Revenge. 38 and 33 out of Hale, 26 non-traded, 30 non-traded respectfully. Look at the assist column as well for Buckley. Just everybody shooting together, setting themselves up for easy pieces. But like Cannon through that 3rd set, that P2 set and hold into the flip over towards 3. Come on, you freaking mental, man. But still, the scam at the end. That play was fine. That one player could hit that route and you would have been fine. The second, you're kind of pushing it. The third, where are we going?
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, look, it's awkward, right? You spawn up by P2 and you have a long way to go no matter which route you take, ultimately. But I still think, you know, the route through bottom lobby is probably a little bit faster, but ultimately not by much because you kind of got to, like, fly down from open. It also makes you a lot more vulnerable. But still, I mean, that was just a split decision in the moment that they made, and ultimately it was the wrong one. Shout out for Cannons coming back, though, man. Yodak especially with the nades on util on the hard point, like every single bit of util that Yodak was throwing, it hit every single time. So shout out to him for sure. But ultimately, Buckley, they make the phenomenal comeback. Also, you know, I think it was Revenge and Hale there that managed to clutch up and find that 3-piece inside P4 to send it to another P1. Stop them getting from that last 8 seconds, man. Phenomenal performance out of everyone, really across the board, to be honest. There was a couple of players lacking, I think, as we got into the 2nd set. Even Hale, by the way, who I just noticed it, I think he finished on like 33 kills, 33 and like 25, maybe something like that. I'll actually have to look at the exact scoreline. He was 18 and 24. At like the end of, I want to say, the 2nd set, he was like something like that. Like he was lagging behind. He went ultra mode through the last few hard points, and ultimately that culminated in what we saw in that penultimate hard point proper. Wow, what a start to this lower bracket final.
38 and 33 out of Hale with 4,300 damage. He led the lobby in the latter of those stats and also in the non-traded kills. But again, was 21, 31 assists between Revenge, Sour Patch Kid, and Hale. Is just insane. Like Dante had 9 assists, 20 non-traded kills for 31 and 28 with 3,600 damage. It's just the sharing of the legwork through and through, but you still got to be shouting out just how hard Cannon did fight back again. They were dealt a very unfortunate hand when it came down to that winners finals. For all intents and purposes, they lost 0-3. They have to bounce back here in the lower finals, and they did get shut out in that opening map. But they're feeling pretty good about the upcoming map set.
Yeah, they are. They still are looking good at the upcoming map set. We go to that rewind, search and destroy that you were talking about. That said, I mean, search and destroy for Buckley, I know it's a totally different map mode combination proper than the rewind that we saw previously between these 2 teams. But, you know, Hacienda search and destroy was the one that we saw Buckley play. Obviously, that is a map number 5 if it goes to the distance. But, you know, Buckley, I think, just looks so good in search and destroy right now. The adaptations that they made specifically to Ramstein were pretty much on point all the way through that map. And you got to imagine that they've also probably done their homework on Cannon. They're like, right, cool, we lost to them back in day number 1. That's not going to happen again.
No, probably not. I mean, they're not going to have the immediate download of seeing the rewind, search, and destroy, which would have been the map 5 versus Langley Eustace, should we have been able to get there. But I will say this much. I think you're okay if you are Cannon. we didn't get to see this like in the venue at the time because Cannon were also in the upper bracket while Buckley were doing their best 100T impersonation from lower round 1 when they were going up against Nellis, and they ended up winning the rewind hardpoint 250 to 140. Then they went immediately into a rewind search and destroy and lost it 2-6. I don't have the scoreboard immediately for that, but that is a crazy scoreline of the only map mode combination that you lost in that matchup versus Nellis was the rewind search and destroy. Something in maybe the reasoning why Cannon could be happy to see it here.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think just, future kind of proofing a little bit here, or theory crafting, I should say, is the word I'm probably looking for. I think we look towards Vault Control and Vault Hardpoint, though, and I'm not exactly confident in Cannon's chances later in the series. I could be totally wrong, ultimately, and we know that Vault Control was something that... Well, yeah, it happens like 99% of the time. But, we look towards the Buckley Vault Control. They are beatable on it in the last matchup in the lower bracket semi-final. But at the same time, it's like, man, they are like so good at the mode because Revenge and Hail just make that map their own. And yeah, all right, sometimes they can overheat. Sometimes they can be a little bit readable, which is what happened in that lower bracket semi-final. But still, the fact that they've got that for maps number 3 and for maps number 4 as well, I am not necessarily confident in Cannon's chances through the remainder of this series. But, look, if I've learned anything today, it's that anything can happen. Stranger Things and all that. It's been a wild day of Call of Duty so far, and I would love to see Cannon bounce back. Again, what we said, I don't really care that much about my predictions. Obviously I want to be as right as possible. I want you to be as right as possible. I just want us to both be more right than Seymour, is the entire point. But yeah, I mean, I just want to see as close a match as possible between these teams proper.
Just a number at the end of the day when it comes down to it, Brody, as far as the score between us 3, but still, a number at the end of the day is going to be the difference in between you getting a belt and not. Look, for all 3 teams that are still here alive in the bracket, they are going to be walking away with the medals. We are solidified top 3, regardless of the matter. This is going to be a matchup for them to be fighting over that championship belt in the future, but still got a lot more COD left to be played on this championship Saturday.
Indeed we do. Well, we've got a lot more COD to be played. You're going to have to wait just a little bit longer for it. We're going to throw to a 5-minute break. On the other side of this break, we've got Search and Destroy. Do not go far.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
I bet you guys thought you had time for an entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, didn't you? No, it's a lie. We got Cannon, we got Buckley, we're into the search and destroy. Let's go.
Yep. Already up and underway here for the Rewind search. Map number 2, again, just easy table setting. Buckley lost this to Nellis just yesterday. Have not seen them play it today.
And already Cannon having a good start to this. Dante, 1 versus 3. But Dante's been a bit on a tear the last couple of days. He's been getting better and better every time we've seen him. They are on the hunt for him, though. And it feels like Artie's on tracker mode right now. He's using his Witcher senses to track down Dante. Dante dead to rights. I think that might have also been a knife for the final kill as well.
Like the Witcher senses? Is that like a
Yeah.
Superman?
Yeah, you've seen The Witcher, right? You played The Witcher.
I've seen the Superman.
Sure, we'll go with sure. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, he got the kill.
Knife. Yeah, a little knife stab into the shoulder, just drops dead. That's tough. All right, now a whole lot to depict off of that first round. We're expecting a lot of good utility to be used throughout all of this. Yodak was the one that was finding all of, like, the utility, damage, and execution as far as the Hacienda map 1 is concerned. 8-point difference, by the way, if you're just tuning in with us. Those nades over the top will definitely hit. Just kidding.
Sometimes they just don't connect the way that you expect. This one will, though. Hey, for the first blood. Pretty good. Midnap presence now pretty much locked down by Cannon. The question becomes, where do you go from here? You'll take a trade. You've got to be careful that your bomb carrier doesn't go down, and they do. And, well, that last random player tried to sneakily make their way up the map, but, well, he was running at a very loud speed.
Sometimes you just kind of, like, throw some nades over there and just kind of, like, I don't know if you guys have this over in Britain, but we used to, like, throw, like, tennis balls over top of, like, buildings and stuff like that, and, like, it would get caught up on top of, like, an AC unit. I haven't looked up top of the buildings on Rewind, but, like, I imagine that, yeah, you can see, like, the little AC units.
Yeah.
The Treyarch are a bunch of nuts. They probably put a whole bunch of stuff up there to deny some of those nades. I just can't believe, like, he didn't actually connect with that grenade. Like, he Dak Prescott, he down there somewhere, and it didn't connect. This one definitely connects.
Yeah? You reckon?
Nope.
Evidently, not for the kill. It might tag them. Might be Flak Jacket, might say them. I don't know. Hale, what are you doing? He hit shot way too early there. Jesus. Revenge will go for the trade. RT trading right back. The wildcard play here for Buckley will be Sour Patch Kid, and he's just been spotted out. He is so dead. Yodak to the pistol? You madman. I think Dante might have ruled his position there.
Yeah. I think he did as well. Saw little blips on the arrows. Already gonna be turning around to potentially watch for the flank over by Beepers. Dante's moving fast. Had some good opening shots, but already had the better weapon for it. And on the backside, Sour Patch Kid. 1v3? Sub 30?
He's got the better of him. Oh my god. Alright, never mind this Torm. Oh my god, I thought Sour Patch Kid was about to get the world's best timing. Yeah, there's the kill from Hay. If he didn't get it, well, the other player would have done. Cannon, perfect through the first 3 rounds of Search and Destroy.
Yeah. That's exactly where you want to be if you are Cannon. Talk about a bounce back opportunity off of, a map that you almost feel like you probably should have won had your fundies been a little bit more on point. We'd be having that conversation, but so far so great in this this Rewind Search and Destroy, excuse me. Gotta see some more productivity coming through. Hale, Dante still sitting on a goose egg. 7 spree between Hate, 5 in a row for Hate. Artie still sitting up on that too as well. He's just streaks that they can get really early on and call game very quickly. Rewind can snowball.
Our C car's probably already been earned. That thing's going to be real frustrating on a map like Rewind. Hate over the top. That's information. You don't even necessarily need to kill. That stun will connect, though. And there's just so many Cannon players over here to deal with it. Argo perfectly gets away off the back of the kill. Yodak will go down, though. You're slowly gaining site control. Argo gets aggressive, perhaps a little bit too much so. And I think Buckley there, playing a little bit off the aggression from Cannon. You love to see the adaptation.
Yeah, that's the exact adaptation you want to see, right? You recognize when you are the slower of the two teams, and you call their bluff. Look, they're just going to want to keep sprinting at us. Just play back. These set nades over the top have landed more than a handful of times. And it's kind of the same thing that we got when we were talking about, like, that dealership with Peterson versus Ramstein to start off the entire day, man. Just like, you're going to see these set nades land on your forehead so many times. If you don't have a trophy system in play, you're just giving up free damage. It's like you're giving up free space on the map. And if you're giving up free space on the map, the likelihood of you retaking or taking space on Rewind becomes that much more difficult. RCXD just opened up this round from Hate.
It can't open doors, Hate. It can't. Okay, it can. Nice. You just got to really ram it. You got to really get up in there. That's
you know, I'll think up to her about that.
Yep, absolutely. Just got to drive the car straight through the door. I'm not talking about the RC car. Anyway.
No, you're a really good search and destroy player. You get a lot of RCXDs is what I'm saying. But look at all the space they got for them. They should be able to get this bomb planted for free. But Buckley, they have a lot of good space on this map to set up a pinch.
Yep, hail down. 3 versus 4. I don't know what are you shooting at. Buckley have players around this site, man. They just got to start moving. Sour Patch Kid is looking for something for free, as is Revenge. Dante is, I don't know what he's doing, daydreaming right now. He's about to get cut down from behind if he's not quick enough. Argo should be able to get this kill for free. Never mind, Argo just lines 2 up. Third one right in front of you. Dante, mystery man, reveal yourself. 1 versus 4 reduced down to a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds on the clock. This ain't happening.
Nope, doesn't seem likely, does it? Break that glass. Should alarm bell the player inside of the alleyway. That's Artie. He's looking to stab his opponent. He goes running around the corner. Run, man, run!
Oh my god. Oh god, Cannon. Bit of smack talk across the stage there. And Artie is the man that did it. He's taunting him. Oh, the slide. God, it's like Modern Warfare 3 infected over here. You wouldn't know this is a loser's bracket final, folks, would you? Given the fact that Cannon does a running riot here on Rewind, Search, and Destroy. Buckley, you have to start bucking your ideas up right now, to be honest. You are 4-1 down in the Search and Destroy. The only round you've got is playing off, really, Cannon not playing that well. That's really it. Buckley haven't done anything too creative.
Cross not being watched. Head bash in towards A we go. Already in towards Elephant. Already got over towards Blue. Revenge is stabbing people. What is going on?
Are they going to do it again? In behind. It's like a slasher movie. Yodak for the first kill. Oh, you're dead. Sour Patch Kid is so dead. He's never been more dead. Okay, gets killed. Yeah, okay, finally. I was going to say a little bit longer. Oh, God. More smack talk in the venue. Cannon are starting to feel themselves.
Yeah, they could be a certain route, a certain avenue getting inside the heads of the enemy. But I did say, like, if there was going to be a map in this opening 3 that was probably going to be the most considerate to get absolutely smacked on if you're Buckley, it would be this Rewind, Search, and Destroy. It's just really struggling to be able to maintain the space. And even when they 4-player hit something, like, they lose out on the timing from Artie. Got all the way over inside of Blue. He's making an absolute mockery of them. 7-2 now, Cannon up to map point.
Quick look through the hammer cam early on. Oh, God. What is this? What are we, Motorstorm right now? What are we doing? Cannon. RC Central. All the information. Dante's like, I'm backing up, trying to get out of there. They're both RCs gone. They now have the full B site cleared.
Sour Patch Kid's got up. He's all the way in the corner. The Elephant trigger discipline needs to be there. Checks the first. Can't even walk away with 1. That's tough scenes. Revenge is able to push past Burger Town. Now they're pinched. 2v3? 3v3, sorry.
Oh, God. All right. Hale finds a couple through the middle of the map. Yodak will trade this. Down to a 1 versus 2 from the 1v3. They don't know where he's gone. They know, generally speaking, this round Glass. Dante's looking for this. Oh, my God. I was convinced that Dante had that kill. I was like, yep, it's all good. Dante's got him off the exit. Somehow, Yodak has pulled this down to a 1 versus 1. He's got a sneaky feeling where Revenge is, but Revenge will take him down. Buckley are not done yet.
You look at that stone cold look at Sour Patch Kid. He just peeking over top of his monitor. He's like, I mean, I got spun on and I should have went 1 for 1, but calm down that smack talk real quick, boys. We still got a couple more rounds to try to be played. It's also like it's so much space was just so given away off of the cutesy attempt of the double RCXD card. Couple pieces of utility though. That Buckley are being like, okay, I mean, like, you're gonna play with your food, keep on giving us some space. They're gonna start piecing things together potentially. They finally get their second. This side of the bomb though, it'd be a difficult one. We'll have to see. Gonna go and lean a couple players over towards that Burger side. Dante's gonna shave 1 away, but Argo is now joining his teammate of Hate on this onslaught.
Yeah, you can really tell they're now playing for that over-aggression from Cannon. The issue is Cannon are also kind of playing for that same kind of strategy, right? It's just like, hey, you know that we know we're likely to push. So we know that. We're just going to hold back. You know, that kind of thing. They're just trying to play 4D chess with him right now.
Yeah, that we know, that you know, that I know, that we all know.
That kind of thing. Yeah, that kind of thing, you know. Oh, there it is. First move from Revenge. Traded on out. Information gained. And that's going to send RT away from the site here. Buckley, they have to know quickly that they can make a move into A.
They're still trying to pressure over past P3.
Stun's gonna come through, and Hate should have at least, yeah, he definitely saw that stun go off. He's gonna peek over inside of Burger Town. Did he see 2 nameplates or just the 1? Now they know that it's 2. Argo sees 1 slide on the cross. They're gonna try to exit. Sub 30 seconds, and they gotta make a decision to either try to head bash towards Artie, where he's anchoring over towards A, or just try to flip back B. They're running out of time.
Oh, Hale finds Hate. He should be dead from the backline, though, and he is. 2 versus 2. Now the 1v1. Salpetrius is going to get this bomb down. There's no stopping this for Argo. He's got to get to the bomb site as quickly as humanly possible to catch Patch Kid on the exit. He's not going to, so now he's on the hunt.
Oh, Argo gonna get caught in the tack sprint. Buckley, Sour Patch Kid. He's gonna lock things down. That round was super weird, man. 2 players for Buckley were trying to pressure up. Burger Street was being looked at a handful of times, but they just held that space. And to be fair, Cannon still thought that the pressure was still going to be coming through back beepers, maybe for a flip map or maybe for a B execute regardless. It was all just strange. Came down to Artie as the sole player over inside of the A-bomb site to go 1-for-1. He did, but because of the double piece out of Hale over by the other side meant that numbers were good for Buckley to secure the round. Now trail by 2.
All right, Util over the top. This is going to catch Dante. Dante has to find value here. Has to also stay away from the car. He's putting a lot of shots in, a lot of shoulders being thrown from Cannon. Artie, you got to be careful. You got the bomb, my friend. You're very lucky that Argo finds that kill against Hale. Dante around the backline, though. He's dead. All of a sudden, you've got numbers.
A lot of straight gunfights. And just going to cause a little bit of a ruckus. That causes Yodak just to lie on his belly. He definitely heard that door crack open. Revenge Sour Patch Kids, they're going to join forces, try to retake this map together. It's just taking so much time, boys. Got to start taking some of the space.
Yeah, Revenge has to take an unfavorable fight here. He's got an SMG, crosses into no man's land of Ames Central. Now we'll be back involved in something he could possibly win. Glass smashed by Sour Patch Kid. That's information. Are they going to check for Revenge, though? Revenge? You're doing this? Oh, he was for a second. Time starting to run out now. You've not found a single player. Surely they just need to play around the defuse. Revenge is doing nothing. That's going to be it, folks. They just take too long. Cannon getting loud. They are into the series.
I'm already sitting there almost trying to take people hostage. He's slicing people's bellies open. He is yapping across the entirety of the floor. 10-4 out of Artie here in this map number 2. A master performance. Super stoked to be able to see what his first bloods look like, too, because this guy was getting in the thick of it very early on. Even the 4-bomb plan as well. Yeah, only lost 2 first bloods across 9 rounds of play. That's all from Revenge. I mean, we were talking about how we needed the impact to be there, meet them up the gut. Buckley, too late to realize what they needed to do and just play off of the aggression and just really adapt to what Cannon were doing, and that was just simplistic enough. They were just running it down mid.
It's like every single time. It's almost like Buckley, you know, what they were doing to Ramstein in their previous series, right? Of just like getting aggressive, drawing out first blood and leaving Ramstein stranded. That kind of same strategy was employed against them in this Search and Destroy, right? Where they were just using the first blood every single time. And they never knew how to react. And they tried. I just think they maybe took a little bit too long in said rounds to actually do so. And sometimes you would also just have these rounds, right, where Cannon would run at Buckley, Buckley would run at Cannon, and, you know, it just, Cannon would win those engagements time and time again. Buckley had no idea what to do. Man, Buckley now lose the Search and Destroy. We go 1-1 in the series. Shout out to Cannon, because that is the exact map they kind of needed to bounce back.
Absolutely, yeah. 963 damage coming through from Artie there at the end. A combined 2,100 damage between Yodak and Argo. Again, Argo with that AR in hand. He may not have found any assists, but he was definitely finding more than enough damage to lure people in towards those inner workings of the map, both sides of the bomb. Yodak, that SMG duo, 5 assists, 7 non-traded kills out of the 8 that he found with his 5 deaths as well. The entirety of that team, I'm not going to lie, man, we're really firing off on all cylinders when it comes down to Cannon airfield base. So I still think, though, if there was one map that was probably the most questionable that did make it through still, it was going to be that Rewind Search and Destroy. Again, yeah, historically, and even, hell, within the past 24 hours, has not been good for Buckley, but the rest of this best of 5 map set very much so does.
Yeah, it does. We might as well show people that best of 5 map set while we can here, just to talk about kind of what we expect the rest of the series to look like. Because you caught it perfectly, mate. I mean, that Rewind Search and Destroy, that was, if anywhere in this best of 5 that Buckley were going to lose a map, it was probably going to be there. That being said, we don't really know for sure. We can kind of start a theory graph what the rest of this best of 5 map set will look like. But more or less, every single time that we've seen Buckley play Vault, they have looked phenomenal on it. Now, it's worth saying they did end up losing that last vault control against Ramstein, and that's because, for the most part, I would say that their vault control is actually pretty one-dimensional, and I don't mean that in any disparaging way. I mean it as in Revenge and Hale, are so damn good on Vault. Like, they just run around the map, they pick up routes every single time, they're so damn annoying to deal with, and they're very difficult to actually predict, that it's a strategy that works out so damn well. The problem is, as was shown versus Ramstein, maybe they can get a little bit too focused on running routes and trying to get map control, and sometimes don't focus enough on the objective. That happened in round number 5 versus Ramstein.
Yeah, it sure did, forcing a lot of timings. I think we were mostly hinting at for that round number 5 when you and Colin were sitting there watching it. I was also sitting there really just evolving. There's no real reason whatsoever that they should be losing a lot of those different rounds where they have the numbers advantage. And the same could be said for like a lot of these control teams we've been watching throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. Like, what even is an opportunity to be able to hop onto the zone at certain moments of time? There's only so many different teams. Langley Eustace are one of them that are very quick to hop onto the zone continuously. And you go back to that vault control map number 3 in winners finals, not even about an hour ago, Brody. The reason why they lost a lot of those control rounds and the reason why they could not close out a lot of the offensive affairs was because they were allergic to the zone. So many opportunities Canada did have with so many different times that they got 4 3-for-1s and just did not hop on that zone. That said, Ramstein did catch Buckley by surprise. What's going to be the immediate turnover between that series in towards now? For Cannon, probably did not have such a luxury. It was only a 5-minute break in between series.
For me then, I guess for both of us really, it's going to be a case of who can jump on the point quicker, right? Who can actually act on the map control that they have.
Just get a second body on there sometimes. Like, if you get 4 dead, just put a second body on there. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, just jump on it. Just jump on the point, please. You know what? There's nothing more that we love as casters than when players stack the point in control. That's exactly
Big OBJ guys, yeah.
Off the rip. They love to see it. They're jumping straight on towards the point. Hale with the double. Oh, God, it's all gone awry. And, well, that sometimes is what happens. Hale comes through with 3. You stack the point. You leave yourself vulnerable to a player like Hale.
Hey, it's just like the conclusion or the almost to be of that round 9. On the rewind search and destroy, Hale finds 2. That is able to at least walk away with the 3rd. A 4-0 start out of Hale before he finally goes down. 4-1, excuse me. Pressure now surmounting over towards the A control zone. Revenge. Just thinking somebody's got to poke back up. He's just chasing Ghost at this point. We'll finally get that kill. Hate's the only one to show up in the kill feed, already off the respawn as well, but not a whole lot of space on the map for Cannon.
Trying to find a way up. RT looking to control. Not going to happen. Revenge on the flank here. To trigger Splint. Spots out both players. Oh my God. The jump for the second as well. Revenge, you nutter. Good for the kills. Now you're getting even more. Yodak trying to clear space. Also does that at the same time as RT. So they're going to double stack over towards B. Flanking play has been found out by Hale. You'll take that trade because you've got players to move forward. And now Revenge starting to move up. Good for 2. Goes to the pistol for number 3. Has to get involved. Might as well just get your primary out. Unless he's just fully run out of bullets. I'm not entirely sure why he's going with the pistol. Either way, over towards the point. Yeah, finally Hale gets his SMG back out again. And, well, there's the trades again. 25 seconds on the clock here. Cannon still have some presence around in the middle of the map. And Hale, well, he'll get cut down.
Stop of the clock, though. Trying to keep themselves alive. 2 segments would be better than just the one that they currently have. Somebody hop on the A zone. Yodak still causing space. Not the greatest start in the world, but he's still able to find himself now over towards the A zone. First segment finally locked. They were more worried about the B zone to be pushed, and Hale, he's too weak to try to work this pinch.
He's going to wrap back. They know there's only one place he could feasibly go if they want to stop this point. Second tick now 3. You got to jump down. Sour Patch Kid, you do so. Get caught off by Hate. Revenge, nowhere to go. I don't know if you stop this. Last little push from Hale. It gets called out perfectly because it's just Hale things. Revenge towards the point. Oh my God. Torval and Dean would be impressed with that. 4 versus 12 now. Cannon, do you have the lies for this?
Yodak has enough life to be able to find 2 more. 4 spree now off of Yodak, off of his 1-2 start. Gonna get scouted out. Hale's not gonna let him run around scot-free. 3v11, and although it's a very good ban, it's not a really good opportunity to close out of control offensively.
Yeah, you're starting to lose lives here. And it feels like a foregone conclusion. 2 versus 10 would be one of the most spectacular things we've ever seen. And I guess the one thing here for Buckley is they don't really know where they are. Like, I guess you could kind of work it out, right? You'd be like, all right, cool. Well, what's the one area of the map we haven't got covered right now? And now they most certainly do know. Hate will reveal his position. Oh, double headshots on towards Revenge and Sour Patch Kid. Brings us down to a 1 versus 8. But still, time is going to push Hate out of position. He might just sit here. To be fair, he knows he's not winning the rounds. So you might as well just drag the last 20 off the clock.
Might as well, yeah. any lives there towards the end, say we end up tying up in segments again, round 5, defense would be settled off of kills. So maintain this life. Don't give away towards any sort of streaks. Nate's gonna start throwing out some damage. It's like, come on, guys. I'm break P4. Like, no, man. Come outside to play. We got Legos.
If it was tied on kills and on ticks, it goes damage.
Yeah, it goes to damage next. Correct.
Dude, imagine it's like that damage that he puts into the player is the thing that splits the difference. Just crazy. Yeah, I don't think that would ever happen, but that would genuinely be one of the wildest things.
It's like Minnesota Rocker, Atlanta FaZe, Fortress control levels of mathematics you're attempting to do right there. Like, no.
Dude, that is an encyclopedic brain you've got there, buddy. That's all I can say.
I casted the first stall out of Modern Warfare 2 control, and it was on Fortress between two pro teams.
I could probably imagine why you remember that then, considering it's bloody Fortress.
The Bance was sitting there just licking his lips. He's like, I've done math, bruv.
All right, well, Cannon, they take the L in round number 1, but they do at the very least get 3 ticks on the board. They'll be happy for that for sure. In towards this one, Artie trying to run routes. He's doing his best Hale impression. And there's the help from Hate as well. Beautiful team play from Cannon. One player has snuck behind enemy lines. And it's not Hale or Revenge, would you believe it? It's actually Sour Patch Kid.
Sour Patch Kid trying to be activated. Like, honestly, he's never been the one to, like, lead as far as KD ratio, but like, he's so inspirational, like, his play on the map, because, like, when he starts getting activated, you start seeing a lot of movement out of Hale and Dante, who tracks down that kill, albeit very close. Ooh. It's 3 in the feed now for Buckley. Here comes the onslaught. Double progress being worked on. That's unanswered kills through and through.
That's so smart. They're going to abandon A. They're just going to go for the cross kills instead. Sour Patch Kid, how many value can you get out of this? Good kill for the first. Hate will cross the way. Sour Patch Kid traded. There's a triple stack on the point. Beautiful nade from Hate, by the way. That splits the difference. He goes for the contest. 1 versus 1 now. Argo wins it. Beautiful play. Buckley, that was a solid play call to stack the point. It just doesn't work.
Two segments. Good for B. 2 kills on the exit. Not any space to be provided now. Hale certainly thinks so. So worried about Yodak and Argo. I mean, we haven't seen Argo in quite some time. He's still in that 3 space, still in your spawn. And for some reason, Buckley are still trying to assault water over towards B, at least sending 1 player to do so. There is a second zone, you guys do know.
Buckley's got to go. You really do have to go here. You can't be running routes. This is what we were talking about, right? And they're going to try do that to extend the round. Artie's been calmed. Okay, Sour Patch is actually going to go for that kill. I'm kind of surprised he didn't leave his teammate to get that. But you know what? In the end, it works out. You get control. You're going to double stack to close out B. So there's an extra 60 seconds. And you've got the more difficult point out of the way. But you need to follow up kills. You need to stop this. Nope, never mind. That's 3 down. Buckley now have to work once again for map control.
11 plays up against 13. Buckley should realistically have enough time to be able to play the trades should they want it. But the biggest problem has been map control, where Argo started off. Artie's now picking up, still running routes around top plat. Finally, Hale will take him down, but where Artie dropped off, Yodak, his SMG duo, will pick back up. Any kills are good to stabilize the life department, but most importantly, shave way more time off that clock if you're Cannon.
Double stack though. You lose a couple of kills. Time is starting to run out in this one, and you've just lost your 1 flanking player in Sour Patch Kid. There is another one that's got behind enemy lines. It's Hale, who is finding a kill against Yodak, I believe that was. Hate also goes down, starting to win the gunfight. Sour Patch Kid removes the last player from spawn, and now you can apply pressure. The rest of the players coming off the spawn, they aren't going to immediately install a spawn trap. They're going to go for the players on the point. 5v5 we go. Now they're jumping back on the point here. Hale runs out of bullets. That's unfortunate, but you take the trades. 4v3 now.
Second segment looking to be worked on. Again, it was only 4 segments, but you really want this offense. 3v3. No kill can be the freest one. Revenge. What a kill that was. 2v2.
Hale takes another one. Where do you go if you're Artie? Perfectly predicted. They found him. Now the 1 versus 1. You know where it is going to be. That stun is going to connect. Artie straight back towards the point. Spots him out, but the shots are good here from Dante. He's going to draw him towards the point. Ah! There it is. No, Dante, where are you looking? What are you looking at?
No, dude. Took off his headset. He's looking him in his eyes. He's like, bro, I just shouldn't have gone away with it. And we're not going to be able to see it again. I called it too. I was like, he's about to dive out of the window and look for the RKO, bro. And he did it. I don't know why Dante thought that maybe he was coming around the back. He hadn't seen him. And to be fair, with 1 player progress of timing, like,
you know that combo would be coming through. Like, that timing does exist. Like, he could have been going on that flank, playing for the regen. The damage was there. But he just goes for the most brain-dead play, and it has the biggest pop-off that I've ever seen. Diving out of the window should never work like that, but we're tied up. I'm pretty sure he got that 5th segment, though. Just saying. That's good.
That's good. That is good. Yeah, we tied things up. Buckley are now leading in segments, I believe, 5-4, I want to say, or something to that effect. So, Buckley, looking pretty good. On to the defense they go once again. Cannon having a very strong start to this round. RT in towards Volt. I think that might be a bit over-aggressive. Argo now the last one left alive. And, well, there's the contest for the frag. Finally, Revenge will close things out. So 2 ticks on B is all that Cannon will get off the start.
Transition finally has herself stalling at the clock at 1:07 on 2 different zones. That B zone still being worked on. And while this is all happening, like, Buckley are just happy, hunky-dory, just finding more spawn kills. But, like, it allows Hate to get up inside top gold, and that's a gunfight that you're going to have to take. And if you don't win it cleanly, that just means that the pinch is going to be set up on the opposite side. There's a lot of lives to be bleeding away.
Good kill from Sour Patch Kid. Will get traded out. Tick about to be through here. You gotta be careful. Revenge, nice. They do stop that. I don't think they're gonna stop A though. Dante is gonna have to 1 versus 3 here. Takes out the first, doesn't know where the second is. Will hide themselves well enough. Hate down to the point as well. Hale, a lot to deal with. Surely not Hale! Oh my god, takes both players down. RT is there though, and I don't think anyone from Buckley is stopping this. And now they're looking for X6. Sour Patch Kid ready to go. Will cover you. Not able to hit the reset here. Hate on an immediate flank around the outside alongside Yodak. And this 3rd tick is absolutely going through. The stun will be stopped by the car bomb. It doesn't matter. How about that for a transition from Cannon?
Yeah, no, lovely transition. I mean, once they finally started to get on top of the zone, like, started finding a lot of good kills, they got themselves up towards top side of Catwalk, and, well, then off of the A-zone capture, once that squabble was all but settled, there was nobody from Buckley to cycle a player towards top gold. I cannot explain this enough how important that position is. Like, again, we're playing COD in August. We got to know about these power positions, man. Like going up towards the top side of Art gives you all of that coverage. It anchors out closer spawns for your teammates to come reinforce the B control zone. Those 2 segments went by way too quickly through the opening break. Cannon fully aware of it once they pivot over towards A. Already captured it. It was light work to get over towards for that 3rd at B.
All right. Cannon now a lead in this game. Buckley, no, they have to be on it if they want to win now. You've got to start focusing on the objective. And that's a pretty good start. Revenge now clearing out top side. Immediately recognizes a second player. Goes for the kill. Hale will follow up with another one. And now you got to stack the point. You have to stack the point. If you want to get the extra 60 seconds earlier on, at least get 2 players on the point. That's exactly what they've done. Pre-stun won't connect on towards Yodak. Revenge trying to keep an eye up top. At the very least, just keeping the players way. 2nd tick through, by the way, while all this is going down towards the point. Argo allowed to go through. Yodak finds all 3. Hello? How has that happened?
I don't know, Revenge. They were chasing Ghost the entire time. Argo was the one that was trying to chase me. He was like, he's not top Catwalk. I'm just going to jump down. And by that point, yeah, chowing in was Yodak. And he's able to shut down 3. So 2 segments are all they were going to be able to find, though. It was looking pretty good for the 3rd. Life lead as well. Sour Patch Kid, good turn to shut down Yodak on that spree, but already picks things up where his teammate left off. Buckley, gotta fight their way out from the spawn. Revenge is on a water route, seeing if he can turn some heads over towards B.
Nah, he just has to draw the attention now. The lives aren't an issue, the timer is. The ticks aren't going to cut it anymore. You need to fully win this round. 1 flanking player dealt with, though. Yodak also goes down. All of a sudden, now Buckley have some options. Get on the point. Get the extra 60 seconds. Don't worry about anything else. Just laser focus on the point right now. Sour Patch Kid trying to run around the players who are trying to stop this B capture. It's a double stack through. RT behind enemy lines. I think that Dante's watching this. It doesn't matter, though, because he gets beamed. And now you're down to just 1 player. Jumping off the point is Revenge. He will take RT out of the play before it loses control of the point. Revenge, though, somehow gets a 2nd kill on towards Hate. Sour Patch Kid with a nade. Looking for the kill against Argo. Not going to find it. Argo clears the point now. 26 seconds. They're going to have to settle for A.
14 versus 12. Artie's going to find timing. Shuts down Hale from capturing the zone. Battle down low for Revenge. Somehow still finds that elimination, but they need more space. Any time. They need that trade on Yodak, and Sour Patch is good for 2. Hop on the zone, boys. Get your 60.
Does that connect? think player might run past it. Yeah, he did. Ran straight through wood. Argo behind as well. Argo! Oh, not stopping it. So that is A gone. 10 versus 9. How quick can you transition across towards the point here? How quick can you get control of the power positions? Dante looking to fly across. Kale in the feed will find a couple of kills. Dante might well be making his kill of the match right here if he can find it. I think he's just settling for the crossfire. Finally taken down. It's by way of a Hail. Semtex Hail perfectly predicts a player coming up as well. That's 3 down in the feed. It's just down to Artie. He can't infiltrate the site. The double stack should do it.
Should absolutely do it. You got gold control. Player on the zone. Looking for the cross over by Globe. They're trying to play for the segments. Cannon are trying to give away their lives. They don't want this round 5 to go all the way for a defense, but it's going to be so. Cannon may be eliminated. I don't think it was via the segments. With that last death, means that we're tied in segments, Brody. It goes down to the kills.
Oh,
that's why it was so important for Cannon to literally just full sprint in towards that. They knew that the round was going to be over, but don't give the segment. If they lost to the segment, guaranteed. Now drum rolls, if you will.
Yeah, we'll see. Who has got the defense here in round number 5? I was convinced it was by segments for a second. I'll be perfectly honest with you, mate. But obviously, it definitely wasn't. Buckley have the defense. But a reminder, folks, that's not a guarantee that Buckley will actually take this match away. Or map, excuse me. Cannon could still win this. They've won it once already. We literally just saw Buckley take an offense of their own, so it is more than possible. All it requires is great team play. A solid wave of opening gunfights, and they are preoccupied right now with the entirety of the A zone. Cannon have thrown a curveball into the mix. They've sent 3 players full side. Jodak looking for the over-aggression. Yep, plays perfectly for it. Sour Patch Kid and Revenge down off the rip here. Hale doing a good job of defending here for the moment, and his presence is enough to scare them away.
Yeah, but, like, what is this play out of Cannon? Like, we just gave up, like, 40 seconds, 1 for 3 trade.
Oh, no.
It allows Argo to get behind enemy lines, but, like, they're pretty aware of this. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, that's so smart. Oh, Hale, you beautiful man. He's just picked up 2. Played perfectly to Cannon's expectations. You know someone's going to be in the flank. You know the only way to deal with him is by pushing him. You remove him from the play. 40 seconds on the clock now, proper for Cannon to do something, and their only chance is to full send towards B. Dante watching the cross. That should be comms. 3 players coming towards B, boys, but only Hale is here to deal with it on the flank, and maybe Hale is all you need. He's picked up 3. Argo, the next one on the list, to the pistol for the kill for Hale. He finds all 3 players. There is one last player to deal with on the flank, and there goes Artie.
Yeah, no, it was always going to be Sour Patch Kid. I mean, you said Hale, 7 spree is Herculean, but still, Sour Patch Kid ain't bring top art. It's the power position you always need. Stay alive up there, son. Or Ego Challenge. Might as well. Hale's good for 9 on the backside of the hallway. Clock is ticking down, and Hale's running laps.
12 seconds. There's only one place to go. It is going to be A. Cannon might do this.
Hellstorm.
The stack, Hellstorm in. It takes them off the point for a moment. Down to 9.1 we go. Revenge down low. Semtex is going to send him away. The double stack is going to mean this is fast. Hale still alive on 10 a row. Down towards the point he goes for the reload. Sour Patch Kid also in the mix. 8.8. And they switch targets over towards B. Buckley, you got to go. You got to stop this. They fly. Same time, Hale for the slide out, good for 1. Hale shut down. You also get the flanking player out of the play as well. Flank from Yodak looking pretty good. The second tick's going to be through. Buckley, you've got to get over the point. Sour Patch Kid trying to do it now. Trying to stop the third tick. Nade over the top. That's going to help him towards Hale. 1 versus 1. Hale's good for it. And now that third tick's going to be denied, but they're switching once again.
Over towards A. Hale, 42-25. Artie's going to shut it down. It's a big 2-piece. That should be the A zone secured. Sour Patch Kid. He overextends. He gives away his life. Transition might be here over towards B. Revenge dies. There's nobody top art. Cannon. They are going to have to just shut down Dante on the flank, and then they can call game. Unbelievable scam coming through at the end. I called for it, Brody. I needed the one thing for them not to do is to scam, and they did it. That is so unfortunate. That game was so winnable. They look absolutely perplexed, as they should be. Cannon, take the swing map mode combination.
I wish you could see my face right now. My jaw has never been further removed from my forehead. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I mean, you could kind of see it, right? You know how, like, you sort of just, I don't know, you formulate it in your mind. You're like, all right, this is the perfect path for Cannon to make the perfect play. And you never expect it to happen. You're like, yeah, that would happen in like a crazy universe where ridiculous things happen all the time. You never ever expect something like that. Buckley, man, you chuckle that. Honestly, you really do. And like Dante had the right idea there within that like little 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, whatever it was. He found one, but yeah, you can't expect Dante to do everything in that situation. He did the best he could. Buckley, you got to know when to give up. You really do. You can't be sending players in towards the point. If it's gone, just make sure that you don't lose the rotation because you've got a 5-life advantage. You know that if you do lose the rotation, I mean, it's 1 tick. It only takes 1 good hit. Kind of know that. And they're not stupid. Man, Buckley, they really, really let that slip.
Yeah, they really did. Just putting it lightly is just completely and unforgivably ridiculous. I cannot begin to tell you like how many times like you see a zone starting to fall. You already got 3 dead in the feed. Like you might have like felt like the game was won, but it ain't over quite literally until the game is over. Fat lady sings, other idioms, doesn't really matter. Giving away their lives, challenging 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 every time. Once they got 3 dead and they were on the A zone and doing the old like flip flop of now we're attacking this zone, now we're attacking this zone, whatever it may be, is just absolutely insane to me, Brody, that Cannon find themselves 2-1 up in this series. But they'll take it. They want that run back versus Langley Eustace by any means necessary.
Man, this is wild. Cannon now 2-1 up versus Buckley. Man, imagine if, like, Buckley lose this now. They are going to be haunted by that round 5 control. And they're going to have a little bit of a moment to think about it, guys. We're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side of this break, we've got map number 4. Cannon could close out the series here and book their revenge match in the grand finals.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Let's see what we're cooking up. Is it like vertical?
Otherwise.
This way?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a score streak. It's one of the highest
It's a
ones. It's
Perkins
built
zombie.
like you.
A juggernaut.
Yeah.
When I'm not aiming in.
Hip fire.
Hip fire.
Another.
Point fire?
What do you call with a sniper?
No scope.
Yep.
Upper hands.
Upper hands?
Yeah.
Dry.
Opposite.
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 Wet.
Opposite. Get closer.
Moist?
Kids are
Other
really,
one.
These kids are really
Yeah.
Good.
No, but
brother.
Bad.
Brother.
you had the word. You had the word.
Sweat.
Yes, but.
And then just other.
These kids are really sweat. It doesn't
Sweaty.
make sense.
Yes.
Yeah. What you don't do.
Yeah, you're not this. You're not him.
You're not that guy.
Shoot.
What am I on the team?
What is OC?
No. Besides that, 1v4. What is that? Clutch. Cool.
Wow. It's a Kanye West song.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's spelling just. Planes taking off.
Oh,
Where the
I
planes,
added
where
an
the
extra
planes take
letter.
off from?
An airport?
Yeah, but what's the strip called?
Oh, a landing strip?
No.
Or like a runway?
There you go.
You do it all the time, and you're like, I need to stop
Yeah,
doing
you
this.
say I need to stop doing it.
You're like, dude,
That's crazy that
he's
you
like,
got
why do I
that.
keep doing this, man?
It was good in the OG.
You keep doing it in your gunfights.
Trap shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rapper.
Part of the Migos.
Take off.
Yep. In the Air Force, you have one of these with you at all
Everywhere you
times.
go at BMT. What?
At BMT, you have one of these with you at all times.
341.
I guess.
Not two, but something else.
if you
A
didn't
water?
have this with you, you would get pulled to 341.
It's a person.
A wingman?
Yep.
Is it a type of plane?
Yep.
Oh,
Can be.
yeah.
C-130?
No.
Drone.
It dropped something.
Good job, something.
Boom!
That's what I'm trying to
I don't know.
It dropped some large things.
B-52.
What do they carry?
Payloads.
Yep. Yep, they do.
That's not
Nope,
it?
that's not
No,
right.
it's not it. Not a female.
Huh?
Bomb.
Bomber?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's when
So
people,
you want like a gold account
yeah.
on the swerving
You
Drew
reset
account.
your account and you start playing regular.
Yeah.
What do you call yourself?
A bot?
No.
No.
You're
They're blue.
They're blue?
Yeah.
Oh, plat?
No,
No,
like
they're
a
physically
movie
blue.
character.
They're physically blue.
They're short.
Smurf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Opposite of what he had for the when you scope in.
What is
Oh.
what is
360?
they don't aim
No,
in.
yeah.
No scope?
No, they don't
Not a no
But in
scope.
between.
When you do it
It's
quick.
really fast. No, you say
I can't, bro. Take me out. Take me out. Take me out.
Well, we are.
What we what we warm up in.
Bot lobby?
Oh, gosh. Everybody hates him.
The best COD
The
player.
player here that everybody doesn't like.
Drazen?
He looks like
No,
T-Martin.
here that everybody doesn't
Yeah.
like.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, bet.
He talks the most shit from the States.
He's a truck driver.
The one that wanted your jersey.
Hate
Yup.
COD, dude.
He's one of the special guys here.
Oh, hey.
Boom.
We threw a few. And that's
Yeah,
Team
we
Offer
threw a
for you.
Yeah, that's W.
This is,
Were we
this
the
is something
fastest
else.
ones?
I made sure that was in there.
I was about to get this dude DQ from Air Force One.
Oh boy, I have missed each and every one of you in the Twitch chat. It's time. Let's get into map number 4 between Buckley and Cannon. Only one can become victor.
Should be a very good time here, Brody. Just hopping straight into it to set the table once again. Cannon ripping the rugs out from Buckley in a round number 5 ball control. Gives them the leg up in the series 2-1, but the Vault hardpoint, just the Vault as a venue, has been so good from Buckley. They've been down in series, have only been able to close it out a handful of times. Their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, that strength for Buckley still remains, even though Cannon have really heated up over the last couple of maps. And yet, still, in towards this time, it doesn't look like they've got it locked in just yet. Backspawn's still pretty good for Buckley here. Sour Patch back up towards 100 and straight towards the hard point. Unfortunately, not a single shot will connect. And, well, now Cannon are overwhelming. One more player in the feed to go. It's Dante, who almost gives them the slip, but in the end, Cannon get him.
Back P2 spawns, sticky as ever. Got to get a 4 dead, plus a little, probably about 2 more after that wipe, and then maybe you could have flipped the spawns. But look at Buckley setting themselves up not only just for 3, but also for 4. That position that Dante's in, a crucial one. So he can not only watch this lane, but also anchor spawns over towards New. Sour Patch Kid spawns in towards P2. Yodak saw that happen. It should be a free kill. Sour Patch Kid was aware of it. It's just weird. Just weird it all went down. But now we got a palm tree push. Starting to develop out again.
Yeah, kind of looking pretty good here in this hard point off the reset. Goals going their way. Sour Patch Kid around the back for Art control. Big gunfight if he can win it. He's being tattered by Hate though, and towards the hard point, Artie also starting to go through. And I love this prioritization from Cannon. Get that player out the back line. Flip those spawns. That is exactly what they do. And they get Hail as well. Goodness gracious, Cannon, you are showing me perfect hard point.
Starting to look like 3-1 right now for Cannon. They are doing everything correct. Slaying out. Argo up to 8 and 6. 7-4 out of Hate. 5 in a row. Combine that for 9 for Yodak, and now it is his turn up in top Art. Benj is looking for the timing. They know that one got through. Oh, Hate's not going to check the right corner, but he just baits it for Yodak. Still up on 4 in a row. If he can get a Hellstorm missile, surely that would be a nail in the coffin. Revenge doesn't continue to check it. We're not counting names. Everybody's passing each other. What's the British idiom? 2 ships in a night?
Yeah, passing. Oh, it's not British. That's not British, is it?
I don't know. I just hear you guys say it all the time.
Oh,
sorry.
okay, sure. Well,
yeah, when I say you guys, I just mean like you and Bryce more than it's like the only 2 people you're saying. Like,
yeah, just the 2 British people that you know. It makes sense, I guess.
I know
whatever.
more than
Anyway, we're the only 2 important people. That's all that makes sense. Anyway, Buckley right now still down in this game. Cannon have control. One player trying to waste the time of Cannon inside the hard point while the rest hit the front. And Revenge has done a really good job at turning the attention. Now he can actually activate himself. Oh boy, what a time as well. 5 for Revenge. They still have 1 more player in the back line to contest with. That will Artie. But Artie is still getting value. And now all of a sudden it's down to Revenge. He was on 6 in a row. Can he get number 7? Yodak trying to play his life. Revenge got to get involved. 1 versus 2. Not to be. Gets cut down before number 7 can come through.
A little greedy. Needed a little bit more time. Reinforcements are right around the corner by the palm tree push. Very successful first set of hard points, might I add, out of Cannon Air Force Base. Gonna be able to find the exit for Hate. Now they are going in towards the second set with a 70-point lead, though. Last time we said that it was a pretty big lead over top of the other. That was Buckley over top of Cannon. 50 points was the discrepancy back in Hacienda Map 1. We'll see if they can claw their way back here.
Yeah, I believe anybody can do it. I believe Buckley can do it for sure on this map, but their star players right now are the only players even really in the conversation. Dante having a pretty slow start at 8 and 10, and Sour Patch Kid just really struggling here at 6 and 14 as we do get into that second set that you were talking about. But here we'll double up, so some breathing room being afforded here by the star players on Buckley. You're starting to lose the power control, though. Oh my god, Hate has just put Revenge on skates, and he's not done. He will get a posthumous stun onto a player. Dante towards the point. You are not getting that scrap time, says Cannon. And now they're on the way for a potential break towards New. Yodak, our back line, gets perfectly called by Buckley. At the very least, they've got that.
Keep in mind, this is when Artie hasn't been performing his greatest in hardpoint thus far. Yodak 15 and 10, 13 and 12 out of Hate. Those are the guys that were leading a lot of the legwork that was done back in that map number 1, and Wyatt finished just 8 points in the discrepancy column. 23 and 12 out of Hale on the opposite side. Trying to will his team in towards existence. Needs some more input out of Dante so that way Sour Patch Kid can stay alive on the time. It is the recipe for revenge. I don't know how you just walked away with that second kill. You should have been dead during that second gunfight, but he's going to be sent to hell regardless. Buckley got the sticky spawns. Still 30 seconds left here at P2.
Buckley holding for now. watching the cross. Dante, doesn't matter. Nice team nade, I guess, from Artie. If you're a Buckley fan, that's going to give them the rest of the time. I don't think Cannon really need to invest any more into this. They do get the back spawn, so they might well send one player in to try and get that 10-point swing back in their favor. And Argo does actually win that fight. Over towards Nu, though. Now you're starting to contest for Art. Last time, Cannon did a good job at breaking Buckley out of this super quickly. And now it all comes down to a 1 versus 1. Yodak, slide out. Oh my god, Yodak, you are on one.
He's saying how much he was confident getting put into a very working system. We interviewed Yodak yesterday, and then he said, oh, don't worry, I just got to figure out how these guys like to play, and it's working out quite wonderfully. Guys, a straight shooter as ever, 18-11. For the reach out, 2 headshots, but he knows he's got to be worried about the flank. Unbeknownst to him, everybody from Buckley are still spawning across the map. P2 side is still being held by Argo. He'll spawn in effectively for his team now, or at least he should. Yeah, the spawns will now finally stabilize, but Buckley, they're soaking up a lot of time here, Brody, and I'm not gonna lie, Cannon, ever since coming into the second set, have let this lead go away.
Yeah, I think they're focusing just a little bit too much on kills now and not so much on map control. Also worth saying, the players that were absolutely leading the charge for Buckley have stepped things up twofold as well, especially Hale at 27 and 15. He is on track for a 40 bomb here in this game. Whether or not it'll be a 40 bomb for a win, though, different story. We look towards the next hard point. Cannon, a couple more players towards the point to take out. RT, Hate, and Yodak bring everyone down to just 1. And it is going to be Revenge inside the point. He's holding top for now. This is a frustrating position to deal with. He can't peek too far out towards the middle of the map because Argo will take him down. But at the same time, he's a nuisance towards the point. Playing his life so damn well. Now through the front of the point, you've got the help of Dante as well, but those players are gone. Dante now trying to wrap behind. Can he find any value off the back of this? No, shut down. Another white feed for Cannon.
Yeah, big stuff coming from Cannon. Bounce back off of P4 because I was about to get pretty far away from them with how P2 to P3 was starting to manipulate for Buckley. Still time to fight over here. 25 seconds to be exact. Last 2 players, Hale, Dante. Not the greatest for the for the latter, excuse me. As far as this map number 4 is concerned, he will be put in the dirt. 15 seconds remain here on the second set of hard points. Just under 2 minutes of game clock. May not be coming into a consideration should Cannon just continue to do what they've been doing for the majority of this hard point, Brody. Their 70-point lead now diminished to just about 40, but a lead nonetheless.
Cannon will still be happy with an advantage. This is diminishable, though. If you're a Buckley, you just got to start playing some hills correctly, and we have to still see Dante and Sour Patch Kid wake up a little bit more. Have to get involved in this game. Now we're going to overwhelm here. A Cannon through towards the hard point. Hate looking to get map control. Going to do exactly that. One more player to take down. Revenge. Going to hit the reset here off the back of that. At the very least, they're taking Cannon out of the time. But as far as power positions are concerned, Cannon still in control. Dante towards the point, though. Going to get some time here. Buckley, this is a big back 25.
It sure is. They can win this next wave of gunfights, Brody. They can push forward and maybe flip out the spawns. It would be a massive snowball, but they Cannon are starting to realize the situation. Already spawns all the way out. This would be the go time for Buckley. Revenge finds 2 dead via a dead nade. But that means that the spawn should be under threat. Dante's got to be careful with how far forward he pushes. The palm tree lane wasn't being looked at. Now Artie's just got to hold. The timing could be paying off. Hale throws the gunfight, loses it initially, and now reinforcements are here.
There we go. Sour Patch Kid trying to hold on. You just need to play your life. It's not going to happen. He does at least create some space. Hale will use that space for a couple of kills now. Hate trying to hold on. Not going to happen. Players now moving forward towards the point. If you're a Buckley, you can hold this from the front of the hard point. Stun out on towards RT. Good for the first. Argo, though, takes Hale out of the play. He will have to himself hit a reset here before jumping back in towards the hard point. And yep, good coverage here from Revenge. Now just trying to cross the way will be Cannon. Dante also there inside the hard point. Finally gets overwhelmed. Buckley, though, maybe an attitude here as they start to take the lead off. Well, if you can't have that time, nobody can. Cannon, no, will get the kills. They will get back in towards the time, and now they will regain the lead.
I think they might have started looking at that game clock, Brady. Remember when I brought up it was about 2 minutes with a lot of gray time given up over towards that P2. Again, going towards the game clock, just about 60 seconds. The only time where it will be stopped is when you're immediately on the hard point. But those 5 seconds that the hard point is not active, immediately to the game clock. So you got to make sure that the time is being well worth your while. And have that 10-point lead and work out a crazy battle going on for this P4 Crossfire Sour Patch Kid 3 in a row. He'll lock it down.
Number 1 for Sour Patch Kid. Nicely done. More to be done. He will get a close spawning player through, so even if he goes down, Revenge should be good to pick up that gunfight. Doesn't matter, Sour Patch Kid gets it done. It's kills in the feed for Buckley. They've not only come back into this game, the lead is now once again theirs, and Cannon in a bad spot. They are spawning out on the other side of the map. Through the middle, that's they go. Yodak, though, being watched. Hale, good for it. Hale produces a second kill as well. He is 1 kill away from a 40 bomb. Are you kidding me?
He's going to find it. Hale's going to find Artie on the crossfire as well. He's working himself up closer towards another Hellstorm missile, about halfway towards his worth. 40 kills. How many more can he find? 55 seconds left on the game clock. A perfect transition from 3 all the way over towards 4 now. Buckley, they got the setup. They're finding transitional gunfights. They're in towards the time. They can technically close it here.
There's no way. Cannon were up by a redonkulous amount early on in this game. Buckley have clawed it back. Now they have a solid lead for themselves, but they've started to take the key players out of position here. Back spawns in for Buckley. One last chance. Dante not looking. He will lose a teammate for it. Dante good for the second, though. Argo trades things out. All down to Revenge inside the point. Goes for the reload. Jumps at RT and gets shot also from behind. The team shots are good. Cannon are broken.
They have broken on in. Are they going to be prepared for the one gunfight that's still around the back? It's 42 kills, named to his name, Hale. He's going to be setting up a little bit of a pinch. They're ready for it. Looking off screen, but Hale, he still gets traded. 12 seconds to soak up here. 221 to 196. 40 seconds left on the game clock. In all of Buckley, those are spawning in on towards the back. One spawns all the way out for Buckley. The fight over the back scrap time, good, but it's just 3 seconds. They got to go new.
Gotta go new. Cannon. They're watching it. Somebody's got to get in the time, though. This is a time you're giving away. Sour Patch Kid now in for the time. Not going to happen. TK comes through from Hate, though. That makes things more awkward. Yodak to the reload. Not ready for the fight. And Buckley will take control of the hill once again. Cannon have to hit this at the same time if you're approaching from all angles. Argo gets one for free. Now we'll go up top. Revenge ready for the kills coming through light. Argo down low. Gets shut down. Buckley, they are 15 seconds away. Cannon starting to reel. They just need to get in towards the time.
2:38, 28 seconds of game clock remaining. 10 seconds now for Buckley to call game. Overextension comes through. Yodak finds the trade. 2 players still on this side for Cannon. Yodak, Artie, the SMG duo is starting to pop off, but they got to hold new as well.
Sour Patch Kid still end it. No longer the case.
Oh!
Sour Patch Kid, though, he finds the kills. One more. Argo has to go huge here. Shuts him down. How many more kills does Argo have in the tank here? Stun will connect. He gets overwhelmed. Buckley have done it. They force a game 5.
Some might sit there and argue that they probably shouldn't have lost that map number 3. That's definitely what was suggestive on the player comp. Sour Patch Kid is letting them have it within the end of this game. But to be fair, Cannon, they absolutely scammed this. There's no reason whatsoever that they should have ever lost this game. 70-point lead, like you said, it was a big one indeed. And they let that one get away.
It just felt like key rotations that Buckley Cannon, had unlocked previously. It slipped away from them as we got into the second and the final set there, right? You know, just talking about the fact that, you know, what was it, P3 rotation that Cannon locked down the first time around. And then they just couldn't do it the second time around. We talk about, you know, P2 as a whole, right? You know, talk about those back spawns. Cannon were nowhere as good as locking it down the second time around. And, you know, that 70-point lead, it only takes a few hard points like that proper for it to kind of get away from you, right?
Yeah, no, for real. Again, when it comes down to a Vol hard play, very easy to snowball out of a consideration. I mean, the time that we saw from Buckley, what they were accruing on P1, just because of Cannon were overly focused on the P2 rotation during the second set, was egregious. And the same thing could be said with how much focus they were there for the P2 in that second set. And then why they lost that rotation over towards new. It's just such a simplistic route being ran by Buckley to put themselves in a superior position up top of gold to be able to lock down P3 and then thus setting themselves up for P4, putting themselves well within striking distance. The game clock was never an immediate concern for them. They were never worried about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, we were talking about the game clock, weren't we? Halfway through the game, we were like, hang on, is this going to go to game clock? And no, in the end, it did not. What a phenomenal game, though. It leads us to a game number 5 proper. God, how many game 5s, man, are we going to have today? Just wild every single time that we get one. We might as well remind people at home how this series has gone so far. We'll kind of run you through every single map because we know it's been, you know, we've had our delays, we've had our tech breaks in this series. So you might have just joined us. It might have been a long time. You might have just forgotten what happened. So let's start people off on that Hacienda hardpoint. It was an 8-point game and it was one final rotation that won Buckley that map.
Yeah, very, very close, down to the final wire. Again, that was a 50-point lead that Buckley had, and they almost skimmed that one away. The rewind, search, and destroy, though, up very quickly, trading rounds, but realistically felt like that it was always Cannon's to lose, and thus they were able to tie up the series. But realistically, it was the Vault control, the turning of the age story as far as the series is concerned, taking that round 5 the way they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a crazy, crazy Vault control ending that we saw in map number 3. You know, stuff like that just so rarely happens proper. It really does, doesn't it? It's real special when it does happen. So, you know, we've had some wild moments in this best of 5 for sure. And it's all going to come down to one Hacienda, search and destroy. This has been a strong map for Buckley in the recent past, excuse me. 6-3 victory for them versus Ramstein. But will it matter in the grand scheme of things? Cannon earlier on prove that they are search and destroy masterminds.
Hacienda search and destroy 6-3 versus Ramstein in their lower semifinal match for Buckley. Definitely something you're going to be keeping an eye out for going in towards this one. Cannon, Hacienda search and destroy, trying to find throughout my notes the last time that we had them on screen just playing it. Feels like it's actually been quite some time that we have had them play the Hacienda search and destroy, but Buckley have been looking really good on this throughout the entirety of the weekend. We'll have to see what we get. Cannon, though, Artie can ask for a better opening. Popcorn for the 2-piece. 2v2 immediately.
Now down to a 1 versus 2. You've lost Hale. Revenge. Half of the SMG duo has been cut down. Cannon on the defense. Now just going to play around that bomb. Yep, they absolutely know this is not going to be fun for Revenge, clearing everything out.
No, it's sure not. Doesn't have time to work it, though. He's going to start working his way all the way through P3. He's got a Jackal, too, so if he catches anybody by surprise, might actually zap him, but problem is that Artie and Argo, they've each chosen their line of sights to be held, and I fear that they're in a tradable position.
No trophy, though. That nade could be good. Just short. He cooked it for too long. Yeah. Stun's not going to connect either. Revenge is dead. Yeah, imagine if he hadn't overcooked the nade, if he'd landed the stun perfectly, maybe there's a chance.
Always a chance. Always a chance. But yeah, overcooked nade. Artie was just tucked up against the hedge. Very annoying play. Just watch the exit. It's technically a head glitch. Once you clear over top of the well itself, you will see the nameplate pop up. So good understanding of your advantage there. And as you were already talking about, once they got that kill, they knew the bomb was pancake dropped on their side of well. So putting themselves in an easy winning position. Artie helping things out with a 2-piece with a frag grenade to open things up.
Right, RT 3-0. Let's see what he can cook up into round number 2. Revenge. Going to be the first point of contact here on the site. You take a 1-for-1 trade. It will slow things up ever so slightly. You now have information, and they're immediately going to fall up here. They want more kills. They are on the hunt for it, but, well, you lose Sour Patch Kid, and now things are super awkward.
Yeah, they sure are. Timing around the back. Hate, I think, saw him. Gonna YY the reload. Here's the door open inside the boathouse. Hale was ready for the gunfight. And Hate almost lost his life, but that'll be 2 quick rounds there for Cannon.
You lose that second player, and then it's just kind of awkward, isn't it? I think, you know, that advantage in that round, right, of the initial 1-for-1. All right, cool. You don't have an advantage in man numbers, but you do have an advantage in that you know where the bomb is going, so you can work off the back of that. But I think the immediate reach out, the immediate attempt to try and re-get control of B might have been a little bit too proactive there from Buckley on the defense, and that will cost them in the end. At the very least, though, they do cut down RT, of course, who was on 3 in a row. Those RC cars can go against you very damn quickly, and they are super annoying, both for a potential loss of life and, of course, for the obvious loss of information. So, glad to have that out of the potential play. Now Cannon, though, still 2-0 up. You have to think, Buckley, they kind of need a round here. And that's the start that they wanted. The opening bloods. One flanking player, though. RT wants it, and he's going to get it. No, only finds one. But no, Yodak on the other side. No way has this gone his way. Now 1 versus 1.
SMG duo things, man, just working together. Stuns will not connect, so Artie knows that this angle is dead to rights. He's got to retrain it, but he doesn't want to give up the space. He's going to take the opportunity to go through bottom secret. See if he can maybe catch a timing all the way out from the well, but Revenge expecting the same thing on the opposite side. The problem is, young man, you're on offense. You got to make the move.
No, so he's just going to hold the angle. Play for audio cue. Revenge. Grab the bomb.
He's not going to hear that.
I don't know really what you're doing here. Maybe Artie's just playing for the 50-50, right? I think that's absolutely the play call. Revenge has to waste some time on the clock. has to pick a bomb site. Of course, the thing is, Revenge, no idea. Zero idea that Artie is chilling here. Finally, they will move. Revenge is going to pick B. He should get this bomb down before Artie makes the point of contact.
Planted for top office. Where does Revenge go? Should clear the top side of the hallways. That's what he's going to do first. Oh, if he goes P2 side, I scream. Oh my gosh. It's such a random play, but it might pan out. Now, he stuns it first. Oh, he might tweak this away.
Just got to
hold
an
I hate
angle.
this.
Oh god, playing like this is so difficult. You just have to hold an angle. That's all you need. RT.
Oh, this time's better.
Oh my god, RT's already cleared this, so he's not going to think about it. Oh, he preempts!
Oh!
Oh, RT!
Well, you took out that set, he letting him know. Golly, Artie just ripped him to shreds. He quickly realized the bomb planted for that side. It's the same spot that he cleared. The only other time that he would have lost to would have been bottom winery. What a read out of Artie. 10-4 in map 2, up to 5-1 now. Beam, sit down.
So good at search and destroy. Brother, you really think you've got him, right? Like, you're like, all right, cool, he's already cleared this. Obviously, again, it's not like Revenge knows that, right? He has no information that Artie's already cleared it, but he's presuming this late into the round that such an obvious spot has been cleared. He thinks, all right, I got this in the bag. Artie just beams him. I think his soul might have left his body there. 3-0 start for Cannon now. Trophy will stop any incoming utility. For Revenge on the other side, though, he has been afflicted by some. And he's just going full send. He's going to hit the regen here. Hale trying to draw that attention of that player through the middle of the map. Revenge has made the full wrap around. Hi, bye, Revenge for 2. And that should be Buckley here up in this round.
It's a lot of mind games between Artie, Yodak, and Hale. Revenge. Just routes being taken on both sides of the bomb. 1v3 out of Argo. And he's just not a whole lot of options in front of him, bro. Not a whole lot of options. You got a Sumtex. Biggest problem is that he's got to try to recover the bomb, which is, again, just constantly finding itself being dropped just over inside of well. Tell by my cancer, it's not a normal place for that to happen.
Yeah,
Lights first.
Revenge down. Problem is, again, as you said, situation like round number 1. Argo. Oh no, Argo. Do not. Okay, I was going to say, they were playing slightly separated.
Yeah.
Like a minute amount of separation, and I was concerned for a second.
Had a fourth of a chance of a guess here. Like, that's how many angles you have to guess. Like, he comes sliding in, guesses the immediate left corner. He could have been on that hedge that we saw being played there in the 2v odd a few rounds ago. Could have been all the way into the back where the second player was located at. Or he could have just been directly to his right. You know, I'll add in the fifth option. He could have been flanked the entire time. Who knows, man? Like, who knows? That bomb just got to be stopped getting dropped over in that well area. We got to get the bomb a little bit further forward towards these bomb sites. Just his execution's a little bit too hesitant for my liking, but can't really blame him. It's a very tense moment here in lower finals.
All right, well, this is something we've seen before. It's Buckley getting aggressive towards the site. Ah, Trade, you're good with that. You take it. You are losing the man advantage. You have site control. You did have site control until Argo kills you under the wall, and that is such a quick little reaction from Cannon. You are not passing through the site.
Stun goes up, and realistically, all of Buckley just hit through the water side of Rock. Artie and Yodak, they just hit all through the open door side. So everybody just took like a 50-50 chance, but when that stun connected, like, you got to split your odds and just hope that nobody flanks around, but they still try to force their way forward to Buckley. And that just meant that Yodak could have set up for like an easy trade, damage enough for Artie to be able to walk away with 2 more in this round. It's up to 7-2 now. Brody, Cannon, a 3-round lead here in the Hossie search. Map number 5, Buckley. We got to tap on into some depths, some strategies. Or just catch them by surprise. Yeah, they're turtling things up, just spreading the map, seeing if they can catch any off the overextension. But Cannon, a 4-man hidden B.
All right, Cannon. On the point again. Revenge. Again, you take those 1-for-1 trades. Are they going to back out?
Yeah.
Are they going to fully back out here? If this is the play call... Okay, no, it's just one player backing out.
They should have fully rewrapped this. I mean, that would have definitely been a godlike play. Dante's going to potentially play for the exit, but the bomb's not planted on the side. Hale. Rotating through driveway. Should have one for free if you reach the corner correctly out of Yodak.
This is one of the biggest reads in this round. Oh, Hale checks it. Oh, Hale comes out with a kill. And that's going to split the players on the bomb. They've now got 3 different players to worry about. As long as Buckley play the numbers, they should be fine. But Dante's gone in a little bit early. You know where the majority of this threat is coming from. They've retreated towards the middle of the map. Argo, Beam, Sour Patch Kid, Hale. You've got 15 seconds. He's just going to hop it. He's just going to hop it. Artie's going to check it at 7.5. The shots are in. The kills are in. Artie for the 1 versus 1 cannon on series point.
Artie, you dirty, dirty man. That's some nerdy stuff right there. Again, bomb typically gets planted on B, executes for the office, and then people clear boathouse. They get back spawns area where the defenders spawn in. But Artie, as vigilant as ever, he ends up getting somebody from Cannon slide forward. They see the 2 players chilling top office, so just planted for the open staircase. Now, to be fair, that angle was pretty close. Could have been stretched, diffused from the opposite side. Artie wouldn't have had a single knowledge that that was going on. Not the case. Artie, 3 in a row, 8-2, 5-1 scoreline. Cannon want that grand finals revenge.
All right. Hate down. Buckley have a moment to breathe. RC car. Where is it? Artie. Oh, that lasted a little bit longer than I expected. Information gain. Revenge also kind of poking the bear over by A as well. He goes down, but you take that. You're in a 3 versus 2. Artie trying to stop the bomb from being planted underwards. At the very least, looking for an exit. Oh, it would have been nice, but you're not going to get it.
And not through the changing shields. They're going to have to retake this 2v3. Already given way of where the hit is coming from. Here comes the slide. SMG duo galore. 1 for 1 is all they're going to be able to find. And Buckley, through their numbers, will shut it down. They got rid of the RCXD, but it's just a first step in a multi-step process.
It's a good start from Buckley, isn't it? You are just playing the trades out. And as you already said as well, the RC car's out of the round, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Still got to worry about Artie, though. The way he's been playing the Search and Destroy, I don't think there's ever a way to not worry about Artie. It's worth saying, though, he was, 5-1, I want to say, for the first 2 rounds? He's been 8-3 since then. So all of the value that he's been adding, I think, has just been via team shots and, you know, the odd clutch here and there, like that 1 versus 1 on the bomb defuse. But still, Artie, an ever-present danger. Buckley trying to survive. Cannon, once again, hitting B this time, but Buckley haven't hit towards the site. They're playing for either a retake or to try and stop this bomb going down. Hale will find 1. You just got to survive.
Wasn't even the kill that he was trying to go for. Argo just said, get down, Mr. President. Bomb gets planted, though. And they're stacked up.
Hale goes early. Good for the first. Nicely done. Players push back towards checkers now. You take everybody down.
That
1 more
easy?
to go. You lose 1. It is just that easy. Revenge gets it done. Cannon forced out of sight, and Buckley, once again, step by step, they're not done.
Just can't be that easy. Bomb gets planted. Argo gives up the first blood. Know that everybody is probably on that side of the map, but like Revenge, able to set up for a very easy trade. He's the one that should have been the bait, but his teammate just offers himself up as cannon fodder. Buckley are really starting to piece this thing together. You cannot afford to scam here, Cannon. Go back to something that worked, and I don't just mean the 4-man bang out over towards B. That's not a sound strat. That is a desperation strat that just worked out a single time. Offense now for Buckley. Last time, they had a really interesting hit, and the nades over top of mid and B were good. It seems that Cannon are setting up for that defense this time around, but Buckley are going straight through mid.
Man, this is a bold strategy from Buckley. It did work out from the last time because they drew first blood, right? That was by way of Hale, who is making a fast attack forward. They have no idea.
It's already in the spawn.
They're not looking for it. Hale, oh god, he runs right both players, but he doesn't get a kill. He makes Yodak weak, but that's so unfortunate on the timing. Now Revenge needs to pick up where he left off.
Yeah, but Revenge's timing is awful. He couldn't slide in for the chow, for the trade. Now Sour Patch Kid Dante, they're moving across the map all the way up driveway. Their timing might be susceptible to an Artie flank.
It still just feels like Revenge is the key to this entire round. It's the key to this Search and Destroy. If you can get him forward and even the odds, it will open things up tenfold. But he has to do it, and he has to do it without getting seen. You cannot go down. Hates revealed his position. That should be it. That should be the go button. No, Revenge. You need to get that kill.
Bomb should be planted now.
You need to find something.
Bomb needed to be planted off of that gunfight. One or not. Hate's still sitting here holding the angle. The stun and nade's going to connect, but Bomb's going to go down.
And Revenge ran past by again. He still can't find anything. There we go. Finally. Hate down. On the other side, are they successful? They're holding back players from Checkers. Yo, that goes down. Revenge is everything in this round. And now towards the site, you surely have seen both of the players. You're watching the cross. The double slide is through. First kill, good for Argo.
One.
Trade, equally good.
22.
1 versus 2. Argo, pre-fire from Revenge. Revenge does everything in that round. Buckley are still in it.
Yeah, they're still in it, though. Sorry, nothing with a 1v2 down to a 1v1. Revenge, though, he makes the play. He finds 3 in the round. 1,400 damage to his name now, Brody. He eclipses Artie's KD ratio of what he held in the previous handful of rounds. He's really, really coming into his own. That timing up top, I thought scammed it. I thought that it was all scammed with Hale giving away the first blood that he did over in bottom winery. But Revenge finds the timing all the way up top, now up to the 5-3 plus the defuse. He's got to have an RCXD cart at the very least. Definitely getting close towards a Hellstorm, but it may not come down to it. 4-player stack for Canada offensively, trying to put this map to rest, and it's all through bottom mid.
To change of strategy, Hale down. Works out perfectly. Can Revenge go unnoticed? He needs to. The jump up. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't. It's all gone awry. Buckley down to the last couple of players. They can't panic. Sour Patch Kid is taking shots. Dante needs to survive. It's not happening. Sour Patch Kid. He's been patchy all tournament long. He's got to pull off a 1v4.
Timing's not going to be great off of this first. Does have the Lambo head glitch. He gets the first. Half HP expecting for the trade. Not going to get it. He's got full util, Brody. He's going to take a route. It's going to take way too much time.
Cannon ain't doing that. They aren't doing that. Yodak's just seen him. It's time to come down heavy. Sour Patch Kid. Shots out. No clean kill. Cannon still not giving anything away for 3. They're not overheating. Sour Patch Kid done. Buckley are done. Cannon, move on.
Yep, they're just a silent and very happy wave goodbye. Thank you for the tournament. We'll be seeing you next time. I'm sure that's exactly what they're saying. Just all the pleasantry. Every single time that Argue was standing up, just yelling at them too. It is all just but humble pleasantries. I'm sure of it. Yeah, wow. 12-6 out of Argo there at the end. That is quite the stat line, but even better performance coming through as a whole for Canada, I should say, in that map 5, Brady.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had their moment to step up, right? I mean, even Hate, who goes 2-7, gives so much information as like a kind of a slow AR player for Buckley that, for Cannon, excuse me, that, he just helps out the teammates so much. I mean, half those kills that we see, the likes of Argo and RT get probably aren't there if Hate isn't doing his job. And it's just Cannon playing so damn well as a team in that game number 5. But I mean, just going through the entirety of the series here, just a beautiful back and forth between these guys. Again, Buckley, they clutched up in map number 1. That was an 8-point difference, 1 final rotation to get it done. I think the one difference between these two teams, though, is that Cannon just looked like the much better, well put together team on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I'm still sitting here questioning, quite frankly, baffled why the Rewind Search and Destroy was here in the first place from Buckley's perspective. I mean, consider it an ego check for sure, but the Rewind Search and Destroy being a part of it is strange. Hacienda Search and Destroy still being here makes sense. 6-3 win versus Ramstein, but the 2-6 Rewind Search loss versus Nellis, I guess whatever the map pick that they wanted to get rid of was the one that they mostly just wanted to get rid of. But yeah, tough scenes realistically. You go through this map 3, and again, I'm sure that there will probably a lot that would probably agree with me, Buckley included, to say that they definitely should have been able to close things out in 4 should the Vol Control round 5 not go that way. But I mean, when Artie was beaming like that, this guy was making all the hard reads. You go up so early, it feels insurmountable in the map 5. They'll close things out in 10 rounds just with some really good teamwork. That's the Cannon special.
Man. Oh, boy. Buckley are out in 3rd place. Commiserations to them, but congratulations to Cannon. They do move forward for a rematch with Langley in the grand finals. It was a phenomenal series between these two teams. And you're right. I mean, at multiple points, it felt like Buckley could have taken the series away. I don't think there was ever any chance of them taking that Rewind Search and Destroy, right? That's the one map where I'm not a chance. But the rest of the maps, man, I mean, that could have been Buckley's series. It is going to be sad to see them go.
It absolutely is, right? I mean, Buckley, they were the team that first had the opening narrative of wow, this team's getting so close to reverse sweep against this team that's actually they just ended up losing to start things off. And by the time that they finally got their reverse sweep, it felt like their tournament was over. But top 3 nonetheless, they still got some medals.
Nice lower bracket run from Buckley, but it will end here at top 3, as you said. Congratulations in 3rd place. They are going to walk away with some medals. But for Cannon, they get a shot at redemption here in the grand finals. They have to beat Langley not once, but twice in a bracket reset grand finals. And to talk all about it, we're going to bring RT in once again for a post-match interview. RT, it feels like it's been so long since we've had a chat, mate. Congratulations again on the victory. It's been awesome to have you here. I want to talk about you. Because you're an S&D demon, and I need to know the secret sauce. I need to know, it's like pre-match rituals. Like, what are you doing in S&D that makes you so damn good at the mode?
S&D, I sit there and I'm like, we're really getting pooed on right now. And then I'm like, dang, this sucks. All right, well, hopefully we did something. Nah, but in all seriousness, we'll sit there, we'll talk some things out, and be like, hey, we're going into this map, like, let's get into it. And I'll mainly say it to Yodak. I'll be like, hey, man, like, we're one and the same. We're both subs. Like, let's get into this. Let's get into them. Let's get some kills, get the bloods. Like, let's be the pressure on the map. And then he listens to me, and we do great. I'm like, thank goodness.
That SMG duo was definitely playing well all throughout the tournament thus far. You still have one more match to utterly prepare for, so I don't want to keep it for too long. Congratulations on the 1.12 KD throughout all of this, Artie. You were playing out of your mind, and for a combined 19 kills and 19 and 10 kill death ratio in Search and Destroy, to Brody's point, your Search and Destroy individually is fantastic, but as a team was at an all-time high. But you guys saw the rewinds and Hacienda as far as the openings, map 2, map 5. It's the same Search and Destroy that you guys had versus this exact Buckley team in the group stage matchup. You guys knew that this was going to be all over by the time it was going to reach map 5 or what?
So what happened? You're asking about the Buckley match, correct?
Just the map vetoes in general, because like they kind of played into y'all's strength. The same exact map, like the maps 2 and 5, the Search and Destroys, are the same maps 2 and 5 that y'all played in the group stage. They ego chowed it on you guys then, lost it, ego chowed you again here, and lost it even worse.
Yeah. So they went in, and when they were doing picks and bans, they said they're really good at this map. And I was like, oh, they're gonna ban this from us, and then they were like, let's ban this map. And I was like, huh? So it was kind of interesting to hear them say, but I mean, we won in the end. Went a little longer than we should have let it, but we won.
All right, man. Look, you did get there in the end. I'm going to be greedy and ask you a couple of questions, but the second one's a quick one, so don't worry about it. The first one is, you've been talking a lot of smack. In like, we can see it. We can see like the post-match, little camera or whatever. You're standing up. You're getting in there. Are you bringing that fire into this grand finals?
Yeah. I'm going to be completely honest. Even if I get, like, 2 kills and go 37 map 1, I'm still going to stand up and talk my talk. Because if we're not talking our talk, then we can't walk our walk.
Love that. And you got to walk your walk because you do have a rematch with Langley in this grand finals. This is the quick one. You got 2 back-to-back best of 5s. That's what you got to do to beat Langley here. Are you guys beating Langley in this grand finals?
I mean, I feel confident in it. Last time we did this, Langley beat us, sent us to losers. We made a run, beat them in grands. Let's see it happen again.
All right, let's see it happen again. Any final shout-outs you want to make before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, shout out my shop, shout out my wife, shout out my kids, shout out my family, shout out my team. They are putting on. Shout out all the production here, anyone from media, anyone in the backgrounds, people working this event, and everyone who showed up to play because this is competitive.
This is competitive, and I'm so glad that you're competing, mate. You're giving awesome Search and Destroy to watch. Best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
All right, Artie. Man, confidence. Just one word. Yes, they are going to win this grand finals. But I said it proper. They're up against it. 2 back-to-back best of 5s. That's what's needed.
Yep, absolutely. But again, grand finals reset. We haven't seen it in Call of Duty in quite some time. But can they do it in 1 best of 5? I have no doubts in that they're going to have the hot hand. But can they do it in 2? That begs to be the question. It was a best of 7 last time in Kona's grand finals. To Artie's point that they were able to get it done in 6. But knows how far this one can go.
All right, well, they are up against it. The odds stacked against them. Can they come out on top and become the DAF Esports World Champions? Well, we've got some things to sort. I got a strand of hair to fix. We'll go into a quick break. After this, we've got the grand finals. Back-to-back best of 5s. It could all end in 1. We'll catch you there.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
championships, and I wanted to start before we get into things by just saying a big thank you to Sydney, the facility manager at Patrick's Space for Space, for everything that she has done for CONUS, for the DAF Esports World Championship, and everything that we have needed here from Air Force Gaming. Today is her last day on the job, and we wish her the best in her future. And I hope everybody in attendance at Patrick's Space for Space can give her one big thank you, a round of applause, and cheer her on as today is her last day.
Thank you, Sydney. We appreciate you. Whoop.
Big thank you to Sydney for sure. And we got ourselves a grand finals here for the DAF Esports World Championship, Brody. I'm excited. Yep. And you know what happens when I get excited, Brody? I get serious. For the grand finals, we're clocking it in to see who is going to be the first ever champion of the world here in the DAF Esports realm. This is going to be a fun one because these two teams have fought tooth and nail to be here. It's a rematch of the winners finals. We get Cannon to get their get back. It is the third match to decide who is the undisputed between Langley and Cannon.
You know what? I'm so glad that even when I get no sunlight whatsoever, I've got these on hand, so I can match your aura, mate. Don't you worry about it. Glasses are coming off. The sunglasses are going on. Let's go. We're going full Men in Black style right now. Let's do it for this grand finals. I'm definitely not using these while casting, by the way. Let's talk about this grand finals then, folks. Let's show you. I think can we show everybody where we're at right now in the bracket quickly before we get into this? If we got like a minute real quick.
Let's rally it up.
Let's do it. Let's show everybody the bracket before we go into this. Of course, we are down to our final teams in the competition. Langley and Cannon in this grand finals. Langley undefeated through the upper bracket. They 3-0'd Cannon to get here, Seymour.
And the only reason I kind of count this as the match to decide the undisputed is because this takes us all the way back to CONUS. Last time we were at the Patrick Space for Space, these two teams met up in the regional finals. Cannon beat them 4-2 in a best of 7. You go into the winners finals. Langley gets their revenge. It's a 3-0 to knock them down to Buckley. Canada decide, no, we're not done yet. We want to get this best of 3 versus Langley done. One last match to decide who is the better team from the North American region here in the DAF Esports realm. And honestly, Brody, because of that storyline alone, I would have it no other way between these two.
It does just feel right, doesn't it? Again, it's like I said, the rematch of CONUS. We've got a rematch of the upper bracket final. Everything relies on this match. Or I still these matches, right? Because it's worth saying, guys, this is a best of 5 grand finals, but there's an asterisk on that because it includes a bracket reset. So if Cannon come out here and win this first series versus Langley, you get another one, right? The Call of Duty ain't done. There's another one potentially on the cards.
We don't normally get to see this. I mean, it's been best of 7s even for our grand finals for so long, but I love this, and I'm sure that Langley are ready to take hold of it for sure. And let's introduce our Langley team from the winners bracket. They punched their ticket early to the grand finals. We've seen them all weekend long. We've cheered on them all weekend long. Wolf, Reaper, Tantalized, Da Vinci. We got to talk to Da Vinci earlier. He was a little hesitant on, who he wanted to play in the grand finals. He said, but you know what? Let's get Cannon back. Why not? Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it didn't matter to them, did it? Obviously, I know that they initially said, we haven't played Buckley yet, so that would be kind of fun. But at the same time, why not beat down Cannon twice? And I think that'll be the attitude here for this roster coming into it. Of course, he also gave a massive shout out to Tantalize for getting to the tournament. I think he said it was like his first year in the competition. That is insane for someone who was playing this well in this tournament. And of course, we couldn't go by without talking about Wolf and Reaper being the guys that have been pretty consistent through every single appearance Langley have made. They haven't had a single bad map, especially for Wolf. Langley are a force to be reckoned with.
100%. I don't disagree with you whatsoever. But however, we will have to talk about their opponents because this is a decorated squad who came here for one thing and one thing only. That was not to have a good time. And they've accomplished that. I think the secondary option, and Artie kind of looks like he's ready to get deep into it with that video, is they want to be champions at the end of this bracketing. Look at Argo, Hate, Artie, the champions of the regional finals here at CONUS that we saw at Patrick Space for Space just a few months ago. And then they take Yodak off the bench. They add them to the roster in place of Crusade for this World Finals, and he has fit like a glove.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say, and this is not disrespectful to Crusade whatsoever, because Crusade is a phenomenal player, and I remember that very well from Kronos, but Yodak feels like an upgrade to a certain extent. Like, he has been playing out of his damn mind. I mean, that SMG duo of Yodak and RT constantly running things up, especially when it comes to search and destroy. Canon have looked like a formidable roster, and it's the fact that they won from the lower bracket at Kona's Championships that makes my sort of eyes twitch somewhat towards this grand final. I know that Canon got 3-0'd in the upper bracket final. I know that, and even still, part of me thinks, well, hang on. They could still win this. I don't want to count them out just yet. I know Canon very well. You know Canon very well, and they can definitely do this.
Oh, yeah. All you naysayers at home who do not want to see this team win, think about when we saw Conus, a lower round 1 run all the way to the grand finals to win that Conus regional final. That was incredible. This team, you never want to count them out whatsoever. And Brody, for our first best of 5, let's look at where they're going to bring the herd. Let's look at this map set, see where we're going to. Because this team's got a lot to prove, and they're going to start things off on a red card hardpoint for the map 1, Rewind, Search, and Destroy map 2, Vault Control guaranteed in the first 3 maps. And if this does go to a 4 and 5, and it doesn't end early, we get the Vault hardpoint, Hacienda Search and Destroy. What are you thinking with this?
Man, I don't know, dude. I think the only real wild card in this map set is actually probably the red card hardpoint. I don't remember the last time I saw this at all, this event. Maybe I'm just mistaken in saying that, but it feels like we haven't really seen it whatsoever. All of the other maps have some kind of history one way or another.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rewind, Search, and Destroy, we just saw that in lower bracket final. RT dominated on that map in 10 and 4, and they got a massive win in the series. Vault Control and Vault Hardpoint, how many times have we seen that back-to-back as maps on the 3 and 4? Of course, in the last best of 5, they did let Vault Hardpoint slip Canon, but they destroyed in that round number 5 with that huge last-second comeback to take the swing game versus Buckley. And the Hacienda Search and Destroy, I'm sure that Canon are happy with that as well. Honestly, like, as far as the maps 2 to 5 are concerned, I'm pretty happy with this one. The only recurring map, though, from the last series, from the upper bracket final, is that Vault Control.
Yep.
And Langley ran, and I mean ran, through Canon on that map.
It wasn't close in any map that we did see in that winners finals, so I'm sure that Canon are coming off of their win in the lower finals with a brand new look at what to do in this series. Maybe a little bit of fury as well. We saw Artie, I mean, he tore it up in the Search and Destroys. You get both the Rewind and the Hacienda Search and Destroy, so you're going to be feeling good in that regard. And like you and Proper were talking about, this Canon team, they look good in the searches. You might as well just forget about that winners final at this point. You might as well just admit that Canon are back for vengeance going into this one. So I'm excited what they could bring. And Brody, for our next little segment, we could talk about our talent predictions. And not only anything, this is the last series that we do have across this year of talent predictions. And for me and you, well, I got the lead right now. We got 2 best of 5s for us to figure out who is going to be the champion of this one and take home the trophy between us. Because Proper, I hate to kind of bring Proper into this one, but he doesn't have a chance anymore. And you know what? Shout out Proper for coming this weekend. It's been amazing having him on the desk alongside us. But when it comes to the talent predictions, Brody, he's not going to have a chance against us now.
No, he's not. He's out of the running. I'll be perfectly honest with you, Seymour. I kind of wanted to give it to you this week, right? You know, I've been kind of throwing a little bit. I've been stuck into my bit. Every single prediction I've made has been a 3-0, one way or another, and I wanted to stay consistent through the grand finals.
Kind of worked.
And we're both on the same page. It's worked a little bit, right? I've kind of accidentally 3-0'd. I'll be honest, I think like every single time I've been like, I know this series isn't going to be a 3-0. I've been like, oh, I think it's going to be a 3-1. And my brain is like, okay, but if you predict anything other than a 3-0, this is going to be the time when it's a 3-0. So I'm just sticking with it and holding no regrets at this point. With that said, we're both on the same page here. I feel like the momentum is going to swing to Canon here. They just won that losers bracket final. I think they're going to be using a lot of momentum coming into this grand final. And honestly, I think for me, the only thing stopping them is going to be that Vault Control. They have to learn from their errors from the last best of 5.
Oh, yeah.
If they can do that, I think they can blitz through this series and force a second best of 5.
For sure. I think so. I think that Canon are going to be having all the momentum. How many times do we go into a Call of Duty grand final with a team who has had a break between maps and they've come out cold? I don't know who's there to scrim right now. If you're Langley, you've been sitting, you've been watching. Canon have been in the trenches to get back here. So I imagine that is going to be where they kind of pull through in this first best of 5. I do think, though, that this Langley team will steal a map. Whether it's going to be the hard point or the control, I feel like one of those two are going to go the way of this Langley team for Cannon. Even if it does go to a game 5 and we're both wrong, I still think Cannon are going to win this series. I'll be honest. As long as it goes to that game 5, they'll get it done for sure.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Like I said, like I've been predicting 3-0s all tournament long, and I know that like if people in chat are like, "Why is this guy saying 3-0?" Like obviously Canada. I respect the bit. Going to take a map at least. Like, it's a bit, guys. All right. I know it's not very funny, but at this point, I feel like I'm too far gone to walk it back. If I walk it back at this point, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Like every single waking night, I'll go to bed and I'm like, why on earth did I ever do that? It would be embarrassing. My girlfriend would never let me leave it down. Honestly, she might leave me if I ever predicted anything other than a 3-0 in this tournament. I have to stick to it. It's part of who I am now. It's my persona. Anyway, I know there is a very, very high chance that Langley take at least a map in this best of 5. Honestly, like, I want it to be a Cannon win, just so we get a second best of 5. I'm kind of willing it into existence. I know there's a very high chance that Langley win this first best of 5, like straight up. So
you and I are on the same page for that one.
Going with what I want.
I think that I want Cannon to win this just to get that second best of 5. I think that's what I want to see, is this one go the absolute distance, because at the end of the day, for you all at home, you cannot forget that this is the first ever DAF Esports World Championships. This is history. I want it to go to the distance. I want it to be a barn burner. I want it to be historic at the end of the day when we walk away from this one. Whether it's Cannon or it's Langley Eustace, it's going to be a banger no matter which way we spin this one up. And while we're waiting to get this one into the map, we can look at what they're playing for as well, Brody. Let's take a look at those belts. Let's see those belts. Come on. Bring it up if we can for a second while we set this one up. This is what they're playing for. A belt to take home to your base to be the undisputed. We got the grand finals kicking off. Map 1 is getting ready. Red card hardpoint on the way. Brody, I am so excited that we have been here. We've done that. We've gone through the ringer of this entire 5-day tournament and has led us to this moment here.
All of it comes down to this. It could be done in one best of 5. We've brought bracket resets back. I know they're quite complicated sometimes. People don't really understand, apparently. But it could go to 2. At this point, I don't know. But for Cannon, I think they're going to be laser focused on this series. They just need to get through this one. And then they get another one. It's a long, long road for Cannon. But every journey begins with a single step, and it is this one, this red card hardpoint. That is the first step in what could be a long journey for Cannon. Honestly, for me, it's all about the momentum, right? You've just won your last best of 5. It went down to the wire. It went down to a game number 5. For Cannon, it is about transitioning that momentum into a game number 1 victory, because if Langley win this Seymour, well, that momentum stopped dead in its tracks.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, everybody, but it kind of has been the topic for the day. We got a tech pause before we get into this grand final. We'll come back to hype it back up once more. Don't worry, guys.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
And we're back with the grand finals. Langley Eustace ready to take on Cannon Air Force Base. Red card hardpoint ready to go. My name is Seymour. With me is Infinity. We are locked in for a double best of 5. It's Cannon who needs to start off strong.
All right, Cannon. They need to carry that momentum from that last series. A small reset might have slowed things down ever so slightly for a Cannon, and Langley Eustace now looking to start just as strong. We look at Cannon. They are currently in control of the PT rotation, but they're losing the gunfights. They're getting overwhelmed. Tanzai's have really shut down. Yodak survives, and he's still alive, by the way. Yodak finds 2 in the point. That is a huge clutch from Yodak.
It's a major play for Cannon, too. They have to worry about Tantalize, who's looking to set up on the flank. Argo has no idea, and thus a pinch is born. So you try to dig yourself out right now if you're Cannon, and the kills just do not go your way. Langley Eustace fighting their way back for a moment. That moment is stolen. 30 seconds, and it is all over the place.
So looking towards a point. Tantalize is going to get shut down now. Backspawn still here for Langley Eustace. They are in a solid position right now. They just have to break through. Reaper finds that kill against Yodak. That makes things a little bit more palatable here. 10 seconds left. Argo's here. He thinks, well, I might as well go for it, and actually wins the gunfight. So that's going to turn the attention of a couple of players here on the rotation. Reaper will deal with Argo. Alleviates a little bit of pressure here for those rotation.
I don't know how I feel about this one. You're going to have all 4 players now for Cannon set up in towards the point. Hate on the stairwell. Going to be the first contact for that moment, but it doesn't matter who's the first contact. He's now the only one alive as they know exactly where he is. And it's Langley Eustace in the spawn trap territory.
And Eustace now, good opportunity here to push Cannon all the way back. They'll continue to spawn at the back through the point. Yodak just runs straight through, puts some team shots into another player that, well, I think Wolf should be dealt with pretty quickly here, and he will be. So yeah, Yodak with the team shots there. Hate will find a double, and Argo will finish off what Yodak couldn't. So all of a sudden, Cannon flip.
Flipped out, and Cannon can really put the hurt down on Langley Eustace with this setup. As they put the shoe on the other foot to see if Langley Eustace can break this spawn trap. Wolf going to do his best. First kill, he slides to cover, and the backup for Tantalize should be able to get some momentum outside of this hill. It is a 10-point game for Cannon with the full setup over towards P4, and I like this call from Marty. No one's going to read it.
Yeah, RT just has to play trigger discipline. No, he doesn't. Just immediately shoots. Never mind. He catches a couple of players regardless of what happens here. Tantalized down as well. RT finds every single one. A full sweep, but now Langley spawn closer to the hard point from the other side.
Cannon's lead's growing. Da Vinci, good shots onto Artie, but the job's not done there. You can see the approach from the right side of the minimap as a couple of Langley Eustace members want to get the break in for the last 30 seconds of this. Reaper's going to tuck himself underneath the stage, and that kill feed lighting up blue. It's a wave of Langley Eustace to set up to see if they can swing things back their way now. Da Vinci up top in the power position for the hedges. Artie doesn't care. He flies at him. 12 seconds is what you're looking to take away. 12 seconds is what you get. It's a race over towards P5. Yodak looking to cut off the rotation. Such a good call.
Da Vinci needs to try and play this if he can. He is going to survive a little bit longer, so that'll make things somewhat easier here for Langley Eustace on the break. Reaper still potentially through for a flanking play as well. Well, they can read it. Different story. Tantalize, good for the first. Good for a second is Tantalize, and Reaper also going to catch Argo on the rotation. So Langley Eustace now, they break in. That looked like a solid rotation for Cannon, but it's broken in front of them.
Easy as pie, Ergo says. I was going to say maybe it was Langley Eustace who were on that foot, but still one to worry about. Reaper trying to stay alive with 5 HP. Artie not going to let him escape. This lead stays for Cannon. Langley Eustace, they want to hit through this. A couple players with the ARs in hand on the approach to see if they can get it done for one more break. A good nade from Hayes is going to shut things down. And with player number 6, Wolf, the only one back at this hill, Cannon should feel comfortable about this rotation to New, but instead Reaper on the long route, he's trying to make a play. Unfortunately, it blows up before his eyes, and Langley Eustace are worse for it.
All right, now it feels like the best lead that we've had for either of these two teams so far as we get back towards P1. It's Cannon with a 50-point advantage or so. But as we've seen today, Seymour, I don't think that really means anything, if we're being perfectly honest. There's been many a 50-point advantage that has completely blown up in front of the winning team's face. So Cannon need to work to ensure that doesn't happen again. RT on 5 in a row is cut down off the back of that streak. Cannon now back towards the point. It's 35 seconds. This is worth fighting for, Seymour.
For sure. I mean, even if you get this P1 time for Langley Eustace, I mean, you bring this one back 30 points now. That's knocking on the door of this lead that Cannon does have. You hold the rotation over towards New P2. Yeah, you can soak up a lot of time. The big issue is you've given up streaks to Artie. He's 15-9. He's got the Hellstorm, and Cannon don't need to rotate to a hill like P2. They can use that to break.
Langley Eustace currently down by 40 points or so. Cannon still have players over there. As you said, they can break. Argo winning fights in the middle of the map here. One player who still hasn't dealt with the threat inside the hard point. Yodak gonna look from up top. He gets immediately beamed. Wolf now using the, I was gonna say, the safety of the goalpost, but he just slides out and gets a freebie.
But here's the Hellstorm. Artie brings it right through the window. The skylights are gonna bring down the heavens onto Langley Eustace and put some pressure on towards the setup that Langley Eustace are actually still getting a good chunk of time on. Reaper and Wolf with some major wins inside the hard point. Just a couple more and Langley can get some more time off this P2 rotation. Argo off the back spawns. He's going to punish Da Vinci, and you look to those blue arrows to start rotating. Tantalize already on the case. I think, Brody, you might be muted for me.
The spawn out is there for Tantalize. And, well, it doesn't really matter too much. JB Langley work off the back of that. Yeah, Tantalize just goes a little bit earlier than I actually expected, Seymour.
Yeah, I think it was very, very early for Langley Eustace. It doesn't really pay off, and you have to be careful not to be put in the blender. You fortunately are going to spawn up over towards hedges for a couple of these members, but it's really up to Wolf to try to set up a pinch. Reaper up top. He's going to draw first blood. Yodak outside gets blinded, and that's 3 down. Already the only one here. Langley Eustace are in. Spawns are going to flip. It is just a 30-point lead.
can hold this from the front. 20 seconds worth going for if you're Langley Eustace, and they are definitely going to go for it. Oh, Yodak gets turned on. Nicely done from Wolf. Down away at HP. Feels hungry for the next fight, and that's what a Wolf does, I guess. To the pistol he goes to finish off that gunfight. You might well lose Tantalize. It doesn't matter that much. And with that scrap time, Langley Eustace now not that far behind. Wolf gets cut down on them transition, and that's pretty good, I guess, for Cannon. But you've got one player now trying to hit the longest of flanks here. Yodak has to find some value in this.
Well, see if Yodak can get it done. Argo going to look to provide a little bit of support. Hate, unfortunately, he's not going to make anything out of the flank alongside Yodak, but I was going to say it was Yodak who's trying to make the secondary hit. He's going to be found out, and again, the kill feed, just like last time we go to P4, Brody, Langley Eustace are on top of it all. 4 go down now that Yodak is cleared, and they have completely flipped this game around.
Yeah, the problem is now 20 seconds as well. You really can't afford to give this time up at this stage of the game, so they're going to full kit it. 3 down. Tantalize holding it. How much longer can he hold? Tantalize takes 2 down. Oh my god, he almost got the 3rd, but he burns 10 seconds there that Cannon otherwise would have gotten. So the lead will maintain itself at about 15 or so. Going to the next hard point, Langley Eustace first to touch.
Langley Eustace inside the hard point yet again for the initial rotation. You had to imagine that they'd wake up at some point, Brody. There's no way that Canada were just going to slave their way through this game, especially when Red Card is so known for its high kill engagement games. You go towards this P5. Now it's Cannon who need a break. Yodak looking to deliver some big moments for the team. As a new kid on the block, he's going to find a couple kills, play his life, wait for the respawns, and they're here.
Here we go. Hate for a couple of kills. He goes down, traded, Tantalize inside the hard point. Lovely Semtex for the first kill. Tips up in the second with the AR. Argo trying to hold these players off. You've also got players now on the other side for a Cannon off the spawn. But Langley Eustace winning all these fights. They can't finish here regardless. And Cannon, just give this up. Just make sure you're ready for the next hill.
Let's get it done. Here and now. Only 10 more seconds. You're not going to win it at P5. Cannon going to steal away a couple more seconds off that scrap time. And now they need to break immediately, down 187 to 243. This is dire for Cannon.
7 seconds away from victory. Clear out hedges. All is well here for the moment. Players on both sides of the hard point to worry about. It's all down to Yodak. The rest of your team is gone. Yodak will find one. You've got to get to the point. It's not happening. Langley Eustace, they seem to have got it locked in. Cannon can't touch. And it is that penultimate hard point that does it. Screaming across the stage. It is going to be Cannon who lose map number 1.
And this whole game comes down to can Cannon show up in the slaying. You know that Langley Eustace are going to bring the heat, and they are letting them know. So smiles from their side. You can see them getting loud, sharing a few things that probably can't be shared on broadcast, but for this matchup, what a turnaround for Langley Eustace. I mean, you come into this one, you looked like you were struggling at just holding a hill in general, but they were working towards those rotations, Brody, and as soon as they started to put some kills behind it, some substance into those holds, Canada couldn't do a dang thing. The kills didn't matter, the rotations didn't matter. They just couldn't break.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally one hard point, really, wasn't it? You have to feel like, and again, we talked about it, right? Yeah, that 50-point advantage for Cannon doesn't really mean anything when it's that early on in the game. Things can definitely change. And Langley Eustace, I think, you know, we talk about kind of, what was it, P3, where they got the better look at that rotation. Cannon just focused a little bit too much on what was 10 seconds of time on the garage hard point. We went to the stage, and Langley Eustace just looked so much better on that rotation, P4, excuse me. And then we went to P5, and that was, I think, the hill where Langley Eustace really did bring it home. You get the vast majority of time off the back of that hard point, and Cannon just did not know what to do. And, you know, again, they made the right decision. You know, fair play to Cannon. You make the right decision in the closing moments of the game. You know, there's no real point of rushing in towards the scrap time, because it's not going to do you any favors as far as P1 control is concerned. But it is asking for a lot. Trying to stop what was like 8 or 9 seconds in towards P1. No one is ever going to be able to do that, even at the highest level of the game.
Even trying to just hold on to what was just 8 seconds on a red card. Think about how big the map is. You have to rotate. The fundamentals have to be on point, not to mention the kills. to make it happen. It's a tough task to ask for Cannon. As soon as Langley pulled ahead with that P4, P5, it was smooth sailing to put away that map 1 Brody, and we can look towards the map set to see where we are going next into the Search and Destroy, where Cannon should feel comfortable to at least draw blood and get the revenge in the second map. You're looking at Rewind, a map mode combo that we've seen Cannon go to quite a lot just last series in that losers bracket, and this is going to be like a comfort zone.
Yeah, it is. We go back towards Cannon's victory over Buckley. And again, you know, granted, totally different stage, right? Cannon, you know, Buckley, I think, are not as easy, or not as difficult of a team, excuse me, to take down as Langley. You know, they won 6-3, right? And again, a lot of that was because RT was just kind of flying up the map, causing early round problems against Buckley, and they couldn't really do anything after that point. It was only later in the Search and Destroy did they actually kind of wake up a little bit. By that point, it was just too little, too late. And much the same, I think, when we got to the Hacienda Search and Destroy. I think the point is that, on the whole, Search and Destroy is a very strong mode for Cannon, which rings alarm bells when we look back towards the last matchup between these two teams, of course, that upper bracket final, and they got ran through in Search and Destroy. I know we had a break in the middle of that, SND. I know, you know, after round 3, there was a long pause, but still, like, dude, when that happens, you have to query, like, all right, Cannon are a great Search and Destroy team. What does that make Langley?
A fantastic team just overall. I think that this Langley team has proven that that consistency does show from game mode to game mode, and I don't necessarily want to say that they're bad at Search and Destroy. This team is fully capable of winning searches. But come on, I mean, we watched that winner's final matchup. That was not the Cannon that we know. You had Artie dropping a donut over the first couple of rounds. He's not going to do that again. And you just had a slow go at that entire best of 5. You go to this grand final, you get that win under your belt versus Buckley. This is going to be a new look in the Search, and I'm excited to see what Cannon can put together as they started the attack.
All right, Cannon. They don't have anybody to deal with off the rip here towards Elephant. That is abnormal, I think, for a team on defense, and it's going to throw Cannon off ever so slightly. It does allow them in towards the site, though. Beautiful team shots on towards the second player, and all of a sudden now down to a 2 versus 3 for Langley on the retake.
Yes, it is. Here we go. 2 versus 3. Joint base Langley, Eustace looking to see if they can get this retake done in the lesser, and they've decided to split up on both sides. Artie's going to get the eyes on. And that's going to be the first one down. 3v1 for Tantalize. He still hasn't made a move towards the bomb site. 23 seconds as he gets the kills. Yodak looking to trade it out. Good damage. Puts it away for Cannon to strike first.
Yeah, and that difference in that round, again, was the fact that, generally speaking, teams on the defense, they do push as far up as possible. That's what's gone successfully before in the past for a Cannon. So, Cannon, again, just the fact that they're able to get mid-control almost off the rip, that's something that Langley are going to want to change as we move forward in this S&D.
No one. So, Langley, Eustace. I mean, you had the 2 versus 3. I didn't hate the way that they split up Brody. Trying to play that on 2 different sides, catch some timing onto some players. It's a difficult thing to come back from, especially retaking that A site early without utility, but it's their turn now in the hot seat on the attacking side. Going into A, Hate draws first blood, tries to get away, Reaper trades it.
In that presence, it's beautiful for Cannon. 3 versus 3. Oh my god, Reaper just took a smack to the face from the butt of Artie's gun. And now, Wolf and Da Vinci here in the 2 versus 3. Cannon are being incredibly aggressive for a team that is playing defense. Like, if you were to cover up defense and offense, you would be totally forgiven for thinking that Cannon is definitely the offensive team at this point in time. Langley won't know about it, and now that they do, Wolf's seen them across the map, they're going to fly to that B site.
Well, try again. It's just, this bomb needs to make some progress towards the site. Artie's going to be here. He's all the way in the back. Should be spotted by Da Vinci, who more than likely is going to try to approach this one. He knows he's got Artie pinned behind that box. See if he can get this kill alongside Wolf. They need to clear this one. They need to get rid of Artie, and they're going to check it. 2 versus 2, but now they've wasted too much time. Cannon are going to be here. Argo over the wall, stops the plant. 10 seconds left. Wolf, he needs to chase.
Yeah, and he's... Oh, he doesn't even get the Like, what is that? That is insane from Cannon. Yeah, just a little bit too long to get that bomb down. I was going to say, I mean, Cannon, you know, doing the route that they did is wild, but they hold one player back just in case that Langley Eustace do try and transition in towards the B site. That player, of course, alerts them that, hey, this is what's happening. Langley Eustace then don't have the time to actually get the rock down. Just a beautiful round on the whole from Cannon. It was uncanny, shall we say. It was a bit unusual, but you know what? I love unusual strats. It works out.
It works out twice in a row for Cannon. Good timing there for Argo. Good reactions, and already draws it all out. Back onto the attack for Cannon. Hitting towards Elephant. The Sun's going to give it away. Has to back down from the nade, and they have evacuated the building. It looks like it's going to be a pivot to B. Tantalize is here.
Oh, you need that kill. Hate going to go down instead. Now Cannon have a man down. Da Vinci's going to get traded out, though, and that's now mid-map presence. That's what Cannon really badly wanted. Immediate reaction from Langley Eustace, or more specifically as Wolf, to try and go for the middle of the map. He could still shock them.
I thought they were
I
gonna
don't
push
think
that over
they're
towards
watching
B.
this. Wolf will go for the kill, and he will.
Wolf backs on down. 1 versus 2. It's all down to Tantalize. He's making the full wrap.
Has to check so many different corners and crevices. Should have just spotted out one onto the bomb site. Might not necessarily know another is tucked up into that corner, and he's still putting safety first.
The Stars get out of line for this one, but he's not going to check the corner, and that's going to be his undoing, Brody. What a play from Cannon just to sit and wait together in that moment. It comes down so far into the round. Langley Eustace just cannot get anything going in these moments. So many individual plays on the retake. Every single time that we see them in this moment, Brody, I want to give them a chance, but they're just not even playing off of each other. It's almost like they're not even talking to each other.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think Langley are playing that badly, right? I think there are certainly flaws in the gameplay, maybe. I want to give credit to Cannon the way that they're playing. Maybe that round number 2, right, where they recognize that Cannon on the flank and weren't quick enough to react. Maybe that one I can criticize them for. But that round in particular, I think just Cannon doing a sensational job at actually poking holes in the Langley defense. Cannon now back on the defense. Oh my god. Reaper has been ripped a new one. Hate responsible for that gunfight. Langley now a man down, and they have 0 map presence whatsoever.
Zilch. So Langley, they have to fight their way through this.
Oh, he's been spotted.
This is going to be a tough one for Wolf. Another solo play that gets caught out. 4 versus 2. Nothing going your way. No timings, no gunfights. Cannon are impenetrable at this point, and Argo's going to pack down another player. Da Vinci has to stay alive, and they are separated yet again, Brody. Da Vinci, he gets his, but you lose Tantalize. It's a 1 versus 3. Would have to be a 1v4 clutch for Da Vinci.
More or less, yeah. Time not on his side as well. Both bomb sites being watched. As soon as he hits either of these 2 sites, the rest of the players will collapse. As soon as he opens this door, he should get to rights. Yep, Yodak. Oh, actually gets that gunfight, but yep, that's what I said. As soon as you take one player down, it does not matter. The teamwork from Cannon, impeccable. They are just so much better right now at taking space through the middle of the map.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to watch. I think for Cannon, we talked about how good this team was in Search and Destroy. You beg the question, if Cannon are that good at Search and Destroy and Langley beat them the way that they did, then how good is Langley Eustace? Well, this just shows that series in the winners final, it's not the proper Cannon that we are used to seeing. And when they are in the lobby, when they are playing at their full form, you have every single player stepping up. And,
oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, I was going to say, Brody, you know, you have everybody stepping up at the same time, and Cannon are playing great, but, you know, nobody can help this moment. Nobody can help this moment.
It happens. It's fine. It's all right, guys.
It's okay.
All right, there we go.
It's fine.
We're back. Zen. It's fine.
Brody, tell me something.
It's whatever.
Good.
we just saw 4 rounds on the bounce from Cannon that looked pretty damn good. I really enjoy watching them in Search and Destroy. And I'll be honest, I really didn't think the same strategy that they employed against Buckley would work here in the grand final versus Langley. I really didn't think it would work, right? Because again, you go back towards that one and it was all about creating space through the middle of the map. It was all about getting aggressive and making sure that you win that first blood and really leaving the team with very little other options, right? And I think that worked out so damn well for them in the prior series, and I really expected Langley to adapt to that. And I think, you know, on the flip side, you kind of have Langley who kind of don't really know what they're doing in terms of taking that mid-map presence, right? Like, if one team is doing it against you, I kind of expect you to respond in kind, but they haven't been doing that. Like, they're not getting aggressive off the start through Elephant. Like, at no point in this entire 4-round stretch of Search and Destroy have we seen a single Langley player on defense try to take Elephant off the rip. And I think that is a small issue that they need to kind of patch over right now if they want to come back in this S&D.
It's like a broken record with like each side we're on. Like every single time we're making a call, it's like, okay, we're 20 seconds into the round. Langley Eustace have no map control. Whether it's defense or it's offense, it's the same thing both times. They just are really struggling at getting these breakoffs and actually winning for that space, whether it's shots to back somebody down and pushing into that space or just, you know, hitting out that elephant, like you said. It's stuff that for Langley Eustace, I mean, of course, in this Search and Destroy, you're not the team that was, again, supposed to win this map. I mean, obviously, like, Cannon are the better Search and Destroy team. I'm just going to say it. They are. Yeah. But at the same time, you don't want to go back into this reset and just fizzle out. You want to come back into this and show a little bit of a spark for that map number 3. For Langley Eustace, they need to show that spark when they come out. And we know that they definitely can, for sure. It's just, for them, off this reset, it's now a test of the mental to see if you can turn things around before we see Cannon pretty much put this one away, as they were feeling pretty comfortable for it. But while we wait for this one to come back, we are going to throw it to a tech pause. Very, very sorry, folks. And again, we appreciate for your patience. We'll be back when the players are ready to go.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
are back with the Search and Destroy getting right into the mix. Joint base Langley Eustace. It looks like they have shaken off the rust, Brody, as they are going to kick off this first round with 3 immediate kills.
Worth saying, at least from what we initially saw there, I don't think that was the adaptation of sending a player towards Elephant that changed that. That was just simply Reaper winning the first 2 initial bloods. You take out your teammate, but you know what? It's a worthy sacrifice for the final nade. Yeah, the difference there ultimately is just they recognize that, hey, Cannon are constantly sending people through the electrical cut, so let's just pre-aim that with a couple of players, and you didn't even really need a couple of players because Reaper was the one to get both of those kills.
Yeah, it was a pretty good change, I'd say, for Langley Eustace. I mean, pretty sure it was Revenge himself that, was talking about, if you shoot your gun, it does end up making things a little bit easier. And Reaper there, those 3 kills are surely going to ignite some passion for the team to come back into it. Now we're looking to see if those adaptations do change for the space, and it looks like it is going to be Da Vinci to try to open things up over towards the Elephant. They're looking for the A site. Wolf is going to draw that first blood, but Da Vinci, they know he's here. That's bomb down.
Oh, Yodak. Oh, wait, what? Yodak? Oh my god, Yodak is a maniac. Hey, R2 takes Reaper out of the play. Now Wolf reveals his position as well. Don't chase this kill. You're on defense. You do not need to do this. All you got to do is just pre-aim. Bro, I got to know what Yodak's on. This guy is moving.
He is moving. And grooving. I mean, if there's anybody else you'd want in a 2 versus 1 to clutch up right now, it is going to be Wolf. He's on 3 in a row as well, so let's see if he can push this streak to anything more. I like this call. 30 seconds. He's got to do it fast, but he looks like he's going to try to flip things around and see if he can shoot somebody in the back, which they're not going to set up to let you do.
Oh my god, Argo looks away at the wrong time. That's okay though, because he gets away. 14 seconds left. All they need to do is just not throw. Argo should have him dead to rights anyway. There we go. Kill looking pretty good, and Cannon continue to do what's worked for them the entire time, Seymour, which is just make sure that they have control of mid-map.
Well, and that's going to bring Cannon up to a 5-1 standing against Langley Eustace in this Search and Destroy, Brody. So 1 round away from tying us up in this first best of 5. Exactly what Cannon came here to do in the Search and Destroy. Do what you do best. And it's Artie, Argo, Yodak all getting a piece of that round. Last time on your attack, it was a fast hit through Closet. That got caught by Reaper. Where did they take the bomb? It looks like it was looking like a fast hit towards B, and yeah, this bomb's going all the way to the B site.
Finally, different play call from Cannon. Last time it didn't work out. They're still putting a little bit of presence through the middle of the map, but losing Hate is going to make things awkward. Problem is, though, you've only got 1 player who's actually made it to said B site, so if he goes down, that's going to make things awkward, and that's exactly what happens. Yodak is desperately trying to salvage the round. Good for the first. Oh, not good for the second. Couldn't transition fast enough, and yeah, that's the problem. It's all well and good trying something different, but you got to do it as a team.
Yeah, you have to do it together, and for Langley Eustace, at least they've done this justice in terms of trying to claw things back, get some kills, get some rounds under your belt, and they've stopped now 2 successful defenses. After the reset did happen, Wolf and Reaper are having themselves a game now, starting to heat up in this Search and Destroy. The only issue is you have to do this on an attacking round, and that's what has been the bane of their existence in this Search and Destroy. So do they get a B hit this time? Are they going to take a shot at the B site? It looks like they will, but there's going to be an aggression.
Artie is very pushed up. Oh, Yodak's going to be the one to kick this one off. It's over. Tantalize 1 versus 4. That is not happening. Now you've got something to scream and shout about, Cannon. You get it done. 6-2.
You're going to scream, you're going to shout, you're going to let it all out after that one. Because even off the reset, it looked mighty fine from this Cannon team to get it done. 1-1 we go off of this, and I think just off of the replays alone, we're going to be able to tell the story, and you kind of painted the picture perfectly, Brody. It's the idea of Cannon. They were not giving up any space when it came to before that break, or before the replay of the map, and as soon as they were able to get in those situations to deny us a bomb plan from the attacking side of Langley Eustace, they just looked like a bunch of lost puppies.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I got a question. Was that a Will I Am reference? And secondly,
it was.
Yeah. I totally agree. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're a cultured man. Cannon, yeah, just totally just off the start. I mean, they just took so much mid-map presence. And, you know, I want to give Langley Eustace some props, right? Because they definitely did adapt to it off the back of the reset, right? You know, for the final 4 rounds, you know, we saw them. All right, cool. We know that a lot of the presence is going kind of through the middle and out. The problem is that doesn't work on your offense, right? You can't just sit there and pre-aim on your offense. So they might have won those final 2 defensive rounds, but as far as their offenses are concerned, they did not have a solution for the aggression through the middle of the map that Cannon were putting down, and therefore Cannon able to easily take away that search and destroy. Turns out they are just a better S&D team.
It really does turn out that this team is fantastic at the search and destroys, and Langley Eustace, they should be worried about that going into the next few maps. It's momentum back the way of Cannon. When we return, it is going to be a split mode combo now as we see who's going to take the lead off the control.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the DAF Esports World Championships. Brody, I was on a run. I didn't even stutter once this weekend until just now over that title. But regardless, we're here. We are deep into the series for the first best of 5 between Cannon and joint base Langley Eustace. We can look at the best of 5 to see exactly what is coming up next and what we have seen so far. And so far, it has been back and forth bangers. And for the first map, of course, red card, you're going to be kind of kicking yourselves a little bit. If you are Cannon, you had the lead for majority of that game, and then towards the last couple of hills, it just slipped through your fingertips. But don't worry, you go to the search and destroy, and you're still the kings of that game mode.
You are indeed, yeah. And there was a lot of query, I think, about that because obviously, you know, they got decimated in the red card search and destroy back in the upper bracket final. I think them to win the rewind search and destroy proves to themselves, all right, cool, every single time we play rewind, if they get it again in a second best of 5, potentially, they will absolutely win it. So Cannon, very happy at this point in time. But I think that smile might well be wiped off their face very soon, Seymour, because we do go into a vault control. And this is a map that's been kind of on and off for Cannon, right? Obviously, they won it in round number 5 versus Buckley, but that was only really by way of clutch, right? That was actually a last-second clutch that arguably they definitely shouldn't have got. And I think perhaps more damningly here with this vault control, they got stomped on vault control in the upper bracket final, 3-0 by Langley. So, you know, in my mind at least, this should be a Langley win. They should be able to take a 2-1 series lead.
Well, I mean, look back at the history of that series and this series. That series, the hard point was 99 points is where you were held to if you were Cannon. You got 100 more points this time. You went into the search and destroy. You also got smoked in that. This time, you win it 6-2. So you did the smoking yourself. So you go into this vault control, and of course, Brody, you're bringing up great points that Langley Eustace still should feel confident going in towards this map mode combo. But for Cannon, that did not exist to them. They're going into this one, and they're not even worried about what is being shown right now going into this. It's like you go into this one with a different mindset. You forget about that. The history just doesn't matter to you. So I'm going to play a little devil's advocate there, and I'm going to say that I think that this Cannon team, it's like got a bug in my room. This thing is ruining my vibe
Oh my God,
right
that's
now.
on the camera. That was on the camera, dude. I saw that.
It's ruining my vibe right now. But my whole point is that, like, Cannon's vibe isn't ruined. They're on top of the world still.
All right, cool. Is it like AC Unity over there? Assassin's Creed Unity? You got so many bugs in your room.
I
Anyway.
got one bug. Okay, don't say I got so many bugs. I got one bug that I will take care of.
I just wanted to make an Assassin's Creed joke. That's all I wanted right there. Anyway, dude, you're really enamored by that bug, aren't you?
I wanted to go. It's like it's got my full attention right now. Okay, let's lock in.
All right. Anyway, ignore the bug. Ignore the bug. I will. You know what? I'm going to rebuttal your rebuttal by saying that. Yeah, I agree. Right. This is a totally different series, but you know. Those were different maps, right? Like the 250-99, obviously, I know there was a player timeout in that mix as well. But yeah, that was played in a different map, right? The 6-1 Search and Destroy, different map to the Rewind Search and Destroy. This isn't a different map. This is a vault control. It's not about the game mode. It's simply about the map mode combination in which, in recent history, Cannon have been tentative, right, at best. Yeah, they got dominated, and it's just like it's so difficult to imagine them coming out on top. But I know that in their camp, at least, they'll be like, look, don't worry about it. I think you're right in that their camp is going to be saying, okay, look, we just got to put what happened in the upper bracket final behind us. We know we can win this. Even though they clutched up versus Buckley, their entire attitude is going to be like, we won it versus Buckley. It doesn't matter how we did it. It's the fact that we did it. We can do it versus Langley Eustace too. So I know they're going to be confident, especially knowing Artie, dude. I just know Cannon. I know what they're like. They're a real vibrant squad. They're really momentum-based, and I think they're going to want to swing that momentum into this game.
100%, Brody. I do agree with you on that front. I think you're bringing up some great points for this team. It's going to be difficult for Cannon. They should be a little bit tentative going into this one, a little bit worried off this break off. So let's see if they can bring the heat. Let's see if they can bring the thunder towards Langley Eustace. And you can already see Artie's going to open up with a kill, but it's going to be the only kill so far that you find. Argo, he will have an answer, but I don't think he's going to be able to turn it into anything.
Langley Eustace holding for a moment here. Argo actually following up more, so they're almost immediately going to transition in towards potential B here. Argo just trying to take away some attention. It's only going to be one player, though. I like that Langley Eustace aren't fully biting on towards this one just yet, but Argo's actually going to find a kill, and that should be the first tick through here as long as he can survive a little bit more. Yes, it is. Argo's still finding value. He's done this before. I distinctly remember this. Cannon send Argo towards B, and then the rest of the squad finish what he cannot. This is going to be a full B capture.
B goes down. Cannon looking to show a different face now in this vault control, as even a couple players are going to scatter. Underneath, Wolf, Argo is going to get taken care of, and Height not able to hold his presence over towards P4. Good set of kills from Langley Eustace to break out, but A minute 48 to capture this A zone. You're on top of the world. You're feeling great right now.
Yeah, by the way, I just checked my notes. It was a Cannon versus Offit where Argo made that exact same play in a round 2 offense. It looks like Cannon are doing the same thing again. Argo is just that guy, and RT now on the point starting to really heat up in this game. Cannon, second tick through. Somebody from Langley to stop this. I don't know if you've got time for this. Yeah, I was going to say, you cannot afford to flank. And even that little bit of hesitation, stopped them from defending the point.
What the heck just happened, Brody?
Argo happened.
What the heck just happened? Yeah, Argo, I literally said to him, he gets the 1 kill over towards Catwalk, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to put anything together. Then bam, he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, let me just go capture B, and then let's go capture A, like it's a walk in the park. I mean, that was fine and dandy for Cannon. So going on to this defensive side, yeah, this is a situation where Cannon are going to be feeling good about this series. They flip things out, and they're going on to this defense as high as a kite to see if they can figure out how to break through this next map.
All right, Langley Eustace, you've just got to have as good of a round. Although I think that might be impossible given how amazing that round was from Cannon. We'll fire back here. Langley Eustace winning the majority of the gunfights off the rip here. Yodak, well, he's going to get shut down. So now Langley Eustace jumping on the point almost immediately. It's nothing as flashy as sending towards B, but at the very least they've got players in power positions to make sure that A is covered. There's one flanking player.
Oh, Hate, nice slide out. Double kill from Cannon. They should be able to stop this. A capture. Hate takes a little bit, but he gets it done. Third segment's going to get depleted. And look how fast that Yodak is going to actually re-wrap around on this flank. He's chasing shadows for the moment, but he is going to spot some information on where these players are going. Eventually, the flank's going to work. Yodak finds his kill, turns things around. Reaper gets bent down again, and Yodak is just tracing them.
Reaper gets what? Hit that again? Or whatever. Anyway, Cannon destroying them. Yodak continuing. Finally shut down by Da Vinci, but the trades are insatiable. RT now picking up exactly where Yodak left off. Oh my god. This is despicable. Finally, Reaper shuts down all the hootenanny, and they can now walk straight towards the point. Argo shut down and lights will take one with him, and that should be the A capture as long as there is a double stack. Yeah, Wolf is going to jump on the point now. Can they stop it? Hate going to try. Okay, right. A little bit of team kill coming through. Reaper for the shutdown. That is finally A gone. And you also take players out of the pinch as well. That was a little bit too enthusiastic from Cannon because they don't have the map control to defend B.
They do not at all. And Reaper, he has come for vengeance now. 4 in a row. Da Vinci's going to hop over towards this B zone. A little bit of positioning for Canada to see if they can work their way out, and it looks like they're managing to at least fight back. First segment still getting worked on, almost going to be captured, and Wolf taking down Argo is going to set up a double setup onto this point. Tantalizes here too. The connection does arrive for Artie's grenade. That's going to get Hate here to deplete the second segment. But now you look with a minute left at the lives. 9 versus 7. Canada 2-life lead. They don't want to give this round up with this advantage.
I think you just need to play positioning here. I will say Cannon have 0 presence on B. Like, almost nothing. Hate is the only thing that they've got in close proximity here. And he does not know that somebody has flown by him. He's being cautious of it. Tantalize could well catch him by surprise. He is definitely the wild card in this play. The Joker in the pack, the ace in the hole. But he is removed from the deck. And all of a sudden, how Langley Eustace, I think they're relying on Tantalize doing something. He comes up with nothing. And this round starts to look a little bit shallow.
4 lives left. No respawns. Yodak's going to get the first information. Just gives it away. As you know, lives are going to be so important. Yodak's going to reposition, and he could be the dagger now. Player watching over him. That's going to be Hate. He will spot the rotation over towards P4. At least he should spot this player. No, Da Vinci, he's got a timing here all the way underneath the balconies. Nobody's going to see it, but a 2 versus 8, that's just impossible, Brody. Yodak, he ends up going down. There's just no time to get anything else going. Cannon with a successful shutdown of the B zone.
Yeah, the transition is just not as good as Cannon's, is it? I mean, to be fair, Cannon is like the gold standard of transitions, right? From point to point, and they had Argo to do it. Langley Eustace don't have an Argo, and they also have to deal with plays like this. But fair play to Langley Eustace. They make it somewhat close there in that round. They definitely try to get control of the B zone. They just can't get players forward enough to do it. If Tantalize had found some value, perhaps, down low in Art, maybe that would have been their round, but they could not get it done. So, Cannon, 2-0 up. 5 in a row for RT off the rip here, and they were very fast to collapse on towards A and B in the last round. Let's see if they can meet the same pace again.
Let's see it. Cannon for the opening push over towards Pool. Reaper, he's going to hit the deck. Not going to matter. 2 down off the break, and Cannon are looking to at least collapse over towards A to see if they can punish this one. Tantalize his flank. It has to be everything right now, but Yodak puts him in the dirt. The setup is there.
And you're not going to transition to B this time. Is anybody watching Wood? I think Yodak might be keeping an eye on that point of entry. Also watching down low. Wolf's going to try it right into Yodak. Should be dead to right. Exactly. Point of entry is being watched, but Da Vinci and Reaper will combine for 3. Reaper gets shut down. Nice from Artie. One more player, not going to happen. So Tantalize clears the point. Doesn't actually stop the progress, though. Instead is now moving up towards Light to try and find some more value. Only a couple of bullets in towards Argo. Da Vinci should be good to knock down that player, but that double kill should be good here towards the point. Oh, no, Da Vinci. You just got put in the baby steps.
I mean, yeah, 4 down again. Hate's going to be solo capturing this A zone until his teammate does end up getting there. Argo's watching over him. Now with that A zone's captured, they're going to rush over towards B. Kill after kill. Cannon fire is heard everywhere. And the spaghetti is what's on the ground. Joint pace Langley. They're reeling to get back towards the zone. The double stack's going to give them another chance for the contest, but no kill is going their way. Da Vinci to try it. He's through. A team kill. Argo, can you stay alive? No! Da Vinci, he's here!
Not done. He's not done. He's got to get one more player. Heat on a 5 in a row, and he could still close this one out. Wolf has the full sprint towards the point. The contest on the other side of the car.
No way.
Hate back and forth. Wolf trying to waste time. It's not going to happen. Cannon 3-0'd on this map in the upper bracket final. Here they get their revenge.
Oh, Hate! What the heck, man? The pistol at the end for the 1 versus 1. 16-7 in this game. We talked about Cannon coming into this one. Might feel a little bit scared of the history between Joint Pace Langley Eustace. They say, Brody, watch this. Watch and learn.
Just what more is there to say, Seymour? What more is there to say? Getting a 3-0 is crazy, right? You know, getting a 3-0 is crazy. And I think, you know, sometimes those are like categorized by, all right, you know, you started off on the defense, you just took 1 offense, and that's how you got the 3-0, right? You won back-to-back defenses. Cannon do that starting on the offense. So they win 2 offenses, which is insane. Argo makes the exact same play that he did versus Offit to win the Vault Control earlier on in the week. I think it was on like day number 3 or 4 or something like that. I don't know, but it was insane back then. It's insane now. The fact that Argo is able to do that. I remember the post kind of match interview there after that one where we actually explicitly asked about it, and they commented at the time it wasn't really an intentional thing. Argo just went and did it. I would struggle to believe that now because it was a carbon copy of the same play to win round number 1, and that's without speaking about that insane round number 3. Cannon are just crazy. I think it was Hate who finishes on 5 in a row there towards the closing moments of that game. Da Vinci almost saves it, but there's only so much that man can do. Cannon are Vault gods. I never ever want to see Cannon again on this map because I feel like I need to cover my eyes watching it.
Yeah, that was dirty stuff. I mean, that was insane plays coming out for them. And off the breakoffs, too, I mean, the fact that they were able to move over towards Pool, Wolf got the early shots, but he still just didn't feel comfortable in the 2 versus 1. Those breakoffs were good. It really looked practiced from the side of Cannon. That's going to take them to a lead in this best of 5. The first best of 5, where might I remind you folks at home, Cannon win this best of 5, that's going to reset the bracket and give them another best of 5 to have that chance against Langley Eustace. And you guys might be like, okay, wait, why do they have to win a double best of 5? It's just the way of us for a bracket like this to give winners an advantage in the grand finals. If you win through the winners bracket, you get the advantage of having to win it in 1. If you come from the lower bracket, you have to win it in 2 best of 5s. It's just the way of splitting things to give Langley Eustace what they deserve for what they did in the winners final.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if we're being frank about the formatting, right, and this is why your bracket resets, I know from a times perspective, they can be kind of frustrating at times, but bracket resets are, like, the best format. Just with the way that double elimination works, just purely based on, you know, because say you're a team that goes down to the lower bracket, right, or say you're a team that wins from the winner's bracket into the grand finals, you haven't lost a single match. Well, if you then lose the grand finals, it's like, well, hang on. You know, you've only lost one series, but you've lost the entire event. So the bracket reset makes total sense in the context of what a double elimination bracket actually looks like, because any other advantage is not really enough, especially when it's like the veto only advantage. That's whack. Anyway, Vault Hardpoint, that's the next up in this series. And, you know, again, I think the key to victory for Canon remains the same here. It is just let Revenge and Hail do their thing. As long as Dante and Sour Patch Kid are actually picking up the slack, as long as they're not like trailing behind by a massive amount, going double neg or something like that, this should be an easy dub for them.
It should be, for sure. So going into this one, Brody, I mean, feeling good that if, you know, Cannon win this one, then I am going to be the champion of the pick'ems at the end of the day. I did predict that Cannon, we're going to win this first best of 5 in 4, and they're looking primed to get it done. Now, I will say, though, because I'm not just going to ride the wagon of Cannon in this map for sure. I mean, Langley Eustace, you don't expect a team to have a bad performance in a respawn 2 times in a row, especially a team like this. So going into towards this map, I mean, looking towards Langley Eustace, you go towards the fundamentals like we saw back in that map number 1, Brody. What got them over the edge is there was rotations after rotations. The setups eventually made do. And once they caught fire, it really seemed like at the end of that red card, Cannon couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about that map number 1, it really was just one map. Like, one map. Only it was one map. Oh my god. It was just one hard point that really split the difference. Maybe a couple, right? You know, I think it was explicitly the stands, excuse me. That was a big hard point, and then of course the stage that preceded that as well. I mean, those were 2 hard points that up until that point, I mean, things are pretty even between the 2 squads. So those are big hard points for Langley Eustace. It really goes to show that all it ever really takes is one solid hold, and it can win you the game. All our hard points have been close over the last few series. I expect this one to be exactly the same, but Cannon with a lot of momentum, they might have a blazing start.
They might. So out the gates, Cannon, they shoot right to that P1. And Argo's going to soak up a lot of time off of that break off 19 seconds. Langley Eustace, they're going to get the break, but they need to push through this one. See if they can find some of these players off the respawn and flip these spawns out. Wolf, he's going to do it. That's going to spawn the rest of Langley Eustace on the P2 side, and in 12 seconds, they're going to have that initial setup. They just have to win these next waves on the rotation.
All right, first wave, or first kill, excuse me, is good from Langley Eustace. Reaper's going to be responsible for that one. Wolf also keeping an eagle eye on the cross to make sure nobody gets behind, but he repositions here towards lights. That's going to allow a player to get through, and one player spawns in the back line as well. RT is there. They're starting to heat up here. They're starting to wind up, but the kill's going not their way. RT gets through, and he doesn't last long.
Another wave of kills for Joint Base Langley Eustace, and they flip this lead back their way. A team nade, a self-nade from Reaper, and that's definitely going to put some pressure onto the player inside the hill. Tantalize takes one down with him, but that's a break for Cannon. Spawns in the back. Joint Base Langley Eustace will have another shot at this with 25 seconds. They're going to go fast, and Reaper, he's already beat them to the punchline. 3 go down. What a break.
Yeah, right back through our Langley Eustace. They're only out of the hill for all of 10 seconds, and now things get worse for Cannon as well, because only one player is anywhere near the rotation. He's just been found out. That's so unfortunate for RT on that timing. So Langley Eustace should be good here for control of the power positions. It isn't going to be Wolf that plays for it. It's going to be Tantalize, and that makes sense given Tantalize's AR role within the squad. He's going to have to win a massive 1 versus 2 here. Tantalize cut down. That's unfortunate. Didn't expect resistance that quickly, and they also don't expect somebody towards ammunition. So Cannon, pretty solid setup here to try and hold towards the next hill.
For sure, solid indeed, and Hate's just going to hop that time, see what you can do to chop down this lead that Langley Eustace got off that P2. Da Vinci to the middle of the map has help with Wolf. That's going to remove them from the hill for now as Cannon, they're holding the better spawns, but they still need to fight for this time nonetheless. Artie's double kill, that's going to open things up. He gets all 3 for the break-in. 6 and 7. Not going to expect Reaper to be here, and in fact, Reaper will get back over towards this hard point. It actually might have shifted things a little bit. You're looking at Tantalize in that mini-map. I think that he's got a good chance to flip these spawns.
He's definitely going to try here. You still have to get rid of the player inside Art, though, if you really want to lock those spawns down. Argo runs out towards the back. You'll take one down. Nice from Tantalize. He's all alone. Tantalize still going to be weak from that fight. Yeah, he was never going to hit the reset. So, well played for Cannon to actually make sure they hold on towards these back spawns. Langley have a solid advantage at this point in time, but Cannon with those back spawns, they'll continue to get reinforcements on the hold.
Good wave of kills for Cannon. They're going to be in first. Big hill to get, and it looks like DaVinci wants to open up the round.
Oh my god.
Yodak, he does it again when you least expect it. And it's back to square one. You really needed that from DaVinci, but Langley Eustace looking to kick it into gear to see if they can get this break going through the side door. Reaper, he finds his. Traded out as DaVinci. 3 versus 3 to get this break going, but it's a stun that connects with the side of Reaper's head that takes him down. Our car bomb onto Tantalize. Hate using everything in the map to take down his opponents.
Still going as well. 3 in a row. 1v1 around the back line. Wolf is going to go for the reposition here through the front of the point. Figures, hey, look, 10 seconds left. There's no real reason to shoot for this. Just make sure you set yourselves up for a new. Unfortunately, you haven't got on lock. I'll say that much. Yodak is over there. He actually gets found out. All well and good for Langley Eustace. So, 20-point advantage as we go into the second set here for Cannon. It is a small lead. But Cannon, it is something they could still blow wide open if they hold on to those P2 spawns.
That's looking to make a mountain out of this molehill. As everybody from Cannon looking to converge on Tantalize. He finds one, but that's all you're going to get. 3 versus 3 for this P1 setup that Cannon are looking to solidify. DaVinci over the top. Nobody's going to be watching this one. And when he gets to Argo, it's a trade that favors Cannon. Inside of it, Langley Eustace, they fight through it. Artie still trying to do his best to keep you away, and Artie is unstoppable in the clutch.
Artie just going crazy. He will fall, but Artie does enough there. Again, all about holding that P2 side for the spawns. You can lose the 5 seconds of scrap time. You just need to make sure that you hold this. This is a pivotal moment in this game and in this matchup. Cannon with a 20-point advantage. They got a hold, but one player spawned out. That might actually benefit them.
They might. Yodak behind them all. Nobody's going to expect the shots. Nice shots from Yodak. As he is pinpoint with the Jackal, the break through the back, and Cannon is in. Hellstorm for Hate. Every eye looking forward. Giant-based Langley Eustace have to fight through the middle of the map, and DaVinci's going to look through a timing to get on this flank, but Artie's going to watch it, and you're already down 1. Now you're down 3 members from this approach. Tantalize, do you even want to give it a try?
You kind of have to, right? This is a 25 seconds. You know that as long as you send one player back towards Art, that you should be good to try and break this. Now shots out from Wolf. Now you're going to follow up that if you're DaVinci. Good pre-fire, though, from Hate in the hardpoint itself. He will hold this down for as long as humanly possible. This is a nice swing if you can hold on to it. Good pre-fire again. Tantalize tracked through the wall. Also a little bit of help from Argo close. And I talked about it going into that hardpoint Seymour Cannon. They had a 20-point advantage. That has now grown to 60. And Yodak wins the crucial fight up top as well. It might be about to get worse for Langley.
Yodak is to the moon right now with his energy levels, and I'm loving every second. Argo double kill. That's going to pave way to get in towards this P3 hard point for Cannon to push this lead even further. Yodak to the middle of the map. He's on 3 in a row. You have that lead, and it keeps on growing, Brody. At some point, you have to start seeing somebody from Langley Eustace take it into their own account to try to flip these P4 spawns. Everybody just continues to pour into this hill.
They're getting a lot of time here. Yodak's trying his best to provide some coverage. You need somebody getting a contest spot, and that is exactly what happens. Yodak is doing that now through the middle of the map. Going to join forces of Artie. He also gets involved in the fight. Hate continues to hold this power position. Somebody, please take Tantalize out of the play. Artie for the slide chow. That is exactly what happens. Now Artie looking for number 2. He's been peppered up from a multitude of angles. He will just have to settle for now some mid-map coverage as we go towards new. Cannon's lead still stands about 50 to 60 points. They could grow it even more.
Hate's going to find 2. 3 go down. 4 go down. The nade's going to connect, but it's too little too late. Cannon looking for that second best of 5. Looking to get it done here. And there's nothing that Joint Base Langley have been able to do to break these P4s. One chance for DaVinci and Artie there to shut him down. Hate still has that Hellstorm, Brody, but he's got his gun loaded with Hellstorms.
Yeah, it feels like it at the moment, right? 18 and 13. It isn't that impressive as a scoreline, but every single kill that he has made has felt so crucial to the hardpoint control. And this game has just got wildly out of proportion, hasn't it? Langley Eustace feel like they are in the biggest amount of trouble right now, the biggest hole, and I just don't know if you have a shovel big enough to get out of it, or even unwieldy enough. Cannon right back in towards P1 for the next bit of control. Seymour, they are just 37 away from resetting the bracket.
That's all you're going to need, and for Langley Eustace, this looks terrible right now. 30 seconds, Tantalize over the top. That's going to remove Artie from the hill, but your teammates start dropping like flies. Back and forth. Trade on the hunt. Yodak, he is twisted. 5 in a row again. This guy's unstoppable, bro. He's such a fun player to watch.
Yep, continues to shred through the opposition. Cannon about to approach the point where they'll need a P2 rotation to close out this game. Yodak straight towards the time. They're not watching it. He only needs to poke and prod, and the rest of the team will do the work. Yodak now looking for the back 20 seconds. P1 time. Might as well go for it. He's not being stopped, and Da Vinci will finally shut him down. But all of this entire progress of play is just to try and push Langley Eustace back. One player's not having it. Reaper's trying to break.
Yeah, Reaper all the way into the back line. Wolf's going to draw the attention away from him, and Reaper strikes. Wolf wins his fights, and by the time he goes down, it's too little too late. You can see the players from Langley Eustace, they're on the approach. Cannon in the hill for a second, but he has to back up. Argo tried to do some damage to the setup, only good for the one. Spawns are here, and Wolf going to give a little bit of reprieve to Hop this time.
Oh boy, Yodak and Argo, they pick up the kills. Hate will bring down that streak, but it's not going to help. It will actually get the TK, so Langley Eustace now spawning in the backline. Doesn't matter. You win the gunfight. Reaper for 2, Wolf for number 3. Langley Eustace are somehow holding on. Now they get players in towards the time, and you can start to push out of the kill.
Wolf above him. Hate's in. 3 in a row. Pistol gonna get you through. You can't win off this time, Brody. We will be going to another hill. And for Langley Eustace, just to not be stressed out to the max, they are gonna get that scrap time. It's just a race. Look at Reaper. He's on the flag. He has to do some damage to the setup.
They're not going to expect Reaper to be in this position. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Reaper's not going for art control. This is a bit of a weird one. I think he just wants to try and ensure that this hill is contested. Somebody else can deal with art later on. Reaper is just going to sandbag the hill. But Hate is a problem. He was doing this in the last rotation, being a constant nuisance. He was pretty much a perfect player towards art. And now that second Hellstorm is down from Yodak. It's not really going to help, but it's going to be a rogue spawn coming through from Argo. And this could be the damager that closes out the game.
It could be, but right now, Langley Eustace, this damage control is sublime. Spawns all over the place, nothing fully solidified. Argo gonna have another chance at this break. You can see that Langley Eustace, they're spawning deep. Already gonna take care of Tantalize, trying to sneak in towards Art with 14 seconds. Yes, you can jump this hill, but all you have to do to win this map, to win this first best of 5, is hold these spawns to new.
That's all you have to do. Langley Eustace on the other side. One amazing break, and they could still extend this series to 5. They've somewhat clawed back the advantage. One player snuck right under the nose. They have no idea. They have no idea that Reaper's in. Now that they do, the hard point is lit up blue. Reaper all to do towards the hard point. Gets shut down by Argo. That's the first kill, and now Langley Eustace will panic.
6 seconds left. Who's gonna touch? Wolf gonna try his best. Artie right behind him. That's gonna be it for the first best of 5. We are going the distance in this grand final. Cannon have decided that they have come to party in the World Esports Championships. Rack it up again.
And we didn't get to see the smack talk across the stage at the start of that best of 5, but I can tell you right now, I know for a fact that RT was screaming his lungs out at the opposition. Cannon, oh man. What a phenomenal series from them. Honestly, I was a little bit concerned, I'll admit. I said that, you know, that map number 1 was pivotal to them at the beginning of the series. I wanted to see them continue the momentum through from the last matchup for them, from that lower bracket final, and them losing map number 1. I really thought, all right, that's going to be it. But the way they recovered through this series, granted, I think that maps number 2 and 4 were kind of made for them, but the way they've managed to come back, it really is something to behold.
It really, truly is. And I think for Cannon, this has completely wiped the slate from that first best of 5, Brody. I mean, you went into it and it was troubles left, right, and center. You get punished over and over again. Yeah, the first map of this one was a little bit troublesome, to say the least. But the fact that Langley Eustace won that hard point, I thought was going to be the difference maker that we weren't expecting. Cannon, they shake it off like it was nothing. And maps 2, 3, and 4 were absolutely absolutely fantastic to watch from Cannon Air Force Base, especially their control.
Yeah, I mean, that control is so damn impressive. I mean, I said it at the time, right? I think it's just the way that they put their controls together is extremely impressive. And, you know, it's just the fact that they won 2 offenses in a 3-0 control. You know, I said it, like, you see 3-0 as a kind of scoreline, you almost just presume that it was the middle round that was the offense, right? They did it once, fine. To do it twice is just incredibly impressive, and just their control in general is just so well put together. This hard point, I think, was just a display of raw slaying power, right? I mean, every single player firing all cylinders, nobody left behind. It is Cannon who reset the bracket.
Yeah, Urgo had a little bit of a slow go at that map number 4, but you got to think about that last rotation that he got. He was just keeping your opponent off the hill, and Langley Eustace could not read his spawns, to say the least. What a first series that we get. Cannon are going to reverse sweep our first ever grand final in the first ever World Esports Champion here for the DAF universe. I'm excited to get into this next one, but before we rack it up, we gotta do the map veto, so we're gonna go to a break, let these players get things settled for a second best of 5. We'll see you soon for the grand finale.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back after an extended break. We have our last series of the DAF Esports World Championships, one best of 5 to crown a champion. Two teams that have been through the ringer of a gauntlet across CONUS, across the World Championships, and I couldn't be more excited to see who is going to be the winner at the end of these 5 maps, Brody. We got Langley Eustace on one side, Cannon on the other. And after what we just saw in the first best of 5, Langley Eustace have so much to prove right now.
All right, indeed they do. Cannon taking that last best of 5. Yeah, Langley Eustace are going to want to get there, get back. Can they do it, though, is the question. We should probably just throw immediately to the map set, right? Because our understanding of Seymour is that there's a lot of changes.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of been like hinting towards me. I just wanted to keep that one a surprise. We got Skyline Hardpoint, though. Let's go. I'm excited for a little bit of Skyline. It's been too long since I've casted over this one, at least in this tournament. I think I've only casted one Skyline, but we get the Protocol Search and Destroy, Protocol Control, Rewind Hardpoint, and Hacienda Search and Destroy if this does go to that 4 and 5. Yeah, this is quite the change up indeed, especially considering that double dose of Protocol. That's not really something we're used to seeing Cannon go to, at least the Protocol Control.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I totally agree with that for sure. I think the main thing, and you can see that in the vetoes right at the bottom, is just get rid of those vaults. If you're a Langley Eustace, right, you just don't want to play vault again. You can't keep on doing that against Revenge. Revenge, oh my god. You can't keep on doing that against the sub pressure that Cannon has on their lineup. So, Vault just looking so solid right now. Yodak and Artie have been phenomenal. And I think just getting Vault out is probably the best thing they could possibly do. Moving forward then into this best of 5, though, we have a Skyline Hardpoint, which I'll be perfectly honest with you, Seymour, I don't think it's that much better. It's a conversation we kind of quasi had the other day, where it's just like, well, with you know, the SMGs, it's like, yeah, you can get rid of Vault, but then you're gonna have to play something like Skyline. Is it that much better? I guess we'll find out as we get into
I don't think so. I don't think it's really that much of a difference, to be honest. I think especially towards like this time of the year, Skyline's just one of those maps that you're always going to feel good to go to. It's a bang out. The subs are going to have their pressure. The AR is going to really need to step up and dial it in, especially for those P1s and those P2 rotations. Back spawns for P4. Big times for those ARs to be big players. But hey, let's get into the mix. I just threw my glasses. I don't even know where they went because I am blind. Let's see the talent predictions. Let's see what we're going into this one thinking. And of course, after that performance, who can bet against Cannon?
Look, it didn't work the first time. I said Cannon 3-0 once, and I'm like, all right, cool. Langley took a map. All right, fine. This time, it's going to be a 3-0 to Cannon, dude. The momentum is all in their favor. They look so solid right now. But I guess the only question for me is the change of pace? Is the change of maps going to throw a spanner into the works? I don't think so.
No, I mean, I really don't think so either. I think that everything that we saw in those respawns from Cannon was fluid. The map 1, it was a good start. You're holding a 50-point lead for the most part. That one hill, like you were kind of talking about before, really shook things up for the entirety, and they just weren't able to recover. You saw a wave, the rhythm just hit, and I think that that's where Langley Eustace just kind of like showed their best cards in that red card. You switch things up to a Skyline. It's going to be hard to take a Skyline hardpoint and actually shut down the momentum of this Cannon Air Force Base team, Brody. I think that one thing is for certain. It's not one of those maps that you can easily just go from hill to hill and dominate for. It's hard to rotate fluidly on this map, and I think that that's where Cannon will still show up, and you're kind of shaking your head. Do you disagree with me on that one?
Yeah, I kind of do. I think it's quite easy to rotate properly on this map, right? Especially with the way that the hill rotation works. You got to remember that this is not a map that sends you from like place to place on the map, right? The rotation is pretty linear. Like you go 2, then you go 3, and then you go 4, and it's kind of in like one kind of straight line somewhat in terms of the way that rotation works. Like it's pretty easy to rotate from P2 to P3 as long as you kind of don't overinvest into P2, for example. I would say the one hard point that is difficult to break is if you don't rotate properly early for it is probably P4, and the only reason for that is because you can very easily get an AR towards like that back umbrella area, and it's so difficult to take them out.
Okay, so let me kind of reshape my thoughts of this one because, yeah, you know, it is easy to go from point to point for sure with how short the distances are in this one. But you said over-invest, and a lot of these teams have been over-investing to old time. for the scrap time for sure. And a map like Skyline, if you do over invest to that one, that's when the break attempts become a little bit easier from hill to hill. And I think a lot of teams have shown, especially, you know, when you look towards those rewinds and how mixy they do get, is that these teams are happy to break from the front. And I think that for Skyline is where we can really look to see something for Cannon that they can feel a little bit better on in comparison to that red card. So let's jump into this map number 1 for the second best of 5. Let's see if Cannon can go back to back and upset Langley Eustace from the losers bracket yet again.
All right, let's see if Cannon can do it, folks. Map number 1 of the second best of 5. Cannon will start strong here. Hardpoint look like their strong suit on Vault. And oh my goodness, it looked so good. It looked tantalizing, didn't it? And alas, we're going to be resetting that game.
Yeah, we're going to be doing it back one more time, guys. Really sorry about this one for sure. But hey, you know what, Brody? We're almost there. We're getting through this one for sure.
Listen, I'm happy only because of the fact that I got to hear a Canadian say sorry, not once but twice today in quick succession. The way you say it, it's just like, I know, like, obviously, maybe is this like xenophobic? Am I being xenophobic? I hope I'm not being xenophobic right now.
I will say right now as a Canadian, I don't think so.
Okay, it's really fun to like hear you lean into it. It's beautiful. Honestly, you can go for all the Britishisms. If you want me to say bottle of water, I can say that for you.
It's okay. I don't need you to. I get it. I get it. You know, I feel it too sometimes. When other people do say sorry, it's funny to me. But for something like this series, there ain't nothing funny about waiting for this Skyline, because I want to get into it as fast as possible. I know you guys want to get into it as fast as possible, so we're just going to wait to see what is going on for the issues to get these players into this map number 1, Brody. But production's just having a load of a time in the back line for this one too, guys. I do want to give a big shout out as well while we're waiting here, because, you know, all jokes aside, shout out to Patrick Space Force Base. Originally, the DAF Esports World Championships wasn't supposed to be at Patrick Space Force Base. It was supposed to be somewhere else. The fact that they stuck their neck out to make sure that this tournament actually happened, big shout out to them for putting this one on. Shout out to USAA as well for providing a tournament circuit like this for the players to actually show up from regionals into an international tournament and really put on what is a really exceptional showcase of skill across this entire tournament. It has been nothing but passion from every single team, and I've loved every second of being here, and I think every single player has earned their spot on this stage, and it was lovely to see them grow from the regionals into this international tournament. I also want to give a shout out to the staff at Patrick Space Force Base, because I know, you know, we're sitting here on the broadcast and all of these things are happening. They've been working tirelessly to make sure that this goes smoothly as they can. So big shout out and thank you all for putting in so much time and effort to make this happen, Brody, and the people behind the scenes for the broadcast through Rally Cry, through Load Screen, who are helping to put this one on, because it has been an exceptional tournament. So fun to watch, so fun to be a part of. And with one series left, it's going to be sad to see it over with only 5 more maps. So big shout out to all of them. Make sure that in the chat, we thank you for your patience in waiting to get back into this one, but show some love to all the staff that is really working hard to fix this one. We're going to go to a tech break while they do figure this one out. When we come back, we'll have that Skyline ready to go, hopefully soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
And we are back with the skyline loaded up for both of these two teams, ready to kick off the second best of 5 of this grand finals. Winner takes the belt. Loser gonna have to settle for a second place medal that I'm sure neither one of the team want to walk away with all the work that they've put on across the course of these 5 days.
All right, Cannon, let's see if they can start off as well as they did last time around. They look pretty good for P1 control, and they look like they could be good again. Hate is just going to chill behind the jacuzzi for a moment, keep every single ligament tucked in. And one little wraparound was made from Cannon there, and they almost immediately flipped these spawns. W play from Cannon.
Big W. For sure. Still some to worry about, though, in the backline. Artie's not going to be ready for it, but it's Reaper on 3 in a row to open up the skyline. He has to find some more. No read onto Yodak, just playing coy towards the back of Patio, trying to open things up for the rest of your team in the break. Yodak on a triple spree. He's going to provide a gateway back into this hard point. Yodak finds a 4th one, too, doing everything he can to keep Cannon in the lead.
All right, Cannon, 4 in a row for Yodak. You get Child from the back of the hard point. Tantalize and Da Vinci, putting some shots on Da Vinci. Walks away with both of those gunfights, and Da Vinci will find a 3rd. Nicely done. Langley Eustace now looking to hold here for the back 25.
Only 25 more seconds on this one is going to flip this lead back in, and it looks like Cannon are actually going to sell this setup. They're going to go back over towards this old hill. Argo ends up going down. Surely this is going to flip those spawns for a setup, and it's going to be parallels for the P3 hill. Hate's going to get that scrap time with 3 going down. It's a race back to get that setup.
I don't hate this, you know, no pun intended. I gotta stop saying hate during a match with hate in it, but regardless, yeah, I don't despise this whatsoever, right? As long as you push forward and try and push out those spawns, that's exactly what Argo did, but he gets shut down. Yeah, as long as you're quick enough, but now you're gonna lose the gunfights here. The ensemble, Langley Eustace knocking at the door, Reaper able to waltz on through, he finds the double, and yeah, it kind of weakens the setup a little bit.
Yeah, you throw the dice and it's snake eyes right away. I mean, that gamble just does not pay off. Fortunately enough, these subs have been frying. Yodak, in particular, he's back on a 3 spree, 11 and 4 to start this skyline, Brody. He hasn't skipped a beat off the reset into the second best of 5, and not to mention he has got a good cast behind him doing the most to get this hill time, and that's Hate with 40 seconds inside.
Tantalize gonna draw some kills in his favor. Cannon looking to move forward to get back in awards this time. They don't necessarily need to. The problem is, though, with those players dying towards grass, now the spawner has been made. Langley Eustace looking pretty good here for the rotation. One player, though, could still blow it up. It's RT. He hasn't been discovered.
He hasn't. And Ari's just waiting for the rest of his team to get into a position. Here he is. He gets his, but he's traded immediately. It doesn't seem like that's really going to put a dent into the setup, but there is no forward pressure from Langley Eustace. So a lot of these fights are going to come from being bunkered inside this hard point, and so far not the greatest from Cannon. It's Yodak having to go big yet again for the play. He breaks it by himself at the end for the 1 versus 1, and will flip those spawns out for 30 seconds. Langley Eustace is going to take another swing.
Definitely will try. 3 between Cannon players there. Langley Eustace getting cut down. They're going to go straight through bedroom. Only technically one player actually inside the point. Argo watching the cross, who now has to back down, and that coverage disappearing means that Yodak gets taken out of the kill. Argo then goes down. Wolf is burning through players right now to the pistol. That's a courageous gunfight that he will not win. But nonetheless, that little break there towards the end ensures that Langley Eustace continue to hold the lead in this game, but it is a tentative one. Tantalize wants to extend it.
Yeah, they want to just push even further. So the full setup. Artie gonna get stunned up. Nice play from Da Vinci to close that gap. He's gonna delay any attempts to break this P1, at least with numbers. We've seen Cannon do it with less, and it looks like they're gonna do it again. Hate for the slide out, not able to transition into 2. Back and forth kills. Numbers to Langley. Da Vinci finds 2. That's gonna get them back into the hill to soak up more of this P1 time, and there is lots of P1 time to get. Still 22 seconds, Brody.
22 seconds for Langley Eustace to lose on this hard point. They are just going to have to focus in on this scrap time for now. Focusing on the rotation, excuse me, for now. And they do have control of it for the moment here, but they aren't watching Kitchen. No one was watching it whatsoever. So now Cannon have started to filter through towards the hard point. RT gets taken out of the play, but they've done their job. They're starting to stress Langley Eustace out, but 3 players go down. Argo gets shut down as well.
Man.
Despite it not being a perfect setup, they still can't break it.
Cannon are starting to fall behind in this map number 1, so maybe Langley Eustace have cooked with the vetoes. And the skyline looking a lot better for the rotational setups. Wolf 19 and 8, Tantalize 16 and 13. All the while getting a lot of time scattered across the majority. Cannon will find a break for 30 seconds in this one. You still have a couple players in the back, and it doesn't look like they're going to get an immediate read onto this. Gives a chance for Da Vinci and Tantalize to put 3 kills together. A 4th one on Reaper on the rotation. And with that for Langley, they're again stealing this back-end time away from Cannon, pushing that lead even further up.
Yeah, this is now starting to get a little bit out of hand here. Cannon at 3-0. Potential from them is starting to run away from them. RT will at the very least trade things out. All of a sudden, you need to have a solid hold on this next hard point. Problem is, you've got players approaching from all different angles. One of those players has been cut down. You recognize where Tantalize is for the second, and you do clear that up. So, great setup here for Cannon. Players approaching from all angles. You're able to deal with it.
Yeah, I like this from Artie. Slowly trying to hold this one back. Nice patience onto the play the Reaper was trying to make. Now turns around looking to assist this hill. Argo slides up. Artie on 3 in a row. Well, that spawn in the pack for Da Vinci might put some distress on the players inside of this hard point. Fortunately enough, you have Yodak. Oh no, that's Hate towards P1. That's giving them time to recover.
Can they actually do anything, though? That's the question. We'll jump into a couple of gunfights here. And now for Langley Eustace, potential, I was going to say, actually, to try and hit that rotation. They're not able to do so. Yodak now is more important in the play here. He gets cut down. Langley Eustace has swung the momentum through towards the next hardpoint. RT needs to stop this. Good for the second. Good team shots. One more player. You know exactly where he's going to be. Argo is responsible for both of those gunfights, but RT, he got some team shots through. That is a necessary immediate break from Cannon.
Yes, it is. Cannon need this time. No ifs and or buts. You lose it, and that's probably Langley Eustace looking to put this map one away like they did in the first best of 5. This time, though, on the skyline, you get a little bit more fight towards the back end from Cannon. And let's see if they can hold things down from the back line. A couple players getting back in. It's going to be Hate, but he's not able to hit the deck. Yodak, your turn, 29 HP. Is anybody here to help him? It is. Argo behind, shuts down the rest. And it looks like Langley Eustace is going to group up for one more time, waiting for the players to get here. Tantalize goes down. Da Vinci in for the contest. He breaks it. Hate, one more chance. Pistols out. Not able to take Reaper down, but his teammate will. And it is going to be what seems like a tie game now, Brody, going into the 3rd set.
Well, it's not the hill that necessarily Cannon wanted, but they do take that hill away from Langley Eustace, and that is the primary thing, no matter how much of a sluggerfest that hard point was. As you said, pretty much all even Stevens here going into the 3rd and final set. But Langley Eustace, once again, in control of P1. Once again, in control of the P2 rotation. And they just prioritize that P2 roto, right? Flip the map in your favor. Then you can deal with the player in towards the hard point. That is exactly what they do. But Da Vinci, he has other plans.
Whoa.
Good for 2. Can't hit the shots towards the third. But he does enough to clear them out of the point.
Like, can good to tie things up, but they need to keep this momentum going. 3 down again, and you're spawning all the way back to the P4 side of the map. All 3 players together as it is staggered now that Argo is down, so you need a major moment here. Yodak gonna get across the gym, but a flanking play from Reaper, 3 in a row, breaks things up, and 2 players looking to set up its parallels for Tantalize.
Yodak's been spotted out. They know he's here. Wolf keeping an eye on the cross. Can't get away with that kill cleanly now. Wolf looking for more. He's overwhelmed. It's a wave of white players in the feed, and they are all going to hit the hill from different points here. Hate looking pretty good for the first one. He's spotted out Da Vinci. Keep your head down, Hate. You've got a player for the coverage. RT yeets a nade out. Might be able to get a posthumous kill with it. And he does at least weaken one play up. Is anybody there for the trade? Yes, they are. Now looking for the last ones towards the back line. Back spawns. Still locked in for Langley.
Langley in the back, looking to get in. Still enough time to win this here and now. A couple kills coming through from Cannon, so in for the contest. Da Vinci can ward them off, but he's alone now, and he needs his players to get here. Double stack, triple if you include Rupert on the outside. He finds his value, and players dropping still for Cannon. This is not done for Cannon. They don't get the rotation. They have to hit this hill.
Gotta go. Can anybody get there in time? Da Vinci's watching the cross. I don't think anyone can touch this. They're being held off. They're being held off. And Langley Eustace walk away with a map number 1 victory.
And I mean, wow, Langley, they really ran away with it. A little bit of a hiccup when Cannon brought things back at the end of the second rotations, Brody, but you go to that P1, you get so much time off those hills that are normally contested, and you hold those spawns towards P2. That's the difference for Langley Eustace, the way they're able to string together those 2 hills and sneak away with so much time. Cannon, I mean, it's a valiant effort, especially from Yodak, 29 and 25, but at the end of it, you just could not get that consistency across the entire map. And I think for Langley Eustace, I mean, at the end there, that last stint between P1 and P2, that was impressive.
Yeah, it is just that, isn't it, right? It's the fact that, you know, there was a moment, actually, I think, in that final ensemble of kills as well, where actually they did lose that control of P2 spawns. You know, there's a moment where Cannon, like, yeah, all right, cool. You know, we need to make sure we focus on hitting through towards P2 here. I think it was Yodak that managed to get the double. And actually, they got the player out of P1 as well. And for kind of a moment, it looked like, all right, cool. Cannon can do this. They can regain the lead. They can make sure they take even further of a lead in towards P2. And then almost immediately, they just lose full control of both of those things. You know, Langley Eustace able to get another player back in towards P1. Langley Eustace able to get full control over those P2 spawns. And I think just on the whole, they looked a little bit better at controlling that kill. So just crazy kills coming out from Langley Eustace. Crazy hardpoint control coming out from Langley Eustace. Once again, it is all coming down to just one hardpoint rotation. So many of these maps do.
So many maps for Langley Eustace. I mean, you start off this series the exact same as you started off the last one against this team. You open up with that map 1 hardpoint, Brody, and immediately that's going to shut down our pick'ems for the second best of 5, where we thought Cannon were going to come out the gates as hot as they did end the last one. So going into this next map, the Search and Destroy, it is going to switch up the setting to something that we haven't really seen these 2 teams go to very often, at least against each other. Protocol Search and Destroy is up next, Brody, and across to this, from what you saw in previous iterations of this matchup, do you think it's going to affect it a lot?
Man, I really don't know. I think Protocol Search and Destroy is so damn easy to play, right? I mean, that's the key thing to me. I think you look towards like past performances from these guys, and it's just like, you know, does it really matter that much, right, in the grand scheme of things? I think, you know, as long as you know how to play the map, as long as you have the fundamentals down to a T, you should be perfectly fine. I think the interesting thing is that both of these 2 teams are going to have the fundamentals of Protocol Search and Destroy down to a T, and I think it's going to make things really interesting, right? Where it's just like, I think in the past when we've seen these guys play against other teams, it's been so easy for them to get A-site control, like over and over again. There's been very little resistance. They've almost always won those fights. Well, what happens when both teams know what they're doing here on Protocol Search and Destroy? I am really intrigued. I have this feeling for Cannon, it's going to be kind of a bang out through mid for a lot of these players. I think for RT in particular, he has this kind of like real intuition to just fly across the middle of the map and always find the first blood. Protocol doesn't really play that way around that kind of play, right? You know, it doesn't really reward players for doing that. Well, I mean, right, look at it this way. As long as somebody on the defense has somebody top trips, banging out towards the middle of the map isn't generally speaking, a good idea. So it's like, it might not work depending on whether the defensive setup is actually good for the opposition.
It depends on which part of the middle of the map you really want to count out, Brody. I mean, is it the top middle or is it the bottom middle of the map?
The top middle. I mean, like, I'm obviously not talking about computers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you could get to the middle of that A site fast, like, that is something that is manageable to fly. And you know, for somebody like Artie, I can see him getting value in that sense. But yes, top of the map, middle, that's gonna be a hard code to crack for somebody like Artie, for really any of the SMGs. And we see it time and time again for a map mode combo like Protocol Search and Destroy. A lot of that submachine gun value does come from those timings that you get towards the A bomb sites. Or if you do see the route open, then push down through no man's land into that P2 from the defensive side. That's really where the kind of difference does come through for these two teams, when those submachine guns are going to be looking for that timing. So yeah, I think for Cannon, though, even still, I trust that a player like Artie will figure out a way through this Protocol Search and Destroy. And as we jump into this map number 2, wow, okay, I couldn't be any more wrong.
It's impressive, isn't it?
It is
super
impressive.
They are not getting any more A-site control, that is for sure, because now you've got a player pushed up in towards map. So Cannon need a late round adjustment, and they need it pretty damn fast. That late round adjustment is now coming by way of getting the bomb over towards B. But Langley Eustace have also predicted this, and I don't blame them whatsoever. You've got maps coverage. There's no real reason not to have players pull back for potential B push. Argo now down, and Yodak has to find good timing. Oh my God. Yodak, are you kidding?
I think that's the first one we've seen all tournament. Generally, that might actually be... I don't even think we've seen a kidnap. Have we?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe we have. I don't know. Someone in production can tell us whether or not we have. Either way,
seen a lot of Call of Duty.
We have.
Well, everybody from Langley Eustace just throwing shoulders. Eventually, this round's going to be over, and Langley Eustace are going to take this first round pretty handedly off of a mistake from Artie that was made in the elevator shaft by way of your own grenades. So, into this next round, I mean, definitely want to forget that one fast, but for Langley Eustace, off of that first map 1, that's a fantastic start into the second map, especially considering that Rewind, Search, and Destroy back in the second map of the first best of 5, Brody. You lost 3 rounds in a row to open it up. I think they lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row. You're correct. Yeah, just wild. Totally different round. Of course, the team nade probably did help. The self-nade, I should say, probably did help. Not having to deal with Artie in that round definitely changed things. Jamley Eustace, though, now going to bang out towards bottom side. They open things up with the first blood. You still have presence inside the site. For how long, though? You're losing the trades. Hate can't escape, and that should realistically be the round done. Argo, has he slid by? No, he hasn't. No escape.
There is no try. Joint base Langley Eustace 2-0 in the Search and Destroy now, starting to get some momentum in this series off of that map 1 win on Skyline. And we talk about, does this come down to the vetoes, Brody? Bringing Protocol into the mix, vetoing out some of the better maps that Langley Eustace have been playing through. You forced them away from the rewind, and I think for Cannon, it is going to shake things up a bit. We have seen it so far. Both Argo and Artie haven't been able to get anything off of these first bloods, these opening engagements. In fact, they've kind of been getting caught way too early. You need to slow things down if you're Cannon. Start to find these first bloods. You can't just blitz everything.
Okay. Well, Cannon already down at the start of this round. No blitz off the start. They're going to try and change strategy again. Oh, man, I really wanted to see Artie hold his bullets for a little bit longer there, because now Yodak, I mean, he has to just try and create the weirdest route known to man. He is so dead. I've never seen a player more dead before they actually died.
Is that possible? I mean, again, that is a great description of it. I see exactly what you're saying, and it's funny to think about. Langley Eustace out 3 in a row to open up this Protocol Search and Destroy. They are rolling through this one.
Brilliant play from Langley Eustace. And yeah, I think, to answer your previous question from the last round, right, it almost does feel like, I mean, again, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit. We're putting the cart before the horse, as it were. But it does feel like Langley Eustace have kind of not necessarily won this series because they haven't won it by far yet. We are just into map number 2. But it does definitely feel like the vetoes were a massive boon of success for them, right? I mean, like, you don't play any of those same successive maps as Cannon won in the first series. Like, both faults are gone. The rewind is gone. Like, this is totally different from Langley Eustace. The protocol, different gravy, and Cannon kind of looks stuck in the water. But in towards this round, Cannon, they do get control of the A site. RT is predicted.
There we go.
You take the trade, but at least RT gets the first blood this time.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that is completely different than this break-off stuff we've had across the past 3 of the rounds. So Cannon are looking to get their first on the board here in Protocol. See if they can swing things back their way. Great positioning from Yodak. Just hold your position. Don't move. You got full trust in both Argo and Hate to catch any information if they do go anywhere other than through that door, which it does seem like Langley Eustace are gambling with the idea to go over towards B.
Langley Eustace is just taking a real long time here. If it is going to be an A hit, they've got to do it fast. Here we go. The big noise. They've just been spotted on the cross. Da Vinci is weak. He is not going to be able to do anything in this play until he regens. And now you've got to have the bomb carrier be the tip of the spear. Time really running out. Both angles being watched. They are dead before they even get a look at the bomb site. It is over. There is not a chance in hell that Wolf has this one. And just for measure, Hate has already slid out to make sure that he's been calmed. Finally, Cannon on the board. And would you believe that they got first blood in that round?
I think that is exactly what switches things for this Cannon Air Force-based team. Langley Eustace have just been rolling through these rounds, just bullying their way through every single gunfight. And as soon as there's something to fight back with, all right, they come to a complete halt. They're trying to cut noise to see if they can draw any of those Cannon players out, make mistakes, but they didn't do it. Yodak trusted the other two in Argo and Hate to calm if there was anybody rotating through the middle of the map over towards B. They saw nothing. They stood still, and together with Argo's reposition, it was a sublime crossfire inside A. Now with the trophies down, let's see if they can get an attacking round. Ooh.
Ooh, Da Vinci. Oh, no! Oh, my God! Oh, goodness me. You really do have to scream and shout after that one, don't you? I just want to see this again.
Hey, Brody, I'm back. How deep are we into the round?
That was 12-second round. Something to that effect.
Hey, wait, it's over?
Brother, that went quicker than I normally do. That is insane. 12 seconds. Shoosh.
Da Vinci, I mean, he just chopped them up. That was crazy. He's got to get loud at that one. Impressive stuff over towards the A sites. And look at this on the other side. It looks like Cannon are trying to take a different approach to this through the middle of the map. It's already drawing first blood. Argo beside him. 2 down. Bomb down in the middle. And you are completely isolated on both ends of the field. Yodak's going to splot one player. Tantala is not able to turn that fight. 1 versus 4 for Da Vinci. And he's just give himself away.
It's more of a challenge, right? Trying to do a standoff against these 4 remaining players. Da Vinci just going to burn some time off the clock here. And they're not biting. I don't actually think they know where he is. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think that glass smash did nothing. Da Vinci finally reveals himself. And now the collapse should happen. Hate is trying to put some cross-map bullets in. Argo keeping an eye from top zip as well. He will have seen him slide out towards the back. Is he going to catch RT? He just got RT as well. Gets that second kill. All of a sudden, this is a doable 1 versus 2.
Surely not, Brody. All these guys have to do is trade each other out. Argo, he's been spotted. Bomb still down through the middle of the map. I mean, Da Vinci, you have to take this fight. He's going to go all the way up the zip. The knife is out. Oh, shakes him down. Nice. Cannon put themselves 2 in a row now, or at least a second round on the board. 2 down from Langley Eustace. And we get a look back at this one. Argo, he was taking no chances with this rope. Good prediction for that fight up top. If he had his gun out, I actually give him the benefit of the doubt to win that one-on-one. But, Brody, there was only 10 seconds to get the second kill.
Yeah.
No time to plant. That should have been around for Cannon no matter what. Just got a little bit closer than expected.
Just the fact he gets a look at that, right? Just the fact he even gets a look is wild.
Oh,
Cannon have found their footing in this search and destroy. Is it too late, though? They're 2 rounds down. Langley Eustace have been pretty consistent on winning these defenses. I think Wolf just saw the player that ran into Armory. Yeah, the con was made, and they definitely know where he is. RT's run right behind enemy lines. Da Vinci's clearing out a bomb site. They know that this is a B.
Yes, they do. So Cannon looking to get some momentum their way with 3 potential rounds in a row. The RCXT from Tantalize. I don't even know where it's going at this point as he is stuck behind this B site. Bomb's going to go down. Tantalize behind the play. Good shots on the hate, but he's not going to connect fully. Everything's going to come down to player number 3, Argo. He's making the full wrap past these players, and nobody has the read.
You don't know where Da Vinci's on the other side, though, so a bit of a secret weapon for both teams here. Da Vinci will activate for Yodak. Argo should be getting a freebie here. Will do so. Other player towards the helipad is stuck, but now
17.
You know where Argo is, and Argo just has to stop the bomb with 15 seconds left. They're going to go on the hunt. Wolf should get this kill. He does exactly that. Beautiful team play from Langley Eustace. They clear out the site together.
It's difficult decision making. I mean, you want to assist Hate as fast as possible. You just don't get there in time from the flank. And Langley Eustace, they do everything right off that retake. Now, if you take that battle, if you're Argo, and instead of sliding over towards the helipad, you stay towards those stairs, you have such a better chance at winning that round. But the fact that Cannon get themselves into a situation where both players are stuck, compromised in the open, you're just hoping for some kind of a timing, some kind of a mistake. And Langley Eustace, they cover their trails. They check every rock. They make sure that there is nowhere left to hide for that post-plant situation. So hopping into the next round, please, Da Vinci, move. We're seeing if Langley Eustace, with 1 round left, can go up 2-0 in this second best of 5 for the grand finals. And he's taking a few steps, but come on, man, come on.
We don't need him. We don't need him.
Oh,
we
he's
don't need
back.
him.
He's back.
Oh, my God. Da Vinci, please, no. Never again.
That's going to shake up the timings off this breakoff.
Yeah.
In fact, Cannon's going to get so much presence over towards A. The nade will back you off, but they've gotten a player all the way up to P2. And you're looking at Artie to be really a difference maker in this whole setup.
Artie sat down, watching. Big 1 versus 1. Reaper's not going to check it. Yep, Artie, easy. For the first kill. That's man advantage here for Cannon. Where the Langley Eustace go from here? Da Vinci is just going to peek a corner on towards B. They're stun checking for him, though.
Shots out. Trades in. And we're going to see if Cannon can keep this one going. 4 versus 3. Da Vinci, Hate. Taken down. 2 versus 3 now for Cannon. They have to clutch up. Bomb going down. Argo, he has to get through the gauntlet of this double setup. Yodak alongside him. Can they get it done? It's all down to Yodak. I don't think it's possible. Tantalize ends up falling, but it's going to have to be a 1v3 clutch.
Wow, how the tables have turned. Yodak has to clear out back to heli. He has no reason to think that they're anywhere else. And yeah, he looks in that direction. He will get shut down. Langley Eustace, they have put a dampener on any momentum built from the last best of 5. They now have a 2-0 advantage.
2-0 up for joint base. Langley Eustace shaking off all of the rust from the first best of 5. Looking a lot better this time around for Cannon or Air Force Base. Cannon shell-shocked after that protocol. Hate had a little bit of a stinker. 1 and 6. 3 first bloods for Artie. That is the most that we saw out those breakoffs from the side of Cannon across 8 rounds. That is all you get for first bloods. And we're going to look back at this one, and this is basically a highlight reel from joint base Langley Eustace, except for Yodak, who, you know, at least assassinated somebody.
That was fun. That was probably the most fun thing that happened for Cannon in that map of Search and Destroy, if we're being perfectly honest. There were a couple of rounds, right? I think they went 3-0 up, and then Cannon finally started getting something going. I think RT was actually successful on those first bloods in those efforts. And obviously, you know, post the first blood, they perfectly predicted what Cannon were going to do. But again, after that, it just felt that the defenses were pretty much unlocked. I don't think that Cannon won an offense through that Search and Destroy. I think both rounds that they managed to take away were defensive dubs. And I think, again, it just goes to show that if you're able to take a site control, if you're able to mix it up and push B, you will just be better off on Protocol Search and Destroy. Fundamentally, Langley Eustace, way better team on that map.
For sure. And I think you really covered this one when we were breaking down this protocol search and destroy. You go to this map, you deny, those aggressive breakoffs from a team like Canon, and it didn't seem like they were able to actually adapt to any of those shutdowns that Langley Eustace were throwing at them. Every single time, it was the same thing. Blitz the A site or blitz the B site. There was not really any other strategy that kind of came through from this. You really relied on Artie to go rogue, and that did not happen through the game, at least consistently. So you're going into the back half of the series hoping you can reverse sweep Langley Eustace to be a champion right now, but Langley Eustace, all the momentum is in their favor to take that belt home. We're going to go to a break while we get set up with this protocol control. Coming up next could be the finale here of our World Championships.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the potential finale of the World Championships here in the DAF universe. That's what I like to call it. It's like the DAF universe here with the Air Force, Space Force, all regions coming together, Brody. But here we are in Patrick Space Force Base, 2 teams going through the gauntlet right now across this grand final. We got the reset from Cannon, but I hope this isn't them spending all their gas in one place.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, it feels like they're kind of running out of steam a little bit for sure, right? And again, we talked about it, you know, ultimately it kind of feels like the veto process has worked against them here into this second best of 5. You got to give Langley Eustace a lot of props because they removed pretty much every single map that was a major pain point for them in the last best of 5, and Cannon have been fighting an uphill battle ever since, and they are sliding down that thing.
Yeah, they are. So let's take a look at our maps. Let's see what we're going into right now, because I kind of alluded to it before we went to the break, but it is going to be a protocol control. We get that second protocol, and yeah, this is where I think Cannon should start to be a little bit worried, because even looking at the change up to the skyline, it was a good change of scenery for this joint base Langley Eustace roster. They were having some good pace being set. The rhythm was fantastic. They were making some adjustments to the back end of this game, and for protocol, it is pretty straightforward when it comes to getting done what you need to do. On the defensive side, if you do start there, you get that spawn trap controlled, you let your subs roam rampant, and you try to make it as hurtful as you can.
Yeah, this is where Yodak and RT need to go huge, right? This is where they need to be running riot on the defense, a perfect defense every single time. They need to be making sure they don't give a single tick of progression away.
Yeah.
That's quite a big ask, I know. Maybe I'm kind of overdoing it a little bit with the dramatism, but at the same time, it really can be that way on protocol control, right? This is one of those maps, I think, like, if I had to guess, I think statistically this is probably the one that goes game 5 the most. I don't have those stats to back that up. I'm just kind of pulling that one out of my butt, but I mean, it's just the way the map plays, right? The spawn trap is so damn potent that it would kind of make sense that this is the one that pretty much always goes to round 5. Control, generally speaking, does more often than not because of the nature of how strong defense is without any specialists or operators on the other side. But still, yeah, this one feels like it always goes to round 5. So I really do think, you know, making sure that the offensive side doesn't get any ticks is paramount to continue in this series.
It is, and I don't think you're being dramatic at all, Brody. I mean, we've seen this protocol control a lot this week, and every single time the offense just gets silenced. Even towards champs, even towards EWC, it was the same thing. Offense is difficult on this map mode combo, and you really need to slay out if you want to make your way out of these spawn traps. And so far, you get over towards A, but immediately the flank from Reaper is going to put it down to just 1. Contest comes in, the clearance of that second segment. They do get the 1 capture, but now you have to work out of your spawn.
Here is that spawn trap into effect. A couple of players have gotten by, it's worth saying. Tantalize is going to have to draw some players back for the moment here. Can have now RT through towards Grandma's for the moment. Reaper inside, keeping an eye on Yodak. Yodak, ring around the rosy. Finally, he gets shut down, and RT, who had made that flank, is also going to fall. So Langley Eustace, pretty much perfect defense so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Cannon just have not been able to get anything going. Hate up top is trying to find some kills, but it's trades in the kill feed, and you haven't made too much progression over towards the objective. Argo, he's going to get there, but he is so compromised, and there is no assistance for him to stay alive. Hate's going to find a kill, but it's too late. It's already cleared. It's a race over towards B to see if he can extend it.
I should be able to get him across. Oh, no, he doesn't finish the gunfight. He thinks he put enough bullets into him, so no, Hate will survive that. We'll be able to hit the regen as well. Now has help on the point. Argo to double up. Now just Hate. Argo is gone, but he's still stopping the clock. Langley Eustace don't want to full send to take it, and in doing so, they're actually giving a tick away towards Hate. Somebody needs to stop him. Somebody please stop Hate. Please. Oh my god. How is Hate still alive? You know what? You know what? If Hate's not going to go down by way of you might as well just let them do it.
Exactly. Team kills the only way that Hate can be killed. Over towards A. Already Yodak trying to work on the second segment. Contest is in. Yodak does end up going down, but there are teammates still here trying to get this last tick. Double team on the flank. And that's what's going to look to put this one away as you clear that A zone. The time's going to dwindle even more. 14 seconds to make anything out of this. You have to go to A. B's not even an option at this point, but there's 3 players surrounding that A zone. Everybody's on top of it. B is the only option, but it's just not the right option.
Argo's got to move as well. You got 5 seconds left. You might as well full send it here, and he actually should be able to stop this. Yeah, A looks like it's going to go. Honestly, you've got another player on the point. Langley Eustace have been somewhat kind of unsettled by the idea of defending the point, but as I say, that Wolf and Da Vinci, they will combine for 3, and finally it's over. I will say, though, again, you know, to follow on my point there at the end, it feels like Langley Eustace at times have been unwilling to actually jump onto the point as a defensive side. You know, just from that one round of play, they probably could have stopped Hate getting that one tick through on B, and they certainly could have stopped what happened at A.
Probably. I agree. I think that's been a commonality in a lot of these defenses, just, you know, trying to go for the kills rather than neutralize those objectives. And a lot of teams have been kind of costed because of that. And you'd hate to see a team this deep into the tournament make that mistake as well. Fortunately enough for Langley Eustace, they do collect that defensive round, even with Tantalize having a little bit of a slow start. But, I mean, hey, Wolf, 11 streak to open up this control. Kind of a silent one, too. Surely he's got the Hellstorm, and it does look like they're going to try to go for a break-off down low. Artie and Hate, early shutdown in that category, and that's going to put some pressure over towards the spawners.
Yeah, and again, this is what you want to see. If you're a cannon, you've got to get your SMGs starting to fly. You've got players in the power positions now. Langley Eustace's response, though, is actually pretty solid here. They're just going to stack a couple of players on the point and get as much progression as possible. Draw the attention of Cannon. It sends all the players back. They're starting to get kills now. One more player, though, to deal with. RT, they didn't account for him, so he is now going to turn the attention of the players coming off the spawn from Langley Eustace. Finally, though, he goes down, and now Langley Eustace can focus on getting on the point.
Yeah, you're kind of all over the place right now if you're Langley Eustace. Nobody's been able to go to this objective. The time has been going down this whole time. With only 50 seconds left, yes, you're getting kills, but it hasn't really mattered. Finally, you get clearance towards your own spawn. That should warrant a stack over towards A. 2 players going to be there. Wolf does end up going down, but that second segment's in. The third one's getting worked on.
Stun over the top. Will connect on towards Argo, as you said. Second segment now going to be through. Somebody just needs to cover the middle of the map. Argo able to fly towards the point. Ruben Da Vinci. They answer back, though. Argo is good for it. RT's also going to clear Banana. And now we'll find ourselves with another reset. Cannon can reinstall that spawn trap if they so desire. They didn't clear out for RT, though. So RT is just going to be more of a nuisance.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves. I just stacked the point. No reason to go for spawn kills right there, and because of that, you are facing down the barrel of losing this round. Argo should have the better of this fight. 2 down. Lovely challenge there to stop the progress over towards A, but you do still have a lifeline in the water. It's 3 players coming off spawn. Clear out top triple. You get it done. Can you get this A zone?
Yeah, again, there's one more wild card, though. Darcy will make his position known. Wolf, almost turns onto him. Someone else with the spawn can go and deal with that one. Reaper's at least going to place a Semtex try to. Nope, RT hits the regen. He picks up a second kill. That was the player on the zone. Da Vinci, 1 versus 3. He is peppered up and gets shut down, but in sending 3 players towards a point, they've made B weak.
Over towards B. Stuns out. Tantalized alone. Good for 1, but Wolf, can he get here in time? He cannot. The dive at the end. Cannon going to successfully get this defensive round, and really, that was joint-based Langley Eustace making all of the wrong decisions when they had a clear path to that A zone getting captured. You had 3 down, Brody. Everybody was there for the stack. 3 members could have set up, and instead, you leave 1 player to slowly capture it. You try to make the full wrap around Grandma's. I mean, you make that wrap, yes, you're going to be on the flank, but they're spawning over towards P2. They're not even going to be in your line of sight, so you're just not making anything happen there other than those deep spawns, and without that support, you only get that second segment. You don't get that third one, and you allow Cannon just a safe exit from this potential spawn trap. It's just a bad play, and so many people do it.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is. I think it's just a general thing for casters, right? They hate seeing something where it's like, you can stack the point, and you don't. It is just frustrating every single time, and as you said, it effectively loses Langley Eustace at least the opportunity to tie things up in terms of ticks versus Cannon. So they have 2. I believe Cannon have 3 in total off their first effort, and now Cannon in towards this round, starting to garner even more. Da Vinci flying at the point. He's going to get shut down. Second tick about to be through here. This looks like they could already lose the point. If I'm Langley Eustace, I just could give this up. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to have to.
No, you stack the point and it's done. I mean, like, simple math right there.
Who could have seen that coming?
Ooh, Argo. Nice shots in. Tantalize finally going to find some breathing room for the team. 3 down. And you are trying to stop this snowball over towards B. all this, Wolf is still sitting on this Hellstorm. Might need to come into factor if you do go 4 down on this B zone attempt. But so far, Langley Eustace, after losing this A zone, they've done a great job at shutting down anything over towards B. Really anything on the map.
Yeah. Langley Eustace have somewhat recovered from their initial stumble. Double kill coming through. Reaper needs to reinstall himself towards top triple windows. He needs to win that gunfight against Argo, and he does exactly that. Wolf towards the point also doing a relatively good job. Oh my god, the read on towards RT almost gets away with that gunfight for free, but no. We'll have to trade things out. And now Cannon have to do it the old-fashioned way. Straight towards the point they go. Hate starting to clear some space. Also play it towards computers as well. And this is going to pull Reaper back. That's if he survives this engagement around Armory.
Good shots there. Wolf backs down. He's going to re-aggress this one. He doesn't need to, though. The rest of his team around him, they get the job done. They even pick up already inside Grandma's. So this spawn trap that Reaper's looking to get done is going to be very, very dangerous to deal with. Cannon managing to keep it at 1 life lost. Still a minute left, but you just haven't been able to put anything together as a team. You need to slow things down and take these players out of your spawn.
Yeah, I do love that from Cannon, though, you know, again, you are kind of getting trolled in this round, but at the very least, I think the effort there, just like, look, Reaper in top trips, he's going to be a constant nuisance. Let's just expend all of our resources here off this set of lives to actually go ahead and deal with him. Unfortunately, despite the fact that they send 3 players, towards the top side, towards top triples, you know, they just lose the preceding gunfights. So, yeah, 3 versus 14 now. You're getting knifed up by Tantalize as well. He's putting some extra style on it, and 3 ticks is all that you will get it. But again, shout out to Cannon, because those 3 ticks, I don't know how it looks on the map right now, but it feels like Langley Eustace pretty much have to get 5, I want to say, in the next round at the very least, to force a defense around number 5.
If you get 4, I think that ties things up. No, you need 5 to tie things up. You need 6 to take the, well, I guess the offensive round here, and or the defensive round, and the... I mean, at this point, you just need as many as you can for now to get towards those lives. 5 ticks is going to be good enough. 6, you win the round and get this one done.
Yeah, I think they've got the lives just by way of Wolf. I mean, he's 32 and 8. I'm pretty sure that is enough to give them the lives. So the rest of the teammates are either...
Yeah, Wolf is having a run right now.
He is, and I think it speaks to kind of where Langley Eustace are at right now. The fact that they, you know, haven't had an offensive win despite those stat lines. I think that's kind of insane. Either way, Langley Eustace, off the start of this one, need to try and clear out their spawn. Again, the subs are being a nuisance. Argo traded on out, and now finally they will do it. You've got the players down. Now let's start to move up the map and start to focus on some of this objective work.
Well, Hate's going to slow down that A attempt, and it's going to set yourself up for another chance at the spawn trap. Yodak's here. He's going to shoot a couple of these players and then back off the spawn. Tantalize. How can you be ready for that? So quick to engage. Wolf's going to go down as well, and that truly is going to be what feels like a dagger for this round. With 35 seconds left, you're fighting against every odd.
Tantalize down for the count. Langley Eustace, Da Vinci's finally going to come back here and divert some of the attention towards the zone. Cannon, no, getting control of power positions is everything. They had a player up there. Nice shots from Reaper to take Argo out of the play. You lose Da Vinci on the zone, but Reaper can deal with some of these kills after the fact and maybe generate some space for Langley Eustace. All of these plays have to coalesce together. Yodak expecting Reaper will shut him down. Again, you've got a player on the